Today is the grand wedding day of the god of war and his bride. All the people of the northern frontier are upset about this marriage because the bride is a woman who has brought her child with her. The god of war has been away fighting for years, and the only woman who has ever stayed by his side is the daughter of Deputy General Song. Miss Song is beautiful and devoted. Surely she is more worthy of being the princess than that foolish young lady with a bad reputation. The bride looked at the bowl of clear water before her, her face pale as she murmured, "Impossible. How could this be?" The blood from her daughter and the man touched briefly, then separated. The result of the blood test was clear. The man's cold, handsome face was like a statue, filled with disgust. Looking down at the bride who had collapsed on the floor, he raised his hand and overturned the bowl. "Miss C, how dare you try to deceive me?
Guards.
Take her to the back mountain and throw her into the pond."
No.
"My lord, there must be some mistake." Song Chaoshue smiled with satisfaction and said gently, "My lord, you've just returned to the capital. Please allow me to handle this." Mo Xianyuan nodded slightly, giving silent approval, and left the moonlight pavilion with his guard, Yi Qing. "My lord, don't go."
I'm innocent.
The bride trembled as she crawled toward the door, trying to stop him, but Song Chaoshue kicked her down. Two strong servants immediately held her in place. Little C Man saw her mother being bullied and raised her tiny fists to hit the bad men, but she too was quickly caught. Looking at the little girl's face, so much like her mother's, Song Chaoshue remembered that night in the western suburbs when all her careful plans had ended up helping someone else. Her usually gentle eyes, now filled with malice. "Tie up this child as well, and throw her into the pond. I will not allow anyone to disturb the peace of the royal residence." Mother and daughter were tied inside a bamboo cage. The servants stood on the bridge, holding a thick rope to control it. The water rushed below. C Man choked several times, fear rising in her heart. Cough. "Mother, are we going to die? I'm scared. Mother, something's pulling me in the water." Tears streamed down the bride's face. She had suffered greatly to give birth to her daughter, and for 3 years they had lived in hardship in the mountains. She had thought returning to the capital would bring them happiness, but instead, it had led them to their doom. Soon, the water covered the cage completely, and little C Man's voice faded away. As she was about to die, she struggled to lift her head and looked up at Song Chaoshue, who stood proudly on the bridge. With tears of blood in her voice, she cried, "Song Chaoshue, someone deceived the prince. I don't hate him, but you, being a mother yourself, how could you harm a 3-year-old child? Heaven is watching. One day, someone will clear my name and prove my innocence. Song Chaoshue, I'll be waiting for you to face your retribution. I'll be waiting for you." The bride's desperate scream was swallowed by the water, but the hatred in her dark eyes made Song Chaoshue feel a sudden chill. The young maid beside her quickly said with concern, "Miss, the wind is picking up. Let's return to Wanxin Pavilion." The water surface was calm, but Song Chaoshue kept staring at the spot where Si Zhaozhao had fallen, uneasy about her last words. With a harsh tone, she said, "We'll wait here. When the sun sets, I'll personally pull their bodies out." Just then, Si Zhaozhao's lifeless fingers twitched. The woman slowly opened her eyes, and a flash of golden light flickered in her dark pupils. Realizing she was underwater, Si Zhaozhao held her breath and tried to use her inner strength, only to find it completely gone. She was still wearing a wedding dress. This was a bamboo cage? Hadn't she died from internal injuries at the medicine house? Why was she in the water? Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her mind as countless unfamiliar memories flooded in. She had been reborn into the body of another woman with the same name. This was not the Holy Heaven Kingdom, but its rival nation, the Northern Frontier. So this was what her master meant when he said that although her life would be short, there was still a chance for survival. Si Zhaozhao had once been a highly respected master of mystical arts in the Holy Heaven Kingdom. She had learned many escape techniques from street performers, and with a few twists, she managed to free herself. Fortunately, the top of the bamboo cage wasn't sealed. With a gentle push, she escaped. Thinking of the original woman's daughter, Si Zhaozhao quickly looked down and swam toward the sinking little girl. After much effort, she brought her to the surface. Si Zhaozhao finally broke through the water. On the shore, Song Chaoshua's face changed drastically. Ignoring her usual composure, she rushed forward and forced Si Zhaozhao's head back underwater. You really are hard to kill. Since drowning didn't work, I'll finish it myself today. Song Chaoshua's face twisted with fury, completely different from her usual gentle appearance, frightening the maid beside her. Seeing a tall figure approaching from the back mountain, the maid broke into a cold sweat and quickly warned, "It's bad. His Highness is coming." Song Chaoshua's heart trembled, as if she had suddenly realized something. She bit her lip, messed up her hair ornament, and quickly jumped into the water, splashing as she cried out, "Help! Someone, please help." Her maid immediately understood her mistress's intention and knelt by the shore, kowtowing. "Please, Your Highness, spare my lady. Someone, please save her. I can't swim." Si Zhaozhao, who had already brought the child safely to shore, didn't even glance at the person struggling in the water. After helping Si Man expel the water from her lungs, she staggered to her feet, intending to find someone to help carry the child back. The next moment, a tall figure rushed past her and leapt into the water. Mo Xianyuan pulled the woman out. Song Chaoshua clung to his sleeve, crying in panic, "Your Highness, I didn't know she was pretending to faint underwater." She broke free from the cage and dragged the child down with her. I tried to save them, but she wanted to pull me down too. I almost didn't make it out alive. At that moment, Si Zhaozhao stood there in a bright red wedding dress, her face pale, her dark hair plastered to her head, strands tangled with water plants. She looked like a ghost risen from the depths. Song Chaoshua shivered and turned her head away, not daring to meet her eyes.
Si Cao Cao frowned.
From the memories of the body's original owner, she knew that the only man she had ever been close to was Mo Xianyuan. But the blood test for family ties had gone wrong. Clearly, the doctor must have made a mistake. Seeing that Si Zhaozhao didn't respond, Song Chaoshua grew bolder and continued dramatically, "Your Highness, Lady Si even claimed she was the Emperor's chosen bride. You can't harm her, or the officials will all speak against you. If that happens, your power will fall into the hands of her father and that man she's been meeting." Song Chaoshua had grown up with Mo Xianyuan and knew how much he valued the northern lands. Besides, no man could tolerate being betrayed, especially not the proud war hero of the north. As expected, Mo Xianyuan's face darkened with fury.
"How dare you?"
Si Zhaozhao, feeling the faint affection the body's original owner once had for him, tried to explain with pale lips, "Your Highness, think carefully. If I truly had done such a thing, wouldn't you have discovered it long ago? You must have investigated me before I entered the manor. Just now, enough."
Montag Xuanyuan interrupted impatiently.
"You tried to use a child that isn't mine to gain royal favor. That is the truth, and for that, you deserve punishment. Someone, continue to sink her into the pond. I want to see this wicked woman take her last breath with my own eyes." Si Zhaozhao was deeply shocked. So this was the man the original owner had trusted until her last moment. He wouldn't even give her a chance to explain. Thinking of the original owner's unjust death, she couldn't help but sneer, her face full of mockery. Mo Xianyuan, although those words from Song Chaoshua weren't spoken by me, she wasn't wrong. Since ancient times, those who outshine their masters must learn to stay humble. You're bringing this upon yourself. 3 years ago, you saved me. Now, you've wrongly taken my life because you trusted the wrong person. That debt is repaid today. From now on, we owe each other nothing." A dark shadow flashed by. With a loud splash, Si Zhaozhao was kicked into the water. Mo Xianyuan stood on the bank, his black robe making him look like a god of judgment. His cold eyes stared at the struggling woman as he said icily, "What are you, to dare lecture me? 3 years ago, I should never have saved an ungrateful woman like you. Yi Qing found a secret letter among your dowry, sealed with your father's mark. It clearly says you married me to steal the Jade Command token. And you still dare to claim innocence? I was kind enough to spare that child's life, yet you don't appreciate it. If she died in the prince's residence, it would be considered a simple drowning. But if she were accused of treason, the punishment would be far worse. Song Chaoshue could hardly hide her delight. This woman had brought ruin upon herself, saving her the trouble. That kick had left Si Zhaozhao's insides burning with pain. Blood spread through the water. Fury filled her heart as she clenched her teeth. Mo Xianyuan, one day, I will return this pain to you. Her mouth was full of the taste of blood, her body growing weaker.
She
had no strength left. Just when she thought death was coming again, the scene before her suddenly changed. Seeing the familiar shelves filled with bottles and jars, her heart leapt with joy. She had brought her spiritual space with her. Ever since a serious illness at 16, she had gained this mysterious realm. It existed only within her mind and could be used by consuming spiritual energy. It could store herbs, special insects, and tools for making medicine and potions. For her, that was more than enough. After swallowing a few dark pills made from rare herbs and insects, Si Zhaoxiao finally regained some strength. The pain in her chest eased a little, though her internal injuries would still need time to heal. By the riverbank, Mo Xianyuan had just taken a few steps when he heard movement behind him. His eyes narrowed in surprise. As a skilled martial artist, he could tell that Si Zhaozhao's body was already at its limit. Yet she still had the strength to swim ashore? Song Chaoshue clenched her teeth in anger. If the prince weren't here, she would have kicked Si Zhaozhao again, without hesitation. As Si Zhaozhao climbed onto the shore, before the guards could seize her, she sent a tiny poisonous insect flying into the man's neck with a flick of her mind. Mo Xianyuan felt a sudden chill on his neck, followed by a sharp pain in his chest. His brows furrowed slightly. The poison was colorless and clear as water, nearly impossible to detect even with sharp eyes. It was her most secret weapon. Because she had used too much of her spiritual power, Si Zhaozhao's face turned pale. She looked up and said coldly, "You'd better hope I die in prison. Otherwise, the humiliation I suffered today, I will repay 100-fold in the future." Mo Xuanyuan's expression darkened, his hand slowly resting on the sword at his waist. Just then, a sharp voice called from afar, "An imperial decree has arrived." A group of people hurried over. At the front was A, who raised his whisk and announced loudly, "The entire Shongshu family has been imprisoned and awaits trial. By the emperor's order, we are here to arrest the eldest daughter, Lady C. Your Highness, shall we hand the mother and daughter over to me?" A drop of cold sweat slid down Si Zhaozhao's temple, her pale face growing tense. In her rush for revenge, she had forgotten that this was the northern border, his territory. If the poison took effect and the war god suspected her of colluding with the enemy nation, even if she escaped execution, she would face cruel punishment and perhaps even endanger that little child.
No, she thought.
If she wanted to survive, she had to remove the poison before he discovered it, then find another way to take her revenge. Song Chaoshue's embroidered handkerchief was nearly torn apart in her grip. These people had arrived at the worst possible time. Just a little longer, and that woman would have been struck down by the prince's sword. Though she was furious, she quickly stepped forward with a flattering smile. "Madam, second young master, that child isn't the prince's at all. His Highness was just about to deal with her according to the law." Hearing this, the woman's tone turned displeased. Chaoshue stepped back. "Wei is still here. How can you speak so rudely, like a common woman? Why, and I have matters to discuss with the prince. You may return to Wanxin Pavilion first." Even though Song Chaoshue didn't want to leave, she had to obey because of the woman's relationship with Mo Xianyuan. Si Zhaozhao saw a young man supporting a pale woman as they approached. The woman's face was ashen, her eyes dark with fatigue, clearly gravely ill. "Yuanir, don't keep Wei waiting. I know you were deceived, but this matter must wait for the emperor's decision before." Cough, cough. The young man gently patted her back and said, "Brother, Rumors that you've grown too powerful have spread through the capital. You must not leave any weakness for others to use against you, or the whole Mo family could suffer. Mo Xuanyuan's eyes narrowed, cold and sharp. Mo Yuhuai, I've warned you not to trouble Mother with these petty matters. Do you think I wouldn't dare deal with you? Mo Yuhuai's face darkened. Yuanir, Madame Mo called out anxiously. He's your younger brother. How can you say such heartless words? As she spoke, she clutched her chest and began to cough violently. Mo Xuanyuan's expression hardened. The anger in his eyes faded slightly, but his voice remained cold. Take Madame back to rest. Without my order, no one is to disturb her. Madame Mo's face turned pale. Yuanir, are you confining your own mother?
Go. Montag Xuanyuan commanded sternly.
The two maids behind him trembled and quickly stepped forward to take Madame Mo from the second young master's hands. We will take Madame back to rest. Please excuse us. Mo Yuhuai clenched his fists, his teeth grinding. It was always like this. Since childhood, Mo Xianyuan had seized every opportunity. He went to war, returned covered in glory, while he himself was left behind, a useless second son. He was unwilling to accept it. They were both sons of the northern martial king. Why must he remain so ordinary? Seeing the hatred in Mo Yuhuai's eyes as he left, Si Zhaozhao smiled faintly. It seemed the mighty war god's mansion was far from peaceful. Mo Xianyuan turned and caught sight of that mocking smile. His hand shot out, gripping her chin tightly, as if he could crush it. Want revenge? Then first see if you have the ability to survive. He suddenly released her. Si Zhaozhao staggered, and the nearby soldiers quickly stepped forward to seize her. With chains on her wrists and ankles, Si Zhaozhao was roughly pushed into a wide, dim prison cell. As soon as she entered, a harsh slap sent her tumbling to the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, and her ears rang painfully. You ungrateful girl! I arranged your marriage to the regent, and now you've brought ruin upon the entire family. She lifted her head stubbornly. The man in the purple robe before her was her father, Minister of War, Si Yuandao. Why did you hit me? Si Zhaozhao gritted her teeth. Her wounds had not yet healed, and now she had new ones, inflicted by the very father she once thought kind. At this moment, Si Zhaozhao almost believed in fate. Otherwise, why did everyone seem to want her dead after she was reborn? Seeing her talk back, Si Yuandao grew furious. How dare you speak? Tell me, why did the secret letter end up in the regent's hands? Si Zhaozhao's eyes widened in shock and anger. Was it you who hid that letter in my wedding dowry? Otherwise, how could someone like you, a disgrace to the family, be worthy of marrying the mighty war hero? I planned for years, and you ruined everything. Tell me, don't you deserve punishment? Hearing this, Si Zhaozhao's pupils tightened. To insult his own daughter with such cruel words, did he even deserve to be called a father? A wave of sorrow rose in her heart, and she couldn't tell whether it was her own or the lingering feelings of the body's original owner. Anger burned in her chest. I've never seen the military token, nor heard anyone mention it. It's clear you wanted me dead. The original Si Zhaozhao had already been destroyed by her own family. A deep sadness welled up inside her, and a single tear slipped down her cheek. Si Yuandao's eyes flickered. His hand hesitated in the air, as if he wanted to help her up. Behind him, Si Mingyue saw this and quickly acted, crying loudly to draw his attention. She's lying. Mother told her about the token before she got married. At those words, Si Yuandao's anger flared again. He grabbed Si Zhaozhao by the arm and shouted in a low, furious voice, "Before you entered the regent's mansion, I warned you again and again. Don't act on your own until you control the inner court. Yet you foolishly allowed the royal physician to test blood relations the moment you arrived. If I had known this would happen, I should have left you and that child on Mount Chiwu." Si Zhaozhao wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and glared fiercely. Man is Mo Xuanyuan's real daughter. You don't trust your own child but believe outsiders' lies. That's beyond foolish. I really don't know how you ever earned your position. Si Yuandao raised his hand in anger. This time, Si Zhaozhao caught his hand quickly and firmly, staring at him with determination. Listen carefully. Even if Man's father is unknown, she is still my precious daughter, the child I carried for 10 months. If anyone dares to hurt her, no matter who it is, I will make them pay dearly. Don't believe me?
You can try.
With that, she suddenly let go. Si Yuandao's face turned dark, but he couldn't find any words to argue back. Nearby, Si Mingyue felt a sudden chill down her spine, though she didn't know why. The next moment, she dismissed it as her imagination. How could Si Zhaozhao, who had always been timid and submissive in front of her and her mother, suddenly change so much after getting married? At that moment, Su Wanning swayed her hips as she walked forward, leaning gently against Si Yuandao's chest. Her eyes were red as she said softly, "Master, don't blame Zhao Zhao. It's my fault as her mother for not teaching her well, and now I've caused trouble for you and the rest of the family. Mother, why are you still defending her? She once faked injuries to accuse you of mistreatment, but father didn't believe her, and you didn't hold it against her. Yet now she's caused even more trouble for our family. I'm sure she let that secret letter be discovered on purpose." Si Mingyue accused, though inside, she was filled with jealousy and resentment that Zhao Zhao had married the famous war hero. "Are you done pretending?" Si Zhaozhao interrupted her coldly. "You," Si Mingyue's eyes filled with tears, and she was about to shout back when Su Wanning tugged at her sleeve, forcing her to stay quiet. Su Wanning studied Si Zhaozhao, whose presence was completely different from before. Her narrow eyes narrowed further, and when no one was looking, she secretly pinched the woman who had been thrown into the corner.
Ah!
The woman cried out in pain and quickly lowered her head, not daring to move. Su Wanning pretended to show concern. "Sister Lin, are you all right? This place is dark all year round. There might be rats or snakes around. Be careful not to get bitten." At the mention of that woman, Si Yuandao's face showed clear impatience. "At a time like this, why are you wasting words on a madwoman?" As he spoke, something seemed to come to his mind. His eyes lit up, and he walked to the corner, kicking it hard. Lowering his voice, he threatened, "Lin Fanluo, where did you hide that thing? If you can't remember, you might lose your head." Su Wanning's expression shifted slightly, and she gave Si Yuandao a meaningful look. Seeing Si Zhaozhao staring at him, Si Yuandao felt uneasy and quietly stepped back to his place. "Who is she?" Si Zhaozhao asked, looking at the shadowy figure. Something flashed through her mind, but it was too quick for her to grasp. Hearing her tone, Su Wanning secretly sighed in relief.
Si Minju is Nird.
"Who else in the minister's household could make my mother act so politely, except your mother?" Some people grew up following their stepmother around, begging for attention, and now they've forgotten who their real mother is. What a joke. Si Zhaozhao looked at her coldly. "If you can't speak properly, then keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, I don't mind helping you learn some manners." Si Mingyue was startled by her gaze, but remembering that they were all in the same situation and that her parents still had influence, she shouted back boldly, "Who are you calling rude? Everything I said is true." "Quiet! What's all this noise?" The jailer snapped impatiently, knocking on the bars with the sheath of his knife. Si Mingyue, spoiled since childhood, couldn't stand being yelled at by a mere guard. Furious, she shouted, "You fool! Open your eyes and see who you're talking to. My father is the Minister of War, and my grandfather is the Prefect of Shuntian. Watch your mouth if you value your life." The jailer looked startled. "Oh, so it's the minister and the young lady." Si Mingyue snorted proudly, but the next moment, the jailer drew his sword and slammed it against the iron bars with a loud clang. Startled, Si Mingyue cried out and stumbled back. Su Wanning quickly pulled her into her arms, and Si Yuandao's face turned grim. The jailer spat on the ground and said disdainfully, "Huh, trying to scare me with your titles? No one locked in this prison ever walks out alive. Tie them all up. Interrogate them one by one." When the prison door opened, the first person they seized was Si Mingyue. She struggled and cried out, "Father, Mother,
Please save me.
I don't know anything. I don't want to be punished."
Suwaning panik.
Master, think of something quickly. Our Manhwa is delicate. She can't endure the torture of the Ministry of Justice. If she's left with scars, how will she ever marry? Si Zhao thought she deserved it. At that moment, Si Yuandao slowly stepped out from the shadows, his face cold and dark. The secret letter was found among my eldest daughter's dowry. She stole my seal and framed me. If you want to question someone, question her. Si Zhao was stunned. Zhao, Su Wanning said, pretending to cry, your father and I are doing this for your own good. We'll take good care of Man. You can go in peace. Si Manhwa sneered, sir, my sister is good at lying, but she's afraid of pain. You can question her as you wish. Si Zhao struggled, her eyes cold. You're all the same, heartless and cruel. My dear father, even if this adds to your crimes, none of you will escape. You ungrateful girl. What are you trying to do? Si Yuandao's voice trembled slightly. Si Zhao gave a cold laugh and said to the jailer, I'm willing to confess. That secret letter was written by my father himself. Treason is a crime that dooms the whole family. If we die together. Nonsense.
Si Minju shouted in panic. Si Cao sneered. Oh.
It's fine when you frame me, but not when I tell the truth. Seeing the jailer's thoughtful expression, Si Yuandao's heart sank. He quickly said, Sir, this rebellious girl is talking nonsense. Someone must be using her to destroy me and seize control of Beijiang. The jailer frowned. Enough. Do you think I'll believe your words alone? Take them all away. Bring out the little girl from the next cell too. We'll question her together. Mother. Man is scared. Si Man was dragged out, her face dirty and tear-streaked. When she saw Si Zhao, she tried to run into her arms, but the jailer pulled her back roughly. Let her go. She has nothing to do with this.
Si Cao shouted angrily.
If only she had enough spiritual power to use her mind space, she wouldn't be so helpless now. The two jailers exchanged a glance. Take her away. We'll start with this one, who keeps causing trouble. Let go. Si Zhao cried as she was dragged from the cell. Before she managed to break free, she finally saw the person in the corner reveal their face, and that face was actually, after the person left, Su Wanning quietly asked Si Yuan, Master, has Sister Lin still not remembered where the item is? Si Yuan nodded, gritting his teeth in anger. I didn't expect her to be so tight-lipped. Even after losing her mind, she still refuses to say a single useful word. Now that old man's demands are growing, and without the Bai Chao collection, I'll remain just for others to control. When will I ever become the one who holds the power? What is it? What's the Bai Chao collection? Father, mother, what are you talking about? Si Manhwa asked in confusion. Su Wanning quickly covered her mouth, glancing around nervously. Never mention those 3 words again. You just need to behave as the second young lady of the minister's household. Don't worry about anything else. Si Manhwa nodded, still puzzled, but a trace of jealousy and resentment flashed in her eyes. After leaving the prison, Si Zhao's eyes were suddenly covered, and she could no longer hear any sound. Someone shoved her hard from behind, and a guard said coldly, Someone wants to see you. If you want to live, follow me. Si Zhao's heart raced. Soon, she heard the voices of several palace maids. They helped her change into clean, plain clothes. After some time, when the cloth was finally removed from her eyes, she saw the grand palace before her and realized it was the Emperor Emeritus's private chamber. Once Si Zhao was brought inside, all the servants and eunuchs quietly withdrew. Behind a large screen painted with galloping horses, faint smoke curled upward. A deep, commanding voice spoke slowly. So, you're the one who leaked the secret letter about the stolen Jade Command token, causing your entire family to be imprisoned? Si Zhao denied it. That's not true. I've never even heard of this command token, let alone seen it. How could I have stolen it? No matter. I'll let you see it now. From behind the screen, a figure in bright yellow robes slowly rose. A thin, spotted hand extended a scroll toward her. Si Zhao hesitated, unsure what to do. The Emperor Emeritus said, "Open it." On the scroll was a special jade token, pure green in color, with a lifelike dragon carved on it. Unlike ordinary dragons, this one had golden eyes, likely inlaid with real gold. In the early years, there were rumors that besides the military token given to the emperor, the Northern Martial King also kept a jade token that could summon an army of 200,000 loyal warriors. These soldiers were said to be tireless and unstoppable. With that token, one could unite the entire land. But because the conditions to use it were extremely strict, the Northern Martial King hid it away, never to be seen again, the retired emperor said, his tone showing clear excitement. Si Zhaozhao calmly replied, "If such a thing truly exists, with the Northern Martial King's loyalty to the northern border, why would he keep it for himself?" Long ago, the northern border and Xiantian had fought a great war. The battle was fierce, and even half a month of heavy rain could not wash away the blood on the battlefield. The Northern Martial King had been the commander then. He was ambushed, captured, and tortured, even threatened with harm to his family, yet he never revealed any secrets that could harm the North. Despite losing a leg, he fought back desperately, killed over 200 enemies, and escaped. After that, the two great nations, one in the north and one in the south, finally made peace, and it has lasted until today. If such a token truly existed, not only the Northern Martial King but even his son, Mo Xianyuan, the current war god, would never miss the chance to unite the land under the North's rule. That man was terrifying. Si Zhaozhao unconsciously touched her stomach, as if she could still feel the chill of his killing intent. From behind the screen, the retired emperor chuckled. "I heard you married Mo Xianyuan to repay a life-saving debt. Now, I have also saved your life, no, your whole family's lives. How do you plan to repay me?" He was forcing her to take sides. Si Zhaozhao's peach blossom eyes showed a hint of caution. She didn't know much about the northern court, but from her memories of her past life, she was sure this man before her was full of ambition. When the crown prince died suddenly, the retired emperor was already old and weak, unable to attend court. He had no choice but to let his 9-year-old grandson take the throne. Even so, most of the power remained in the retired emperor's hands, until Mo Xianyuan rose as the war god, splitting the court into two opposing factions. Mo Xianyuan had been close friends with the late crown prince, so naturally, he supported the young emperor. The original Si Zhaozhao had once been falsely accused, which had already angered Mo Xianyuan deeply. She could easily imagine how terrible her fate would be if he ever discovered she secretly served the retired emperor. After weighing her options, she spoke carefully. "May I ask what your majesty wishes me to do? This matter is both difficult and easy." The retired emperor spoke slowly, keeping everyone in suspense before finally dropping a heavy command. "I want you to get me the jade military token by any means necessary. If you fail, your entire household of 82 people will pay with their lives. Do you agree?" "No," Si Zhaozhao replied without hesitation. The retired emperor froze. "Are you joking with me? Do you not care if your family dies because of you? Even without today's matter, I would eventually die at their hands. May I ask, your majesty, do such people deserve to be called family?" Si Zhaozhao asked with a hint of mockery. The retired emperor narrowed his eyes, clearly displeased. However, Si Zhaozhao continued calmly, "I am willing to trade my mother's and my daughter's lives for this deal. As for the others, their fate has nothing to do with me." "Oh." The retired emperor's anger faded as soon as he heard her agreement. "Very well. If you can bring me the jade military token within 3 months, I will make sure the emperor no longer pursues the matter of the secret letter." When she left the palace, the next day's sun was already high in the sky, its brightness making her feel dazed. This place was completely different from her life in the Holy Sky Kingdom. Since childhood, she had followed her master into the palace and had been praised as the next great Gu master. Even when her master suddenly disappeared when she was 16, forcing her to take over the position early and get involved in court struggles, she had the support of her friends from the apothecary bureau and always managed to survive. But now, she was trapped in enemy territory, with no one to rely on. How should she move forward from here? At the palace gate, a simple carriage was waiting. The coachman didn't even glance at her and urged, "Miss, the master sent me to take you home. It's unlucky to return to your husband's house right after leaving prison. Please get in quickly." Si Zhaozhao's eyes flashed. She realized too late that she had fallen into a trap. The relationship between Si Yuandao and the retired emperor was far from ordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have returned home before her. The minister's mansion could have remained safe, yet he chose to target her, the one with the weakest power but closest to Mo Xianyuan. By doing so, he not only found her weakness, but also had a chance to obtain the Jade military token and warn Si Yuandao who truly held power. A plan that achieved 3 goals at once, brilliant and cruel. Si Zhaozhao clenched her teeth and stepped into the carriage. Before long, they arrived at the minister's mansion. She lifted the curtain and narrowed her eyes. Golden plaques, white jade lion statues, and marble steps edged with gold. This place was far more luxurious than the Prince Regent's residence. Something terrible has happened. The second madam has taken her own life. A startled cry came from the inner courtyard just a few steps after entering. It seemed that Su Wanning had lived too comfortably in prison. Now that she was out, she was causing trouble again. The mansion was filled with carved beams and painted walls, its courtyards arranged with perfect order. The largest one was Lianxiang Pavilion, Su Wanning's residence. With red tiles, white walls, and a garden full of spring colors, the path of smooth stones led straight to the door. The golden plaque above the gate gleamed brightly. The entire courtyard was splendid and grand, completely different from the shabby little yard that the original lady of the house had lived in. That place should have belonged to the original lady. After giving birth, she fell seriously ill and lost her mind. Si Yuandao then moved her to a small, broken courtyard, worse than a woodshed. Since then, the inner residence of the minister's mansion had been under the control of the second madam, Su Wanning. The original daughter had grown up timid and obedient, always trying to please her stepmother, becoming weak and fearful over time. From the courtyard came seeming loud cries, while Si Yuandao comforted Su Wanning with great concern, a perfect picture of a happy family. Si Zhaozhao's eyes darkened. She turned and walked in another direction. She had agreed to return to the minister's mansion not only to find her daughter, but also to see whether her real mother was truly her teacher. Inside the room, when Si Yuandao saw the marks on Su Wanning's neck, his anger flared. "Someone bring the 13-section whip," he shouted. That whip, forged by the Ministry of War, had an iron handle at the end. One strike would surely draw blood. Seeming Yue and the pretending to be fainted, Su Wanning exchanged a secret smile. This time, Si Zhaozhao would surely be doomed. Elsewhere, when Si Zhaozhao saw the face of the minister's first wife again, she almost blurted out, "Master." The original daughter had been given to a nurse right after birth, so she had no memory or feelings for her real mother. But for Si Zhaozhao, her teacher had been her only family and support in her previous life. They looked so alike, though their temperaments were completely different. The woman before her had eyes as gentle as water, her expression soft and warm like a spring breeze. Her teacher, however, had always been calm and distant, like someone untouched by the world.
Zhaozhao.
"My child, why are you here? Did they bully you again? Does your face still hurt?" At those words, Si Zhaozhao's eyes filled with tears. A child with a mother truly is a treasure. She couldn't understand why the original person had never once visited her own mother after so many years. 18 years of waiting. How many sets of 18 years does a person have in a lifetime? Si Zhaozhao's throat tightened. Nervously but gently, she called out for the first time in both her past and present life, "Mother?" Tears welled up in Lin Fanlua's eyes. Her pale, cracked lips trembled as she replied, "Yes. Yes, Mother is here." Seeing Lin Fanlua's shaking hand hesitate in the air, Si Zhaozhao's nose stung. She took her mother's hand and placed it on her own cheek, tears falling uncontrollably. She had a mother now. From this moment on, she was truly Lin Fanluo's daughter. Since that was so, everything in the minister's household that should belong to her mother, she would take it all back for her, one by one. Mother, all these years, why did you pretend to be ill? Did someone threaten you? When she had touched her mother just now, Si Zhaozhao had quietly checked her pulse. Other than weakness and exhaustion, there was no hidden illness. She had been pretending all along. Hearing this, Lin Fanluo lowered her eyes, as if she wanted to speak. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. Several servants rushed in fiercely towards Si Zhaozhao. Lin Fanluo, desperate to protect her daughter, stood up to block them, but one of them pushed her hard to the ground. Get out of the way, crazy woman. Her frail body couldn't withstand such force. Her forehead hit the edge of the bed, swelling and bleeding instantly. Si Zhaozhao's heart ached. Her bright eyes turned cold as blades. She raised her hand and slapped the man who had pushed her mother. The man hadn't expected the usually timid Miss C to fight back. After a moment of shock, he covered his face and shouted angrily, "You dare hit me?" Others might not know Si Zhaozhao's low position in the household, but Lin Er, a servant of the mistress of Lianxiang Pavilion, knew very well that the eldest young lady was treated worse than even the second Mrs. Pet. When punishment time came, he would make her pay for that slap. Thinking this, Lin Er's face twisted with anger. What are you waiting for? Take the young lady to the ancestral hall. Si Zhaozhao knew she couldn't fight them all, and she also wanted to see what they planned to do. Lin Fanluo watched as her daughter was dragged out of the side courtyard. Even though Si Zhaozhao gave her a reassuring look before leaving, she knew too well how cruel these servants could be. Zhaozhao, she cried out. My daughter. Lin Fanluo covered her face and wept, blaming herself for being useless and unable to protect her child. In the ancestral hall, the tablets of the Si family's ancestors were displayed. Most of them were ordinary people, except for Si Yuandao, who had made a name for himself as an official. To be exact, his career had flourished ever since he married Su Wanning.
Si Cao Cao sneered.
She didn't believe that the secret of the minister's household was as simple as that. There had to be something more behind it. When Si Yuandao saw her enter the ancestral hall still wearing a mocking smile, he became furious and lashed his whip at her. Master, please don't. Su Wanning cried out, though she didn't move, calmly waiting to see what would happen. Si Mingyue's eyes shone with excitement. She secretly hoped her father would strike hard enough to end Si Zhaozhao's life. Then she would be the only young lady of the house. Unfortunately for her, Si Zhaozhao had no intention of letting that happen. With a quick step, she moved to stand where Su Wanning had been. Si Yuandao hastily changed direction, and the whip cracked at Su Wanning's feet. Si Mingyue, who was closest to the whip, turned pale with fright, frozen in place. Su Wanning let 2 tears fall, her delicate and pitiful look making Si Yuandao's heart ache. He rushed forward and held her in his arms. Leaning weakly against him, Su Wanning said softly, Zhaozhao, do you still blame me for what happened when you were in the prison? Si Yuandao shouted angrily, how dare you blame her? You caused this trouble yourself and should bear the consequences. Si Zhaozhao, your mother feels guilty toward you and almost harmed herself just now, yet you still want to hurt her? Apologize to your mother at once. Si Zhaozhao stood straight, her back firm, her stunning face calm and proud like a winter plum blossom. I have only one mother, Lin Fanluo. Anyone who doesn't know better might think the true mistress of this house is Madame Su. Wouldn't that make father seem like a man who favors one wife and neglects the other? At the word concubine, a flash of coldness passed through Su Wanning's eyes, but she quickly smiled and explained gently, Zhaozhao, you were too young to understand. Your mother fell ill after giving birth to you, so your father asked me to manage the household. 3 years ago, he officially made me an equal wife, not a concubine. Si Zhaozhao looked as if she suddenly understood, then asked with a hint of doubt, but aren't northern officials' households managed only by the main wife? If Madame Su is truly an equal wife, why do you say you were only helping to manage it? She covered her mouth in surprise and said, don't tell me this official wife, Title is something you made up behind closed doors. Su Wanning's face turned pale with anger. She had actually guessed it right. How could someone who is usually as slow as a pig suddenly become so sharp-tongued that Su Wanning couldn't even respond? Su Wanning looked weak and pitifully glanced at Si Yuandao. His heart immediately softened, and his hatred towards Si Zhaozhao, his disobedient daughter, grew even stronger. Hold her down. Si Zhaozhao, a child's mistakes are the parent's fault. Today, I must give the whole family an explanation. These 50 lashes will serve as your punishment for almost bringing disaster to the Si family. Do it. Not one lash less. With that, Lin Er took the whip, his face twisted with cruelty, and led a few strong men to hold Si Zhaozhao down. As the first lash came down, Si Zhaozhao's expression changed. She focused her mind, trying to see if she could use her spiritual power. But then she heard a familiar sound behind her. Si Man had somehow run over and blocked the whip for her. Man. A mother's heart is always connected to her child's. Si Zhaozhao's body trembled uncontrollably, her voice shaking. A small hand gripped her finger tightly, and the little girl's face was covered in sweat from the pain. Mother! Don't cry. Man is fine. Si Man's voice grew weaker, her small face flushed with heat. The sight of the bleeding wound on her daughter's back made Si Zhaozhao's heart burn with fury. Lin Er was startled, thinking he had accidentally hurt one of Si Mingyue's pets. When he realized it was the little girl, he raised the whip again, shouting viciously, Master, Madam, that one didn't count. I'll start over. He had no idea what kind of disaster he was about to bring upon himself. Si Zhaozhao lifted her head. A golden light flashed in her dark eyes, and red veins spread across the whites like a spider's web. Lin Er thought he heard a deep rumble from the ground, as if something enormous was about to burst out. Fear froze him in place. Si Yuandao looked at the barely breathing Si Man. For some reason, his heart ached sharply, as if a thorn had pierced it. He had a sudden feeling that if he continued, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Su Wanning noticed his hesitation and gently said, Master, perhaps we should stop here? After all, the child was innocent. Even though she had entered the ancestral hall without permission and shown disrespect to her ancestors, she was still a member of the Si family, so she would not be punished. Hearing this, Si Yuandao's face changed. As if realizing something, he gritted his teeth and said, Keep hitting. When Lin Er stopped moving, Si Zhaozhao finally relaxed. The golden light around her faded, and her eyes returned to normal. She turned to look at Su Wanning and Si Yuandao, her gaze as sharp and cold as it had been in prison. Go on, hit us. It would be best if you could beat my mother and me to death. When the god of war comes to ask for us, you can go with us to the grave. Her words were full of hidden meaning. Si Yuandao was stunned, then sneered. If he really cared about you, why would he wait for the emperor to act first? Si Zhaozhao refused to back down. Don't forget, I am still the princess consort of the god of war. The emperor hasn't ordered a divorce, and Mo Xianyuan hasn't dismissed me. Right now, I'm the only one who can get the Jade Command token. If you kill me, what do you think the emperor will do? Lord Minister, please use your head before you act. Her bold words made Si Yuandao fall silent. Su Wanning bit her lip. She knew this man too well. He would never take a risk that might harm his own interests. As expected, Si Yuandao snorted coldly. If you ever do something so foolish again, don't blame me for being cruel. I'll sacrifice you if it means keeping the whole family safe. Tomorrow, go back to the regent's palace. With that, he turned and left with Su Wanning in his arms. Si Mingyue glared at Si Zhaozhao unwillingly before following them out. When everyone was gone, Si Zhaozhao slowly walked toward Lin Er. She patted his shoulder hard, and a small black insect with white spots quickly burrowed under his skin. In a low voice, she said, I'll remember this grudge. Lin Er shivered under her gaze, but then forced a laugh, thinking he was imagining things. What could a powerless young lady possibly do to him? That must have been an illusion. Carrying Si Man in her arms, Si Zhaozhao returned to her old room instead of the side courtyard. She was afraid that seeing Man-Man's injuries would upset Lin Fanluo. As she carefully bandaged Man-Man's wounds, her eyes grew colder and more determined. She would never let their suffering be in vain. After checking on Lin Fanluo and helping her wrap the wound on her forehead, Si Zhaozhao went back to her room, held Man-Man close, and soon fell into her first peaceful sleep since her rebirth. At dawn, thick black smoke rose from the southeast corner of the minister's mansion, and flames lit up the sky. The fire at the minister's residence burned fiercely, and almost half the capital saw the thick black smoke rising into the sky. The glazed pavilion is on fire. Didn't the young lady return home yesterday? Hurry and save her. Inside, the smoke filled the room, and the flames had already burned the bed curtains to ashes. Fortunately, Si Zhaozhao woke up quickly. She immediately took the child to a corner where the fire was weaker. She soaked a handkerchief in tea, covered both her and Si Man-Man's mouths, and carefully moved along the wall toward the door. But before they could reach it, a beam above them broke and fell, blocking their way. Choking on the smoke, Si Man-Man could barely open her eyes. Trembling, she asked, "Mother, are we going to die again?" The little girl didn't know that her mother's soul had already changed. But even if Si Zhaozhao didn't have deep feelings for her yet, after what happened yesterday, she had sworn to treat Si Man-Man as her own daughter. Holding the child tightly, Si Zhaozhao said firmly, "Be good, don't talk. Mother will take you out safely." If she hadn't been too exhausted last night and fallen into a deep sleep, she wouldn't have been caught in this trap. Si Mingyue arrived right on time with her maid, covering her mouth in shock. "Why are you all standing there? Go call more people to help." "Second miss, there's no one inside, and the door is locked. I saw the young lady take the little girl to the side courtyard last night and never come out again." The one speaking was Lin Er, who still held a grudge from being slapped yesterday. He was the one who set the fire. Since the glazed pavilion was next to the woodshed, anyone investigating would think it was just an accident caused by the dry weather. Si Mingyue patted her chest in relief, then turned and noticed Lin Er's face. She was startled. "Didn't you rest last night? Why do your eyes look so dark?" Lin Er rubbed his eyes, feeling something sticky on his hands. He blinked in confusion.
Huh. Why is it so dark?
The charred door suddenly flew towards Si Mingyue. Her maid, Qinggu, reacted quickly, grabbing Lin Er's arm and pulling him aside. The heavy impact sent Lin Er crashing to the ground, crying out in pain. Moments later, realizing he had lost his sight completely, Lin Er ignored his injuries and crawled around in panic. "Second miss, I can't see. My eyes hurt so much. Please help me." At that moment, Lin Er's face and chest were covered in blood. His eyes were empty, for his eyeballs had fallen onto his face, still attached by a few thin veins. The whites of his eyes were bloodshot, and he didn't even realize they were his own. He only felt something sliding down his face and tried to wipe it away, unknowingly pulling his eyes farther until they dropped to the ground like lifeless fish. Si Mingyue stepped back in shock, her stomach turning as she fought the urge to. Some of the servants fainted from fear, while the rest struggled to stay conscious. Before she could order them to drag Lin Er away, a scream came from Qinggu. Si Mingyue turned her head, only to be struck several times across the face, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. Si Zhaozhao stood before the ruins, holding the unconscious Si Man-Man in her arms. Her voice was as cold as ice, freezing everyone in place. "Si Mingyue, it seems you didn't listen to what I said in the prison. Tell me, then, how should I deal with you?" Si Mingyue's face was swollen, and she pointed at her angrily. "You wicked woman! What nonsense are you talking about?" The strange insects placed on Lin Er the day before carried a scent that only Si Zhaozhao, who had raised them, could detect. The room had been locked from the outside. Lin Er had met with her last night, and both of them arrived this morning one after another. Now, Si Mingyue just happened to carry that same scent. In this household, the only ones who saw Si Zhaozhao as a threat were that mother and daughter. Su Wanyin was good at hiding her true nature and would never act so openly. But Si Mingyue, foolish and cruel since childhood, had always bullied the original Si Zhaozhao whenever she could. However, the Si Zhaozhao of today was no longer the same as before. If she didn't show her true strength now, these people would keep thinking she was easy to bully. Her eyes turned sharp. Without hesitation, she grabbed Si Mingyue's hand and bent one of her fingers backward with a crisp snap. My hand! My hand! Si Mingyue screamed in pain. Seeing Si Zhaozhao step closer, her eyes filled with fear. Her legs gave out, and she fell to the ground, crawling backward as she cried out, "Don't come any closer. Mother! Father! Qingwu! Someone stop her!" Si Mingyue screamed again, but Si Zhaozhao moved swiftly to strike. Si Mingyue covered her throat in fear. Had she just been forced to eat something? Qingwu struggled to stand up. Si Zhaozhao kindly warned, "If you take one more step forward, you'll die from internal bleeding. Only I have the antidote." Hearing this, Qingwu hesitated.
Si Mingyue shouted angrily, "Useless.
What's the point of keeping you around? If you don't help me today, your little brother back home will lose his medicine and die. And the rest of you, if I lose even a single hair today, your whole families will pay with me." The servants looked at each other nervously until one of them stepped forward, grabbing a wooden ladle and charging ahead. The others followed, raising their weapons fiercely. Thinking of her brother, Qingwu joined them in attacking Si Zhaozhao. Si Zhaozhao shook her head. She had already given them a chance. Moments later, the courtyard was filled with fallen bodies. Qingwu lay among them, her face pale and lifeless. Si Zhaozhao was no saint. She would not save someone who had chosen to side with her enemies. Si Mingyue stared at her in horror, screaming, You can't kill me. My father and his men will be here any moment. If you kill me, you won't live either." Before coming out, Si Zhaozhao had used a special potion that could merge with her blood, giving her strength far beyond normal for a short time, but at a heavy cost. Her energy had only half recovered, and now she had completely exhausted it. The backlash hit her all at once. Her vision went dark, and holding the child in her arms, she collapsed to the ground, too weak to deal with Si Mingyue any longer. Just then, a sharp gust of wind swept through. It was so fast that Si Mingyue couldn't see who had arrived. A man's strong arm caught Si Zhaozhao around the waist, while his other hand gently held the sleeping little girl. Looking at their peaceful, similar faces, his heart trembled for a moment, and something deep within him stirred. Mo Xianyuan didn't understand the feeling, nor did he want to. His usually cold voice was lower than usual as he ordered, "Take the child to the carriage. Don't wake her." The guard, Yi Qing, looked at the bloody scene in shock, carefully took the child, and stood frozen, staring at his master.
Montag Xuanyuan frowned.
"Why aren't you going? Isn't the princess coming back with us? Should I call a few more people to help?" "No need. If others see an unfamiliar man escorting her, it will cause more trouble. I'll take her myself," Mo Xianyuan said, as if it were only natural. Yi Qing couldn't understand his master's thoughts. The new princess had humiliated him and was even suspected of coveting the royal military token. The prince had hated her so much that he had once wanted to punish her immediately. But after meeting the emperor, when they came out and saw the fire at the minister's mansion, Yi Qing had never seen his master so unsettled. His light steps were almost like flying. In the end, Si Man was carried away by Yi Qing first. Mo Xianyuan lifted Si Zhaozhao into his arms. His dark robe seemed to wrap her completely in its shadow. Si Zhaozhao, dizzy and dazed, thought she saw the fearsome prince himself carrying her. When they heard that the regent's carriage was waiting at the gate, Si Yuandao and his people hurried to the glazed pavilion. Sure enough, they saw Mo Xianyuan walking out, holding Si Zhaozhao. Just as Si Zhaozhao had said, the mighty warlord had truly come to take her away. Although they often disagreed in court, facing the commander of 400,000 soldiers in person still made the old minister tremble with fear. "Your Highness, what an honor. I failed to welcome you properly. Did you just leave court?" "I've been unwell lately and couldn't attend, which makes me feel guilty before His Majesty. Recently, I obtained a rare snow lotus from Tianshan. If your highness doesn't mind, I'd like to offer it as a gift for the emperor. Mo Xuanyuan's voice was cold. Minister, are you suggesting that His Majesty's health is as poor as yours? Cold sweat broke out on Si Yuandao's forehead. I wouldn't dare, your highness. I meant no such thing. You'd better not. Keep the snow lotus for yourself, or perhaps offer it to the retired emperor. You're about the same age, after all. It might do both some good. Across the northern lands, only Mo Xianyuan would dare to speak so boldly. Si Yuandao forced a laugh and stepped back with Su wanting to make way for him. Just then, a sharp voice came from behind. Father, you can't let that woman leave. At those words, everyone's expression changed. Mo Xuanyuan's gaze was as sharp as a blade.
Who are you calling that?
Si Minghua looked at the man's cold, perfect face with a hint of fascination, but the thought that such a flawless man had married that useless woman made her furious. Your Highness, please don't be fooled by Si Zhaozhao. She's been good at charming men since she was young. She even flirts with beggars on the street. This time, she almost got her whole family into trouble, and just now she caused chaos in the mansion. A woman like her doesn't deserve to be your princess. Si Zhaozhao, half-conscious, heard those words and gave a faint, cold smile. It seemed her younger sister still hadn't learned her lesson. Mo Xuanyuan's eyes turned icy.
Oh?
She's unworthy. Then who is worthy? Si Minghua didn't notice the danger in his tone. She lowered her head shyly. Oh, Your Highness, you already know the answer. Su Wanning and Si Yuandao exchanged a glance, and both sighed in relief. It seemed Si Zhaozhao truly had lost the prince's favor. Though she had survived this time, she might soon be cast aside. Si Yuandao's mind began to turn. Although this marriage had been arranged by the former emperor, the young emperor had Mo Xuanyuan's support, and behind him stood the powerful northern duke. The future of the empire was still uncertain. Without the former emperor, he would never have risen so easily, but he couldn't rely on an old man who was already near the end of his life. So, under the excuse of securing military power, he had agreed to this marriage as a precaution. If the young emperor won in the end, he would still have a way out. Before, Si Zhaozhao had been weak and easy to control. If she angered Mo Xianyuan, he could simply abandon her. But now, she had started to resist, even daring to talk back to her own father. Si Yuandao had to think carefully. How could a useless eldest daughter compare to the younger one he had raised carefully, who always obeyed him? If he got rid of the rebellious one and helped Minghua take her place, perhaps Mo Xianyuan would even try to win his favor in the future. Just as he was about to tell Si Minghua to lead Mo Xianyuan to the main hall, the prince's unfinished words suddenly continued. You, a concubine's daughter. How dare you think you're worthy of me? At that, Su Wanning's lips twitched. What bad luck had she run into lately? Why did everyone keep reminding her she was only a concubine? She had clearly been promoted to the position of a principal wife. Si Minghua's face was still swollen, and her tears fell right over the 5 finger marks. The pain made her grimace. It was hard to even look at her. Si Yuandao had always loved his wife and daughter the most. Now that both his beloved wife and daughter had been insulted by Mo Xianyuan, if he kept silent, he would no longer be worthy of being called a man. Your Highness, I'm afraid you won't be able to take my daughter away today.
Oh?
Does the minister wish to compete with me for someone? Mo Xianyuan spoke calmly, his robe fluttering in the wind. His tall figure and the aura of a man who had survived countless battles gave off an invisible pressure. Su Wanning and Si Minghua could hardly breathe. Within a few breaths, Si Yuandao was already at a disadvantage. His tone lost its earlier confidence and even carried a hint of flattery. Your Highness, you misunderstand. This disobedient daughter once lied, claiming she had a brief connection with you, deceiving me into arranging her marriage. Now that the truth is clear and the imperial decree has not been withdrawn, perhaps I could offer my younger daughter to Your Highness instead? Please rest assured, Your Highness, my younger daughter is pure and will serve you with utmost care. As for this disobedient one, she will remain at home and will never trouble you again. After making his firm promise, Si Yuandao grew uneasy when Mo Xianyuan showed no reaction. "Father, you really do treat my sister well," said Si Zhaozhao weakly, her voice laced with sarcasm as she woke in his arms. Si Yuandao's face darkened. "This is no place for you to speak." Si Zhaozhao, pale but smiling faintly, replied, "Oh, are you afraid I'll ruin your plans? Well, I'll speak anyway. Zhaozhao, you've already caused chaos in your own home. How can you return to bring trouble to the regent's residence?" Su Wanning scolded. Anger surged in Si Zhaozhao's chest, and she began to cough violently. At that moment, Mo Xianyuan unexpectedly spoke up for her. "Madam Su, since when does a concubine have the right to question when the princess returns home? A servant who is disloyal to their master deserves punishment. Even if she hadn't acted today, I would still find out which servant dared to harm my woman." Si Zhaozhao carefully considered his words, her heart trembling. Was this man out of his mind? He was actually defending her?
What was he planning now?
Just now, she heard Mo Xianyuan and Si Yuandao arguing because of her. She thought it was just a strange dream, but now that her mind was clear, she looked up. All she could see was the man's sharp jawline. At that moment, his presence was overwhelming as he continued to argue with Si Yuandao. "Don't think that just because the former emperor supports you, the secret letter matter will be forgotten. And now you want to push Si Mingyuan to me? What? Must I marry only women from your family? What's next? Will you send one of your older servants to be my concubine too?" Si Zhaozhao couldn't hold back her laughter. Su Wanning's face twitched. Si Yuandao trembled with anger. "Your Highness, I've always respected you for your great service in the northern border and have endured much, but you're too arrogant. Even if I'm not powerful, I'm still a third-rank official appointed by the emperor. Aren't you going too far?" Seeing Mo Xianyuan defending that young woman, Si Mingyue's eyes burned with jealousy. "Your Highness, fires happen often in dry weather. It was clearly her fault for being careless, so why blame us? Your Highness, please put me down," Si Zhaozhao said weakly. Mo Xianyuan frowned slightly, but still set her down. Once steady, Si Zhaozhao gave Si Yuandao a pale, bitter smile. "To you, father, I'm just a tool for your gain, aren't I? Yesterday you wanted to whip me 50 times, and even caused Man to get hurt. This morning mother and I almost died in a fire. You didn't care, nor did you try to find who said it, but instead came to demand an explanation from His Highness. Tell me, who's really being unfair here?" Si Yuandao turned pale, afraid she might mention the jade military token, and quickly looked at Mo Xianyuan. At that moment, Su Wanning, who had been silent, finally spoke. "Zhaozhao, your father only said those things in anger. He didn't really mean to punish you. And wasn't it Man who got in the way herself? Besides, the servants who bullied you have already been punished, and even some innocent ones lost their lives. What more do you want?" She sighed and wiped her tears. "You left for 3 years, and when we finally found you, you came back with a child. Did your father or I ever scold you? I've always treated you like my own daughter, but I never thought you would." Su Wanning turned to Mo Xianyuan with a sorrowful look. "Your Highness, forgive us for making a scene. Please, for Man's sake, she's still young. Let's end this matter here and allow this foolish girl to leave peacefully." At that moment, Si Zhaozhao almost wanted to create a magical creature that could read minds, just to see how many schemes Su Wanning was hiding in her head. Compared to Song Chaoshue's twisted words, the two of them were equally deceitful. They had pushed all the blame onto her. This time, Mo Xianyuan would probably take the chance to cast her aside. But before she could avenge the original Si Zhaozhao and clear her name, she refused to leave so easily. "Do you think the regent's palace is a place where anyone can come and go as they please? Since she dared to enter, she shouldn't expect to leave unharmed." No one expected Mo Xianyuan to say such a thing. Si Mingyue's swollen face twisted with anger.
Why?
Why could that woman become the wife of the war god? On the wedding day, she should have been killed by the prince himself. What went wrong? Mo Xianyuan had no patience for these fools. He grabbed Si Zhaozhao's wrist and strode away. When they reached the carriage, Si Zhaozhao finally managed to pull her hand free. She looked at him and asked carefully, "Why do you still want to keep me as your wife? Aren't you afraid I married you with hidden motives?" There were countless ways to make someone suffer. Surely any of them would be easier than this. If he hadn't once wanted her dead, she might have mistaken his actions for something else entirely. Mo Xuanyuan's expression turned cold. His dark eyes glimmered with a dangerous light as his hand brushed past her hair. His icy voice made Si Zhaozhao shiver. "From today on, as long as you behave and fulfill your duty as my wife, I'll let you live. But if you dare to defy me, I'll make sure you experience every kind of suffering this world can offer." Being close to a ruler was like living beside a tiger. That saying fit Mo Xuanyuan perfectly. But Si Zhaozhao, the youngest master of mystical arts in Xiantian, still had some courage left. She pouted and said, "Don't worry. As long as your beloved doesn't bother me, I won't cause trouble." Mo Xuanyuan raised an eyebrow. If he remembered correctly, she had never dared to speak to him like this before. Because he had helped her this time, Si Zhaozhao softened her tone a little and spoke sincerely. "Your Highness, I want to bring my mother to the prince's residence too. I don't feel safe leaving her alone here. We can take care of ourselves and live in one room. I promise we won't disturb you or Miss Song." Hearing this, Mo Xuanyuan gave a cold laugh. "Si Zhaozhao, do you think I'm that easy to deal with?"
Huh?
Si Zhaozhao looked confused. "I allowed that child to enter the residence with you, but that doesn't mean I have to care about your mother's life or death." Si Zhaozhao's face darkened. "Mo Xuanyuan, that's too harsh. Man is not an illegitimate child. And my mother is your mother-in-law, isn't she? She's nothing like that cruel woman Su Wanning. In my eyes, you're all the same." Ignoring her angry expression, Mo Xuanyuan leaned closer and said in a low voice, "You and I haven't even shared a proper wedding night. Our marriage is only in name. How could she be my mother-in-law?
Or
Are you trying to make up for that wedding night now?" His breath was so warm that Si Zhaozhao's ears turned red. Hearing the last part, she pushed him away angrily. Man is your child. Why won't you believe me? I only believe in proof." Si Zhaozhao said coldly, "Someone doesn't want you to recognize your daughter. No matter what you do, it won't work." Mo Xuanyuan looked at her, as if she were foolish. "Are you trying to say Xiao Su tampered with the results? Why would he ruin his own reputation as a respected doctor just to frame you? That's what you should find out. Maybe even Song Chaoshua's test was tampered with." "Enough. Nonsense."
Montag Xuanyuan snapped.
He grabbed her by the back of her collar and threw her into the carriage. With a dark expression, he ordered Yi Qing outside, "Return to the prince's residence immediately." Lin Fanluo was still at the minister's mansion, so Si Zhaozhao refused to give in. She struggled, trying to reach for the sleeping Si Man to jump off the carriage, but just as her hand was about to touch the child, thud! The man's tall figure pressed her down, forcing her into the corner of the carriage, his cloak casting a large shadow over her. "Si Zhaozhao, I promise to spare your life, but that doesn't mean I'll accept this child. If you keep testing my patience, don't blame me for sending her back to the minister's mansion." Si Zhaozhao's chest rose and fell rapidly. After struggling for a while, she finally stopped resisting. It seemed that to prove her innocence, she had to start with Xiao Su. Otherwise, even if she found another doctor to do a blood test, people would still accuse her of bribing someone. Seeing that she had quieted down, Mo Xuanyuan sat up straight with a look of disdain.
"What?
That woman, Si Zhaozhao, is still alive?" Song Chaoshue cried sharply. Her maid Lianhua nodded. "I heard that after court, the prince found out the minister's residence caught fire, so he rushed there immediately." Song Chaoshue swept the teacups and plates off the table. That woman. Why would the prince suddenly care about her life or death? Could it be that he already knew Si Man was his own child? If so, then he might soon discover what really happened back then. The more Song Chaoshue thought about it, the more uneasy she became. She twisted her handkerchief in frustration. Just then, her old nurse hurried in and said, "Miss, you should come out and see. His Highness personally brought that woman back to the mansion. Si Zhaozhao looked weak and pale. Out of rare kindness, Mo Xianyuan told Yi Qing to take the child inside first. Then, in front of everyone, he actually lifted Si Zhaozhao into his arms. Seeing this, Song Chaoshue's eyes burned with jealousy. She gave her nurse and maids a look, and they quickly stepped forward. "Your Highness, let us take Miss Si back. The young lady has something to discuss with you." Mo Xianyuan didn't refuse. He set Si Zhaozhao down and walked away with Song Chaoshue toward Wanqing Pavilion. As soon as the prince left, the servants immediately let go of Si Zhaozhao. If she hadn't been careful, she would have fallen to the ground. An older woman waved her hand arrogantly. "Enough, everyone leave. I'll take the princess back myself." This woman, Huigu, had long relied on being Song Chaoshue's nurse to act above everyone else. She behaved as if she were the mistress of the household, even ignoring the steward. When she heard that the new princess was not Song Chaoshue, she already held a grudge. Now she stepped forward, trying to grab Si Zhaozhao's arm. Si Zhaozhao dodged and sneered. "Where did this rude old woman come from, barking at people? Who are you calling rude?"
Huigu snapped sharply.
"You, the daughter of a traitor, think you deserve to be our prince's wife?" Si Zhaozhao swept her leg and knocked Huigu to the ground. Huigu clutched her stomach in pain and cried out, "You little brat, how dare you hit me? Do you even know who I am? If I'm not mistaken, you're the servant raised by Song Chaoshue. You've disrespected your superiors and falsely accused a court official. Just those two crimes are enough to doom your whole family." Si Zhaozhao's lips were pale, but she forced down the taste of blood rising in her throat. Her voice was still sharp and commanding. "A lowly servant dares to challenge the princess? Can't you see that I've returned? Are your eyes just for decoration? Since your eyes are useless, why not let me help you get rid of them?" As soon as she finished speaking, Huigu suddenly felt a sharp pain in her eyes, as if something cold and slippery had entered them. She screamed in fright, covering her face. "Princess!" Yi Qing arrived just then. Seeing him, Huigu cried out as if she had found her savior. "Quick, guard Yi, arrest her. She blinded me." Yi Qing looked at Si Zhaozhao suspiciously. She shrugged. "Why, look at me. Doesn't the prince's residence have a great doctor?" After all, Huigu was the nurse brought in by Song Chaoshue, and Song Chaoshue was the prince's favorite. Yi Qing quickly made his decision. Watching him leave, Si Zhaozhao smiled meaningfully. Luring the snake out of its hole, the snake would soon appear. As soon as Song Chaoshue entered, tears fell from her eyes. Mo Xianyuan looked puzzled. "What happened? My lord, why did you personally bring them back? I heard that the emperor declared the minister's family innocent, but they did use a child of unknown origin to pretend to be your son. Does my lord think Dr. Xiao made a mistake and wrongly accused Si Zhaozhao?"
Montag Xuanyuan frowned.
"Dr. Zhao's skills are unmatched. He has never been wrong. How could I doubt him?" Song Chaoshue felt relieved, but she still spoke softly. "Even so, my lord didn't need to go in person. If the servants saw it, they would laugh at me. Even though I gave birth to your son, my place in your heart still can't compare to Miss Si." Her eyes reddened as she continued, "My lord, I'm afraid that when our child goes to study, others will mock him. That might make his illness worse. I don't ask for much. Even if I can only be a secondary wife, I'm willing, for the sake of our child." She had dreamed of marrying Mo Xianyuan, but after all these years, not only had she failed to get what she wanted, she had even lost her chance to become the princess. This time, she knew that if she didn't take the chance, waiting for Mo Xianyuan to take the first step might never happen. Mo Xianyuan's expression shifted slightly. Under Song Chaoshue's eager gaze, he finally opened his mouth slowly. "Chaoshue, I've said before, I will only take a wife, never a concubine. Aside from the title, I can give you every other honor." Song Chaoshue's face turned pale in an instant. Slowly, she lowered her beautiful eyes and gently wiped away her tears. With a sorrowful tone, she said, "Your Highness, must you really be so heartless? All for that woman from the minister's household? Is she truly worth it? The man frowned slightly. She is the princess consort of the regent's mansion.
Do not speak of this again.
Song Chaoshue looked up in disbelief. The feelings she had hidden for years poured out all at once. With a voice full of grievance, she said, "Your Highness, do you look down on me because I have no power or influence, because I grew up under others' care and can't help you? Do you think I'm unworthy of you? If not, after all the years we've known each other and with Tingyu, are none of these enough compared to that Si Zhao Zhao? Today you let her and her child stay in the mansion. Have you thought about how I'm supposed to face everyone after this?" Mo Xianyuan felt a headache coming from her crying and shouting. When she finally stopped, he relaxed his brow slightly. "After Deputy General Song entrusted you to the royal household, the Mo family treated you as one of their own. Even the servants respected you as their mistress. Words like living under others' care should not come from your mouth. If my mother heard them, she would be hurt." Song Chaoshue's eyelashes trembled. She had spoken rashly in anger. She quickly wiped her tears and tried to explain, "Your Highness, I spoke without thinking. I didn't mean Chaoshue." For the first time in all these years, Mo Xianyuan interrupted her. He turned around, his tall figure facing away from her. His voice was calm, but distant. "That night 3 years ago, I was drunk. Because of our childhood bond, I chose not to hold it against you. If you truly don't know how to move on, letting you stay with Si Zhao Zhao from now on. When you find someone you truly love, I will, as your elder brother, see you off with all the honor you deserve." Song Chaoshue's face turned completely pale. She stumbled forward, trying to hold him from behind, but he stepped aside to avoid her. She stood there helplessly, clenched her fists under her sleeves, and looked at the man's cold and proud back. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she sobbed. "Prince, Snower knows she was wrong. Please don't give Tianyu to that woman. No, to the princess. Snower promises to teach Tianyu well in the future, so he will treat the princess sister with respect, just like he does his own mother." Mo Xianyuan looked indifferent. No one knew what he was thinking at this moment. A cold aura surrounded him. Song Chaoshue was very careful with her breathing, waiting for his decision. Suddenly, outside the door, a maid named Lianhua hurriedly shouted, "Miss, something's wrong. The young master is in trouble." The door opened, and Mo Xianyuan was inside too. Lianhua was so scared she knelt on the ground. "What happened to Tianyu?" Mo Xianyuan asked sharply. Lianhua trembled as she replied, It's the little maid the princess brought in. I saw her push the young master into the water. Dr. Xiao said the young master is weak, so this time he might be." Before she finished, Mo Xianyuan strode away. Lianhua shivered as she got up. Seeing Song Chaoshue's pale face, she swallowed nervously and asked, "Miss, what just happened? Did I say something wrong?" Song Chaoshue shot her a quick look, a slight smile on her lips. She confidently stepped out of the room and said, "You did well. Let's go see what that wild girl did to Tianyu in the backyard of the prince's residence." Si Man looked at the pavilion nervously, biting her fingers with a worried face. She had only spoken to that little brother twice, but suddenly he fainted and fell into the pond. There was a lot of blood in the water. She was very afraid she would get her mother into trouble. Behind her, Huigu held a long wooden board, glaring angrily at Si Man. "You little brat, how dare you hurt our young master? You're an uneducated little beast. I want you to pay for what you've done." She raised the long board and swung it down hard. Suddenly, a fierce kick swept over, and a loud crash. Huigu dropped the wooden board to the ground, her wrist aching and numb. Furious, she glared at the newcomer. Si Zhao Zhao, with a cold face, stepped in front of her daughter and slapped her. "Ouch!" Aunt Hui screamed and fell to the ground. She covered her face and, through her fingers, saw a group of people approaching. She sat up and cried loudly, begging, "Please, princess, spare my life. I would never tell anyone about what happened to the young master." "About harming him? Aunt Hui, what happened to Tianyu? What exactly occurred?" Song Chaoshue hurried over and asked in surprise. Aunt Hui looked at Si Zhaozhao with fear, hesitating and unable to speak a complete sentence. Mo Xianyuan frowned and sternly said, "Stop asking her. Tell us everything you know." With the support of the prince and Song Chaoshui, Aunt Hui felt a small sense of pride. She looked distressed and begged, "Please, Your Highness, because I have served the young lady in the house for many years. Please save me. The princess just threatened me earlier. If I tell the truth, my whole family will be in danger. I just can't bear to betray my conscience." Song Chaoshui spoke kindly. "Don't be afraid. Your Highness is fair. Just tell us everything." Aunt Hui nodded with gratitude, then became angry. "I was trying to help the princess return to Yuehua Pavilion, but she attacked me because I serve Miss Song. She even used something to almost blind me. Thanks to Dr. Xiao, my eyes are fine now." On my way back to Wanqing Pavilion, I suddenly heard children's voices from the back garden. I followed the sound and saw the young lady bringing a little girl back to the house. The girl was pushing the young master and insulting him, calling him a mute who can't speak. She even pushed him into the water. How could she be so cruel at such a young age? Song Chaoshui couldn't believe it, and she seemed upset, her body trembling slightly. Lianhua quickly supported her and agreed. "I also saw it. Aunt Hui is telling the truth. The young master was just sick." She cursed him as a mute. If children don't get proper discipline when they do wrong, they will cause even bigger trouble for the house in the future. Mo Xianyuan looked cold. He had been watching Si Zhaozhao, but she remained calm, showing no guilt or panic at being exposed. Just as he was about to ask her something, someone tugged at his robes. Looking down, he saw Si Man. She lifted her round little face, her big, innocent, watery eyes full of nervousness. She whispered softly, "Father, please don't blame Mother." Man shouldn't have spoken to the young master, but Man didn't push him. He fell into the water himself. Mo Xianyuan's heart trembled, and the softest part of his heart felt like it was filled with cotton, heavy and dull. But when he thought of such a cute child being used as a tool to gain his trust, a dull pain struck his chest. Song Chaoshui secretly thought something was wrong. She looked tearful and said, "Princess, I no longer care about status or reputation. I won't threaten your position."
"But why?"
"Can't you even accept the prince's only son?" After speaking, Mo Xianyuan's face turned cold as he pushed the child aside. "Yes, Man is adorable, but she is the child of a wild outsider. If it weren't for the promise made to the emperor, they wouldn't even be allowed to return to the mansion." Pushed away by her father, Man stumbled uncertainly a few steps, her big eyes filled with confusion. Zhao embraced her daughter, shielding her behind, and looked at them coldly. "Are you done?" "It's my turn now." Song Chaoshui didn't want to give her a chance. She was about to speak, but was intimidated by her glance and couldn't speak in time, falling behind. "Hui Mama, you publicly accused this princess of being a treacherous woman and insulted her as a lowly woman. Don't think that blinding your eyes or even chopping off your head would make this matter wrong if anyone dares to say I did it."
Lui looked pale.
She never expected the prince to give this lowly woman a chance to explain. She was so frightened she dared not speak. "Lianhua, the day before I married this princess, you turned against us and became Song Chaoshui's close servant. You, a treacherous little dog, what you say can't be trusted." Lianhua's heart pounded like a drum. She had previously lied to Zhao, claiming she was helping her because she cared, and asked her to hide this matter. She had only endured and tried to get along with Song Girl to win the prince's favor. At that time, this fool didn't believe her much, and was even moved. She didn't even reveal this before the pond was drained. Why is she turning against her now? How dare you falsely accuse someone without evidence? If everyone were as capable as you, what would be the point of the Dolly court? Zhao's eyes were calm but hidden with killing intent as she looked toward the tall figure in the pavilion. She slowly raised her voice and said, "Since everyone has their own story, why not let this Dr. Xiao come out and say a few words?" In the pavilion, a clear male voice slowly sounded. "The princess is very clever and sharp-tongued. No wonder she was able to return safely after recognizing her father through blood. Dr. Xiao, "How is Tianyu?" Song Chaoshua asked anxiously. The speaker walked swiftly, wearing a green-blue robe with cloud patterns. His narrow, phoenix-shaped eyes were slightly squinted, and he had a faint smile on his lips. Manhwa saw him and immediately blushed with embarrassment. Xiao Su was a famous, handsome, traveling doctor from the northern border. He used to be a military doctor, fighting alongside Mo Xianyuan. 3 years ago, he left the army to travel around and recently returned, deciding to stay at the prince's residence. Everyone said he was kind and easy to get along with, but Si Zhaozhao thought he was not a good person. Otherwise, how could a divine doctor make a mistake even in blood recognition? Xiao Su squinted and looked at Si Zhaozhao, feeling that this princess did not seem like the fool everyone said she was. He sighed. If I had arrived a moment later, even a great immortal would not have been able to save him. Tianyu's forehead bruise has been treated, but he is still unconscious for now. We don't know if there are any lingering health issues, he hinted. Tianyu's body is fragile and cannot withstand wind or rain. Even I can't be sure if this incident will worsen his pregnancy illness. Mo Xianyuan's face darkened.
Ye Ving.
Give the princess 50 lashes to serve as a warning. Carry it out immediately. Si Zhaozhao angrily raised her eyebrows. Can't you wait until Tianyu wakes up and let him identify her himself? Guard Yiqing picked up a long stick, hesitating because earlier at the Marquis's house, the prince was very protective of the princess. Mo Xianyuan's cold face said, Yiqing, who is your master? Move now. Reluctantly, Yiqing swung the stick at Si Zhaozhao's backside. She quickly dodged, but Mo Xianyuan stepped forward and kicked her, making her kneel on the ground. Just as the wooden stick was about to fall, "Do not bully my mother." Yiqing didn't expect Si Man to run over. Before he could stop her, the stick came down. Si Zhaozhao turned sharply and saw her face, which resembled hers by 80%. Her heart felt like it was being stabbed with a knife, aching painfully. "Mother, I am here. Don't be afraid. I will protect you." Si Man's pale face scrunched up in pain, breathing quickly, but she still tried to comfort Si Zhaozhao. Her senses are duller than normal people's, but her body is very sensitive. Years ago, after the original owner and Mo Xianyuan had a close moment, she was kidnapped by a mysterious person and kept in a small mountain cabin. Less than 2 months later, she found out she was pregnant, but the mysterious person never appeared again. The original owner was afraid of being judged if she returned, so she chose to stay in Chiwu Mountain. After surviving many dangers and giving birth to her child, she woke up to find Si Man lying covered in blood beside her. Because the journey down the mountain was long, Man caught a mild illness once. She didn't get treatment in time, which led to a lingering illness. That's why the original owner named her daughter Man, meaning slowly. When Yiqing stopped, Song Chaoshue quickly grabbed a long plank and harshly struck it against the 2 women hugging each other. Si Zhaozhao was startled and instinctively protected the child in her arms. She turned over and barely dodged, but the plank kicked up dust and debris, showing how strong the strike was. She put Si Man down, her face darkening with anger, her fury rising sharply. Mo Xianyuan looked at her coldly. For this wild child, you'd rather hurt yourself, but you're cruel and ruthless to Tingyu. It seems you haven't listened to what I said at the Shangshu residence at all. If that's the case, today I will let you taste the punishment of the Ministry of War, Lingqi. If you like me so much, I will personally carry out this punishment. Si Zhaozhao slapped him and coldly said, favoritism and injustice, unable to distinguish right from wrong. Do you even deserve to be the northern border war god? The surrounding silence was instant. Even the chirping of crickets in the grass disappeared. Yiqing was so shocked that her mouth opened wide. Xiao Su raised an eyebrow. This scene was truly rare. Hui Gu, Lianhua, looked at Si Zhaozhao with horror. Did she lose her mind? How dare she attack the prince? Song Chaoshue was also stunned. She rubbed her eyes, repeatedly confirming this wasn't a dream. This shameless woman actually dared to hit the prince. Could it be she's trying to the prince with a new trick? Meanwhile, Si Zhaozhao's hands were caught in midair by the man, unable to move. She sighed deeply, feeling very regretful. Indeed, this young lady's body was not as good as hers used to be. Mo Xianyuan naturally noticed the hint of regret in her eyes. His temples throbbed with anger, and his energy became more chaotic, causing intense pain in his meridians. He couldn't help but grunt softly, and a bitter taste filled his throat. Mo Xianyuan released his grip and collapsed to the ground. Si Zhaozhao's face showed a strange expression, and she immediately thought of poison insects. But was this attack happening a bit too early? Yi Qing's face changed drastically. Prince, having followed Mo Xianyuan through many dangers, Yi Qing had never seen him show a frown when injured, nor had he fainted often. It was surprising that today, without any obvious reason, he had collapsed in his own courtyard. Thinking of the old prince's condition, Yi Qing was worried he might have an old illness. His eyes turned red with concern. He quickly looked up and shouted, "Dr. Xiao, please save the prince." While he was speaking, Xiao Su had already stepped forward, crouched down, and carefully checked his pulse. Si Zhaozhao stared intently at him. When Xiao Su examined him, his eyelids twitched. He wanted to say something but hesitated. Yi Qing was so anxious he forgot his manners and asked hurriedly, "Dr. Xiao, what exactly is wrong with the prince?" Xiao Su furrowed his brows, thought for a moment, and then slowly said, "It's nothing serious, just a sudden rush of heat to the head. First, carry a yuan back inside. The wind outside is cold. Miss Song, please take Tingyu back to Wanxin Pavilion quickly." Seeing that Xiao Su couldn't find any signs of poison insects, Si Zhaozhao finally relaxed. Song Chao Shui regained her composure. She rushed toward Mo Xianyuan, tears streaming down her face. Why did sister want to harm the prince? If sister wants to kill, just kill me. Snower is willing to die to bring peace to the prince's residence. Si Zhaozhao was focused on the long wound. Hearing this, she couldn't help but tut and say, "Miss Song, are you deaf? Didn't you hear Dr. Xiao? The prince isn't dead yet. Why are you crying so sadly? Do you want to become a widow?" Song Chao Shui choked and stopped crying abruptly. Seeing her so composed, Si Zhaozhao was amazed. It was a pity she didn't go to a performance troupe. Si Man blinked her big, grape-like eyes and chewed her little mouth. She didn't know what her mother had fed her earlier, but it was cool and sweet. Her pain quickly disappeared. Now that she felt better, she leaned on Si Zhaozhao's ear and quietly asked, "Mother, did Daddy faint because of me?" Si Zhaozhao gently patted her daughter's small head. "Sweetheart, don't call him father anymore. He doesn't deserve that title. Tell me, didn't Yi Qing take you to the Moonlight Pavilion? How did you end up playing in the back garden?" Si Man lowered her head, looking uneasy. "When I woke up, my tummy was growling. 2 older sisters told me to go to the kitchen to find something to eat, but this place is even bigger than grandfather's house. I got lost, and then I met that young boy. She hadn't found any food, and she had almost caused her mother to be punished." Thinking of that, Man's little face drooped even more, filled with guilt and sadness. Si Zhaozhao carefully picked her up and sighed. "It's my fault for not thinking ahead. I came back too late and let my little one go hungry. I'll cook something for you later." Hearing that, Man's eyes lit up, and she nodded eagerly. She had never tasted her mother's cooking before. The mother and daughter started to leave, ignoring everyone else. Song Chaoshui shouted angrily, "Stop. Princess, you made the prince faint, and your daughter caused young Master Tingyu to remain unconscious. Do you still want to walk away?" Si Zhaozhao turned back with a cold smile. "What? Do you expect me to kneel and apologize? How can you be so sure that I made him faint? And what proof do you have that Man pushed Mo Tingyu into the water? Miss Song, if you want to accuse someone, bring evidence. You keep wasting your energy blaming me, but I don't see you showing much concern for Mo Tingyu. Anyone who didn't know better might think he isn't even your own child. You wicked woman. How dare you talk nonsense?" Song Chaoshui's face turned pale with anger. Man was still hungry, and Si Zhaozhao didn't want to argue any longer. She turned and left. At that moment, Two guards stepped out from the shadows to help carry Mo Xianyuan. Song Chaoxue, furious, blocked their way and shouted, Yi Qing.
Yezu.
Why didn't you stop her earlier? The prince and the young master are both in this state because of her. Yi Qing scratched his head. But the princess didn't actually hurt the prince. How can you say it's her fault? Yi Zhu replied seriously, Miss Song. The prince never ordered us to detain the princess. I'm afraid we can't obey your command. Please take the young master back to rest soon, so his condition doesn't worsen. Xiao Su glanced at Song Chaoxue without a word, then followed the others as they left. On the stone bench in the pavilion, Mo Tingyu looked deeply asleep, resembling Mo Xianyuan, but his build was a bit too frail. Looking at him, Song Chaoxue's mind was filled with Si Zhaozhao's recent sarcastic words. Lianhua carefully flattered and said, Miss, don't worry. When the prince wakes up, he won't have a good outcome, but what's the use? No matter how many times I fight, she is still the princess consort. Huigu stood up, brushed the dust off her clothes, and with a sinister look on her old face, leaned in and said, Miss, I have a plan to completely get rid of that wicked woman. But it depends on whether you can be ruthless enough. Song Chaoxue's eyes lit up, and she leaned in eagerly. Suddenly, Si Zhaozhao kicked open the door. This was the original owner's residence. Since she was thrown into the prison, it had become the place where these two maids often took naps. When they saw her, both maids showed expressions of disbelief.
You're
not dead yet. The tall maid looked around and finally fixed her gaze on the scissors beside the embroidery box on the table. She picked them up and gritted her teeth, saying, I didn't expect your foolish life to be so tough. Today, I will get rid of you for Miss Song. The other maid was so frightened, she hurriedly stepped in front of Si Zhaozhao. Sister Tsueishi, please don't do anything rash. Tsueishi impatiently pushed Ling'an aside. She stepped closer. Si Man nervously wrapped her arms around her mother's neck, but her mother suddenly swung her other hand, throwing something. The scissors fell to the ground. Tsueishi looked at her trembling arm with horror. What did you do to me? Si Zhaozhao calmly replied. You won't die, just temporarily disable this wicked hand. Tsueishi's face changed drastically. She had been chosen to serve in Yuehua Pavilion, but she had always been unwilling. Originally, Si Zhaozhao was just a fool. She thought only if she died, she might have a chance to be transferred to Wanqing Pavilion. The prince not only let Si Zhaozhao bring a wild child into the palace, but also allowed her to remain as princess consort. Meanwhile, Song Chaoxue, even after giving birth to a little prince, ended up with no official title. The choice was clear and quick. Tsueishi took a deep breath, knelt directly on her knees, and knocked her head loudly, bleeding from her forehead. I, a servant, was blinded by greed and dared to have such a disrespectful thought of killing my master. I deserve to die 1,000 times over. The princess is currently in need of people. I hope the princess will give me another chance. I will serve you loyally in the future, even if it costs my life. Si Zhaozhao casually walks into the room and sits at the moon table, saying, You are aware of the situation, but I am someone who remembers grudges. Tsueishi clenches her teeth, looks at the scissors on the ground, and, with a determined look, closes her eyes and picks up the scissors to stab her right hand. Ling'an covers her mouth and screams, No! At a critical moment, Si Zhaozhao lifts her leg and kicks the scissors far away. She says, If you want to make amends, it's not difficult. First, tell me who ordered you to let Man and Mo Tingyu meet. With a cold expression, Tsueishi can't tell if she is secretly intimidating her. She sweats and says, I really didn't know the young master would go to the back garden. I was just trying to make the young lady walk a bit further, so I lied and pointed in a random direction. Ling'an also kneels on the ground, trembling, and says, Your Highness. Princess, I was blind before. Please forgive me. I am willing to serve the princess and the young lady together with my sister. Seeing that they don't seem to be lying, Si Zhaozhao makes a decision in her heart and says, Get up. Go inform the kitchen staff. I will go there later. Just leave a usable stove. Tsueishi nods repeatedly. Ling'an, worried, turns around and says, Sister Tsueishi, you hurt your right hand after all. Maybe you should see a doctor. Chuishi glances at her coldly and sneers. Our princess hasn't spoken yet. How dare I go treat him myself? Humph, there will be quite a show at the manor soon. After speaking, she supports her numb arm and walks away. Lingen follows. Man is sleeping soundly when a slender figure quietly leaves Yuehua Pavilion, a shadow flickering behind. The main courtyard's candlelight goes out. Yi Qing and Yi Zhu stand guard at the door, one on each side. Yi Qing watches Song Chaoshui walk away and sighs. Miss Song is really thoughtful and kind. She's worried the prince will go hungry, so she specifically told the kitchen to make soup for him. Unfortunately, the prince still hasn't given her a title. By the way, Zhuzi, this morning I went with the prince to Shangshu Mansion and saw that the princess has hurt quite a few people. Plus today's incident, I guarantee our princess is not someone to be underestimated. Then he wondered aloud. According to common sense, after such a scandal, the princess would have been sent back with a divorce paper. Yet, the prince doesn't pursue the affair at all, and even brings the child here. What do you think the prince is thinking? Yizhu cautiously looked around and coldly said, even if the princess is not ideal, she is still the lady of the house. Neither you nor I, as guards, can interfere behind her back. Yi Qing, used to his boring and strict personality, turned his attention to watching the long night. Suddenly, a flowery scent drifted in the breeze. Yi Qing yawned, feeling sleepiness gradually take over. Yi Zhu frowned slightly, and his vision started to blur. Before long, both of them collapsed to the ground. Ordinary softening herbs are not very effective against highly alert warriors. She had added some hallucinogenic herbs, which could last about half an hour. She carefully stepped over the two and confidently pushed the door open. Earlier, she had poisoned Mo Xian Yuan with a magic insect. Now was the perfect time to remove the insect. A slanting silver moonlight shone on the bed. The man was dressed in a white silk inner garment, with long, thick black hair flowing down. His high nose bridge stood proud, and his face was as sharp and cold as carved from stone. His thin lips were lightly pressed, and his broad chest looked very powerful and full of energy. He was just lying quietly there, giving an unconscious sense of pressure. Si Zhaozhao's heart raced, not because of his appearance, but because he was difficult to deal with. Although she was sure he wouldn't wake up, she still took out the remaining softening herbs and gently patted them under his nose. Then she checked his pulse, her spiritual sense flickering. When she opened her eyes again, the golden light in her pupils had faded. How is this possible? Si Zhaozhao exclaimed in shock. There was another powerful toxin hidden inside his body. The bamboo jade insect had eaten that poison. The two toxins combined, forming a new poison. Now the insect was no longer under her control. For the first time, Si Zhaozhao encountered such a situation. She reached out to lift the blanket covering him and was about to lift his inner garment when suddenly a large hand firmly grasped her delicate wrist. In her palm, the woman's smooth skin made the man's blood boil instantly. Si Zhaozhao nervously looked up, facing his dangerous eyes, like a dark night hawk, cold and commanding. Princess, what do you want to do to this king? As he got closer to her, Si Zhaozhao's heart beat faster and faster. He was so close that she could hear his breathing. Suddenly, Mo Xian Yuan pressed his forehead against her shoulder and stopped moving. Slowly, his breathing steadied. Si Zhaozhao secretly wiped cold sweat from her forehead, realizing the medicine was starting to work. She looked at him with disgust and pushed him away, kicking him a little with her foot. She managed to catch her breath. Her expression became serious again. She took a deep breath and continued what she had not finished earlier. She lifted her inner garment. The man's strong body made her face turn red, but she quickly calmed her breathing. She turned her palm over and suddenly appeared with a tiny bug in her hand. The bug crawled into his acupuncture point. After a moment, sweat appeared on Si Zhaozhao's forehead. She used a small bug to move through his meridians and remove the poison. Just a small circuit of energy made her feel a little dizzy. If she delayed any longer, the softening powder would lose its effect. Reluctantly, Si Zhaozhao took back the small bug. She pricked Mo Xian Yuan's finger, took a few drops of blood, and quietly left. There are two ways to remove a new bug. One is to use a small bug from the bamboo jade bug to eat the poison in meridians, as she just did. The other is to cultivate an identical bug again. Given their relationship, if Mo Xianyuan found out that the method to cure him involved bugs, he might suspect her before she even started, and she could be caught as a spy. Si Zhaozhao felt very heavy-hearted. Before the bugs were discovered, she had to speed up her bug cultivating practice. Yi Zhu and Yi Qing regained consciousness and realized they had been tricked. Their faces changed, and they immediately rushed into the room. At this moment, Mo Xianyuan had already woken up. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Yi Qing asked anxiously. Yi Zhu nodded. "My subordinate was careless and fell into the enemy's trap. Please punish me, Your Highness." Mo Xianyuan sat on the edge of the bed, anger rising in his chest. Just because he lost consciousness didn't mean he didn't know what medicine he had taken. That woman was bold enough to use such despicable tricks on him. Fortunately, he was fine and hadn't been fooled. He guessed she panicked and ran away after realizing Yi Qing and the others had woken up. He quickly got up, and Yi Qing hurriedly handed him his clothes. Mo Xianyuan endured his anger and dressed carefully. "Your Highness." Outside the door, Song Chao Shui hurried over. Seeing that Mo Xianyuan looked refreshed and unaffected by the charm medicine, her heart tightened. Could it be that the problem was solved? It, who stole the trap she carefully set up. Song Chao Shui was furious and felt a pain in her heart. She clenched the letter tightly until Mo Xianyuan's voice brought her back to reason. She quickly handed over the letter and said anxiously, "Shui Air found some thieves went to Manhwa Pavilion last night, but they didn't catch anyone. Only these two letters were found in the corner." After reading the few inappropriate lines on the letter, Mo Xianyuan's face darkened with anger. He said sternly, "Go to Manhwa Pavilion." In a small side room, Cui Shi and Ling En, who were resting, heard the noise and got up to open the window. Seeing Mo Xianyuan and his group approaching fiercely, Ling En was about to call out to warn them, but Cui Shi stopped her. She clenched her fists and chose to watch coldly. As long as Si Zhaozhao can come out safely, Cui Shi is willing to acknowledge this master. "Stop pretending to be dead." Splash water on her to wake her up. Suddenly, a basin of icy cold well water was poured over Si Zhaozhao, waking her up. Wiping her wet eyes, Si Zhaozhao saw Mo Xianyuan's fierce gaze and changed her expression. Mo Xianyuan threw two letters onto the table and demanded, "Who is he?" Si Zhaozhao frowned and looked over. The first letter was signed by her, with only a few words of longing. The second letter was unsigned but contained deadly words. "Zhaozhao, stop secretly using the royal treasury funds. If I have wealth and glory without you, I would rather live a simple life." Si Zhaozhao opened her mouth to explain. Outside, Lianhua suddenly rushed in, covered in blood, kneeling before her and crying, "Princess, it's all exposed. You should surrender now. I am going to be beaten to death. You protected him, but offending the prince isn't worth it." This clearly implied she had an illicit lover. Si Zhaozhao narrowed her eyes, sharply sensing the animalistic smell on her. She retorted fiercely, "You must be feeling unwell after being splashed with chicken blood, right? You have long been loyal to Song Chao Shui. What right do you have to prove I am guilty? Moreover, everyone in the capital knows I am a fool who hates reading and writing. How can you be so sure those letters were written by me? Who ordered you to falsely accuse me?" Si Zhaozhao's words hit the mark. Lianhua was a bit flustered but quickly calmed down. "Princess, I did this to protect you from suffering. The day before you married, I heard that the prince liked beautiful handwriting. You asked me to buy brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, and to practice calligraphy. Did you forget? At that time, the original owner thought holding a brush was too tiring. She gave up after writing only a few characters. She didn't expect that those few pieces of scrap paper could be used against her to set a trap." Mo Xianyuan sneered. "Huh, are you done explaining?" Si Zhaozhao saw the hatred and mockery in his eyes. Her chest ached painfully, feeling a sour, swollen pain. She really hated being falsely accused. "Prince, do you really not believe me?" she asked confused. Clearly, He had no feelings for the original owner, so why did he react so strongly to her having an affair? All the evidence is clear. How can I believe you? He replied. Si Zhaozhao wiped the water from her face and sneered. With just these things, you think you can accuse me? I won't admit it. I am the legitimate daughter of the Shangshu family, appointed as the regent princess. Without solid proof, no one can touch me. Mo Xianyuan almost choked with anger. You still dare to threaten me? Prince, something's wrong. The young master can't hold on anymore, Huigu shouted. Huigu hurried into the room, making Si Zhaozhao feel a sinking feeling in her heart. She saw Huigu distressed and said to her, Princess, how can you be so cruel? Poisoning the young master? Mo Xianyuan's heart trembled. His gaze on Si Zhaozhao grew colder. Song Chao Shui and Huigu exchanged a secret look. She sadly covered her mouth and cried, Wu, if Tianyu has an accident, Snower doesn't want to live anymore. Huigu excitedly continued. Prince, after the young master woke up, he spat foam and twitched all over. Dr. Xiao said he was poisoned, and the poison was found inside the princess's dowry box. Si Zhaozhao frowned, her mind racing. Suddenly, her eyes sharpened, and she said firmly, You say Mo Tianyu has already woken. He's semi-conscious. We're about to kill your son, Huigu said angrily. Si Zhaozhao looked at Mo Xianyuan seriously and said, Take me there. I can prove that all of this is a false accusation. Her dark, clear eyes were like a calm lake. Mo Xianyuan was momentarily stunned and nodded instinctively. Gradually, the sky began to lighten with the first hints of dawn. The group headed toward Wanxin Pavilion. Just as Si Zhaozhao was about to enter, Song Chaoxue suddenly stopped her and said softly, Sister, Dr. Xiao has confirmed that Tingyu is poisoned. Since things have come to this, why don't you hand over the antidote? I'll plead with the prince for you. I've heard you barely know how to read. How could you possibly understand medicine? If the prince finds out you're lying, the punishment won't be light. Si Zhaozhao saw through her malicious intent and sneered. You want to delay until he dies, so I'll be blamed for poisoning him and maybe even beaten to death, right? Unfortunately for you, you've picked the wrong person. She looked coldly at Mo Xianyuan, then took out a small bottle from her sleeve, a special ointment made for the royal family in her previous life, and applied it to the burn on her left hand from the day before. In moments, the red mark faded away. Song Chaoxue stared at the miraculous ointment, her thoughts turning quickly. Can I go in now? Si Zhaozhao asked.
No.
Song Chaoxue blurted out. Even Mo Xuanyuan's expression darkened. Si Zhaozhao gave her a faint smile. It seems Miss Song's hatred for me is stronger than her concern for Tingyu's life. Song Chaoxue cursed silently, then hurried to explain, Your Highness, I'm only worried. How about I go in with her? That way, I can look after Tingyu myself. With his mother there, he'll feel more at ease. With her inside, Si Zhaozhao wouldn't be able to do anything suspicious. Si Zhaozhao immediately saw through her plan and said coldly, If you go in, I won't treat him. Song Chaoxue's eyes lit up with pride. What's wrong? Are you afraid I'll see you secretly using the antidote and pretending you cured him? Si Zhaozhao, don't play tricks, Mo Xianyuan warned. Si Zhaozhao clenched her teeth. If Song Chaoxue went in, she wouldn't be able to use her secret space. That woman would definitely interfere. Just then, a voice came from behind. Yuan, let me accompany the princess inside, said Xiao Su. Dr. Xiao? Why are you? Song Chaoxue frowned in displeasure. With him there, Mo Xianyuan agreed, and Si Zhaozhao had no choice but to follow. She braced herself and walked in behind Xiao Su. Xiao Su sat nearby and suddenly spoke coldly. Princess, it's just the two of us here. You don't need to pretend anymore. If you hand over the antidote, I can help you plead for mercy, so a Yuan can divorce you directly. This way, you won't die, and it will be a relief for you and that man. What do you think? Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes, thinking he was just talking nonsense. Seeing Mo Tingyu's face, Xiao Xiao immediately understood why Mo Xianyuan didn't doubt Song Chaoxue at all. He looks exactly like his father. But Mo Tingyu's skin was unnaturally pale. Seeing his weak appearance, she felt uncomfortable inside, a bit like when she saw Manhwa injured. Frowning, Xiao Xiao pushed down this strange feeling, reached out to his wrist, and her face suddenly turned serious. Who could be so cruel? This child was poisoned with a deadly mixture of 2 flowers. The pollen from the bauhinia flower causes severe coughing, and the oleander makes people feel chest tightness and weakness. In serious cases, it can cause convulsions and unconsciousness. This poison not only makes him cough uncontrollably, but also stops his breathing. If untreated, he could suffocate and die. Simply giving him injections and medicine wouldn't clear the poison quickly. Only using Gu techniques could work. Xiao Xiao lowered Mo Tingyu's arm and walked over to Xiao Su, softly asking, "Is what Dr. Xiao said true?" Xiao Xiao smiled charmingly and suddenly leaned in close. Her bright, beautiful face made Xiao Su's heart beat faster. Suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he slowly fell backward. Xiao Xiao raised her hand and softly commanded, "Return." A golden goo insect wriggled and obediently flew back into her palm. Though it was just an insect, it had broken free from its cocoon and become a butterfly. Its wings looked exactly like the poison goo that had entered Mo Xianyuan's body that day. Most traveling doctors in the world knew martial arts, especially a divine doctor like Xiao Su who had fought in battles before. This was because the original owner was known as a fool, so no one suspected her talent. Mo Tingyu opened his eyes slightly. In a daze, he seemed to see a fairy sister gently speaking to him. "It might hurt a little, just bear with it." Then he felt blood rushing through his body, his meridians almost breaking, and he couldn't help crying out in pain. Ah! The door was forcefully opened. The visitor saw Mo Tingyu tilt his head and spit blood, then weakly closed his eyes. He screamed and rushed forward. "Tingyu, you can't leave. Mother can't be without you. Don't scare Mother. Please wake up." Xiao Su was startled awake. "Earlier, the princess consort took advantage of my distraction to make me dizzy. I don't know what happened. What about Tingyu?" Mo Xianyuan's eyes were red, like a demon crawling out of. He roared, "Bring that wicked woman down. Give her 50 lashes, no doctors allowed. Cut her body into pieces and feed her to the dogs. Wait a moment, his toxins are clearing, he's about to wake up," Si Zhao Zhao hurriedly explained. "Prince, Tingyu has stopped breathing." Song Chaoxiue was heartbroken. Mo Xianyuan clenched his teeth, full of disappointment. "I have already given you a chance. Take her away." Si Zhao Zhao was surrounded. She wanted to use a charm, but the previous poison attack drained her energy. She was unarmed and couldn't face someone as skilled as Yi Zhu with deep internal strength. Si Man woke up and immediately searched for her mother all over the palace. She saw this scene, hurriedly ran over on her short legs, and started kicking Mo Xianyuan wildly. "Bad daddy. You're also mean to Mother. Let go of my mother. How dare you?" Yi Zhu, protective of her, turned and grabbed Si Man's collar, tossing her aside. She hit her head on the doorframe and instantly lost consciousness. Si Zhao Zhao was held down by other guards. Her eyes turned red with anger. "Mo Xianyuan, if you hurt even a hair on my daughter, I will kill you." Yi Zhu, facing Mo Xianyuan's terrifying gaze, knelt down. "Take them all away. Yi Zhu, you will punish yourself with 20 military strokes." Song Chaoxiue watched them being dragged away and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Next to her, Xiao Su checked the pulse and was surprised. "Huh? Tingyu is still alive, but his breath is weaker than before." Song Chaoxiue was shocked, wiped her tears, and said worriedly, "Prince, since sister has the antidote, why not let her go?" Mo Xianyuan wiped the blood from Mo Tingyu's lips, his dark eyes swirling with stormy rage. That wicked woman should have died long ago. No one can save her this time. Xiao Su narrowed her eyes slightly. Could it be that she still knows healing techniques? After being whipped, Si Zhao Zhao was dragged all the way to the backyard, her clothes torn by the sharp stones. Her fair skin was cut and bloodied, creating a stark contrast. The servants in the palace pointed and whispered about her. Although this princess is morally corrupt and mean, She is truly beautiful. Huh. Only you men like this kind of trash. Someone like her should be thrown into a pigpen. Hee hee, if only I could have her before she dies. What a pity. Hearing this, Song Chaoshue stopped in front of the man and sneered slyly. What a pity. The prince has already issued a death order. She will die sooner or later. Why not give her to you to play with? The princess is delicate and tender. You better take good care of her. The man grinned widely, showing 2 rows of yellow teeth, and quickly kowtowed to thank her. He was the lowest servant in the palace, responsible for carrying waste. With his brute strength, he had no outlet for his anger. Now he didn't believe that Si Zhaozhao, even if she survived this ordeal, would still have the face to live. Prince, something's wrong. Song Chaoshue hurried into the study. Mo Xianyuan paused his writing, looked up with a serious expression, and said with a hint of displeasure, "Why aren't you taking care of Tingyu?" "What happened?" Song Chaoshue hurriedly explained. "It's the princess. I suspected that the adulterer might come out to save her, so I followed him. I didn't expect to see him. He distracted everyone and took the princess to the woodpile." Mo Xianyuan stood up, frowned, and clenched his teeth. "Who is that adulterer?" He's the servant responsible for dumping waste every day." "Prince, a man and a woman alone in a room, and my sister might be." Song Chaoshue deliberately stopped, pretending it was hard to say. As the most noble regent in the northern border, a mighty war god, to be cuckolded by a servant was unthinkable. Song Chaoshue thought her plan was brilliant. Mo Xianyuan's face darkened like ink, and his amber eyes brewed a storm of rage. Si Zhaozhao, thrown into a pile of firewood, felt her chest ache and suddenly coughed up blood. "Hee hee, princess. Don't blame me if I hurt you." The servant grinned lecherously, approaching her. Si Zhaozhao's vision blurred, her lips turning pale. She pretended to be calm and said, "Wait a minute. As long as you release me, gold, silver, and beautiful women, I will give you double in return. But if you harm me, it will be an insult to a noble lady and a crime that affects my entire family. Stop fooling me." The toilet servant saw Si Zhaozhao's exposed, smooth shoulders and her white, jade-like skin. His eyes widened in amazement. "The prince has already given a death order. After I deal with you, your body will be chopped up and fed to the dogs." Hee hee. The stories say women say they don't want something, but really they do. I think you've been waiting for this moment. Your brother will come to take good care of you. Si Zhaozhao shed a tear of shame, chopping her up and feeding her to the dogs. Was that her fate? Mo Xianyuan, Song Chaoshue, you are so cruel. She took a deep breath and tried to focus again, but her weak strength was not enough to activate her spiritual space. Instead, it made her feel dizzy. The worst part was, the closest weapon, the crowbar, was still 10 steps away. How could she get there? No, she must stay calm. There must be another way. Suddenly, Si Zhaozhao had a flash of inspiration. She made a firm decision, bit her tongue, and the sharp pain kept her alert. The foul-smelling yellow teeth were getting closer. Si Zhaozhao felt herself turning pale from the stench. She held her breath, secretly gathering her strength by gripping the straw beneath her. Just as the yellow teeth were about to touch her lips, she suddenly tilted her neck back and lunged forward. This sudden move made the toilet servant cover his head and step back. Si Zhaozhao felt dizzy and nearly fainted. She shook her head and, taking this chance, desperately crawled toward the exit. Just as she was about to reach the door, her ankle was tightly grabbed from behind by the toilet servant. And the crowbar was only half a step away. Wretched woman. You've been played with by your lover and are pretending to be a virtuous maiden. I'll kill you. The servant dragged her fiercely. Si Zhaozhao clung to the ground with her hands, blood streaming from her fingers. Her torn nails dug into her flesh, causing sharp pain and cold sweat. She was completely exhausted. Don't. Si Zhaozhao's voice was weak, almost a whisper. Desperate, she closed her eyes and pushed her tongue slowly into her mouth. At that moment, dark clouds suddenly covered the sky above the barn. Thunder roared loudly, and a cold wind swept across the ground in gusts. If Si Zhaozhao had opened her eyes now, She would see her eyeballs turning from white to gold inch by inch. Just then, a sharp cry came from the doorway. Next came a dull thud, and the sound of something crashing to the ground. Si Zhao Zhao faintly opened her eyes. Blurred in her vision, she saw a pale blue figure kneeling beside her, crying anxiously and shouting, "Princess, I'm sorry. I arrived too late. Please hold on a little longer. I will take you to see the doctor." Tears filled her eyes, and she smiled sadly, her voice hoarse as she softly said, "Thank you." Almost, she was about to break the rules of her sect and choose to use forbidden magic to perish together with these scoundrels. Outside, the bright sun was so dazzling that she couldn't tell if she was in reality or trapped in a nightmare. Her feet felt like they were stepping on cotton, floating and light. Ling and carefully supported her as they slowly moved outside. As they stepped out, they heard an annoying voice. "Oh my, your clothes are torn like this. Princess, you're so careless. How could you do such things openly in the palace with that scoundrel? How can the prince's reputation stand if this gets out?" Mo Xianyuan stared at her blankly. Si Zhao Zhao's face was covered in blood, her dress stained red, and the hand supported by her maid was mangled and bloody. It was clearly his own order, yet seeing this scene made him feel a sharp pain in his heart. Yi Zhu Xian looked at Song Chaoshui with a trembling heart. Earlier, she said the prince had withdrawn his punishment and told her to find him urgently at Wanqin Pavilion. The princess was to be taken back to Yuehua Pavilion by her. But after waiting for a long time, she never saw the prince. Only after they met did she realize the prince never came to find her. And now, the princess had disappeared only a short while ago and ended up like this. What exactly happened during this time? Without knowing the full story, Yi Zhu Xian couldn't fully blame Song Chaoshui. "Prince, I failed in my duty. I didn't expect the princess to." The maid Ling and couldn't stand their slander anymore. Her face flushed with anger as she interrupted Yi Zhu Xian. "Prince, when I arrived, I saw the princess had a head injury but was still trying to get out. However, the toilet servant dragged her back. I had no choice but to knock him out with a stick to save the princess. If you don't believe it, you can check. The blood on the ground was caused by the princess herself, trying to struggle free. To protect her innocence, the princess has done so much. I don't believe she would commit adultery or poison the young master. Please, Your Highness, investigate carefully and give us justice for the princess." Ling and quickly spat out her words. Although she was very afraid of being ordered to be executed by Mo Xianyuan, she had said everything she needed to say. She felt no regret about dying. Yi Zhu was the first to go inside and check. As Ling'an said, there was blood everywhere and a few broken fingernails could still be seen at the door. Even though he had experienced many dangerous situations with the prince, he couldn't help but admire the princess at this moment. "Prince, I also think we should give the princess a chance to prove her innocence." Hearing the prince's cold guard, Yi Zhu, say this. Ling'an happily looked at Si Zhao Zhao. Si Zhao Zhao's face was expressionless. Now, her broken body made her too tired to respond. Under the hot sun, no one could see clearly what Mo Xianyuan was feeling. They only heard him say, "Yi Qing, send the toilet cleaner to the prison immediately. I want to question him myself. Also, call Xiao Suo to prepare medicine. Before the interrogation is over, protect the princess at all costs." Yi Qing couldn't help but glance at Si Zhao Zhao a few more times before replying, "Yes." Yi Zhu lowered his head and said, "This matter was handled poorly by me. Ask the prince to punish me with 50 military lashes." "Approved," Mo Xianyuan replied. Song Chaoshui saw the situation suddenly turning in favor of Si Zhao Zhao. She didn't care about her image and angrily said, "Prince, how can you just let this go? Not only has this person long sneaked into the palace, but she also dared to meet with the princess openly in the firewood room. She might be planning to empty the palace's treasury next or have other schemes. Shui Er thinks we should catch her all at once. Or beat her to death with a stick to protect your reputation, Prince. Are you afraid of being questioned by the Shangshu's mansion at this point?" Mo Xianyuan sternly shouted. "Shut up." At this moment, He finally realized, why was everyone so sure that Si Zhaozhao was the one writing those letters? Everyone in the capital knew that the Shangshu's daughter was a complete fool, useless and dull. If someone wanted to frame her, it wouldn't be hard to do. Also, if she really had poisoned someone, why didn't she try to escape when things happened? Instead, she still had time to meet secretly in the firewood room. The recent events at the palace had been continuous. Filled with anger, he didn't have time to analyze carefully. If Si Zhaozhao hadn't chosen to resist to the death this time, he might have made a serious mistake. Song Chao Shui was shocked that he was defending that woman. Before she could say anything more, she saw Imo Xianyuan turn and walk away. Yi Zhu felt guilty towards Si Zhaozhao and followed behind to protect her. Yi Qing quickly went to find Dr. Xiao for medicine. Only Song Chao Shui was left alone, stomping in anger. You're just making things worse. Just kill her directly. Then he wouldn't have any reason to doubt. Hearing the voice from above the eaves, Song Chao Shui's face turned sinister. Even if she's dead, what can suspicion do? With me here, Si Zhaozhao will only be trampled under my feet for her whole life. After bandaging her wound, Si Zhaozhao was helped to lie down by Ling, and suddenly, Yi Zhu entered and knelt straight in front of her bed. Guardji, what's going on? Yi Zhu looked ashamed, told everything about Song Chao Shui's lies, and then said, if I hadn't believed her, the princess wouldn't have had this disaster. I owe you my life. From now on, whatever you need, just tell me. As long as it doesn't go against the prince's orders, I will do anything, even risk my life. Si Zhaozhao said calmly, it's a blessing in disguise to have you say that. Guardji, you can get up now. This isn't your fault. A mouse stealing grain isn't entirely because the food wasn't protected. The real problem is to eliminate the source of trouble. Yi Zhu stood up, frowned slightly at her words, then seemed to realize something. Princess, do you want me to kill Miss Song? He hesitated a little. But the prince and Miss Song are childhood sweethearts. This can't prove that Miss Song is guilty. Si Zhaozhao had already guessed he wouldn't attack Song Chao Shui. She supported herself up with Ling An's help. Her eyes flickered with determination. Revenge is never as satisfying as doing it yourself. Guardji, you don't need to face punishment anymore. Right now, I only want you to do one thing. Protect my daughter and don't let anyone get close to her. Yes, I obey. Princess, I previously hurt the young lady by mistake. Before Yi Zhu finished speaking, a soft yet slightly angry voice came from outside the door. Mother! Oh, don't pull me. I saw you inside. Si Man ran into the room, her eyes bright with excitement when she saw her mother. She ran straight into Si Zhaozhao's arms, then looked up and saw the wound on her forehead, her small face showing anger. Mother, you're hurt too. Did Daddy hit you? Woo-woo. Mama, I don't want him to be my father anymore. Let's leave this place quickly. They're all bad people. They wouldn't let me see you, and they even said that mean woman would be my new mother. Mama, I only want you. Please don't leave me, okay? Tears glistened on Si Man's long dark lashes as she looked at Si Zhaozhao with a pitiful expression. Yi Zhu hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up. Little miss, the princess's injury wasn't caused by the prince. You misunderstood. Si Man turned around and saw that it was the same man who had thrown her out that morning. She immediately left her mother's warm embrace, walked up to Yi Zhu, and stomped on his foot without mercy. She pouted and muttered, You're the big meanie who threw me. I'll stomp you. All of you bad people are the same. That's enough, Man, Si Zhaozhao said helplessly. Si Man puffed up her cheeks and sat back down, still looking angry. Yi Zhu lowered his head to look at his now dirty foot and pressed his lips together. He knew he had gone too far earlier, and the fact that the princess hadn't punished him was already a mercy. Si Zhaozhao gently touched the bandage spot on Man's forehead, her eyes flashing with cold determination. Calmly, she said, It seems my small moonlight pavilion can no longer hold someone as clever as you, Itsueishi. I have nothing else to give you. Only a word of advice. Being too selfish will one day destroy you. Pack your things and go to the master you truly wish to serve. I can't keep you here. Sueishi's face turned pale as she knelt on the ground. Her right hand hung weakly at her side, and Si Zhaozhao didn't mention treating it. Sueishi quickly pleaded, "Please, princess, don't send me away. I never meant to go to Wanqing Pavilion. I did have some selfish thoughts, but it was all for you and the young lady. I thought you wouldn't return, so I said those things to her. If the young lady could win Miss Song's favor, life in the prince's residence would be easier for her." Ling'an moved her lips, but didn't speak up for Sueishi. She had already been uneasy since last night for not delivering a message in time. If not for her guilty conscience, she wouldn't have taken those extra steps and happened to see the princess being taken away. She knew she would live with that guilt for the rest of her life. Sueishi bit her lip and was about to kneel and beg for forgiveness, but Si Zhaozhao's cold voice stopped her. "That won't work anymore. Even if you break your head kneeling today, I will never allow someone so disloyal to stay in the Moonlight Pavilion." Upon hearing this, Sueishi quickly looked up and said unhappily, "But Your Highness, if the princess's reputation hadn't been so bad before, I wouldn't have dared to entrust my life to you. Last night, I swore that as long as you are safe this time, I will willingly acknowledge you as my master from now on." Yizhu looked cold and interrupted. "Who is the master?" "It's not something a lowly servant like you can decide," Si Zhaozhao said wisely. "Ambitious and proud, but fragile as paper. Enough talk. You may leave now." She clenched her teeth. As Si Zhaozhao expected, since she didn't get what she wanted, she left quickly and decisively, without showing any respect to her mistress. Having courage is good, but her inconsistency and even encouraging Man to believe in a false mother were misplaced bravery. She would suffer for it sooner or later. After she left, Si Man suddenly clapped her hands and exclaimed, "So she's also a big villain. She deliberately pointed in the wrong direction yesterday. And just now, she lied to me that mother was no longer here and insisted I go pay respects to that bad woman. Mother, how can she be so mean? We never even did anything to her," Man said angrily. Si Zhaozhao pinched Man's chubby little face and advised, "Some people would rather kill innocent people to achieve their goals. Such selfish and self-centered people are hard to trust. If you meet someone like that in the future, remember to stay away." Man nodded, seeming to understand, but not quite. Ling'an saw that Si Zhaozhao's face was always grim and couldn't help but say, "Your Highness, should I take the young lady out to feed the fish?" "You should lie down and rest first. Where did we get fish in Moonlight Pavilion?" Si Zhaozhao asked in surprise. At this moment, Yizhu lied without blushing. The prince thought Moonlight Pavilion was too quiet, so he specially ordered the servants to fix it up. "Without Your Highness's permission, I took the initiative to do some small decorations. If you don't like it, I can remove them at any time." Si Zhaozhao looked at him meaningfully, understanding his intentions. Mo Xianyuan, a man who only cared about politics and the people, wouldn't have such delicate thoughts. It seemed that Yizhu was not as stiff as he appeared. Si Zhaozhao smiled but didn't expose him. "No need.
Keep them.
It looks like Man might like it. It's nice to have some life in this courtyard." While they were talking, Ling'an leaned close to see Man's ear and animatedly described how adorable the little fish in the pond were. Right now, Simon is eager to go out and play. She pulls Si Zhaozhao's hand and pouts. "Mommy, I want to see the little fish. Maybe you can rest for a while, and I'll come back later to keep you company." Si Zhaozhao pats her head and says, "If your wound doesn't hurt, go ahead. Just don't play too late." Simon hops happily, holding Ling'an's hand as they go outside, completely forgetting about the incident where Yizhu pushed her at the door. Yizhu feels a bit touched but also regretful. Such a cute young lady. How could she not be the prince's child? Si Zhaozhao pulls her gaze away from the two people leaving and looks serious. She says, "Guard Yi, remember your promise. Protect my daughter well, especially tonight. Stay close and watch over them at all times." Yizhu understands her meaning without asking questions. He simply replies, "Yes, I understand." After sending Yizhu away, Si Zhaozhao pats her pocket and pauses. "Where is her blood jade ointment?" She took it out earlier at Wanqing Pavilion but never put it back in her space. Now she thinks maybe it fell somewhere while she was dragged around. When she has time, she must go look for it. She doesn't think much more and takes out a bottle, applying it to her whip wound. Soon, the wound heals visibly. Treating burns is common, but this whip wound has such a miraculous effect. If someone finds out, her situation could become even more dangerous. After applying the ointment, she jumps out of the back window of Moonlight Pavilion and heads straight to the dungeon where the toilet servant is held. On a dark, windy night, it's the perfect time for murder and arson. If she's right, Song Chao Shui will choose to silence her knight. Tonight is her only chance to turn things around. In the damp, dark dungeon, the candle flickers. Suddenly, there's a whooshing sound, and all the candles go out at once. The entire dungeon plunges into darkness. The guards inside immediately draw their swords, ready for battle. Everyone be careful. There's an assassin. Quick, don't breathe. There's a sleeping powder. After a moment of crashing sounds and falling, a shadow appears outside the cell. The toilet servant, beaten nearly to death, looks up and sees that shadow easily open the cell door and walk toward him. Who are you? The toilet servant asks fearfully. The shadow silently crouched down, suddenly reaching out to press several acupoints on his neck. The servant immediately opened his mouth, unable to move, and let out frightened sounds. The shadow took a small white porcelain bottle from his coat, poured all the silvery liquid inside into his mouth, and then quietly watched him struggle until he died. Finally, he ruthlessly let go and threw him aside. As the shadow left the dungeon and prepared to retreat, a flash of silver light suddenly streaked past in front of him. She quickly stepped back 2 paces and sharply inserted a heavy black iron sword in front of her. Soon, Yi Qing and his men surrounded the area, excitedly saying, "Your Highness, just as you predicted, this guy dares to act right under your nose. I'll go catch him now." Mo Xian Yuan approved of his actions, standing still and observing the opponent's moves. His stance was very steady, but his moves were a bit messy, and he only used his left hand. The way he moved his steps gave Mo Xian Yuan a strange sense of familiarity. The shadow was sweating heavily, knowing he couldn't fight any longer. If Mo Xian Yuan made a move, he wouldn't be able to escape. He glanced at the bushes behind him, deliberately trying to lure Yi Qing's team closer. Mo Xian Yuan snapped back to attention, noticing her plan. His expression hardened, and with a flash, he drew the sword from the ground and rushed forward. At this moment, the shadow was already turning to run away. The shadow's back was hit solidly by Mo Xianyuan's palm, but she didn't stop and quickly slipped into the grass. When Yi Qing and the others pushed aside the bushes, the person had already disappeared. Yi Qing was surprised. This was the first time an enemy had slipped away from the prince's hands. Mo Xianyuan's face darkened. Yi Qing, go immediately and ask the coroner to come. Send more people to guard all the gates of the manor. Search the entire estate. No corner should be left unchecked. Hearing this, Yi Qing immediately understood. The prince was setting a trap for a big fish. The shadow was very familiar with the small paths of the manor. She avoided the guards, staggered, and ran toward Wanxin Pavilion. In front of the hall, Song Chao Shui saw her return and quickly stood up, anxiously asking what happened. Did you kill him? The shadow knelt down, then lifted her mask, revealing her delicate face. She opened her mouth and couldn't help but spit out some blood. Her lips were stained with a bright red circle of blood.
He's dead.
I fed him a whole bottle of mercury. I almost got caught by the prince, but luckily no one saw it was me. Miss, I was just hit by the prince's palm. I don't think I can serve you properly these next few days. Manhwa, having closed the door earlier, turned back with a disdainful snort. Stay back and spit somewhere else. This Persian carpet was a gift from the western regions this year, a royal tribute. The prince gave it to the young lady for her birthday. It's very precious. If it gets stained with your dog's blood, it won't be easy to clean. Song Chao Shui only then noticed the blood on her hand and frowned unhappily. She still pretended to be caring and said, "It's okay, as long as you're fine.
You should rest now."
Once tonight passes peacefully, I will personally find Xiao Suwa to give you medicine. Thank you, young lady, for your concern. I am willing to serve you loyally and face any danger, without hesitation. Song Chao Shui waved her hand and suddenly remembered something. She quickly asked, by the way, Cui Shi, where did you hide your things? Won't they find them here? Cui Shi looked up, a faint light flashing in her eyes. Don't worry, young lady. Before I was driven out of Yuehua Pavilion, I hid the extra items under the princess's bed. Even if they search, they won't find anything on you. Hearing this, Song Chao Shui's eyes lit up and she chuckled softly. Brilliant hiding spot. Cui Shi, it seems you have quite a grudge against the princess for bullying you at Yuehua Pavilion. But don't worry, as long as you stay loyal to me, you'll share in the wealth and honor in the future. Lianhua suddenly felt threatened. She sneered disdainfully and agreed. Hurry up and thank the young lady. Only someone like you, a treacherous servant who can do such unfaithful things to her former master, would be tolerated by us. Mo Xianyuan's palm contained at least 50% of his inner strength. The fierce energy made Cui Shi suffer excruciating pain, as if her internal organs were about to rupture. She was sweating all over, raised her eyes slightly, clenched her teeth, and fought back without mercy. I heard you were the princess's personal maid before her marriage. When it comes to treachery, I'm far from your match. Lianhua was furious but hesitated, knowing her new mistress was nearby and she couldn't say more. Nearby, Song Chao Shui paid no attention to their petty quarrel. She sat at the dressing table, feeling self-pity, but her eyebrows carried a hint of triumphant pride. She muttered to herself, "Si Zhao Zhao, what should I do? It looks like you really won't be able to get up this time. Prince, the East Wing has been searched, but nothing found. The Western Garden is also clear. Prince, only Yuehua Pavilion and Wanxin Pavilion remain unchecked. Which one should we investigate first?" As soon as these words were spoken, everything fell silent. Everyone waited for his response. Mo Xianyuan rested his hand on the hilt of his sword, repeatedly rubbing the tassel with his thumb, and said firmly, "Go to Wanxin Pavilion." Half an hour later, Mo Xianyuan led more than 30 guards to surround Wanxin Pavilion. Lianhua was the first to come out and knelt on the ground, calling loudly, "Prince!" Inside, Song Chao Shui's hand paused slightly in midair as she painted her eyebrows. Even though she had already guessed that Mo Xianyuan was suspicious of her, seeing him decide to investigate her first made her heart ache a little. Fortunately, she was fully prepared. In this battle, only Si Zhao Zhao would lose. Song Chao Shui drew a simple, weak-looking makeup look, put on her outer clothes, and opened the door, surprised. "Prince, it's so late. What brings you here to see snow?" She blinked charmingly as she spoke. Unexpectedly, Mo Xianyuan ignored her delicate act, which she had practiced in front of the mirror hundreds of times, and coldly said, "Gather all your servants here. I have something to investigate." Song Chao Shui's smile almost cracked. She slowly retracted her slightly raised lips and softly said, "Lianhua, go and handle this quickly." Lianhua quietly glanced inside, then lowered her head and slowly stepped back. Mo Xianyuan noticed her expression before leaving, then waved his hand to dismiss Song Chao Shui and said to the guards, "Search." As soon as he finished speaking, more than 30 guards rushed into the room. Song Chao Shui bit her lip. "Prince, what do you mean? Snow is still unmarried. How can so many men break into her private room? If this gets out, what will Snow do? I have issued a military order. This matter will not be made public." Mo Xianyuan's hand behind his back clenched slightly, and he said coldly, "Chao Shui, Zhang Sheng was murdered. The killer is hiding in the prince's residence. You better not get involved in this, or even bringing up the late Deputy General Song won't save you." Song Chao Shui's face turned pale, but she felt relieved. Luckily, Cui Shi, that treacherous servant, had left a way out. After a moment, the guards came out and shook their heads, saying, "Prince, no abnormalities were found." Outside, Lianhua had gathered her people in the courtyard. They looked at each other, completely unaware of what had happened. Mo Xianyuan turned around and coldly said to them, "Women, close your eyes. All the men, take off your shirts." Yiqing checked each person for any palm prints. Song Chaoshue saw this and, although she was confident they wouldn't be caught, she still felt nervous. After checking everyone, Yiqing shook his head at him. Mo Xian Yuan frowned slightly, wondering if the person wasn't from Wanqing Pavilion. Seeing this, Song Chaoshue stepped forward sadly and said, "Prince, I am doing my duty honestly and am not afraid of being checked. But continuing like this takes too much time. Even if that thief is still in the prince's residence, he might escape during the chaos. Maybe I can think of a way for you." Mo Xianyuan stayed silent. Song Chaoshue then suggested, since this person could avoid the guards and go straight to the prison, he must have an inside helper or be someone from the residence. If we first find out how the toilet worker died, we can follow the clues and find evidence. We should also send more people to watch everyone closely, so no one can leave. We can search openly, and I believe we will find him soon. Hearing this, Yiqing nodded and said, "Miss Song is very clever." "Prince, I think the same. The coroner is arriving soon." Meanwhile, Si Zhaozhao hurried to the prison, but there were already many guards guarding the door. She asked someone, "How is the person inside?" The guard kept silent and others looked the same, as if ordered not to speak. Si Zhaozhao felt worried. Perhaps the toilet worker was in danger, and the person who silenced him had already escaped. Otherwise, so many guards wouldn't suddenly patrol, and 2 or 3 would stand at the bathroom door. She wondered if she was too late. "Sister-in-law, why are you out so late? What are you doing at the prison?" Si Zhaozhao turned around. Mo Yuhui looked at her with a gentle smile, dressed in moon-colored clothes with embroidered cuckoo flowers and gold thread at the collar, holding a paper fan. During the day, he looked like a handsome young nobleman, but now, dressed like this late at night, he seemed a bit flirtatious. He and Mo Xianyuan looked very different. He was slim and gentle, like a breeze after spring rain, while the other was full of fierce energy, with a sharp look that made people afraid. Si Zhaozhao did not relax because of his friendly attitude and cautiously asked, "Why did the second young master come here?" "To watch the commotion."
Montag Yuhua smilet mysteriösly.
It's been many years since the prince's residence was this lively. Of course, I couldn't miss it. Mo Yuhua, what are you doing here? Mo Xuanyuan's voice was as cold as ice. Si Zhaozhao turned her head. When Mo Xianyuan saw her, his expression grew even darker. "And why are you here?" Si Zhaozhao spread her hands helplessly. "You two really are brothers thinking the same thing." They asked the exact same question. "Answer me." "I'm just here to watch." "You've made such a big scene that even a fool could tell something's wrong." Si Zhaozhao shrugged. Hearing her repeat his words, Mo Yuhua winked at her, which only made someone even angrier. Song Chaoshue said in surprise, "That's quite a weak explanation, princess. How could it be such a coincidence that you and the second young master are both here tonight?" Mo Xianyuan was about to lose his temper when Yiqing quickly reminded him, "Your Highness, we should focus on the main matter." The coroner had already said that the sooner they examine the body, the better. If they waited too long, it would start to decay. Besides, it would be their men who had to carry the body later, so of course they wanted to finish quickly. Mo Xianyuan spoke coldly, "Send the princess and the second young master back to their quarters. The rest of you stand guard outside. The coroner and Yiqing will come in with me to examine the body." "Brother, I want to go too." "Your Highness, I want to go as well." Si Zhaozhao and Mo Yuhua spoke at the same time. The guards, sensing trouble, quickly said, "Please, second young master, princess, come with us." Si Zhaozhao said urgently, "This matter concerns my reputation. I have the right to be present." Mo Yuhua had no real reason to stay, but he simply didn't want to leave. Yiqing whispered quietly, "Second young master, please don't get involved. This is between the prince and the princess. If you interfere, you might bring trouble upon yourself." Mo Yuhua ignored him and said, "Brother, I was wrong last time. I shouldn't have told mother. I've heard a bit about what's been happening these past few days, but I haven't said a word to anyone. Please let me go in. I'm thinking of joining the army next year. Consider this practice before I go to the battlefield."
I've never seen what a body looks like.
Mo Xianyuan didn't even look at him and said coldly, "Yi Qing, send him back." After speaking, he lifted his leg and went inside. Si Zhaozhao hurried to follow. Song Chaoshue's eyes twinkled, and she quickly followed behind. Yi Qing stepped in front of Mo Yuhui, showing a hint of helplessness. "Please go back, second young master. Don't make things difficult for my subordinate." Mo Yuhui's eyes turned cold, but when he looked up again, he still appeared relaxed. He waved his fan and said, Brother really isn't very kind. Never mind, never mind. Today's fun is not going to happen." In the dungeon, the body was carried onto a wooden board for interrogation. The coroner was an older man in his 50s. He skillfully moved the eyelids and limbs of a corpse. Then he took out a thin silver needle and inserted it into the mouth and throat of the corpse. When he removed it, the needle was dark and dirty. After washing his hands, the coroner respectfully said, "Prince, the body shows purple and blue discoloration. Lips are dark purple, tongue slightly protruding, fingertips and nails are black, teeth are slightly loose. It appears the person was forcibly given mercury while alive and died from poisoning about half an hour ago. Check the account books and find all the dates when mercury was purchased. Investigate one by one," Mo Xianyuan ordered. The guards went to do as told. Song Chaoshue couldn't wait and said, "Prince, this way is too slow. Why not use Sister Shue's method?" Mo Xianyuan frowned but nodded. "That's good too." Si Zhaozhao watched them, feeling confused. What are they secretly planning? It was clear that Song Chaoshue was the real culprit. Now she was so eager to catch someone. Something must have changed. Not long after, someone ran back to the dungeon with a carved red box. They reported, "Prince, I found this under the princess's bed." Si Zhaozhao immediately recognized the box as the one from the original owner's dressing table, used for blush and powder. She hadn't been able to fix herself up these days and hadn't used it. How did it end up under the bed? Mo Xianyuan saw the object and looked at Si Zhaozhao calmly. He told the guard, "Open it." Song Chaoshue eagerly stared at the red box. Sure enough, a small white jar was among the bright makeup boxes. The coroner opened the jar's lid, gently fanned the contents, then quickly closed it. He said seriously, "Yes, Prince. This contains mercury." Next, the guards took care of the palace affairs and sent the coroner away. Si Zhaozhao was pushed close to the cold wall by Mo Xianyuan and had to stop when her back hit it. "Are you trying to use this trick to create a rift between me and Chaoshue? Hoping to drive her out of the palace, so no one can protect Tingyu, no one can threaten your position, and I will feel pity for you? Is that it?" Si Zhaozhao's lips curl into a slight smile, showing no fear of his question. "Four benefits at once. Sounds like a perfect plan." Mo Xianyuan slowly raises his hand, pinches her chin, lifts it slightly, and forces her to meet his cold, piercing eyes. "Si Zhaozhao, I really underestimated your ambition. You harmed Tingyu, framed Chaoshue, refused to stay quiet even after being beaten. Is there anything you dare not do in the future?" Si Zhaozhao lifts her face, seeing the anger and killing intent in his eyes, and the risky decision she thought of quietly settles in her mind. Song Chaoshue watches the two of them so close, jealousy burning inside her. She suppresses her anger and silently tells herself, "Don't rush." Soon, Si Zhaozhao will be a divorced woman. With Mo Xianyuan's temper, anyone daring to scheme against him will be punished severely, probably stripped of everything and thrown out of the regent's palace. As long as this bloody lesson remains, no woman in the capital will dare to covet Mo Xianyuan again. Soon, her chance will come. The position of princess consort will be hers. Today, she finally waited for that moment. Mo Xianyuan, if the palace maid can identify the real culprit and clear my name, I want you to apologize to me. Song Chaoshue looked stunned. What nonsense was this woman talking about? Zhang Sheng is already dead. How can a corpse identify a culprit? Mo Xianyuan was also stunned, thinking he must have misheard. "What did you say?" Si Zhaozhao repeated it to him without blinking. Mo Xianyuan looked at her suspiciously, as if doubting whether she was pretending to be crazy to escape blame. So, Your Highness, do you dare to gamble? Si Zhaozhao smirked. While Song Chaoshui was still stunned, Mo Xianyuan let go. He didn't believe her, just wanted to see what tricks she would play next. Your Highness, I need your help with one more thing. Besides the lady in the West Wing, please gather everyone else in a large open space. The biggest open space in the palace is probably the back mountain, where the original owner was drowned. The servants of the regent's palace, not counting the guards, number about 50 or 60, all gathered together in a dark mass. The guards carried over the stiff corpse, and many people were so frightened they almost fainted. A few others were trembling with fear, thinking, does the prince know about what we said to tease the princess that day? Otherwise, why would he first kill Zhang Sheng and then bring the body here for us to see? What no one expected was that Mo Xianyuan was just standing nearby, watching silently. Si Zhaozhao walked alone to the front of the corpse and muttered, I wonder if the prince has heard of this. When a person is alive, they breathe. Even after death, their soul might not have left the body yet. That's why there's a saying that bodies are kept for 3 days. Right now, he looks like a dead person, but inside, he still has a little breath. If you don't believe me, I can show you. Si Zhaozhao's palms were sweaty. She thought, this is really dangerous, using magic in front of the war god. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes slowly, and gathered her mental energy. With her left hand, she supported the corpse and whispered, Restless spirit, I know you are full of resentment. Since you are not dead yet, come out and see. Is there anyone here who harmed you? As she spoke, she opened her eyes and immediately lowered her head to hide the golden glow inside. Her right hand suddenly struck the back of the corpse and shouted loudly, Rise. Song Chaoshui watched intently. When she shouted, she was so scared she let out a scream. Mo Xianyuan glanced at her slightly. Song Chaoshui's heart was pounding hard, and she forced a smile, saying, The princess's tricks are really something. If the coroner hadn't already confirmed this person was dead, I'd think she was really trying to summon spirits. But just as she finished speaking, suddenly a fierce wind swept through, dark clouds rolled in, and a strange greenish lightning flashed across the sky. A flock of crows appeared out of nowhere, flying to the treetops and cawing loudly. What made everyone's hair stand on end was that the corpse actually stood up. Si Zhaozhao activated the corpse's magic, her dark eyes shining brightly, like stars in the sky. Song Chaoshui clutched her chest, feeling her heart almost jump out of her throat. Then, the corpse that had just risen took a step forward and started walking toward them. Zhang Sheng's already dull. Dead fish eyes scanned everyone's faces and figures. The scene was so strange and terrifying. This must be a dream. Everyone trembled all over, afraid that the corpse would identify them. Mo Xianyuan was deeply shocked. This scene completely overturned everything he knew. How did she do it?
Could it be
that spirits truly exist in this world? Seeing the corpse circle around the servant without stopping, Si Zhaozhao smiled and said, It seems the murderer isn't here. At this moment, Song Chaoshui relaxed her worries. No matter how she did it, as long as she wasn't identified with the corpse, it was of no use to her. Thinking this, she quietly said to Mo Xianyuan, Prince, could it be that the princess consort is working with her lover to do this? Maybe her lover is still alive, and she just wants to get rid of her enemies. Besides you, is there anyone else in this house who hates her more? Mo Xianyuan suddenly said. Song Chaoshui was choked. At this time, Si Zhaozhao said something even more shocking. We're taking too long to find her. Why not let her run? Spirit of the wronged, go search carefully. This mansion is big, so who exactly harmed you? You should go find out. After speaking, the corpse's feet suddenly seemed to be carried by the wind and rushed away. Mo Xianyuan used his energy to chase after it, with the guards following closely. The others, curious, hurried to follow. Yi Qing had just escorted the second young master back and saw the grand scene, so he also went to join the crowd. Huaxin Pavilion. Mo Xianyuan's expression darkened. Song Chaoshui's face turned pale as she dryly said, It looks like the princess consort really came for Shuer. To frame Shuer, she really put in a lot of effort. Whether it's framing or not, you'll find out once you go in, Si Zhaozhao said coldly, leading the way into the courtyard. In a side room, Cui Shi was dressed in tattered clothes, with her back to everyone. The large slap mark on her back was especially noticeable. She held a pair of scissors, with a few drops of blood on them. The corpse lay at her feet, muttering constantly, "Why did you kill me? Why did you kill me?" Eventually, the voice of the corpse grew quieter until it disappeared. It was the time of the corpse insect, and the dark clouds outside gradually dispersed. The bright moon also slowly appeared, partially hidden. Turning around, Cui Shi saw so many people rushing in, her face turning even paler. She trembled and knelt on the ground.
Montag Xuan Yuan Fraunet.
No wonder he couldn't find this person. She was a woman. It was you who did it. Si Zhaozhao was surprised for a moment, but quickly understood. Only she could do this silently. If it were anyone else, just a little investigation would reveal their involvement. Song Dynasty Shui turned her eyes and angrily pointed at her, shouting, "How can a servant from Manhwa Pavilion appear here? Who ordered you to do this? Quickly tell the prince everything." Cui Shi immediately understood her meaning and crawled on the ground, begging at Si Zhaozhao's feet. "Please, princess, save me," Si Zhaozhao calmly said. Did the prince's earlier words still count? He was referring to his apology. Mo Xianyuan looked cold and said, "It's not too late to talk after you explain clearly." "All right." Si Zhaozhao turned her head and looked at Yi Qing, who was outside asking about what had happened. "Guard Yi Qing, please go to Yuehua Pavilion and ask Yi Zhu to come here, and also call that Dr. Xiao." "Why are you calling Xiao Su?" Mo Xianyuan asked with a frown. Si Zhaozhao showed her small white teeth, her eyes smiling, but it gave a chilling feeling. "With so many false accusations on me, I can't wait to solve each one. Including the poisoning of Mo Tingyu. I think we should clear this up today." The servants were dismissed and returned to their rooms. Without the prince's order, no one was allowed to leave their rooms. After a restless night, the blue sky gradually split open as the golden morning sun rose. Layers of white clouds floated between the golden rays and the blue sky, like a ladder of clouds reaching up to the heavens. When Yi Zhu arrived, he bowed to Mo Xianyuan and then said, "Princess, young lady is sleeping. I didn't bring anyone with me, but Ling'an is watching over her, so you can rest assured about her safety." Si Zhaozhao nodded, very satisfied. Yi Qing's gaze shifted between the two, feeling a bit surprised. He didn't hear wrong, right? Was this fool being so polite to the princess and thinking everything through? It seemed more like he was the princess's guard. He wasn't worried about the prince blaming him. Thinking of this, his eyes looked toward Mo Xianyuan. Mo Xianyuan's face was expressionless, and there was no sign of any change. "Huh? Why are you all at Wanqing Pavilion so early? Did something big happen?" Xiao Su arrived late. Yi Qing stepped forward to explain. "Dr. Xiao, it was the princess who called you. Last night, Zhang Sheng, who was locked in the dungeon, was poisoned and died. The culprit has been identified. It's a maid from the princess's courtyard, but she was caught on Song Girl's side. It's quite complicated." After speaking, he quietly stepped back. When everyone had arrived, Si Zhaozhao finally spoke in a calm, distant tone. "Dr. Xiao, as a physician, you should know how mercury is refined, shouldn't you? Why don't you tell us the steps?" Xiao Su narrowed his eyes. "Your Highness, are you suggesting that I told the maid to commit the crime? I never said that. Are you admitting it yourself, Dr. Xiao?" Si Zhaozhao replied sharply. Xiao Su's gaze turned cold as he said indifferently, "The main material for mercury is cinnabar. When cinnabar is heated, the vapor that condenses becomes mercury. But if the vapor is too much, it becomes poisonous. So it's best to have no more than 2 people refining it, and it should be sealed in a bamboo tube or jar. But mercury evaporates in 2 years. What if I want to keep it longer?" Si Zhaozhao asked. Xiao Su gave a short laugh. "Store it in water." "Why, Your Highness, are you planning to confess?" Ignoring him, Si Zhaozhao turned to Mo Xianyuan and smiled slightly. "First, if it were me, why would I hide it under the bed instead of deep underwater, where it's safer? Second, since I knew the prince was searching the place, why wouldn't I remove it sooner? Now that we know what's needed to refine mercury, we can start from there. Cinnabar is rare in the northern region. If Chui Shi was involved, she couldn't have bought it with her small savings from the Moonlight Pavilion. So where did her money come from? Mo Xianyuan understood her meaning and turned to the guards. Bring the account book. While they moved, Si Zhaozhao beckoned Yizhu over and whispered something to him. Yizhu nodded and left. Seeing how clearly Si Zhaozhao analyzed everything, Song Chaoxue unconsciously tightened her embroidered handkerchief, a chill running down her back. Cinnabar may be rare among commoners in the north, Xiao Su said calmly, but in the regent's residence, it's just one of the medicines I keep. It calms the mind and clears the eyes. I even bought more recently. Surely the princess doesn't mean to say I gave it to her? To find the real culprit, I have my own ways, Dr. Xiao. No need to rush to clear your name. Si Zhaozhao hadn't slept all night, and now drowsiness crept in. After speaking, she couldn't help but yawn. Tears shimmered in her bright peach blossom eyes, catching the sunlight and glimmering like ripples on water. Such clear, beautiful eyes. Who could tell how much calculation lay behind them? Mo Xianyuan's deep eyes paused briefly before he subtly looked away. Earlier, a guard had brought the account book but hadn't had a chance to show it. Yi Qing hurriedly handed over the thick book to Mo Xianyuan, but Si Zhaozhao snatched it away in one swift move. The residence has always been managed by Mo Xianyuan's trusted followers. The account book records everything in great detail. When turning to the page about Wanxin Pavilion, Si Zhaozhao quickly noticed something unusual. On the account book, Chui Shi had no issues, but it was Song Chaoxue who raised suspicion. Besides the monthly silver allowance, Wanxin Pavilion had been regularly advancing extra funds since half a year ago. Each amount was small, 3 or 5 taels, but one entry was 25 taels, used for buying jewelry. Thinking carefully, the original owner remembered that Lianhua also started wearing a jade bracelet around that time, about half a year ago. At first, the original owner thought the bracelet was pretty and casually praised it, but soon after, Lianhua's bracelet disappeared. Si Zhaozhao was sure that Song Chaoxue had bought off Lianhua half a year ago. But at that time, the original owner hadn't yet been discovered by the Shangshu mansion. Why would she have bought the maid in advance? Seeing Si Zhaozhao staring at the account book but not speaking, Mo Xianyuan stood with his hands behind his back, his face very cold. I will give you only the time it takes for one incense stick. If you are playing tricks on me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Si Zhaozhao looked into the man's calm eyes and sneered. Prince, if the person who poisoned Chui Shi was someone you trust deeply, I hope you can also be as impartial. Princess. We've found it. Yi Zhu returned. At that moment, Si Zhaozhao felt confident of victory. Everyone's gaze turned to Yi Zhu, who was holding a black box. Seeing the object, Song Chaoxue, Xiao Su, and Chui Shi's expressions changed dramatically. Mo Xianyuan's eyes suddenly darkened like a deep pool. What are you doing with Dr. Zhao's belongings? Yi Qing asked curiously. This time, Si Zhaozhao smiled and said to Xiao Su, Dr. Xiao, you should be most familiar with this item, since it's your usual medicine box. But how did it end up in Yi Zhu's arms? Xiao Su's eyes turned red at the corners, and he could no longer hide his smile.
Si Cao Cao.
How dare you steal my things? He changed from his usual gentle and refined manner, speaking sharply. A yuan. Ever since this woman married in, the residence has not been peaceful for a day. Isn't it obvious who is behind this wicked maid? She just wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of Miss Song. Because I didn't speak up for her in the back garden, she tried to create discord between us. Such scheming and tricks must not be tolerated anymore. Xiao Su was so angry that his fingers were trembling. Mo Xianyuan held back his anger and said, Yi Qing, return the box. Si Zhaozhao, since you cannot prove your innocence, starting today, you are forbidden from leaving the Moonlight Pavilion for 6 months for reflection, and your silver allowance will be deducted for a year. Si Man will be temporarily looked after by Chao Shui. Si Zhaozhao had already expected this. She coldly opened the box. Inside, several high-quality medicinal herbs were tightly wrapped in paper, one of which had the words, cinnabar and blood red, written very clearly. Song Chao Shue's eyes flashed with panic. She had calculated everything but never expected Xiao Su to be involved. Mo Xianyuan's lips lifted slightly, his expression both amused and intimidating. Si Zhao Zhao, you took the account book but then doubted Xiao Su. Are you deliberately delaying until Yizhu returns? Or is it true, as Xiao Su said, that you resent him for not helping you that day and are using this chance to turn us against him and get rid of him? Si Zhao Zhao sneered coldly. Your Highness, with more obvious evidence of guilt, why would I waste effort on the account book? Yi Zhu and the palace guards are loyal to you. How could I have bought them in just a few days and then falsely accused Dr. Xiao? Moreover, it was to avoid suspicion that she sent Yi Zhu out. Yi Zhu lowered his head and said, reporting to your Highness, I was ordered to search for suspicious things in the palace. In the end, only Dr. Zhao's residence was found to have cinnabar. It was hidden in the cellar, very well concealed. I swear I didn't touch anything inside the box. Mo Xianyuan's eyes narrowed. By whose order? Are you her servant? Did I give you an order to search? Yi Zhu remained silent.
Enough.
Yi Zhu was just passing by to pick something up for me. There's no need for your Highness to scold him now. Let's get back to the main point, Si Zhao Zhao said, seemingly ignoring Mo Xianyuan's angry expression. She continued, although the cinnabar was found in Dr. Zhao's medicine chest, I never said he was the real culprit. Besides, with those guards, the servants had no chance to get close to him, let alone steal medicine. Second young master is busy with his wife and rarely involved in the affairs of the inner courtyard. It's obvious they rarely see Dr. Xiao. So, I asked Dr. Xiao, in the past 2 days, besides your Highness, has anyone else in the palace interacted with you? Dr. Xiao, if you don't want to answer, that's fine. I can go and question each of those guards myself, Si Zhao Zhao said with a smile. The snow on Song's face suddenly turned red, and then white. Her words clearly blocked both options. She wanted to force Xiao Su to reveal herself. Given Xiao Su's position in the prince's heart, as soon as he spoke, the prince would believe her. If Xiao Su chose to protect her, he would take the blame. When will this fool's mind get better? Xiao Su also thought of this. He looked at Si Zhao Zhao with anger and clenched his fists. Besides the prince, only Miss Song has been here. She only asked about Madam and the young master's health, never asked for anything from me. Some things can be obtained without asking. Do you understand, your Highness? Si Zhao Zhao asked sarcastically. Mo Xianyuan looked deep and mysterious. A flicker of emotion passed in his eyes as he quietly watched her, lost in thought. Suddenly, Xiao Su changed his tone. A yuan, I understand now. It's all because this wicked servant is stirring trouble. Miss Song's character wouldn't do such evil things. This must be because she betrayed her former master and holds resentment, trying to take revenge on the princess. Anyone daring to cause chaos in the palace should be beaten to death and their body thrown into the wild to warn others. Si Zhao Zhao sneered. Xiao Shenyi, your ideas change so quickly. Xiao Su's face darkened, but he didn't reply. He continued, a yuan, there's one more thing.
I wanted to tell you today.
Since we're here together, I might as well speak openly. The poison from that day was actually a slow-acting toxin made from 2 kinds of flowers. It's likely someone has been cultivating it secretly for a long time. If this poison was also planted by this wicked servant, her palms should show a dark blue color. He looked at Si Zhao Zhao. Princess, can you show your Highness your palms? This matter concerned her innocence, so she had no choice but to comply. Si Zhao Zhao opened her palms, which were clean and white. Although she was cleared of the suspicion of poisoning Mo Tingyu, she showed no joy on her face. Thinking of something, Mo Xianyuan's brows furrowed. At this moment, Xiao Su stepped into the room, bent down, grabbed Cui Shi's wrist, lowered his voice, and quickly said, "Cooperate with me, and we can turn death into life." Cui Shi's eyes, which had been as still as water, suddenly brightened. She nodded very slightly. Xiao Su's sleeve blocked everyone's view. He pinched her palm and rubbed it quickly, then grabbed her hand and raised it high. Her palm was now showing a dark blue color. He released his hand and stepped back, feeling a faint sense of relief. Cui Shi tremblingly said, "I have served in the prince's residence for 10 years. I can't accept being confined in Yuehua Pavilion. It was the princess who first broke my right hand, then drove me out. I was overwhelmed and made a big mistake. Later, I disguised as Miss Song and stole Dr. Zhao's medicine, begging the prince for mercy." Just as Mo Xianyuan was about to speak, there was a sudden knock on the door. The visitor, dressed in a dark green silk robe like Yi Qing and Yi Zhu, was handsome and graceful. If not for walking on tiptoe, showing impressive lightness skills, he would look like a young scholar. "Prince, a secret letter from the border." He leaned in and whispered something into Mo Xianyuan's ear. Mo Xianyuan immediately ordered, according to Xiao Su's instructions, take her down and execute her. Throw the body into the mass grave. No tombstone allowed. But this. Si Zhaozhao hadn't finished speaking when Mo Xianyuan interrupted her. Although Tian Yu's poisoning and this matter have cleared your name, the authenticity of those 2 letters is still uncertain. I am not in the residence now. You are temporarily confined to Yuehua Pavilion. Do not cause trouble. We will discuss the rest when I return. Prince, are you leaving the residence again? Song Chao Shui looked worried. Mo Xianyuan nodded, just like usual. If there is anything, ask Rongsheng to inform me. Tian Yu, you've been busy these days. Song Chao Shui looked at him reluctantly. It's not a hardship. I am willing to guard the prince's residence for a lifetime. Please go ahead, Prince. I will also do my best to take good care of Madam. Hearing this, Mo Xianyuan's eyes softened considerably. He turned and left, not stopping even for a moment to look at Si Zhaozhao. Yi Qing escorted Cui Shi away to face punishment, while Yi Zhu returned to Yuehua Pavilion to look after the young lady. After they left, the man finally smiled and said, "Princess, I am the strategist of the 3rd Army of the Fire Battalion. I also manage the inner courtyard of the prince's residence." Rongsheng. A few days ago, the prince asked me to go to the border, and I just got back today. If I haven't taken good care of Yuehua Pavilion, I hope the princess will forgive me. Before speaking, he even ignored everyone else, treating them as invisible. Smart as a fox, that was Si Zhaozhao's first impression of him. In the past, she might have considered trying to win him over, since as long as she was comfortable, Song Chao Shui would feel uncomfortable. But now, both sides were evenly matched, and in the end, only a small, insignificant scapegoat was eliminated. She truly had no mood for anything. She slightly curled her lips and politely said, "Since you are the prince's trusted aide, you are like family. From now on, I will rely on Steward Rong to take care of things." Rongsheng, who had analyzed countless battles in the military camp, knew well that when women in the backyard start scheming against each other, even a king would find it hard to handle. After exchanging a few words, he found a good excuse to leave quickly. Suddenly, Si Zhaozhao stopped Xiao Su, who was about to leave with his box, and said with a double meaning, "I heard there is a kind of illness in this world that initially causes forgetfulness. After you return, Dr. Xiao, you should prepare some medicine to take care of yourself." This was a mockery of Mo Tingyu, who had been poisoned for so long, yet only chose today to reveal the truth about the poisoning. Whether the words were true or false, this Dr. Zhao's resentment towards her was now fully exposed. In the future, if he wanted to falsely accuse Si Zhaozhao again, he would have to think more carefully, using this as a lesson. Those who had stayed long in the prince's residence weren't fools. With a little thought, they could understand the situation. Xiao Su clenched his fists, his brow muscles tense, but he forcibly suppressed his anger. "Thank you, Princess, for your concern." After speaking, he hurriedly left. The ladies should leave now. Lianhua finally couldn't hold back and stepped out, sarcastically saying, "The princess's skills really impress me. It's as if she's a different person." But today, the princess targeted Miss Song everywhere and even quarreled with Dr. Xiao. "Considering how I used to serve you, I want to give you a piece of advice. Your days ahead might become even more difficult. It's better to stay low-key and act wisely. But I heard that when the prince led the soldiers to search, the first place they checked was Wanqing Pavilion? I think it must be, because Miss Song holds an important place in the prince's heart. No matter if it's good or bad, The prince always thinks of you first.
But
Why did Steward Rong only chat casually with me earlier and didn't call back Yizhu when the prince left the residence? Instead, he left him to do my bidding? It seems that my title as princess isn't completely useless after all. Si Zhaozhao's sarcastic words stabbed like needles into Song Chaoshua's heart. Her face turned pale, and surprisingly, she did not retort. Lianhua couldn't help but get angry and said, Miss Song and the prince are childhood sweethearts. Naturally, he cares about her most. Guard Yi is just following the prince's orders to watch over you, worried that you might cause trouble again. Now that Zhang Sheng is dead, and you, the princess, are secretly communicating with a wild man, trying to steal the royal treasury, but you still can't explain clearly. Who knows how long you'll keep your position as princess? Si Zhaozhao deliberately said angrily. Stop scaring me. Forging handwriting isn't hard. The person who wrote those 2 letters is just a fool. I will find out who it is eventually. Lianhua's face turned red with anger. You're the fool. With me here, you'll never clear your name in this life. Oh, I'm talking about the person who wrote those letters. Why are you so anxious? You're just a little servant. How could you control me? That's because the person who wrote that letter. Suddenly, Lianhua was slapped without warning. When she saw Song Chaoshua's fierce eyes, she trembled and lowered her head. Si Zhaozhao secretly thought, almost got her to slip up. Song Chaoshua rubbed her numb hand, then gracefully bowed and forced a smile. Princess, don't take what this lowly servant says to heart. As for the matter with Tingyu, my sister should apologize to you. You almost got assaulted by Zhang Sheng's servant, and you've been through a lot of shock. You've been busy all night because of his death. It's still early, so you should go back and rest, she added. My sister is on the prince's orders and needs to go see Tingyu and his wife, so I won't stay much longer. Si Zhaozhao, who had already seen through her expression, let out a light laugh and left a step ahead of her. Lianhua followed Song Chaoshua, covering her face and not daring to speak. After closing the door, Song Chaoshua sat down and pointed at her head, scolding angrily. Fool! You almost fell into her trap just now. Luckily, the prince wasn't here, or I would have been ruined by you, this lowly servant. I was just anxious to seek justice for Miss, Lianhua said, feeling wronged. Song Chaoshua glared at her, a hint of suspicion flashing in her almond-shaped eyes. Today she escaped unscathed because I was too careless. Now I see, this woman is definitely not a fool. On her wedding day, she clearly had no strength left to resist. Song Chaoshua's eyes turned fierce. There must be a secret behind this. And that secret must be the reason for Si Zhaozhao's sudden change. Lianhua didn't think much about it. She casually said, I have served in the Shangshu residence since I was 8 years old. Except for the 3 years she was missing, I have always been by her side. I haven't noticed anything unusual. Maybe she had a close call with death, and it affected her mind. Miss, don't worry. With her simple mind, she will lose her position as the princess soon enough. Upon hearing this, Song Chaoshua's expression darkened. She sharply pounded the table and said, if she can become a princess with her simple mind, then I might as well be a pig. Frightened, Lianhua knelt down and trembled as she said, I dare not. I just think, miss, you care too much about that wicked woman. She survived this time because Tsueshi didn't do her job properly and almost harmed you and Dr. Xiao. Song Chaoshua snorted coldly. That wicked woman used some method I don't know about, which allowed Zhang Sheng to suddenly come back to life. I underestimated her for not dying earlier, but next time, she won't be so lucky, Lianhua carefully suggested. If Miss wants to get rid of her, why not do it while the prince is away from the residence? Rest assured, she is living in the Shangshu residence worse than our second Mrs. Dog. Even if she dies, Lord Shangshu won't pursue it too much. A sinister look flashed in Song Chaoshua's eyes. This time, I won't give her a chance to fight back. As Si Zhaozhao reached the gate of Yuehua Pavilion, she saw someone wandering there, seeming to have waited a long time. Second young master, what brings you here? Brother has something he can't understand. I hope sister-in-law can help clarify. This person was Mo Yuhui. He still wore his elegant robes, waving his fan happily and asking, Sister-in-law, May I ask where your charm techniques come from? Under the blazing sun, Si Zhaozhao felt a sudden chill throughout her body. Mo Yuhui watched her forehead gradually sweat and asked harmlessly, "Sister-in-law, what's wrong? Is it too hot today? Maybe you should go inside first." "I've never been to Manhwa Pavilion before, but I've heard your daughter is very obedient and sensible. Although my brother doesn't acknowledge her, I'd be happy to be her uncle. Alternatively, he might secretly have some hidden dealings with the bug master." Si Zhaozhao brought him to the pavilion in the courtyard and sat down, her mind heavy as she watched the fish swimming in the pond. Mo Yuhai squinted slightly, feeling the cool breeze on his face. He said comfortably, making her uneasy, "Sister-in-law, you haven't explained things to my younger brother yet. I heard only people from the Xiantian kingdom can learn bug techniques. Since you have lived in the capital for a long time, how did you learn them? Aren't bug techniques considered taboo in the northern border?" "Brother second, you're worried about being overheard and causing trouble." Si Zhaozhao didn't plan to admit anything. Whether he was an enemy or a friend, if she acknowledged it, he could use it against her. She hadn't yet uncovered Song Chaoshue's true nature, and she couldn't even protect herself. How could she foolishly hand a sharp sword over to others, hanging over her head? Even if she had a deadly enemy like Mo Xianyuan, she believed that enemies' enemies could be friends, though that was a naive idea. Anyone who made Mo Xianyuan hate her, she would treat even more cautiously. Mo Yuhai looked around with a smile, and then lowered his voice. "Sister-in-law, let's be honest. The corpse bug is a secret technique of the bug sect, not something ordinary bug masters can control. You don't need to deny it, or how else would the corpse suddenly move? Rest assured, I won't tell my brother. I just met a few people from the bug sect, so I'm curious which sect you studied under, to recommend you to others. That way, you'll have more confidence in the mansion." Si Zhaozhao's mind moved. The bug sect in Xiantian Kingdom officially has 5 main branches, but she also has a master, who forms her own school. She has only taken 3 apprentices, who each went their separate ways after learning. Only she followed her master into the palace. Only she knows where her master's sect comes from. Her 2 senior brothers have very different personalities, but both remember the rules of their sect and wouldn't casually use bug techniques outside. Even if someone broke the rules, Mo Yuhai had met one of them. To keep her master's trust, she would never risk revealing her identity. Thinking this, Si Zhaozhao smiled slightly. Zhang Sheng was indeed quite lively back then. The coroner, being older, might have missed some details. I just stimulated his acupoints, and he temporarily regained consciousness. Unfortunately, he was eventually silenced by Cui Shi. "It seems sister-in-law considers me an outsider." "Well, my brother doesn't like me either, so how could I expect sister-in-law to trust me?" Mo Yuhai said sadly. Although he is only a year younger than Mo Xianyuan, he was spoiled and raised in the capital since childhood. He has never experienced wind or rain, and his skin is as white and tender as peeled fruit. His eyes, like those of a small kitten, are clever and obedient. When he smiles, 2 shallow dimples appear on his cheeks, making him look like a cute child who is very lovable. Usually, when he shows this fragile look, any woman would be moved and want to comfort him. But unexpectedly, Si Zhaozhao shows no mercy on her face. She responds politely and distantly, "The family of the prince is naturally half my family. There is no distinction between inside and outside. But since the second young master has been staying here too long, if this gets to the prince's ears and the second young master has a wife to protect him, I might not be so lucky." Mo Yuhui looks even more sad. "Sister-in-law, are you afraid I might cause you trouble?" Si Zhaozhao immediately nods. "Montak Yuhui." Sister-in-law is very straightforward, quite different from the rumors. "Since that's the case, I won't stay any longer. Next time I have a chance, I will visit my lovely little niece." Seeing Si Zhaozhao stand up, Mo Yuhui thought she was going to see him off. He was about to say some polite words, but saw her turn and walk into the house, completely ignoring him. Mo Yuhui quickly closed his fan, his face pale, and left the Manhwa Pavilion swiftly. As soon as he entered, Ling and Hurdley came to greet him. "Your Highness, you finally came back. Something big has happened at the Shangshu residence." What happened? Si Zhaozhao frowned. Ling An hurriedly said, "This morning, someone from the Shangshu residence came to see you. Since you weren't here, I went to ask. The person said she was Cheong Mama, who serves the wife of the house. She said the madam suddenly disappeared yesterday. That night, she heard dogs barking and went to check. She saw the housekeeper locking the madam up with chains. She said the madam had a fit last night and scratched a maid's face. Fearing something might happen, she hurried to call you back. Her mother is not crazy at all. Someone must be deliberately framing her." Si Zhaozhao's eyes sharpened with determination. She quickly said, "Pack your things and take Man back to the Shangshu residence." Ling An worriedly asked, "Will taking Miss Man cause trouble for the princess?" "I mean no harm, but I think if this matter is suspicious, bringing Miss Man might make others use her against you. It might be hard to stand up for the madam then. It's okay. Carrying it with you is much safer than leaving it in this dangerous place." Song Chaoshue was still at the mansion. She didn't think this person was easier to deal with than Su Wanning. After this incident, she could see that Song Chaoshue was not only clever but also flexible, like a poisonous snake that might bite back when you least expect it. Ling An quickly tidied up. Si Man was awakened by her. She looked confused at first, but when she heard they were going back to the Shangshu mansion, her sleepy eyes immediately brightened. "Are we leaving here? Will I never see the big bad person again?" Ling An thought she was worried about not seeing the prince anymore and comforted her. "Miss, the princess is just taking you home for a few days. She will be back soon." Si Man's face immediately fell. "Oh, why do we have to come back?" Seeing her unhappy, Ling An didn't know what to say. Si Zhaozhao took her small hand and softly said, "Don't be afraid. Mom is with you. I won't let you get hurt again. No matter where we are, I will protect you." Si Man watched her mouth move as her gentle voice reached her ears. She nodded obediently. "Okay, Man isn't afraid. Man will try to make sure the bad people can't bully Mom." She then clenched her small fists and punched the air a few times. This made Ling An and Si Zhaozhao smile at each other. "Princess, why are we leaving from the back door?" "That steward Rong is very easy to talk to," Ling An asked curiously. Si Zhaozhao looked at the 3 or 4 guards standing in the corner and whispered, "Mo Xian Yuan just left not long ago. If Steward Rong disobeys his orders now, he will be severely punished." Ling An quickly understood. Even if the prince blames Steward Rong, it's just neglecting his duties, not disobeying military orders. "You are truly kind-hearted," Si Zhaozhao smiled. "I'm not as good as you say. I'm just assessing the situation." Mo Xian Yuan was sent to the mansion from far away, and Mo Xian Yuan must trust him greatly. If he disobeyed orders for himself, that man would only intensify his actions against her, not punish Mo Sheng, who was close to her. In the end, she was just trying to reduce Mo Xian Yuan's punishment of her. "Where is the princess going with her family?" The 2 people were startled by the sudden sound. Ling An turned her head to see who was coming and relaxed a little, though her tone carried some resentment. "Guardian Yi, why is there no sound when you walk?" Yizhu apologized, saying, "I'm used to moving quickly with light skills, so I accidentally startled the princess, the young lady, and—" Miss Ling An. Si Zhaozhao shook her head and said, "It's okay. My mother had some trouble on her side, and I need to return tonight. I forgot to tell you. Are you planning to follow me or stay at the prince's residence?" Yizhu clasped his fists and replied without hesitation, "I will follow the princess's orders." Si Zhaozhao nodded. "In that case, let's go together." They hired a carriage and managed to return to the Shangshu residence before dark. Yizhu, who often traveled with Mo Xian Yuan, was experienced and didn't react much to the grandeur of the residence's gate. However, Ling An, who had never left the prince's residence, exclaimed in amazement, "The princess's family is so impressive. No wonder your dowry was over 10 boxes." Hearing this, Si Zhaozhao remembered something. Although the original owner's father was naive, and she had a jealous aunt and a foolish half-sister, she was still a princess granted by the emperor. On her wedding day, her dowry was generous, but at that time, she only wanted to please the prince. She believed lotus flower slander and moved all the good things to Wanqing Pavilion, leaving only a small amount of dowry for herself. As a result, she ended up with a tarnished reputation and a tragic death. When she was reborn, she nearly repeated the original owner's tragedy because of that small remaining dowry. Si Zhaozhao rubbed her forehead and said, "Let bygones be bygones. I will get those things back someday." As soon as they entered, Si Man suddenly pointed at a spot and shouted anxiously, "Bad dog. Biting dog." At the point where Si Man was pointing, a guard from the Shangshu residence appeared briefly, and a white shadow ran past him, probably the dog raised by Si Mingyue. But Man had never lived at the Shangshu residence for long. The original owner was found and taken away just a few days after being brought back, and she was soon carried away in a bridal sedan. Why would Man react so strongly to this dog? Just then, Grandma Cheong said she heard barking and found her mother's whereabouts. Si Zhaozhao instinctively led the chase. Halfway there, she heard a woman scream, her mother's voice. Si Zhaozhao's face changed. She was about to rush over but was stopped by someone. The woman had a sharp, pointed face, slanted eyes, and a small mole above her mouth, giving her a fierce look. "Without permission, who allowed you to break into the Shangshu residence? Where is the gatekeeper? Why are all these stray cats and dogs being let in?" Ling'an didn't want to start a fight with the Shangshu household right after returning with the princess. She patiently explained, "Look carefully. This is our regent prince's wife. She came back just a few days ago. Don't you even recognize your own young lady?" The woman crossed her arms and sneered, "What does it matter if I recognize her? The master said no visitors today, no matter who comes." The princess isn't a stranger. Ling'an was really unhappy with her tone. Just because she's married doesn't mean she's a stranger. And she even brought a child, who leaves home and keeps coming back so often. Maybe the regent prince kicked her out. That's why she shouldn't be allowed in. She rolled her eyes. Although Si Man had slow hearing, she heard the first sentence clearly. She was so angry her face turned red. She gritted her teeth and retorted, You're talking nonsense. We are people. Man recognizes you. You and your grandfather are talking badly about my mother in the study." Suddenly, Su Sanyan's face turned pale. She remembered that day in the study when her husband was there, and this little girl saw everything. Panicking, she raised her hand to cover her mouth. Ling'an protected the young lady and was slapped unjustly. Tears of grievance and anger welled up in her eyes. Si Man hid behind Ling'an, while Su Sanyan, acting crazy, tried to rush forward. Yi Zhu, with a stern face, drew his sword swiftly and pointed it at Su Sanyan's neck, making her gasp for breath in fear. "Ling'an, hit her back," Si Zhaozhao said coldly. Ling'an knew the princess wanted her to take revenge herself. Her eyes warmed, and she clenched her teeth, slapping her back. Although her palm was numb and painful, she felt incredibly relieved inside. Su Sanyan stared in shock, her face burning with pain. She thought she was a good to manipulate, but now she was stunned. "How dare you tell this servant to hit me? Do you know who I am?" she snarled at Si Zhaozhao. Si Zhaozhao's tone was calm, but her eyes held icy sharpness. "Thinking that just because your surname is Su, you can run the Shangshu residence? A servant who was kicked out for trying to flirt with the master's family? You really overestimate yourself." This incident was something the original owner had overheard when she went to see Su Wanning before, but she never paid much attention. Now, after this fuss, it suddenly came back to her mind. Su Sanyang is the nursemaid of the wife of the governor of Shuntian Prefecture, and she is the nurse for the son of the family. She was caught trying to the governor with poison and was beaten and driven out. She was said to have knelt outside the door for 3 days, begging for forgiveness. Although Madame Su felt sorry for her and opened the door, she sent her somewhere else. Fearing she might be bullied because of her shameful past, she even gave her the family name, which was praised by the common people as a sign of her being a good head of the household, broad-minded and generous. However, she was sent to her daughter's house. That daughter is naturally Su Wanning. When Su Sanyang heard her mention that shameful incident again, she looked at Si Man with a dark, vicious gaze. No, she had to find a way to clear her name. She must not let anyone suspect she had any connection with the master again, or she might fall into the same trouble again. Yi Zhu pushed Su Sanyang away with a knife, and Si Zhaozhao, along with Ling En and the others, continued walking forward. Please, master, forgive the madam. She is just sick and has no intention to harm anyone. Granny Cheong, over 50, with half her hair gray, was held aside by 2 strong guards. She had no other way but to keep begging. Lin Fanhua was chained heavily to an old locust tree, struggling and crying out in pain, as if enduring great suffering. Ahead, a maidservant was being helped to apply medicine, with several scratches and blood marks on her face from fingernails. Su Wanning sighed. Master, it's all my fault for pleading for my sister back then, asking her to stay in the house. If I had listened to that Taoist priest and sent my sister to a monastery to recover, maybe her illness would have been cured long ago. Si Yuan's face was full of disgust. No matter where she is sent, it's shameful for this official. Come, draft a divorce paper. From now on, there will only be one madam in the official's residence. Lock this crazy woman in the dungeon and let her fend for herself. I dare anyone to try. Yi Zhu, holding a dagger, cleared the way with confidence. Si Zhaozhao looked at them coldly, while Ling En carried Si Man at the back. You rebellious girl, why have you come back again? When Si Yuan saw her, he remembered the past days, dreaming every night of the reckless words spoken by Emo Xian Yuan in front of the glass pavilion. His anger flared, his eyes widened, and he gasped for air, his face turning pale and then flush. Su Wanning quickly took out a black pill and stuffed it into his mouth, then called for someone to pour a cup of tea. Almost everyone else was busy trying to stabilize Si Yuandao, who suddenly had a heart problem. Meanwhile, Si Zhaozhao stood with her arms crossed, showing no concern, and delivered a harsh, "Dad, can your body hold up through the new year? There's a saying that some people can't help but talk nonsense and act foolishly before they die. It seems that everything Dad says today shouldn't be taken seriously. Otherwise, the Emperor might blame Dad for favoring his concubine and neglecting his wife. When that time comes, it will be too late to regret." "Zhao Zhao, what are you saying? How can you curse your father so casually?" Su Wanning exclaimed in shock. Si Yuandao's face turned red with anger, his breath quickening. He pointed at her, trembling. "Rebel girl, get out. I don't want to see you." Zhao Zhao ignored his anger and smiled sharply. "Do you think I want to come back? If it weren't for my mother suffering here without reason, I wouldn't come to this terrible place. Every visit brings bad luck. You. Si Yuandao's chest ached, his lips turned pale, and suddenly he kicked his legs and fainted. "Oh my! Sir, quickly find a doctor." Su Wanning, full of panic, slapped and shook Si Yuandao's face. As soon as Zhao Zhao returned, she stirred up chaos in the official residence. Nearby, Grandma Cheong's eyes sparkled with tears of excitement. She had indeed found the right person. Miss Zhao Zhao had truly changed. She now cared about the madam. The doctor hurriedly examined him, and Si Yuandao slowly regained consciousness. When he opened his eyes and saw Zhao Zhao still there, he almost got angry again. Su Wanning gently helped him breathe evenly. Si Yuandao patted her hand comfortingly, leaned back on the official's chair brought by the servants, and endured. "Your mother's madness hasn't healed yet. If she isn't locked up again, she could ruin others' reputations today, and tomorrow she might even harm someone. I will divorce her, to protect her. Except for the 3 years I wasn't at the residence, my mother has never hurt anyone when she was crazy." "Don't you suspect someone is maliciously framing her?" Zhao Zhao said sharply. Si Yuandao seemed to hear a huge joke and sneered. "Framing a madwoman? What's the benefit in that? Getting rid of my mother would benefit the most to whoever does it. That person is the biggest suspect." "Zhao Zhao, what do you mean?" "Besides your mother, the only other person in the official residence is me. If I truly cared only about fame and fortune, why would I have spent so much effort persuading your father to keep her here?" As he spoke, Su Wanning covered her face and wept. Si Yuando cared deeply for her fragile and delicate manner. He held her in his arms to comfort her, his face dark with anger, and shouted in a commanding tone, "Enough. Do as I say. You are now a married woman and have no right to interfere in the affairs of the Ministry of War." After speaking, he ordered, "From this moment, take Lin Fanluo to the dungeon. Without my permission, no one is allowed to see her. Take her away at once." Two servants stepped forward toward Lin Fanluo. Before Sizizho could stop them, Lin Fanluo suddenly lost control and bit one of the men on the shoulder. The man cried out in pain, clutching his shoulder.
"Ah!"
"Madam bit me." Su Wanning frowned and urged, "Doctorine, take him away and treat his wound." Thinking of how ridiculous this would sound if it spread, Siyuando could no longer hold back his anger. He stood up, grabbed the whip that had been prepared, and struck at Lin Fanluo with full force. In a flash, a shadow moved. The whip clashed with a sharp blade, sending out a shower of sparks. A strong wave of energy surged up the whip, forcing Siyuando to release it. He stumbled back a few steps and fell awkwardly into his chair. Su Wanning narrowed her eyes and shouted, "How dare you? Who are you to strike the Minister of War?" Yi Zhu sheathed his sword, stepped in front of Lin Fanluo, and stood tall and calm. "I am Yi Zhu, captain of the 3rd Battalion of the Blazing Fire Camp. By the prince's order, I am to protect the princess. In his absence, she has full authority to command me." Su Wanning was stunned. How could Sizizho, that troublesome girl, have someone like this protecting her? She had heard that the prince treated her coldly these past few days. Could the rumors have been wrong? Siyuando said angrily, "So, a mere 6th-rank officer dares to meddle in my family affairs." But he could do nothing, for the Blazing Fire Camp answered only to the prince, not to the Ministry of War. As the tension grew, little Simon, who was in Lingen's arms, suddenly clapped her small hands and cheered for Yi Zhu. Her big eyes sparkled as she said, "Wow, you helped my mother. That means you're not a bad person anymore. If you're good to her, I'll forgive you." The young girl tilted her soft, round face toward him with a smile. Her innocent and unguarded expression made Yi Zhu feel surprised. For the first time, warmth appeared in his usually cold eyes. He involuntarily smiled and said, "Thank you, young lady, for your kindness. I will do my best to fulfill your wishes." While they were talking, Si Zhaozhao quietly moved closer to Lin Fanhua. Seeing how her mother looked so miserable after just a few days apart, she felt a sharp pain in her chest. Lin Fanhua still held a bloody piece of meat from the servant, looking at Si Zhaozhao with a tilted head. Her beautiful eyes showed struggle, pain, and a hint of confusion. It was clear her actions were not entirely under her control. Suddenly, Si Zhaozhao grabbed her wrist, startled, and quickly pressed several acupoints on her neck. Lin Fanhua closed her eyes and sank into deep sleep. The piece of meat fell to the ground, and a tear of relief slipped from the corner of her eye. That tear burned in Si Zhaozhao's eyes, making them feel a little hot. Turning around, she coldly said to her foolish father, "I will treat my mother's illness. If anyone dares to hurt her again, don't blame me for reporting to the emperor, the officials, and the people to seek justice for her over the unfair treatment she has endured all these years. Rebellious girl. Are you trying to make me angry to death? You can't do anything. Your mother has been crazy for so many years, and I've never seen you say a word to defend her. Since you married someone, now you dare to threaten your father." Cough, 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 Si Yuandao scolded angrily. Su Wanning sighed. If Zhao Zhao really has a way to cure her sister, that would be good. But treating an illness is not a small matter. You don't even know how to read, let alone learn medicine. How can you ensure your mother won't hurt anyone again? Si Zhao Zhao replied calmly, "Give me 3 days. I have my own way to cure her. You don't need to worry about how I learn medicine. I will take good care of her and make sure she doesn't have the chance to hurt anyone. I will bear all the consequences myself." Seeing she refused to listen, Si Yuandao angrily turned and left, flinging his sleeve. Su Wanning followed behind, and when she approached her, she looked at her with pity and said, "Zhao Zhao, since ancient times, those who overestimate themselves often end badly. You must be very careful. Si Zhaozhao lifted her lips and replied indifferently, Madam Su, remember this. Those who do wrong will eventually bring about their own ruin. Su Wanning glanced at her, then turned and walked away, twisting her waist. Princess Yi said, Your Highness, you haven't rested well at the palace these days. Let my subordinates carry the lady away. Si Zhaozhao nodded absent-mindedly. After Cheong Mama was released, she was deeply moved and said, Miss, I didn't expect you to really want to come back. She looked at the innocent Si Man Man and said happily, This must be Miss Man Man. She looks just like you did when you were little. If the lady could wake up, she would definitely like her. Si Man Man had never seen Cheong Mama before. She quietly leaned in Sister Lingen's arms, curiously looking at her with wide eyes. Si Zhaozhao thought about Lin Fangjia's pulse and opened her mouth, but her thoughts were so complicated she couldn't speak. Cheong Mama, who had lived most of her life, immediately became nervous when she saw her expression change. Many bad guesses from the past flooded her mind. Is the young lady worried about the madam's illness? Could it be that there is something wrong with her condition? After hesitating for a moment, Si Zhaozhao sighed heavily and said, Let's go back first. Cheong Mama quickly followed behind. She carefully helped Lin Fangjie lie down, then wisely asked Yi Zhu to guard the door. She and Sister Lingen went to trim the weeds in the courtyard. Si Man Man, being a curious child, happily followed along, pulling weeds. Inside the room, Si Zhaozhao focused entirely on examining the long-standing insect parasite inside Lin Fangjie. Her brows furrowed tightly, like a tangled rope. It's a controlling soul insect. As the name suggests, it uses a mother insect inside the host to control the offspring insect. Before it activates, it has a very strong ability to avoid detection, which is why Si Zhaozhao didn't notice it earlier. The mother insect needs to survive inside the host for 5 years. Only when it fully matures can it control the offspring insect. The offspring insect spreads like a spider web, anchoring itself in key points inside Lin Fangjie's body, eventually settling at her vital gate, controlling her actions, speech, and even her consciousness, turning her into a puppet. Only high-level insect masters can craft such a parasite. Could someone from the Holy Sky Kingdom have infiltrated the minister's residence? Unexpectedly, even the princess and her family is so distressed, Lingen sighed. Annie Cheong was bending over to sweep the yard, then paused and sighed. 3 years ago, the young lady had it worse. The second madam would often scold and hit her when the master was away. A couple of times, the young lady couldn't bear it and went to complain. But unexpectedly, the second young lady and the second madam teamed up to say the young lady was lying and faking her injuries. Since then, the young lady became even more silent. Such a thing really happened? Lingen was shocked. The princess was also a legitimate daughter, so why didn't anyone help her? A child without a mother is like a child with a mother is a treasure. The former madam always claimed to speak in her own daughter's name, saying it was for the young lady's good, which made her so strict. Luckily, after the young lady married the regent king, she changed completely and finally saw who she should cherish most. Auntie Cheong looked at Si Man Man, who was happily squatting by the wall, and smiled. A few days ago, when Si Zhaozhao returned home, she wasn't in the house. Hearing the servants' gossip, she only doubted it, thinking those facts were beyond what she believed the young lady could do. But today she was convinced. Suddenly, a loud noise came from inside the house. Yi Zhu broke in immediately. Seeing what was happening, he exclaimed, Madam, Auntie Cheong and Lingen quickly brushed off the dirt and hurried into the room. Lingen saw Si Zhaozhao lying on the ground, coughing up blood. She was so frightened her face turned pale, and her voice trembled. I'll go call the doctor. No need. Si Zhaozhao swallowed some blood, and with Auntie Cheong and Yi Zhu helping her, she sat back on the stool. Wiping the blood from her lips, her face was pale but she smiled with relief and said slowly, My mother's fine. She had broken the controlling soul mother insect. Meanwhile, the person who cast the spell was also suffering a huge backlash. In a cramped secret room, a thick wailing echoed endlessly. A person in a black robe was struggling and lying on a stone bed. Thick black blood splattered onto the moss-covered brick wall in front. They didn't even bother to wipe the blood dripping from their chin. Instead, they quickly sat cross-legged again, fingers flying as they chanted spells, trying to suppress the chaos within their body caused by the mother insect. But since the mother and child were connected, the mother insect, just having lost her child, went into a frenzy, and her power was almost impossible to resist. Su Wanning watched anxiously from behind. "Master, what is happening?" The man in the black robe was furious. Suddenly, he grabbed a nearby dagger and stabbed it deep into his chest. At the same time, a cool breeze entered the secret room, blowing his hair back and revealing his glowing golden eyes. Those eyes still had double pupils. After a moment, the man in the black robe gasped for breath. The golden glow faded. He slightly turned his head and quietly spoke to Su Wanning, his voice like gravel, unclear if male or female. "The soul control bug on Lin Fanhua has been destroyed. Besides me, there are other bug masters here. Don't come to see me for a while." Hearing this, Su Wanning was shocked and scared. "That's great. Miss, you're amazing. This madness has troubled Madam for years, but it never hurt anyone. I'm really worried about what will happen to the lady in the future. But it's good now that she's safe," Granny Cheong said excitedly. Lin Fanhua slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were clear, but she didn't look happy or healed. Si Zhao knew what she was worried about. She wiped the blood from her lips, reached out, and held her hand gently. She whispered, "Mother, you saw it too. Whether you are sick or not, they won't leave you alone. Your daughter respects your wishes. If you want to get better, I will do everything I can to help you get what you deserve and protect what you've been guarding. Similarly, if you want to stay confused and not fight anymore, I can take you away from all this trouble." Granny Cheong listened, confused. "Miss, what do you mean? Has Madam been pretending to be crazy all these years?" Si Zhao said nothing, just looked at her mother with firm eyes, waiting for her decision. After a while, Lin Fanhua closed her eyes again. When she opened them, she seemed to carry a quiet but commanding presence. She sighed softly, patted Si Zhao's head, and said, "Zhao, why do you do all this for Mother? I know life in the palace isn't easy for you. I'm afraid if I stay, I'll cause trouble for you. It might even hold you back." Si Zhao immediately understood her mother's thoughts and smiled gently. "With Mother here, I have the courage to face them. The rest I will handle." Her Zhao has finally grown up. Lin Fanhua held her hand tightly, looking at her with love and affection.
"Ah,
don't come near, Mother." Suddenly, a cry came from outside. It was Si Man's voice. Yi Zhu was the first to rush out the door. He saw a white dog baring its teeth and chasing after Si Man around the yard. He quickly stepped forward and kicked the vicious dog away. The dog whimpered and collapsed onto the ground. Si Man, with tears in her eyes, clung to Yi Zhu's sleeve. A group of people approached the side courtyard with fierce looks. The first to shout was Su Sanyang. "You little wild girl. How dare you hurt the second Mrs. Dog? Everyone, go and beat her." Because of the previous incident with Si Zhao, the servants looked at each other nervously, not daring to act rashly. Su Sanyang stomped her foot in anger. "What are you afraid of? It's a waste that Madam treats you so well every day. At this critical moment, you're useless. If anything happens to you on Bao, I will make sure Madam punishes you. But Sanyang, if we cause trouble like this, won't the master be angry?" "The main wife hasn't even been dismissed yet," someone asked hesitantly. Su Sanyang didn't know that Si Zhao had already reached an agreement with Si Yuandao and the others. She snorted coldly. The master would never let a madwoman be the head wife. The divorce papers must have been prepared long ago. Besides, the master is worried about second Mrs. Illness. Her beloved dog was hurt, and he won't just stand by and do nothing. Someone trying to flatter her said, "Exactly. Sanyang is the wet nurse of the second Mrs. older brother, and she's going to manage the official residence in the future. The second Miss might even give her control of the inner courtyard. We should listen to her." Si Zhao stood at the door, coldly watching them. Grandma Cheong, go and inform Su wanting to take her dog away. Don't disturb my treatment. Su Sanyang dismissed her and turned to everyone laughing. Did you hear that? A fool who can't even treat a simple illness, haha. Si Zhao Zhao, stop pretending to be the noble daughter. Your mother is about to be dismissed, and soon you won't be the legitimate daughter of the official residence anymore. Why are you still acting like a lady? Si Zhao Zhao's eyes were cold and sharp, and she exuded a different aura from usual, making everyone feel intimidated. No one dared to agree with Su Sanyang's words. Su Sanyang was new here and had been working at Lianxiang Pavilion. She didn't know that Si Zhao Zhao was no longer the easy target she once was, especially since the matter at Lioli Pavilion had been kept secret by Si Yuandao. She provocatively said, "Who doesn't know that on your wedding day, you almost became a widow and caused trouble for the official residence? Now that you're back, you're not being kicked out. So what else could you be? As long as you kneel and admit your mistake, I will ask the master to forgive you and let you stay a few more days. Otherwise, when your mother, that unkind woman, is dismissed, you should prepare to live on the streets as beggars." Yi Zhu rested his hand on his sword. Su Sanyang instinctively shrank back, but seeing he didn't move, she stretched her neck and sarcastically said, "Humph, isn't the servant the biological father of that little wild child? Tsk, that unkind woman can only give birth to a disobedient little brat. Maybe you're not even the master's child. Someone, slap her hard." With this clear command, Yi Zhu moved as swiftly as a sharp sword being drawn, causing everyone to panic. Su Sanyang was pushed by someone and tripped, falling with a loud thud. She awkwardly knelt straight in front of Si Zhao Zhao. Just as she was about to get up, Yi Zhu swept her legs, hitting her knee and back of her leg. He then quickly sealed her acupoint, making her unable to move. She screamed, but before she could curse, she was slapped so hard she swallowed her words. Ling'an rubbed her numb hands, eager to try, and said, "Princess, how many should I hit?" "All of it, just leave it to me." Since she entered, she disliked this person. That slap was for herself, and now she wanted to also get back at the princess and the lady of the house. Next, Ling'an didn't give Su Sanyang a chance to speak. One slap after another fell. Some servants wanted to run away, but Yi Zhu, more terrifying than the second young lady's crazy dog, held his sword and stared fiercely at them. No one dared to take a step forward. They could only watch helplessly as Su Sanyang knelt on the ground, her face swollen and bruised, like a pig's head. "Stop it right now." Ling'an was hitting vigorously when a cry of surprise came from the door. Everyone turned to look. Grandma Cheong hurried back, startled by the scene, and quickly ran to Si Zhao Zhao. Behind her, Su Wanning came gracefully, accompanied by two close maids. She wore a deep purple silk dress embroidered with luxurious peony flowers in gold thread. Though she was over 36, her slender figure still looked like a young girl who hadn't had children. The gold hairpins swayed in the wind, as if they might her away. It was her love for dressing up, her gentle and fragile appearance, combined with her casual sweet words, that could make Si Yuandao completely fall for her. When Su Sanyang heard that her supporter had arrived, she was anxious to turn around and complain, but she couldn't move at all. Although Su Wanning hadn't seen how badly Su Sanyang was beaten, she saw Ling'an rubbing her red hands and guessed some of what had happened. Her heart beat faster. "Zhao Zhao, Sanyang is my family. Please stop now. While I was treating my mother, madam, you sent her to cause trouble, even let dogs bite my daughter. Are you trying to ruin everything? Do you not want my mother to get better?" Si Zhao Zhao looked sharply at her. Her gaze was like a spear, piercing through her in an instant, as if she could reveal all her secret thoughts. Su Wanning had seen such a commanding look before, but she still trembled slightly and forced a faint smile. "No, Sanyang is kind. She wanted to help your sister with some money. I didn't expect this wild girl to come straight here. How is your mother's illness? Has she recovered? It won't be that quick, but I've found the source of my mother's attacks. It won't take long to cure her," Si Zhao Zhao said calmly, staring at her face. Su Wanning seemed to breathe a little easier, but when she heard the last part, her eyebrows furrowed slightly. Noticing Si Zhaozhao watching her, Su Wanning's heart tightened. She pretended to be sad and said, "It's good if she can be cured. If you need any help, don't hesitate to ask." Don't delay her treatment just to show off. Even if you hold some resentment in your heart, in Auntie's eyes, you are still the obedient and sensible daughter who comes to pay respects every day. I used to be naive. How could a legitimate daughter pay respects to Auntie every day? But luckily, Auntie still knows her place. These 2 dogs, you can take them back. Also, tomorrow morning I will go to find my father and tell him who harmed my mother. At that time, I might need Auntie's cooperation, Si Zhaozhao said happily before turning back into her room, ignoring Su Wanning's feelings. She only threw out a command. "Yi Zhu, see her out." Yi Zhu obeyed and first untied Su Sanyang's acupoint. Freed from control, Su Sanyang turned and ran to Su Wanning, crying loudly, "Madam, you must stand up for me. This little brat just came back and gave me a hard time, even incited that wild girl to falsely accuse me of seducing the master." The servant was so angry that she wanted to come and punish that little wild girl. Su Wanning seemed to be casually touching her finger with bright red lipstick and asked, "Why did she say that?" Su Sanyang cried and said, "She just wants to cause trouble. I used to do some foolish things, but I have changed my ways. The lady of the house treats me like a sister and even sent me to serve you. How could I do such shameless things? If the lady believes her words, I would rather die today to prove my innocence." As she spoke, she tried to hit her head against the wall, but Su Wanning grabbed her arm and frowned. "Enough. I didn't say I don't believe you. Are you still worried about losing face? You're useful to me alive. Come to my room tonight. The new medicine is ready for you." A look of fear spread across Su Sanyang's eyes. 2 maids took her, and the unconscious dog lying on the ground away. Before leaving, Su Wanning glanced at Yi Zhu, feeling a bit suspicious. Could this person be another sorcerer? Night fell quickly. Some people were worried, while others enjoyed the long-lost laughter and joy. Lin Fanlu's curse insects had been removed, and her body felt much lighter than before. She sat alone at a moonlit table drinking tea. Si Zhaozhao replaced her mother and was lying down resting. Her body had no internal energy, and forcibly breaking the curse drained her nearly 80 to 90% of her mental strength. She couldn't use her spiritual space for at least a month, so she had to be very careful during this time. Si Man sat on a small wooden stool in front of the bed, swinging her short legs and constantly flattering, "Mother is so amazing. Man wants to be as strong as you someday. Mother is like a fairy in the sky." She only knew that her mother had defeated the bad guys with just a few words. In her heart, her mother was already invincible. The princess is really powerful. Last time, she made the prince faint, and today she made the Minister of War faint too, Lingen said proudly. Grandma Cheung looked at this and was full of surprise. Hearing this, Lin Fanlu's loving gaze shifted from Si Zhaozhao to Si Man. She wanted to get close to her little granddaughter, but also knew that the child was a bit different from others. She was afraid of scaring her again if she wasn't careful. Si Zhaozhao keenly sensed her mother's thoughts, patted Si Man's little head, and said, "Good girl, go find your maternal grandmother to play. She's watching you." Simon Min shyly walked over, clutching her small hands nervously. Her little mind couldn't hold many thoughts, so even though she noticed that this person was very close to her mother, she didn't think much about it, let alone try to make friends. Right now, her mind was a jumble, and she suddenly wondered, her mother's mother, could she be even more powerful than an immortal? If she was smarter than her mother, would she be disliked? Lin Fanhua thought she was just shy and nervously asked, Man, I am your grandmother. Do you remember me? The night before she got married, Si Zhaozhao had secretly visited the Luli Pavilion. Only Man saw her that time. She thought, such a little child, she probably won't remember. But unexpectedly, Simon Min cheerfully replied, I remember. You're the grandma who gives me sweet cakes. She still licked her lips happily. When she sat in the sedan with her mother, she was very hungry, and her mother didn't want to eat, so the cake went straight into her tummy. Because of that cake, the old and young started chatting more comfortably. Simon went to bed late. Lin Fanhua wanted to go with Si Zhaozhao to the main courtyard, leaving Ling and Yizhu to stay and watch her sleep. Si Yuandao sat in the main seat, with Su Wanning beside him. The figures of third Miss Su and Si Mingyue were missing. Seeing Lin Fanhua appear looking energetic, both of them looked surprised. Si Yuandao instinctively moved slightly away from Su Wanning, keeping a small distance. "Lin's sister, are you really well now?" Su Wanning asked cautiously. Lin Fanhua looked at them with a calm expression, glanced at the seats, and said, "Aunt Su, if I remember correctly, this should be the seat of the head lady." Seeing Si Yuandao stay silent, Su Wanning bit her lip and forced a smile. "You're right, sister. I've been managing the back courtyard for so long that I forgot." She then sat in the third seat. Unexpectedly, Lin Fanhua said again, "Aunt Su, you've sat in the wrong place. Zhao Xiao is the legitimate daughter, and this is her seat." Su Wanning took a deep breath and sat down in the fourth seat. Si Zhaozhao couldn't help but whisper, "I didn't expect that after my mother recovered, these two would be so wary of her." Auntie Cheong lowered her head and softly chuckled. "Before you were born, the master often found ways to please the madam. Later, if the madam had no power or influence and no family to rely on, the master wanted to get promoted and owed favors to the Su family. Aunt Su wanted to enter the household but found it difficult." Si Zhaozhao nodded thoughtfully and looked up at her mother. Lin Fanhua sat gracefully beside Si Yuandao, her elegant and composed posture more impressive than Su Wanning's. After sitting down, Lin Fanhua didn't plan to let Su Wanning off easily. She spoke sharply. "So much time has passed, and Su Auntie still behaves as she did 20 years ago, disrespectful and unprogressive. If outsiders see this, it would break the rules of the northern border and damage the reputation of the officials. Do you realize how much face the master would lose?" Su Wanning blushed with embarrassment, her voice trembling with anger. "Sister, you are right. I will remember this." Everyone fell silent, feeling tense. Once the madam recovered from her illness, she harshly scolded the second madam. It seemed that the future of the household's inner courtyard depended on the master's decision, which was still uncertain. All eyes quickly turned to Si Yuandao. Su Wanning's humble attitude had already unsettled Si Yuandao. He forced himself to speak. "Enough. It's not Su Wanning's fault. She has worked hard over the years managing the inner courtyard. She has done very well. Fanhua, during your illness, she never tried to take your place. You should thank her, not blame her." "Father is right," Si Zhaozhao suddenly agreed, surprising Si Yuandao. "Of course, she didn't stop there. Mother, Su Auntie has taken care of you for so long. It's time for her to rest properly." Su Wanning's face changed. "It's a blessing that I can serve sister and the master. Since the sister has just recovered from illness, she shouldn't overexert herself. I am willing to continue managing the inner courtyard for her. Su Auntie, you might have misunderstood. The household has been under your management for so long, but not only did you turn my mother's daughter into a useless fool, but you also caused my disappearance for 3 years. I barely survived, only to find the household accused of treason. If you keep managing things, I'm afraid even my father will be lost to you." Xiao Xiao's last words made Si Yuandao cough in anger. She quickly said, "See? I was only away for 2 or 3 days, and my father's health has already worsened like this." Lin Fanluo ignored them and frowned with concern. "Xiao Xiao, what happened 3 years ago? Were you hurt? Why have you never mentioned it before?" Su Wanning's heart skipped a beat, and her eyes darted around nervously. Xiao Xiao said, 3 years ago, Aunt Su invited me to Mount Tianshan to pray for blessings. But when I came out, both she and the carriage were gone. I had no money, so I had to walk down the mountain. On the way, I ran into a group of robbers and was almost harmed. If someone hadn't saved me, I wouldn't be standing here today. The one who saved her was, of course, Mo Xianyuan. At that time, the original Xiao Xiao was timid and afraid of meeting bad people again, so she secretly followed him all the way to the inn. She only wanted to thank him and ask for a ride. But when she entered the room, something unexpected happened. The coachman mistook someone else for you that day and thought you had already gone down the mountain, Su Wanning said tearfully. I was worried about you and urged him to hurry after you, but we missed you. When I went back to Mount Tianshan, you were already gone. Since then, it has weighed on my heart. Every 10th day of the month, I've prayed for your safety. I'm just glad you're safe now. She covered her face and turned slightly away, looking pitiful despite trying to appear strong. Si Yuandao's heart softened. He frowned and said, Enough. Don't talk about this anymore. During those 3 years you were gone, your aunt cried every day. It was an accident and she meant no harm. Let's not bring it up again. Lin Fanlua's face turned cold. Not bring it up?
Fine.
Then tell me, Master C, does Aunt Su plan to refuse returning to the inner courtyard? Or has she already taken someone's orders to take over what isn't hers? At the mention of orders, she glared at Si Yuandao. She had pretended to be foolish for years to protect the people she cared about, but she hadn't expected this man to be so stubborn and blind, to the point of almost causing harm to her daughter and granddaughter. Since things had come to this, there was no need to hide anymore. It was better to face them openly. Besides, for Xiao Xiao's sake, she had to take responsibility and make sure her daughter had a strong family to rely on. With that thought, Lin Fanluo asked directly, Master C, who exactly do you plan to put in charge of the inner courtyard? Could it be true, as Zhao Zhao said, that you want to divorce me to give Aunt Su more space? Si Yuandao was flustered. His previous plan to divorce was to keep Lin Fanlu confined, using gentle methods first, and then harsher ones. Now that she was awake, he couldn't be foolish enough to let her go. He hurriedly moved closer and said, Madam, you're joking. I was just upset because she spoke too boldly to me, her father. I was trying to scare her. You and I are married, and without you, I'd be like a fish out of water, completely lost. As he spoke, he reached out to hold her hand, but Lin Fanlu dodged away. Si Yuandao awkwardly withdrew his hand, clenching his fist secretly. Lin Fanlu was still the same as before. She never gave him face in front of the servants. If it weren't for the Beat Sao collection, he'd want to kick her out immediately. At that moment, Zhao Zhao suddenly spoke. Father has seen it too. My mother's illness is completely cured. Now I want to tell everyone who made my mother go crazy all these years. Su Wanning's eyelids twitched sharply. Si Yuandao looked puzzled. Wasn't your mother sick with a cold when you were born? That's why she went crazy. That kind of talk can only fool fools, Zhao Zhao said, making his face turn cold. From now on, it's best for father to keep outsiders away, so as not to bring disaster to the Prime Minister's residence. Si Yuandao was startled. This involved his career, so he quickly agreed. Now, besides Grandma Qiong, only the 4 of them remained in the room. Zhao Zhao and Grandma Qiong exchanged a glance. Grandma Qiong understood and handed over a piece of paper. What's this? Si Yuandao asked. Zhao Zhao said, Father, you need to look carefully. This is the main culprit behind my mother's madness for 18 years. Su Wanning was anxious. From her angle, she couldn't see what was inside the paper. She only saw Si Yuandao's face turn from green to purple, then turn pale, with cold sweat running down his temples. His hand trembled, and the paper fell to the ground, revealing a dead insect wrapped inside. Poison. It's a poison insect. How could such a wicked thing be in my Prime Minister's residence? Su Wanning couldn't believe that Zhao Zhao dared to show Si Yuandao the poison insect so easily. In less than a day, the controlling insect was destroyed, and Lin Fanlu immediately returned to her normal self. No wonder Zhao Zhao's temper changed so drastically. She had someone guiding her from behind the scenes. The person's skill in controlling insects is no less than that in the secret chamber. Seeing Si Yuan's strong reaction, Si Zhao Zhao's mind moved slightly. It seems he doesn't know about the insect master hidden in the official residence. Father also knows that only people from the sacred Heaven Kingdom practice insect control. This person targeted my mother because she wanted something she possessed, or perhaps this person is obeying someone in the house. If we search carefully through every record any purchase of insect-raising or blood-nurturing herbs, then this person is the murderer who harmed my mother and a traitor trying to frame my father. Si Zhaozhao deliberately directed suspicion at Si Yuan. This foolish father cares deeply about his career, and from this, he definitely won't let this person go. Su Wanning felt a chill run down her back. She quickly realized that Si Zhaozhao wasn't afraid of investigation. The expert behind her must not be from the official residence. It's either a maid or a servant. Compared to that, she believed more that Yi Zhu was the insect master. What should she do? She never thought anyone else in the official residence knew insect control. Over the years, she never hid her records of buying herbs. This was the first time she had a setback, accidentally shooting herself in the foot. The accounts of the official residence were easier to check than those of the family, almost completely transparent. Si Yuandao slammed the ledger on the table and, with a grim face, said to Si Zhaozhao, "How do you know so much about insect control? And where did you learn your medical skills? In these 18 years, I've hired countless doctors, but none could cure her. Yet, you cured your mother in just one night. Are you trying to cause trouble again?" He was surprised that the evidence was so solid, yet his first thought was to suspect his own daughter. Si Zhaozhao held back Lin Falu, who was about to stand up and defend her, and said calmly, "Because during those 3 years, Man fell seriously ill. I met a kind doctor who taught me medicine and saved Man. Insect control techniques are recorded in the library. When I treated my mother, she spat out bugs. That's when I started to suspect. If it weren't for her mother, she would have cut ties with this old fool long ago and signed a formal separation. Calling him father was only out of respect for her mother." Hearing this reasonable explanation, Si Yuandao's face grew even darker. Since Si Zhaozhao had no problem, it meant that the person she represented, Su Wanning, was very likely the traitor. But how could that be? "Tell me, what's going on with these herbs?" he asked Su Wanning with a stern face. Su Wanning tried to stay calm, her face showing surprise. "Master, are you suspecting me? Can you really determine something about the curse just from a few herbs? Still denying? Come over and look for yourself." Si Yuandao had never spoken to her in this tone before, which made her heart tremble with fear. She wobbled as she walked over. Besides the bugs, Si Zhaozhao had just asked Grandma Qiong to bring out an old, yellowed book. She carefully flipped to a list of herbs needed for practicing curses, which matched about 70 to 80% with the ones Su Wanning had bought. Suddenly, Su Wanning's face turned pale, and she collapsed to the ground. "Master, this is purely a coincidence. I really don't know." Su Wanning sobbed halfway through her plea, but Lin Fan Luo interrupted her, showing her the demeanor of a head lady. "Madam Su, not only did you call yourself Madam, while I was confused, but you also used I in front of others. To gain a false status, you even stole evil techniques from the enemy country. This is a serious matter. Do you still think you can hide it?" Concerned about the safety of the entire household, Si Yuandao no longer helped her evade the truth. Su Wanning, tears streaming down her face, pleaded, "Master, I have never had any intention to harm you. I don't know what these herbs are for, whether they are for practicing curses or not. 18 years ago, when I learned my sister was in danger, I risked everything to exchange blood for treatment. My body has been weakened ever since. I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to worry, and I was afraid others might think I had other motives. For the past 18 years, I've been as close to Zhaozhao as a mother and daughter. Because I was strict in my discipline, I ended up being disliked by others. If I had known it would come to this, why didn't I just watch from the sidelines? Why did I bother to manage the inner courtyard of the Shangshu household so hard?" Si Zhaozhao and Lin Fan Luo exchanged glances, surprised to hear about the blood exchange. Indeed, mentioning this, Si Yuandao's buried memories started to stir. If it weren't for Wan Ning, Lin Fan Luo wouldn't have survived to become a madwoman. Thinking from her perspective, Lin Fan Luo felt that this woman was a bit too aggressive. "I believe Wan Ning doesn't have such complicated thoughts. She was pampered and innocent since childhood, kind-hearted, and backed by Shuntian Mansion. She wouldn't have the motive for such actions." This is a serious matter. Since the madam is now recovered, let's put an end to this for now. With that, Si Yuandao walked over, helped Su Wanning to her feet, and gently wiped her tears with a look of pity. Si Zhaozhao instinctively turned her head to look at Lin Fanluo, a look of concern flashing in her eyes. Isn't father afraid that the lady is a spy from a rival country? Would he rather sacrifice the Su family and the Si family to protect her? Then what about my mother? Si Yuandao disliked others criticizing him for favoring his concubines and neglecting his wife. If his wife were truly good enough, he wouldn't need to pamper his concubines. In his eyes, all problems were caused by others. The inner courtyard will be returned to your mother to manage. From now on, do not mention the matter of the insects. Wan Ning was just careless and was taken advantage of. She will be confined for 3 months. As for the spy issue, I will investigate secretly. You, a young lady, should not interfere. Hurry back to your palace. If there's nothing urgent, don't come back. Your duty is to serve the prince. Si Zhaozhao clenched her fists. Deep down, she was still biased. She truly felt sorry for the original owner and her mother. Seeing her foolish father clearly, she no longer needed to hold back. Letting me not interfere is fine, but Su Auntie should return the Lianxiang Pavilion. That was supposed to be my mother's residence. Si Yuandao wanted to refuse, but thinking that doing so might silence this girl, and that provoking her now wouldn't be good for anyone, he casually agreed. Fine. Su Wanning was anxious and tugged at his sleeve, looking aggrieved. Master, where will I live then? Although the official residence had many courtyards, only 2 were decent. Mingyu still needed to rest, and she couldn't stand the smell of dogs. The second-best Lioli Pavilion had been burned down, leaving only small, dilapidated courtyards. Gradually, Si Yuandao grew impatient with these women's constant fussing. Just go to the side courtyard. Huh? But the side courtyard is so dirty. She can live there for 18 years. Can't you tolerate it for a while? Enough, everyone go now. I have to hurry to court. With that, Si Yuandao lifted his leg and left, opening the door and walking out. Su Wanning was stunned. She was a bit disappointed that she couldn't get Si Yuandao to divorce Su Wanning. This battle, she and her mother had worked together perfectly, so well that it was flawless. While Su Wanning was lost in thought, Lin Fanluo and Granny Cheong quietly helped Si Zhaozhao to her feet. She took a few shallow breaths, then smiled playfully. Aunt Su, don't just stand there. Hurry back and get ready. We're going to have lunch at Lianxiang Pavilion. After saying that, the 3 of them left gracefully. I only heard the clattering sound of teacups falling to the ground behind me. While they were busy moving around, the large army at the border had already taken control of all the changes inside the Prime Minister's residence courtyard. In the vast desert of Juzhou, a group of soldiers dressed in dark armor galloped on horses, stirring up thick smoke and dust. The sound of their iron hooves could be heard for miles, like thunder. The leader of the group looked very impressive. He wore a sword with a green-eyed jade embedded in the hilt. The sword was only 3 feet long but made of pure gold, shaped like a swirling dragon. This was the treasured green dragon sword given by the current emperor. Only the war god Mo Shiyuan in the northern border could possess such a sword. Mo Shiyuan rarely took out his sword unless he was on the battlefield. Usually, he only carried a simple heavy sword made of dark iron. When he returned to the camp, he just pulled on the reins and dismounted. A soldier ran up and handed him a letter. Prince, this is a secret message from Captain Yi, and there is also a letter from military advisor Rong. Mo Shiyuan took the 2 letters but didn't rush to open them. Instead, he handed the reins to the soldier and walked back to his tent. Sitting on a tiger-skin chair, he slowly unfolded Yi Zhu's letter on the table. Yi Zhu told him everything about how the lady of the Prime Minister's house regained consciousness and successfully took back the inner courtyard with Si Zhaozhao's help. Because Si Zhaozhao wanted to avoid him, Yi Zhu didn't know that a sorcerer was involved. Mo Shiyuan put the letter aside, picked up a brush, dipped it in ink, and marked the words Xiantian on a map showing the territories of various countries. His dark eyebrows looked like distant mountains, heavy and drooping. As for the letter from the royal residence, He wasn't interested in reading it now. Song Chao Shui was lying on the noble consort's bed, enjoying the service of maids. Huigu was fanning her to cool her down. When she heard Lotus Flower's report, Song Chao Shui raised her hand and dismissed all the maids, leaving only her trusted aides. "Miss, that little troublemaker really never stays quiet anywhere," Huigu said through clenched teeth. Song Chao Shui frowned and said, "I didn't expect her mother's madness to suddenly get better after 18 years. She even drove Madame Su to the side courtyard. Isn't Si Mingyue very favored by the Prime Minister? Why didn't she say a word for her mother?" Lotus Flower, feeling resentful, said, "The second young lady has been sick and hasn't come out. I don't know what they discussed. That troublemaker didn't let anyone be present." After they finished talking, the old master ordered the madam to take back control of the inner courtyard. Previously, she thought that Si Zhaozhao had nothing and no hope of gaining the prince's favor. However, the awakening of the eldest lady of the Su family changed the situation greatly. The main wife regained control of the inner courtyard, which meant that Si Zhaozhao was no longer just a titled daughter with no real power. If the prince wanted to win over the Shangshu in the future, it might cause problems. Song Chushue also considered this and glared at her, saying, "Are you regretful? You can still go back now." Feeling exposed, Lianhua quickly kowtowed, saying, "This servant will only serve the young lady in this life," with no second thoughts. She wanted to, but earlier, to please Song Chushue, she had offended Si Zhaozhao deeply. There was no chance to go back now. Song Chushue grew more anxious and asked, "Has the letter been sent out?" Lianhua nodded. Manager Rong sent someone to deliver it quickly. It should have reached the prince by now. Song Chushue heaved a sigh of relief and then stood up, saying, "We can't wait any longer. If we don't act now, that wicked woman might do something shocking again." Huigu, who was wise and experienced, said carefully, "Young lady, are you planning to act early? Aren't you afraid the prince might not return in time?" Song Chushue's eyes turned fierce. "I can't care about that anymore. To win the prince's heart, I am willing to do anything. Besides, I wanted him for the prince's sake. Even if I die, I want to die with dignity." All the decorations in Lianxiang Pavilion had been cleared and replaced with simple, elegant style as before. The grandparents and grandchildren sat around the table eating. Si Zhaozhao called Ling'an and Qiong Mama to sit quickly. Not seeing Yizhu, she casually asked, "Where is Yihui? Did he leave suddenly?" He didn't say where he was going or when he would return. Since he wasn't her person, Si Zhaozhao didn't blame him for leaving without telling. Maybe Mo Xianyuan called him away. While eating, Qiong Mama hesitated to speak until night fell, then called Si Zhaozhao outside the room. "What's wrong?" As soon as Si Zhaozhao spoke, Qiong Mama suddenly knelt down with both knees bent. Si Zhaozhao had not yet fully recovered, so Madame Qiong didn't dare let her help her up. She quickly stood up herself, her face filled with urgency. "I was being rude," she said anxiously, "but I couldn't help it. I heard that you cured Madame's illness that had troubled her for 18 years. I have a younger brother in the countryside who has been bedridden for 20 years. Please, miss, could you help him?" Si Zhaozhao didn't agree right away. Curing Mo Tingyu and her mother had been a coincidence. The former had been poisoned, and she had used her special skills to draw the poison out. But she had never tried treating ordinary illnesses before. Still, learning her craft required knowledge of medicine, and she thought she might be able to try. So she nodded and said, "I only know a little. My mother's condition was different from your brother's. She wasn't truly ill. But fine, bring me to see him tomorrow." Madame Qiong thought she was just being modest and didn't take her words seriously. She thanked her gratefully. Si Man pouted, her big dark eyes glistening with tears. She didn't want her mother to leave. Si Zhaozhao also found it hard to part with the little girl. Though they hadn't spent much time together, what they had shared had already brought them very close. "Be good, my dear. Stay with your grandmother and practice your writing. When you've written 100 characters, I'll be back." Si Man held tightly to her mother's finger, unwilling to let go, until Lin Fanluo came forward and gently picked her up. "Grandmother will make you some sweet cakes, all right?" Slowly, Si Man loosened her grip, blinking as a tear rolled down her cheek. She nodded pitifully. The sight made both Lin Fanluo and Si Zhaozhao's hearts ache. At the door, just before getting into the carriage, Si Zhaozhao turned back and said worriedly, "Mother, if they come to trouble you, please avoid them. Don't argue, just wait for me to return." After all, Lin Fanluo had pretended to be unwell for 18 years. It was impossible that she felt no resentment. But since she had only just recovered, if a conflict broke out, with Su Wanning's influence in the household, her mother might suffer. Lin Fanluo sighed softly, tapped her daughter's forehead with a finger, and smiled gently. "You, my dear, are starting to sound like my own mother. Go on now, leave early, and come back soon. This little one can't bear to be away from you." Si Zhaozhao rubbed her forehead, smiling happily, then turned and stepped into the carriage. Lin Fanluo hugged Si Man at the door and looked for a while. Only after the carriage disappeared from sight did she return to the mansion. Behind the carriage, a white horse also rushed in that direction, galloping quickly after it. Thinking about yesterday's events, Grandma Cheong couldn't help but ask, "Miss, second madam, Aunt Su really plans to conspire with the kingdom of Xiantian? You just had the old servant catch a bug, and that made the master lose trust in her." Si Zhaozhao was resting with her eyes closed. She opened her eyes and smiled slightly. "That's right. If she tries to cause trouble again in the future, she must think carefully. Although my father seems to have let her go on the surface, he will definitely keep an eye on her actions secretly." The soul control bug was broken, and the insect's body dissolved into water, with no physical form. Of course, even if someone recognized the bug was fake, they couldn't do anything about it. Because from start to finish, everything Si Zhaozhao did was just to make sure Si Yuandao could investigate the accounts properly. Su Wanning might have been wary of her before, but with the help of the bug master, she would definitely send someone to check her recent situation in the palace. And at that time, her situation was exactly as she wanted. This gave her confidence to control the insect, forcing her mother to hurt people, anger Si Yuandao, and then divorce, so she could become the lady of the Shangshu mansion. She thought no one could break this plan, so there was no need to fake the accounts. But she didn't expect that this oversight would put her in danger and shake the 18 years of exclusive favor Si Yuandao had given her. Grandma Cheong was full of admiration. The young lady must have seen the account book long ago and used the relationship between the two countries to, accidentally, kill Su Wanning. Throughout the process, Grandma Cheong never thought there were actually people from the kingdom of Xiantian in the mansion. The carriage went up and jolted violently. "This mountain road is a bit difficult to pass." "Miss, sit still," Grandma Cheong said with concern. At this moment, a cold wind blew the curtain, and they clearly saw that the coachman who should have been sitting in front was gone. Looking outside, just 100 meters ahead, was a cliff. Grandma Cheong's face turned pale with fear. "Miss, what should we do now?" "Jump down," Si Zhaozhao said firmly. Grandma Cheong saw the deep abyss below and felt her legs go weak. Si Zhaozhao grabbed her by the collar, glaring and gritting her teeth. "Grandma, we can't hesitate anymore. Otherwise, today we will both perish here. Only a jump could bring a chance for survival." Grandma Cheong's heart was pounding like a drum, but seeing how fearless Si Zhaozhao was, a small spark of hope for survival grew stronger in her heart. "Good. Then I will go first and serve as a cushion for Miss," she said, then leapt down from the carriage. Si Zhaozhao quickly followed. The two of them rolled on the ground for a few turns, stopping just inches from the cliff edge. The carriage hit a stone, and the horse let out a loud neigh, then reared and galloped away at an angle above them. Grandma Cheong, still shaken, covered her chest and said, "Mississippi Miss, we are alive." "I actually did it." Si Zhaozhao also relaxed. Before she could speak, suddenly an arrow shot straight at her back. The arrow was aimed directly at her. Grandma Cheong didn't have time to warn her and, holding her, they swapped positions instantly. Feeling the warmth at her fingertips, Si Zhaozhao's eyes widened in shock. Grandma Cheong. In the shadows, the person who shot the arrow saw it miss Si Zhaozhao and turned to leave. But then she heard Si Zhaozhao's cold voice say, "You little thief, you hurt my person and still want to run?" After speaking, the person seemed to stumble, trembling, and countless tiny bugs crawled into his pants. He let out a scream, and suddenly, startled birds flew up from the woods. Si Zhaozhao used her last bit of strength, coughed up a large amount of blood, and fainted, clutching Grandma Cheong by the cliff. "Doctor, please check again." "How could Miss not be hurt? Her face is so pale, there's no color left, but this young lady's pulse is steady. She should have woken up by now. Maybe she's just frightened? The most urgent thing is for you to take the medicine first." Si Zhaozhao's eyelids fluttered slightly. She heard Grandma Cheong say, "Oh, before Miss wakes up, I don't have the heart to drink medicine. Please help me see when she will wake up, Grandma." Si Zhaozhao slowly opened her eyes. Her pale lips moved slightly, and she said, "You drink the medicine quickly." "I'm fine." Grandma Cheong was overjoyed to see her wake. She quickly finished the dark, bitter medicine in one gulp. "Miss, I'd rather give my life than see you suffer. If anything happens to you, I will truly have to apologize to the madam with my life." Si Zhaozhao pulled at the corner of her lips and said helplessly but seriously, "Nanny, you and Lingyan are like my mother and Man to me. You are all my family, so please don't look down on yourself again." Hearing this, Nanny Cheong's eyes grew warm, and she almost cried. The sudden emotion tugged at the wound on her shoulder, making her hiss in pain. "Elder sister, you're hurt?" Cough. Cough. "And this young lady is?" A weak voice slowly came from the side. Si Zhaozhao looked over. Besides her own bed, there was another earthen bed near the door. A man lay there, about the same age as Si Yuandao, but thin as a stick, with sunken cheeks. Still, his nose was high and sharp, giving him a hint of the handsomeness he must have had when he was young. After the doctor left, Nanny Cheong saw him out and gave him some silver. When she returned and heard the man's question, she said, "This is the young lady, the princess of the regent's palace. She knows some medicine, so I invited her to take a look at you. Hurry and pay your respects." Although she believed in Si Zhaozhao's medical skills, she had met many self-proclaimed miracle doctors over the past 20 years, and none had been able to cure him. She feared her brother would place too much hope in something his body could not bear. Si Zhaozhao quickly waved her hand. No need for formalities. The man couldn't get up, so he could only lift his head to look at her. That one glance left him completely unsettled. After forcing himself to calm down, he said seriously, "This humble man greets the princess. I owe my life to the lady who once took me in. If the princess doesn't mind, could you please deliver a message to her for me?" Nanny Cheong frowned and scolded softly, "Brother, why trouble the young lady? You can tell me whatever you wish to say." "It's all right," Si Zhaozhao said. She felt that his gaze seemed to pass through her, as if he were seeing someone else, perhaps someone who had known her mother. "Go ahead." "It's nothing much," he said quietly. "I only wish to ask the princess to tell the lady that I have never forgotten her kindness from 22 years ago. I have lived on with this frail body, hoping that one day, if I recover, I will repay her and the young lady with my life." As he spoke, a tear slid down his cheek. Men rarely cry, unless their hearts are truly in pain. Si Zhaozhao was now certain that he had known her mother. She couldn't help but ask, "What is your name?" "This humble man is Cheong Yuanming." Grandma Cheong looked at her brother tears with some surprise and asked, "Why are you crying, miss? And what about 22 years ago? Weren't you sick 20 years ago?" "Back then, we didn't even know the lady." Cheong Yuanming shook his head, voice trembling slightly. "Sister doesn't understand. The princess looks a lot like someone I used to know." Grandma Cheong touched his forehead and patted his head gently. "Silly little brother, you're not hot. Why are you talking nonsense?" Cheong Yuanming wiped his tears. Nearly 40 years old, he blushed shyly from her gesture. "Sister, people are watching. Don't always treat me like a child. Still remember the young lady is here? In my heart, you're just a little kid," Grandma Cheong teased, showing the attitude of a real sister, not giving him any face. Si Zhaozhao chuckled and said, "Grandma, I'm feeling better now. Let me check my pulse first. Hearing this, Grandma Cheong quickly made space. She was about to help Si Zhaozhao up but was stopped by her. You have injuries, but I'm fine now. Grandma, do you have silver needles? Yes, I'll go get them right away. Her spiritual awareness couldn't be activated, but she needed to learn acupoint recognition first. Needle techniques were another of her special skills. In the sunlight, Si Zhaozhao's bright and serious face looked like a holy goddess from a storybook, distant yet close enough to touch, just like when they first met. Cheong Yuanming couldn't help but stare. Seeing her brother looking so entranced, Grandma Cheong started to suspect. Could her brother have feelings for the young lady? Her brother, under 20, had become a who couldn't move. Even though he was older now, his heart was still that of a 20-year-old. The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Grandma Cheong quickly covered her brother's eyes. She was thinking about how to make him give up the idea of chasing after someone much younger. The wooden door was slightly open, and 2 sneaky eyes peeked inside. Seeing Si Zhaozhao gently touching a man's body, who was still undressed, they couldn't help but feel happy inside. Soon after, that man hurried back to the regent's palace. As for this, Si Zhaozhao and her companions knew nothing. As the sun was about to set, she finally stopped, wiped the sweat from her forehead. Her pale face looked a bit fragile in the sunlight. She said, I have opened all your meridians. Starting tomorrow, you need to meditate for 7 small cycles each day. No more, no less. With herbal meals and decoctions, in just 3 months, your legs will regain feeling. You can walk, stand, and run like a normal person, but full recovery will take at least a year. Once healed, your cultivation will greatly improve. Does that mean she has opened his run and do meridians? For a martial artist, this is an incredible surprise. Cheong Yuanming wanted to kneel and thank her, but he couldn't move now. He could only say, Thank you, princess, for saving me. I will repay your kindness someday. Si Zhaozhao smiled calmly. There's no need to call me princess. It's just an empty title. No matter who you marry, in my heart, you will always be the young lady of the Shangshu family. But Miss, is my brother really cured? Granny Cheong looked a bit unbelieving. 20 years of suffering, and it was just gone? Miss, you are like Hua Tuo Reborn. Si Zhaozhao felt embarrassed. The meridian she blocked was exactly the Mingmen point. Only someone familiar with all meridian paths, like her, would dare try this position. Less experienced doctors wouldn't risk it. The illness has a cure now. Granny Cheong arranged for the old maid to take care of her brother, and Si Zhaozhao returned to the Shangshu residence. After they left, Cheong Yuanming stared blankly at the sky above and cried silently. Miss, I can finally serve you again. As it grew darker, they learned from the daytime lessons and covered the sedan with a curtain to travel. Granny Cheong also took a metal pot as a weapon, just in case someone tried to attack them again. But in the end, they didn't need it. They arrived safely. The two walked one behind the other along a small alley. Granny Cheong finally let go of a worry, her face shining with happiness, as if she had become 10 years younger. She said happily, If the lady knew that Miss has such skills now, she would be very pleased. But since Miss can open those 2nd and 3rd meridians, why not learn martial arts? Why still endure the reputation of being a fool? All the doctors I've seen with some fame usually know some martial arts, claiming it's for self-protection. Learning martial arts cannot be done overnight. Once I settle my mother, I can start learning without delay. After being reborn, her body had suffered a lot, and the most important thing now was to stabilize the situation first. Madame Cheong looked thoughtful and suddenly realized, Miss, this is called great wisdom disguised as simplicity. Si Zhaozhao smiled but didn't explain much. Before they reached Lianxiang Pavilion, a shadow suddenly rushed toward them. Under the moonlight and candlelight, the figure looked up. It's Ling'an. Her lips were swollen, her chin covered in fresh blood. Speaking made her cry from pain, and she had a bit of a lisp. Miss, please go save Madam. What exactly happened? Madame Cheong asked, trembling with fear. Ling'an was anxious to explain but was pulled roughly by Si Zhaozhao, urging her to lead the way quickly. Her steps were hurried, and she felt a dull pain in her chest and temples, but she couldn't care about that now. Mother, please stay safe. Oh, the madam is so mighty during the day. Why didn't that little troublemaker come to save you? Third Lady Su bent down, lifted Lin Fanhua's chin, and looked at her with envy. Despite having gone through the same years, Lin Fanhua still looked so beautiful that it was hard to look away. She reached out and touched her own face. All women. Why should she suffer the passage of time? Thinking of this, she suddenly let go and turned to a woman sitting nearby, speaking sharply. Second miss, why not ruin her face? Let's see how she can flirt with the master after that. The woman sitting was Si Mingyue. In midsummer, she wore a cloak suitable for autumn, and she sneered with a hoarse voice, filled with intense hatred. Ever since that despicable Si Zhaozhao returned home, her voice, which used to be like a nightingale's, had become rough like a man's. She had to soak in medicinal baths for 3 hours every day and avoid the wind. Even her food had to be salt-free. All this torment she blamed on that despicable Si Zhaozhao. She was sure that Si Zhaozhao had used some evil magic that day. But every time she tried to say it, her throat and chest hurt so badly she couldn't speak, not even write. Finally getting a chance to go out, she couldn't catch that little troublemaker, so she decided to teach that old troublemaker a lesson. Her revenge for the insults against her and her mother would be paid back tonight through Lin Fanhua. Yuan Bao, dressed in pure white, grinned with her tongue hanging out, saliva dripping everywhere, and loudly called out to Lin Fanhua twice. Si Mingyue narrowed her eyes and suddenly beckoned to the maid beside her, whispering something in her ear. The maid looked hesitant, but still explained everything clearly. Second miss said that the madam hasn't had a proper meal in many years, so she allowed her to try Yuan Bao's dinner tonight. Su Saniu took out the rag blocking Lin Fanhua's mouth and held her head, pushing her toward the dog bowl. Yuan Bao was half lying on the ground, whimpering. Just as Lin Fanhua's lips were about to touch the edge of the bowl, Su Saniu's eyes widened. With a sharp sound, a wet spot appeared on Su Saniu's back of her head. She turned around in confusion, just in time to see a nearby iron pot, with Cheong Mama glaring angrily behind it. Until blood flowed into her neck, she finally fainted from the pain. Lin Fanhua had been drugged and was weakly lying next to the dog bowl. When she moved, she accidentally touched the food inside. In the next moment, Yuan Bao bared her teeth and lunged to bite, but was kicked away, and the dog bowl was smashed to pieces. That person was Si Zhaozhao. Madam, madam, the servant has brought the young lady back. Ling An knelt on the ground, crying incoherently. Lin Fanhua struggled to lift her head and looked at them, showing a look of relief and guilt. She had caused more trouble again. Cheong Mama was upset with herself for letting the young lady leave, tears and snot streaming down her face. She trembled as she removed the rice grains on Lin Fanhua's face. Si Mingyue stood up in shock, hurriedly took a few steps back, and tightened her cloak. What are you trying to do? Her new maid trembled and stepped forward, clearly a new servant just arrived, showing a timid attitude. She had heard about what the young lady did last time she returned home. Mentally, she felt she had already lost badly. Facing that terrifying gaze, she tremblingly said, "Second miss is unwell. Please, young lady, allow me to report to the master first." Si Zhaozhao ignored her words, her eyes full of killing intent. Si Mingyue, this is all your own doing, bringing it right to your doorstep. Seeing both sides about to fight, Grandma Cheong quickly thought of a plan. She threw the iron pot in her hand and shouted, "Miss, catch this." Si Zhaozhao stepped closer, holding the iron pot. The maid swallowed nervously. Out of respect, she lowered her head, trying to say something, but Si Zhaozhao took the chance to hit her with the pot and knocked her out. When she and the last maid ignored her and rushed toward her, Si Mingyue immediately started crying in fear. No, don't. The next scene felt very familiar. On a dark night, a loud scream woke everyone in the Shangshu residence. A courtyard was on fire, with thick smoke making people cough and run away. No one thought to save the lady inside. Si Yuan Dao was in a side courtyard, preparing for a quiet moment with his partner. When they heard the scream, they were both shocked and scared. Su Wanning's face changed immediately. Oh no, that sound. Mingyue is in trouble. When they arrived at Anning Garden, the fire had already burned most of the yard. Su Wanning saw Si Mingyue lying on the ground, covered in blood. She and Yuan Bao had their eyes tightly shut. Nearby, Su Sanyang and the maid were also lying there, but no one knew if they were alive or dead. Her head went dizzy, and she almost fainted. She reached out to check Si Mingyue's nose and found she was still breathing. She let out a breath of relief and cried with red eyes. Quick! Call the doctor. Ask the master to help. She's going to kill Mingyue. At this point, she could no longer pretend to be a kind mother. At this moment, Grandma Chiong and Ling'an had already helped Lin Fanfan back. Only Si Zhaozhao, after setting the fire, hadn't left yet. Seeing such a bloody scene, Si Yuandao was furious. He walked over and raised his hand to slap. Si Zhaozhao, after struggling for a while, stopped and gasped for breath, not reacting immediately. Just then, a pure gold sword aimed straight at Si Yuandao's throat. The sword had a floating dragon carved on it, shining brightly. The blue jade eyes and the deep, dark, icy gaze of the man made her feel cold inside. Even his black clothes blending into the night couldn't hide his kingly aura. His raised eyebrows looked very commanding. He opened his thin lips slightly and said clearly, "While I am away, what does the Shangshu want to do to my princess?" Si Yuandao swallowed hard. His sharp sword immediately cut a bloodstain on his neck. He was so frightened that his voice sounded strange. "Prince, she returned yesterday and caused chaos in the house. Today, she even dares to harm her close family. I must make her pay." Si Zhaozhao sneered and asked, "If she harmed her family, what do you think should be the punishment?" According to the law, she should be whipped 50 times or sent to the Justice Department for punishment under our laws. Zhaozhao, don't blame me for being harsh. I only spared her from being sent to the Justice Department because of the prince's face. If she admits her mistake, I will consider reducing the punishment. No need. It should be, as I said, 50 whips, and it should be done immediately. Mo Xian Yuan frowned slightly. Is this woman crazy? Can't she see that he came to save her? Sure enough, that fool was so stupid that she asked to be beaten. Seeing that the prince did not speak up, Si Yuandao carefully said, "Your Highness, you heard it. My daughter volunteered for the punishment. I hope you can give me the authority to administer proper family discipline." Zhaozhao stubbornly lifted her chin and didn't even look at him. Mo Xianyuan's expression turned cold as he sheathed his sword. Si Yuandao heaved a sigh of relief, clutching his neck in relief, and called someone to bring the 13-strand whip. When the whip was brought, Zhaozhao refused to kneel and accept the punishment. "I forgot to tell my father something," Zhaozhao said very calmly, making Si Yuandao and Su Wanning feel something was wrong. "My sister just ordered the servants to feed my mother dog food and wanted to let the dogs bite her. I saved my mother in time, but she turned around and stabbed me with a knife. To protect myself, I had to fight back. I accidentally broke her hand and leg tendons. My father is right. My sister's actions of harming her close family are truly shameful for the official residence and a challenge to my authority. So, Father, you must give her a good beating. Don't hold back just because she's your favorite youngest daughter." The prince is watching. Zhaozhao then opened her palm, revealing a deep cut on her hand, making Si Yuandao want to scold her for lying but swallowed his words. Su Wanning's face was pale. Mingyue has always been sensible. It must be something Sister Lin said to upset her. But Mingyue didn't do anything wrong. Zhaozhao, as the eldest sister, you should be more tolerant of your sister. Instead, you acted so harshly. Lord, there's definitely something suspicious about this. According to the family hierarchy, my mother is considered half a mother to Si Mingyue. Insulting my own mother and injuring my elder sister. These actions have reasons behind them. If I hurt someone to protect myself, is that such a great crime? Aunt Sue, can you stop always treating my father like a fool and fooling him? Si Yuandao's face darkened, clearly reminded of the matter with the insect. Aunt Su Wanning was furious. Are you done? Mingyue is still unconscious, and you've only been slightly injured. Your mother just ate some dog food, and you hurt her so badly. Is it worth it? Suddenly, she realized something and fell silent. Si Zhaozhao raised her eyebrows. Why don't you keep talking? Su Wanning clenched her fists secretly. This little brat dared to deliberately provoke her. How long does the minister need to delay over this matter? The crime of Miss C, if judged in the Dali court, would at least warrant 70 strokes, Mo Xian Yuan said coldly. Si Yuandao broke out in cold sweat. Your Highness, what you said is correct, but Mingyue still has injuries. Perhaps we should wait until she... Si Zhaozhao squinted and kindly interrupted. I already stopped the bleeding for my sister just now. Father, rest assured and punish her. Tomorrow morning, I will have someone prepare ointment and send it to Auntie's side courtyard. Hearing this, the just-awakened Si Mingyue tilted her head and then fainted again. Of course, she was soon awakened by the beating. At this moment, third Aunt Sue and the maidservants also woke up. Seeing Si Mingyue crying out in pain and shouting, they endured their headaches and knelt nearby, feeling very anxious. Su Wanning cried desperately, begging for mercy with a hoarse voice, but she was afraid of the pain and never dared to block the whip. Every time Si Yuandao struck, her heart trembled with pain. In short, none of them had a good time. Seeing the scene, Si Zhaozhao felt very pleased and squinted happily. Are you satisfied? Mo Xian Yuan suddenly spoke. Si Zhaozhao looked at him and smiled lightly. It's okay. She deserves it. Mo Xian Yuan stepped closer to her, breathing warm air into her ear, but his voice was icy. The princess really makes me look at you differently. But if I remember correctly, right now you should be in Yuehua Pavilion reflecting on your actions behind closed doors, disobedient and ignoring my orders, Miss C. Have you thought about how to atone for your sins? Next moment, Si Zhaozhao was suddenly lifted horizontally by the man. Mo Xian Yuan's sudden action made her instinctively wrap her arms around his neck. What are you doing? Put me down, Si Mingyue's 50 whips. I must watch her endure them. Si Zhaozhao was suddenly flustered, unable to understand his thoughts. Mo Xian Yuan said coldly, I don't want people to think I mistreat you, making you walk unsteadily. If you like watching punishments, I will take you to the punishment room another day. Hearing this, Si Zhaozhao was momentarily stunned. He actually sensed that she was forcing herself to hold on. This sharp insight made Si Zhaozhao more alert. When something is unusual, there is usually a problem. In his eyes, she was just a woman scheming with her lover to steal from the palace treasury. How could he suddenly care about her? He must be planning something bad. It was hard enough to see her father teach Si Mingyue a lesson, and now this person has ruined her good moment. Mo Xian Yuan carried her all the way to Lianxiang Pavilion. When the door opened, Granny Qiong hurried over. Miss, you're finally back. I heard the master rushed over, but he didn't trouble you. Halfway through, she saw Si Zhaozhao being carried in. She was so surprised her mouth could fit an egg. Granny Qiong had never seen Mo Xian Yuan before, but Ling'an was so familiar with him that she would recognize him even in ashes. Out of instinct, she knelt down with a thud. Your Highness. Your Highness? Could it be the Miss married the Regent King? Granny Qiong hurried to kneel as well. Mo Xian Yuan slightly raised his chin, unable to free his hand. No need for ceremony. Seeing that Ling'an still had blood on her lips and it hadn't been treated, and blood was also seeping from Granny Qiong's shoulder, Si Zhaozhao's eyes sharpened. Did they not call a doctor? Granny Qiong nodded. The doctor said Mrs. injuries are more serious. He told us to wait a bit longer. Too much bullying. I will call the doctor now. She tried to jump down from Mo Xian Yuan's arms. Mo Xian Yuan frowned slightly. Don't move recklessly. Such small matters don't require you to go personally. After speaking, he called out, Yi Qing. Yi Qing smoothly jumped down from the eaves and left after receiving the order. Si Zhaozhao looked at him suspiciously, her distrust almost written on her face, as she wanted to ask what he was planning. Mo Xian Yuan's expression was calm. He was simply observing the old, weak, sick, and disabled in the room, helping out of compassion. Yi Qing was very efficient. The doctor was almost dragged over by him, almost carried on his shoulder. The doctor was surprised to see the Regent King there. He was so frightened that he knelt on the ground and bowed deeply. Then, trembling, he carefully bandaged and medicated them one by one, and was politely sent back by Yi Qing. Ling En and Aunt Xiong were both injured. Mo Xian Yuan allowed Yi Qing to stay and watch over them during the night. They gratefully thanked him. Si Zhaozhao was also tired. Seeing that he didn't leave, she frowned and asked, "Prince, do you still have something to do?" Ling En carefully said, "It's so late. You must be tired, Prince. Should I prepare a guest room for you?" Mo Xian Yuan looked at Si Zhaozhao and said, "Tonight, I will stay with the princess." "What?" Si Zhaozhao couldn't agree to that. "I want to stay with Man. So many things happened today. She must be scared." "Don't worry, princess. The young lady has been hidden away by me. She doesn't know anything. She's already sleeping with the madam," Ling En said proudly, waiting to be praised. Si Zhaozhao felt overwhelmed. At this moment, Mo Xian Yuan's gaze turned cold. Such resistance. Are you really staying chaste for someone? Aunt Xiong didn't know what had happened in the prince's residence. As a servant, she naturally wanted to help her master find a good match for life. She squinted and smiled. "The princess has been busy all day. I will prepare hot water so she can have a good bath tonight." She even changed her way of addressing them. It almost sounded like she was suggesting Mo Xian Yuan serve her during the bath. Si Zhaozhao blinked and signaled, "Auntie, you don't understand some things. Don't interfere blindly." She was too afraid to hide from this formidable man. Unexpectedly, Mo Xian Yuan didn't give her a chance to regret. He quickly gathered her in his arms, holding her tightly. Si Zhaozhao was almost out of breath. He coldly said, "Lead the way." Aunt Xiong let out a small cry and happily ran ahead. Ling En wiped her sweat. Oh my, if the prince and princess stay in the same room, could something terrible happen? Su Sanyang trembled as she knelt. Su Wanning raised her 13-section whip and struck down hard. One lash after another, she beat her until she was bloody before stopping. If you hadn't stirred trouble between Manhwa, she wouldn't have been hurt and broken her limbs. Now she can't read or dance. How will she marry in the future? You dare to ruin my plans. I will kill you. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from deep inside the secret room. Longden-gu can restore her voice to its original state, even better than before. But every hour of the pig's time, she must endure the pain of biting her heart, eyes, and bones. Su Wanning gritted her teeth and asked, "Do you want to save her? This is my closest step to the Poison King. I can't afford any mistake." "Then why didn't you say this earlier?" The person in the black robe didn't reply again. Su Wanning narrowed her eyes, leaned down, and gently patted her face. Her narrow eyes looked like a poisonous snake as she hissed, "You little brat, remember your lowly background. If it weren't for my words back then, you would have been played to death already. Don't ever try to use Manhwa again. Even if I have to find hundreds or thousands of healers, I will take your worthless life." In the pool of blood, Su Sanyang was bubbling with blood and couldn't speak. She nodded hard, her eyes full of a desire to survive. As soon as they entered, Si Zhaozhao was put down by him. She quickly retreated to the carved window. Mo Xian Yuan acted as if he had entered his own bedroom in the palace, walking over casually. He touched the edge of the bed and his calm voice, in this quiet night, strangely sounded seductive. "Why are you so far away? Are you afraid I will eat you? Come here." "Why come over?" Si Zhaozhao said defensively. "Aren't you planning to sleep?" Mo Xian Yuan asked. Since her rebirth in this broken enemy country, she hadn't slept well for a single day. Naturally, she wanted to rest early. But sharing a bed with him, she thought, better not sleep at all. Mo Xian Yuan frowned suddenly and said, "There should still be a quilt in the cabinet, right?" When Su Wanning stayed here, she saw that the big cabinet in the room had 2 or 3 quilts. Thinking he had a change of heart, Si Zhaozhao initially thought Mo Xian Yuan wasn't so bad after all. At least he knew some tenderness. Unexpectedly, he turned around and lay down directly, speaking without any romantic flair. Go and make your own bed. I will sleep first. Si Zhao Zhao clenched her fists silently. Her wound almost tore open, causing her to gasp in pain. Her resentment towards Mo Xianyuan grew even more. Enduring the pain from her wound, she slowly spread the bedding with hatred for Mo Xianyuan, then blew out the candle. When her head hit the soft pillow, all her exhaustion seemed to find a place to rest. Soon, she fell into a deep sleep. A tall figure slowly stood up and walked toward the person sleeping on the ground. Mo Xianyuan hesitated for a moment, slowly reaching out to her slightly swollen chest. Just as he was about to touch her, Si Zhao Zhao suddenly turned around, facing away from him, and began to snore softly. After a while, there was a creaking sound at the door. Si Zhao Zhao, with a blushing face, opened her eyes. She knew this person had other intentions. In the deep night, even the cicadas had fallen silent. Si Zhao Zhao quietly followed Mo Xianyuan as he left. She stopped at the courtyard gate and then leaned her ear closer. Did you find it? Not yet, Prince. Could it be hidden in a secret room? Maybe the entrance is too hidden, so even Yi Zhu can't find it, Yi Qing said. Mo Xianyuan thought for a moment and then coldly said, keep searching. When morning comes, go tell the Lord of the 10 Directions cave that I agree to their request. What was Mo Xianyuan looking for in the Shangshu residence? Si Zhao Zhao couldn't figure it out. Ling'an had prepared hot water and was about to call the princess when she saw her looking out from the courtyard gate. Princess, what are you doing? Before she finished, Si Zhao Zhao quickly covered Ling'an's mouth and pulled her back into a dark corner of the wall. Mo Xianyuan stood where she had just been, a cold expression on his face that showed killing intent. Suddenly, he walked toward the corner. Ling'an was so frightened by his expression that her legs felt weak. The two young women clung tightly to each other. Si Zhao Zhao stared unblinkingly as he approached, sweat beginning to form on her forehead. Just a few steps away, Mo Xianyuan suddenly stopped and then left in another direction. Princess, could it be that you secretly followed the prince out? Ling'an, who was clever but not foolish, saw the direction he was heading and thought something was wrong. She quickly lowered her voice and shouted, Princess, do you still want to take a bath tonight? I've already prepared the water. No need, Si Zhao Zhao replied from afar, panting as she jumped back into her room through the window. She had just laid down when the door was slowly pushed open. Through, Si Zhao Zhao tried to control her breathing, her heart pounding with nervousness. Fortunately, he stopped just in time. If he had come one step closer, she would have been exposed. No one slept well that night. As dawn approached, Si Zhao Zhao finally fell into a deep sleep. Ling'an shook Si Zhao Zhao awake. Princess, something's wrong. Don't sleep anymore. Something has happened. Hearing the words, something happened, Si Zhao Zhao's sleepy eyes immediately widened. They want to find my mother again. Ling'an shook his head. It's Miss Song. She came to the Prime Minister's residence, saying she wanted to see the prince. Hearing this, Si Zhao Zhao's previously furrowed brows relaxed slightly. She looked lazy and relaxed, then tried to lie back down again. Why would someone come to see Mo Xianyuan? What does it have to do with her? Ling'an was confused. Madam, why are you still sleeping? The prince finally shared a room with you. You must not let anyone take advantage of this moment. Si Zhao Zhao almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Where did you hear such nonsense? Even if he wanted to, I wouldn't agree. Ling'an was puzzled. Sharing a bed isn't just about sleeping together. Si Zhao Zhao was stunned. She suddenly realized she had been lying on a soft bed. Could he really have feelings for her? Thinking of this, Si Zhao Zhao quickly lifted the quilt and pulled aside her clothes, taking a deep breath. Luckily, it wasn't as terrible as the stories in the plays. Ling'an's face turned red. The madam was too bold, flirting openly in broad daylight. At this moment, outside the door, Yi Qing's voice was heard. Madam, the prince requests your presence in the front hall. The dowager has already gone over. She even called her mother away? Si Zhao Zhao's face turned cold. Ling'an, help me change clothes. Si Yuandao's face was ashen. A servant entered and whispered that the young lady and madam would arrive soon. Su Wanning waved him away and pretended to whisper in Si Yuandao's ear. Sir, Zhao Zhao usually acts without thinking. No matter how she bullies her concubine and Mingyu, it's just family matters. But now she has her eyes on the young master. You can't keep tolerating her. Su Wanning, besides gossiping behind people's backs, what else can you do? Lin Fan Luo arrived first. Song Chao Shui looked up and sneered. Auntie Su, as the rumors say, you have the demeanor of a matron. But the dowager should first find out what really happened before defending your precious daughter. Although Lin Fan Luo had been acting silly and crazy these years, she had also heard some rumors about Imo Xian Yuan hiding women in his residence. Is this Miss Song? I heard your father was a former officer of the Northern Marshal King, Vice General Song. You were raised in the regent's residence, entrusted by old Song. You're also Zhao Zhao's little aunt. Why did you suddenly visit my residence today? What is your purpose? The implication was that Song Chao Shui, as an outsider, didn't understand proper manners and came uninvited. After resting for the night, Lin Fanny was full of energy and looked completely different from the day before. Su Wanning lowered her head, hiding her jealousy in her eyes. Song Chao Shui didn't expect that after the crazy person got better, she would be so sharp-tongued, which made her think of Si Zhao Zhao. Her face looked even worse. Suddenly, Si Zhao Zhao's voice came from inside the room. Annie, isn't she under house arrest? Why is she here? Nearby, someone had just received news but couldn't find Imo Tingyu's whereabouts. Imo Xian Yuan suddenly interrupted with a cold, fierce look in his eyes. Si Zhao Zhao. Where is Tingyu? What? Isn't that something you should ask his mother? Si Zhao Zhao's eyes shifted to Song Chao Shui. Others didn't know that Imo Xian Yuan had a son. They only heard that the regent's palace hid a beauty and that they were childhood friends who grew up together. Although they didn't know why Imo Xian Yuan didn't reveal Tingyu's identity, Song Chao Shui's arrival suggested she wanted to announce it to everyone. She was eager to marry Imo Xian Yuan. Without a doubt, Si Zhao Zhao guessed right. In front of everyone, Song Chao Shui suddenly knelt before Si Zhao Zhao, tears in her eyes. She tore off her dress and cried, Princess, please let Tingyu go. Wasn't it enough that Tingyu was poisoned last time? Why won't you let him go? It's my fault. I am willing to leave the palace with Tingyu forever. Please tell me, where have you hidden him? Si Zhao Zhao stepped back, pulling her dress away and coldly said, If someone is lost, you don't go looking for them. Why are you crying like this? Suddenly, Song Chao Shui's face turned pale, and she trembled as she said, What are you saying? Has Tingyu already been taken by you? As she spoke, she fell backward. Imo Xian Yuan quickly supported her back with one hand, steadying her. Before she could feel the warmth of his palm, his hand quickly withdrew. Then, he grabbed Si Zhao Zhao's wrist with great force, causing her skin to turn red. Tell me, where is Tingyu hidden by you? Si Zhao Zhao's palm stung, probably from his grip. Her face looked a little haggard as she irritably said, It's not me. Nanny Qiong and Ling and can all testify. I haven't returned to the palace since I left. If it's not you, then why did someone see you yesterday at Wanqing Pavilion? The palace guards who took the softening powder yesterday are the same as the ones used that day. Si Zhao Zhao, I shouldn't have been soft-hearted to you. The man's hand back veins bulged, and faint cracking sounds of bones could be heard from her wrist. Si Zhao Zhao had never seen such intense killing intent in his eyes before. But she was not an easy target either. In the next moment, amid everyone's surprised shouts, Si Zhao Zhao raised her other hand and suddenly grabbed Imo Xian Yuan's neck. The woman's slender hand gradually applied more force, her fingertips turning white. Seeing the fierce fight between the two, Lingen shouted in fear, Guard Yi, what are you standing there for? Quickly pull apart the prince and princess. Yi Qing had never seen such a scene before. The prince being choked by a woman was more exciting than a battle. He snapped out of his shock, and he and Lingen each pulled from opposite sides, but they couldn't move the two stubborn fighters at all. Imo Xian Yuan's face darkened. His words came out slowly one by one. You dare to fight back? Si Zhao Zhao's eyes turned fierce. It's you who went too far first. Let go. Dream on, as a war god, Emo Xianyuan had only been focusing on Emo Tingyu and didn't guard against her, so she seized the opportunity. With a slight internal force shock, Si Zhaozhao was forced to loosen her grip. Then, his strong hand suddenly pinched her chin, bringing his handsome face close to hers. I don't have time to play your game of push and pull. Prince, your memory is really bad. Have you forgotten? You came uninvited. I'll explain once more. I didn't go back to the prince's residence. Yesterday, I went to the countryside with Grandma Cheong. There are plenty of witnesses, so don't worry about checking. Emo Xianyuan's lips curled into a bloodthirsty, sinister smile. Are you implying that the palace guards are framing you? Next, are you going to say they were bought off? Si Zhaozhao sneered. Even if they aren't framing me, they should really open their eyes. Outside the room, Grandma Cheong hurried in and knelt on the ground. Prince, the old servant's brother is sick, so I asked the princess to come and see him. I followed the princess all day yesterday and never harmed anyone. Grandma Cheong was secretly called over by Ling'an. She followed behind and also knelt down. Compared to her, since following Si Zhaozhao, she had experienced this tense atmosphere and her thoughts were clearer. Prince, it takes 3 hours to travel from the palace to Grandma's hometown. The princess doesn't have the energy to run around 3 places. Ling'an's words hit the main point. But Song Chaoshua said, if they had bought the assassin early, kidnapping a child would be easy. Prince, what I said before was all seen by the servants. Otherwise, why would the princess leave the residence so quickly? Emo Xianyuan was furious and embarrassed. He grabbed Si Zhaozhao's arm and led her outside. Everyone followed. Prince, where are you taking Zhaozhao? Lin Fanhua asked anxiously. Yi Qing stepped in front of the carriage. Everyone stay back. The prince needs to speak privately with the princess. He won't hurt her. As soon as he finished speaking, the horse suddenly reared and galloped away. Lin Fanhua chased a few steps but couldn't catch up with the horse. Grandma Cheong and Ling'an helped her. Lin Fanhua grabbed Ling'an's hand tightly. Ling'an, what is going on? Who is Tingyu? Who is the prince? Ling'an didn't want to upset her and hesitated, refusing to speak. Song Chaoshua snorted coldly and openly said in front of the Shangshu mansion gate, Emo Tingyu, little heir, can't you guess who he is? You've been crazy for too long and your mind isn't right. Lady Lin, listen carefully. If anything happens to the prince's son, you can forget about your daughter. She hurriedly left the Shangshu mansion. She had to go back and see how Zhaozhao died. Lin Fanhua was struck like a thunderbolt. She suddenly rushed to see Yuandao, grabbed his collar and with a fierce look like a tiger protecting its cub, said, You actually promised Zhaozhao to such a person. Si Yuandao saw many people looking at him and his face changed. Let go. How improper. This marriage was lied about by that rebellious girl. If you have grievances, go argue with her. He forcefully shook off her hand and hurried back to the mansion.
Suwan Ning Sai.
Ever since my sister took over the inner courtyard, things haven't been much better for me. The Regent King's son is harmed, and Zhaozhao probably won't survive this time. I need to think of a way to help my father. Just cry here slowly, sister. How could Zhaozhao actually fall for someone like that? Lin Fanhua muttered to herself. She believed in her daughter, so she thought there was some misunderstanding about Momen. Once clarified, everything would be fine. But she didn't know that Song Chaoshua had already given the prince a son long ago. She couldn't bear to see her daughter face the same hardships she had endured. Lin Fanjia suppressed her anger and quickly said, You all should return to the palace. Song Chaoshua came this time not just to bring Zhaozhao back. She will also try to find out about Manman's background and might even make up false accusations. But going there won't help. Grandma Cheong looked worried. Lin Fanjia took a deep breath. You stay and hold off the Regent King. I have my own plans. After I settle Man, I will go to the palace. Ling'an and Grandma Cheong looked at each other and said seriously, All right. After they left, Lin Fanjia looked at the sky, tears flickering at the corners of her eyes. She silently thought, I'm sorry. Si Zhaozhao was thrown into the yard by a man. Her healing palm was scraped again, bleeding. Servants peeked at her nervously. Mo Xianyuan closed the door angrily and shouted, "Everyone leave now. Yi Qing, go bring the person here. Who are you?" Si Zhaozhao frowned slightly. "Young miss." Cheong Yuanming was carried into the yard on a stretcher. He looked surprised and greeted her. Mo Xianyuan's eyes sharpened and a cold light shot out. Yi Qing scolded, "How dare you? This is the Regent King's wife. You can't call her by her name. Regent King's palace?" Cheong Yuanming looked a bit surprised. Si Zhaozhao thought about his illness and asked, "Did you take your medicine and tonics today?" Hearing this, Cheong Yuanming looked at her and nodded. "Yes, I took them. But I fainted before I could use my skills and was brought here." Mo Xianyuan held his sword, pointing it at Cheong Yuanming. His head throbbed with pain, and he asked coldly, "Because of this useless person, you risk being executed on the spot just to hurting you and steal from the palace treasury. Don't talk nonsense. He's Grandma Cheong's younger brother. We just saw him yesterday, and then you fell in love at first sight and ruined your life?" Mo Xianyuan said angrily. Si Zhaozhao found his idea unbelievable. "I didn't have any affair. Those 2 letters weren't written by me. Mo Xianyuan, as a war god, you're good at strategy and planning. How could you be so easily led by others? Your sword should be aimed at enemies, not your own people." Mo Xianyuan couldn't understand why, ever since the poisoning incident with Tianyu, he couldn't control his emotions whenever he saw this woman again. Especially when she challenged him, his head ached as if it would split, and he longed to tear her apart immediately. Si Zhaozhao looked into his furious, blood-red eyes, and her heart tightened. Could it be that the bamboo jade worm was causing trouble? Most likely, the bamboo jade worm had escaped control. Feeling her hostility, it strongly resisted its former master. Thinking of this, Si Zhaozhao changed her attitude and calmly said, "Prince, if you doubt me deep down, you won't believe anything I say. Fine. I will help you find Mo Tianyu first. Once we find him, you can question me. As for this person, you should settle him somewhere. But you also don't want more trouble, right?" Since Cheong Yuanming could be found, it proved she had been followed before. Song Chaoshue, seeing she wasn't killed, eagerly wanted to act out this scene. But even a fierce tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. For a vague princess title, she did such a crazy thing. Mo Xianyuan still looked angry, but he put away his sword and didn't order to trouble them further. "How many days?" Si Zhaozhao quickly responded. 2 days, I will do my best. I will go with you," he said. That's good. With him there, at least she could stand up to anyone who is unreasonable. Mo Xianyuan asked Yi Qing to send Cheong Yuanming away. Si Zhaozhao reminded him, "Don't let anyone know, especially not the people in the palace. Why not just say her name directly?" Mo Xianyuan looked at her, but didn't ask who she meant. Si Zhaozhao initially wanted to return to the Shangshu mansion to report her safety, but was surprised when he was in such a hurry to leave. But if it were a long disappearance, she would be even more anxious than him. At this moment, Song Chaoshue just got off the carriage and saw Si Zhaozhao walk out of the palace unharmed.
She paused, surprised.
"Are you taking the sister to Dali Temple? But the most urgent thing is to find Tianyu first. Prince, you should go question that traitor." Mo Xianyuan pushed her aside, coldly and ruthlessly grabbing Si Zhaozhao and putting her into another ready carriage. As Si Zhaozhao brushed past her, she lowered her head and quickly said in a cold tone, "Is this the plan you've been thinking about for 2 days?" "It's nothing special." Then she sat in the carriage, lifted the curtain, and looked at her slowly. Although she had no expression, her proud smirk was clear to Song Chaoshue. Angrily, Song Chaoshue stormed back to Wanqing Pavilion and smashed the room into chaos. After venting her anger, she slammed the table and shouted, "Lianhua, where did that worthless servant run off to? What exactly happened? Where is the prince taking that scoundrel? I can't stand it anymore. If I don't kill Si Zhaozhao, I will go crazy." Lianhua scrambled into the room, crawling on the floor. "Madam, I was just dozing off. I was too tired from traveling all day yesterday." Song Chaoshue slapped her and scolded angrily, "Fool! The big plan isn't finished yet and you still dare to sleep? Do you know that that scoundrel wasn't hurt at all and was taken away by the prince? Even that treacherous man is nowhere to be found. Unjustly slapped, Lianhua felt resentment, but dared not speak. Maybe the prince sent them to find the young master? Song Chao Shue's eyes lit up. That scoundrel really made her so angry, she almost forgot about this. Quickly send a message, say the prince has left the estate and is following the plan. Yes, I will go right now. Soon, Lianhua returned and pointed outside. The madam of the Shangshu residence has come, saying she wants to see the prince. Send her away. Wait, Song Chao Shui raised her hand to stop her, smiling slightly. You go handle your matter. I will go meet her. Ling En and Granny Cheong were talking with Lin Fanluo, not seeing the princess or the prince anywhere. Lin Fanluo clenched her bracelet, worried. At this moment, someone came out of the courtyard, Song Chao Shui herself. Seeing her, they were even more unsure about Si Zhaozhao's situation. You are too late. The princess has already confessed, and is now taking the prince to rescue the young master. If I were the lady, I would stay quietly at home to avoid trouble. It seems your madness hasn't been cured yet. Lin Fanluo looked inside through the door, only wanting to see her daughter, not to argue with her. Granny Cheong stepped forward quickly, protecting her. How bold! Madam is the head lady of the Shangshu residence. How dare you, a former servant girl, to act so presumptuously? Song Chao Shui hated others mentioning her background and raised her hand in anger. Dog servant, this is not your place to speak. Lingen blocked the slap, but her face was slapped red. Yesterday, I just managed to stop myself from shouting, but I almost lost control again. I forced back my tears and said, Young lady, please stay calm. Madam is worried because she cares about the princess. As for the little young master, we will know who took him once the prince returns. In the past, Lingen saw the people from Wanqin Pavilion as humble and lowly. During the Song dynasty, Shui never paid attention to Ling and I didn't expect that after following the rude person Si Zhaozhao, she would dare to talk back to me. You are a servant paid by the prince's residence, yet you dare to speak for them. Do you believe I will sell you to a brothel as a? Of course, Lingen was afraid. But the princess had been kind to her before. Now that she was not around, how could she be so heartless as to watch the princess's mother be bullied? She straightened her chest and said firmly, I believe you, young lady, but you wouldn't dare do that. 2 years after the prince went to war, he set a new rule forbidding servants from being sold to brothels. Anyone who disobeys will be punished according to military law. Besides, everyone in the prince's residence relies on the silver the prince earned from his battles. What does that have to do with you, young lady? You're asking for a beating. Song Chaoshue's eyes flashed sharply as she curled her finger and flicked Ling An's face. Her sharp nails glinted, and with that strike, Ling An's face was ruined. Suddenly, a familiar figure embraced Ling An's waist. Song Chaoshue nearly fell to the ground from the force. The prince has ordered that if you see this sword, you see the prince. Yi Zhu has been sent to protect the peace of the residence. Miss Song, please return to Wanqin Pavilion. Yi Zhu suddenly stepped in front of Ling and, drawing his Qinglong sword. Nonsense. How could the prince give the imperial sword to a little guard like you? If you don't believe it, you can try, Yi Zhu said coldly. Yi Zhu was very stiff and always looked dull. When he was angry now, Song Chaoshue's doubts disappeared. She snorted coldly. Even you wouldn't dare forge the Qinglong sword. When the prince returns, you'll see what happens to you. After saying that, she turned and left. Guard Yi, where did the prince take Zhao Zhao? What are your plans for this matter? Lin Fanhua asked anxiously. Madam, there's no need to worry. The prince and princess are on their way to find the young master. The princess is safe for now. Everything will be decided once the young master is found. Yi Zhu didn't go into details, but Lin Fanhua couldn't help but imagine what might happen after Song Chaoshue's words. If they find the boy and he points to Zhao Zhao, what will happen then? Based on Song Dynasty Snow's actions today, it is unlikely she won't do something extreme, such as inciting her son to falsely accuse others. No, she must find a way to save Zhao Zhao herself. Si Zhao Zhao sat cross-legged, seemingly meditating, but in fact, she was controlling ant bugs to find someone. Ant bugs are the lowest level of insects. They can be controlled easily without any special refining, making it fair to call this the simplest insect magic. In just a few days, Si Zhao Zhao used her spiritual space many times, but the original owner's mental strength remained weak, very different from her past life. The spiritual space not only stores things, but also has healing effects, helping her body recover faster. It's like she and Song Dynasty Snow both received 50 lashes. Song Dynasty Snow took over 2 months to heal, but she only needed about a month. However, her body was in such poor condition that she had no chance to rest properly, so she only improved slightly compared to the original owner. After fainting and waking up yesterday, Si Zhao Zhao was able to hold on so long in front of everyone thanks to her strong willpower. She has delicate eyebrows, a slight smile, a nose that tips upward, and wears a pale yellow outer garment with a light blue skirt underneath, making her skin look even fairer and more radiant. Her hair is decorated with a simple white jade orchid flower hairpin, with a small, smooth bead made of fine, creamy jade at its center. Although her outfit isn't luxurious, it makes her look elegant and beautiful. This was the first time Mo Xianyuan carefully looked at her. "Prince, there's a cliff ahead. We can't cross it." Outside the carriage, the coachman called out. Si Zhao Zhao opened her eyes and just happened to see him staring at her intently. She was stunned for a moment and instinctively touched her face. Mo Xianyuan subtly shifted his gaze elsewhere and coldly said, "Get down and lead the way." After getting out of the carriage, Si Zhao Zhao finally understood why Mo Xianyuan was so sure she kidnapped Mo Tingyu. Because this cliff was the place where she and her nanny had faced life and death. Looking down at the deep abyss beneath her feet, Si Zhao Zhao suddenly said, "Prince, last time you still owed me an apology. If it turns out I didn't kidnap him this time, can I combine 2 things into one request?" "What request?" "I want Song Dynasty Snow to bow and admit her mistake." Si Zhao Zhao said each word clearly. After the incident where Zhang Sheng was silenced, she didn't believe it. Mo Xianyuan didn't realize the role Song Chao Shui was playing in it. This time, if he continues to protect her, it will prove that he is just as foolish as Si Yuan Dao. So, she might as well give up on having him and Man recognize each other as family, follow the Emperor's wishes, find the opportunity to steal the Jade Soldier Talisman, and then divorce. Seeing that she was serious, Mo Xianyuan was silent for a moment and said, "If you can prove your innocence, I might agree." "Good. Remember what you just said, Prince." After saying this, Si Zhao Zhao suddenly walked to the edge of the cliff, turned her back to the deep abyss, and jumped down. The coachman was so frightened his face turned pale. "Prince, I will go and find someone to save the princess." The bottom was so deep that it seemed endless. Did the princess want to prove her innocence through death? Mo Xianyuan's face looked like ink spilled on paper. Before he could react, he suddenly heard Si Zhao Zhao cheerfully shout from below, "Prince, look down. There are vines and many caves underneath. Come down quickly and help me find them." The coachman hurriedly said, "Your Highness, the terrain here is too dangerous. Please be careful. Go back first. Come again before sunset. If I haven't come up by then, go find Yizhu." The coachman, unable to persuade him, had no choice but to follow orders and ride away. Mo Xianyuan slid down the vines. When he reached about 10 meters, a small, fair hand grabbed his robe. Si Zhao Zhao looked up at him with bright eyes. "Prince, why are you moving so slowly? It's getting foggy. Hurry up and come down." Mo Xianyuan said nothing. In recent days, his internal strength fluctuated wildly, sometimes powerful and hard to control, sometimes weak and ordinary. But he could only suppress these feelings in his heart and wait until he saw Xiao Su. Otherwise, with his reputation, being exploited by someone with bad intentions would be a disaster for the northern border. Snapping back to reality, Si Zhao Zhao had already led the way into the cave. Water droplets on the cave walls dripped onto the ground. They were careful to avoid slipping, which slowed their progress. After walking a few meters, Si Zhao Zhao saw something ahead that made her feel disbelief. Mo Xianyuan's eyes suddenly sharpened with a fierce killing intent. A chilling aura burst out. If he hadn't given the sword to Yi Zhu, and the heavy iron sword was still in the palace, Si Zhaozhao's neck might have been in danger now. Suppressing his raging anger, his voice became hoarse.
Ting Yu.
You hid him here. Although Si Zhaozhao was not very confident inside, she still pretended to be calm and said, "You'll know once you open it." In front of them was a dark, black coffin. Si Zhaozhao's fingers rested on the coffin lid, and her heart was pounding nervously. Could Song Chaoxue really be so cruel as to kill her own son just to get rid of her? Fortunately, the coffin was not sealed, and together they pushed open the lid. Slowly, the entire face and body of the person inside were revealed. At that moment, Si Zhaozhao's eyes widened. It was just a skeleton that had been dead for a long time. Si Zhaozhao wiped her sweat and thought, wow, that was a false alarm, more nerve-wracking than when she first took the poison insect. Mo Xianyuan said with a forced smile, "The princess seems very nervous." "No, the cave is too stuffy. I'm very hot. Rest assured, Lord Mo Tingyu must be here, just not in this cave," Si Zhaozhao said confidently. The ant insect, honest and obedient, had led them here and then left her control, proving it had completed her orders. Mo Xianyuan looked suspicious and said, "Then what are you waiting for? Why don't we set out now? Lord, you need to understand, these people aren't hidden by me. I just found this place using my own methods. It's better if you don't speak to me like I'm interrogating a suspect." Si Zhaozhao rolled her eyes and walked outside. They had been falsely accused many times, and she was tired of it. Mo Xianyuan clenched his fists, feeling a tingling in his chest, almost losing control of his anger. They were now on a mountain, where thick fog surrounded them, and the caves on both sides were completely hidden. "Lord, it looks like we need to go down first." At this moment, Si Zhaozhao was no longer in the mood to provoke him. The cold air in the mountains was intense, and with the sun setting, she knew they wouldn't last long without finding Mo Tingyu, especially with his fragile body. Si Zhaozhao looked down, searching for the vine she had slipped on earlier.
Montag Xuan Yuan frownet.
Seeing her clumsy, he couldn't stand it anymore. He grabbed her waist with one hand, lifted her into the air, and descended straight down through the thick fog. With his other hand, he suddenly reached forward and grabbed. Si Zhaozhao's balance shifted, and she accidentally pressed close to Mo Xianyuan. Instinctively, she hugged his waist, which was unexpectedly narrow and firm. Such a beautiful and intimate scene, yet neither of them showed any emotion on their faces. Everyone's thoughts are surprisingly the same. They are all worried about Mo Tingyu's condition. The grassy field in the mountains is soft and damp with fog, and the frost on the small stones shines like glass. When Si Zhaozhao lands, she quickly tries to push him away, but she slips, grabbing his belt, and falls straight down. A light kiss makes Si Zhaozhao's heart beat like drums, and she immediately gets up. Mo Xianyuan's back feels slightly wet and tingling, and he frowns. A faint red color seems to creep up his ears, barely noticeable. "Your Highness, I didn't stand firm just now. Think of it as being bitten by a bug." "I won't mind," Si Zhaozhao says, looking like she saw a ghost, which makes Mo Xianyuan feel complicated. He wonders who once forced him to marry a woman, only to now want to distance themselves from him. But the feeling from earlier, why does it seem so familiar? After the small incident, the fog clears. Dark clouds cover the mountain valley, creating a scene like a black cloud pressing down on the city, ready to crush it. Suddenly, Si Zhaozhao looks up in shock. Mo Xianyuan follows her gaze and also changes his expression. On the 1,000-foot cliff, there are many natural caves of different sizes, and at each cave entrance, there is a black coffin. There are over 100 of them, packed tightly. Some caves don't have coffins, but maybe they are inside, like the one they entered earlier. Searching one by one would take more than a day and night. 100 coffins. On a cliff. Someone wants to make a poison king. Si Zhaozhao remembers her master once mentioning how a poison king is made, using cruel and sinister methods. It requires the blood of 10,000 people and the bones of 1,000, placed in the most places to grow, and seeking a pure yang body for nourishment. Legend says that those who succeed can control heaven and earth, mastering yin and yang. This is a forbidden technique in poison magic. Practicing it goes against the natural order, bringing chaos to the world, and will be punished by heaven with retribution. The poison sect will also join forces to kill the practitioner, leaving no descendants. Suddenly, the mountain trembles, and a loud roar causes the coffins on the cliff to shake violently. In the next moment, Si Zhaozhao suddenly feels herself lifted into the air. Mo Xianyuan grabs her by the back of her neck and roughly throws her aside. She stumbles back, wide-eyed in shock. She sees a furry spider leg, thicker than a water jar, piercing Mo Xianyuan's shoulder. "Don't come any closer," Mo Xianyuan growls. He had blood dripping from his mouth but showed no fear. Decisively, he grabbed the spider's leg and used the chaotic internal energy within him to break it off. The big spider screamed in pain, releasing a foul, evil wind. Mo Xianyuan's long hair fluttered in the wind as he looked cold and arrogant. "How dare a beast enter my northern border?" After speaking, he radiated a powerful aura. His fierce internal energy gathered in his dantian, like countless invisible blades, slicing the spider into many wounds. Its huge body crackled loudly, like firecrackers going off nonstop. Si Zhaozhao saw this scene and felt a cold shiver all over, as if she was the one being attacked. Mo Xianyuan truly lives up to his reputation. Rumor has it that the northern border war god inherited his father's bravery and combat skills. He is both talented in literature and martial arts and has never lost a battle, winning every time. This is why Si Zhaozhao didn't rush to find the Jade Talisman. She wouldn't be so foolish as to risk her life when she couldn't even protect herself. But if they kept fighting like this, only the people would suffer. After all, this is the lair of the king of insect refining. The spider is clearly a smart insect, cultivated here for a long time to grow so large. Soon, the spider's wounds healed visibly fast. All countries in the world fear Xiantian. They agreed to ban insect masters from fighting, as the mysterious person choosing the king of insect refining in the northern border seems to want to provoke a war between the two countries. This is the fastest way to gain countless bones and blood. At that time, innocent lives would be lost and soldiers might still fight, but what about the innocent civilians? Although Si Zhaozhao's soul is from Xiantian, she sees all civilians equally. Killing innocents is simply unacceptable. She carefully observed the battle and suddenly shouted loudly to Mo Xianyuan, "Your Highness, the front of its abdomen is its vital point." The spider's 8 black eyes showed a hint of disdain. Foolish humans, they don't realize it can understand what they are saying. When Mo Xianyuan made his move, the spider tried to block with its leg but was forced to retreat by his swift and fierce attack. If he wasn't careful, he would lose fur or even a leg. The spider became furious and frantic. Mo Xianyuan had been affected by the bamboo jade insect, making his movements slightly slower than before. At this moment, the spider seized the opportunity and opened its mouth to spit out sticky, green silk. Suddenly, its back was pierced with a cold, stabbing pain, and blood gushed out like a flowing stream. It turned around in disbelief. Pushing away the fog, a warm yellow light shone on the blood-dripping blade, reflecting a dazzling glow. Si Zhaozhao held a dagger confidently, standing proudly in the light, covered in blood splatters from spiders. The spider fell to the ground, spewing out a large amount of green poison that burned the grass into withered patches. Its power made Mo Xianyuan look even more serious. Si Zhaozhao wiped the blood from her face and smiled at Mo Xianyuan. "Your Highness, I used you as bait this time. You don't mind, do you?" The woman's bright smile made Mo Xianyuan's heart race. His body moved faster than his words, and in a blink, he caught her just as she was about to fall. "Your Highness, don't forget your promise. If you find Mo Tingyu and clear my name, I will kowtow to Song Chao Shui and admit my mistake." Mo Xianyuan's expression turned cold. "I never go back on my word, but can you hold on until we find him?" "Of course," Si Zhaozhao said slowly as she stood up. Mo Xianyuan looked at her slender figure and frowned slightly. The scene just now didn't seem like something Si Zhaozhao could do. He remembered she always spoke softly with her head lowered. When did she become so brave and daring? Unaware of his thoughts, Si Zhaozhao tried to recall what her master had told her. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. In the place of extreme Yin, there are strict rules for placing the coffin when refining bugs. Putting a living person inside creates a gap in the bug array. If they find the right pattern, they can locate Mo Tingyu's whereabouts. Mo Xianyuan didn't know what method she used. He only saw her staring motionlessly at the coffins hanging on the cliff. At sunset on Jinri Mountain, Si Zhaozhao exclaimed happily, "I found it!" On the west side, the 52nd cave. As she spoke, Mo Xianyuan moved quickly, grabbing vines, stepping on the cliff, and leaping upward. Si Zhaozhao couldn't practice martial arts, so she could only wait anxiously for his return. Seeing Mo Tingyu really here, Mo Xianyuan was even more confused. How did she know? He suppressed his doubts and took Mo Tingyu away. Si Zhaozhao checked his pulse. He only had a common soft muscle powder, and since the child was weak, the medicine would last longer. Thinking of the bamboo jade bug inside him, Si Zhaozhao asked casually, "Your Highness, you're injured. Should I check you too?" Mo Xianyuan frowned. "I'm fine." Seeing that he was unwilling, Si Zhaozhao did not force him. "It's getting dark, and the mountain is very cold. Mo Tingyu can't handle it. You should take him up first." "Then what will you do?" Mo Xianyuan suddenly asked. Si Zhaozhao replied calmly, "Climb slowly," and she secretly hoped to destroy this cursed place. Unexpectedly, Mo Xianyuan did not abandon her harshly. He held Mo Tingyu in his arms and casually threw a vine over. "Tie him up. If he can't hold on, tell me." Si Zhaozhao held the damp vine and asked surprisingly, "Your Highness, aren't you furious with me right now, trying to escape punishment by death?" "I won't fall for that," Mo Xianyuan said coldly. Si Zhaozhao raised an eyebrow. This person's thoughts are really hard to understand. According to him, the two of them and the child slowly moved upward. The prince's carriage was already parked not far from the cliff. Mo Xianyuan carried Mo Tingyu and got into the carriage first. Si Zhaozhao followed slowly behind. Just as she was about to climb up, a shadow suddenly covered her head. She looked up. The person was dressed in night clothes, with his head wrapped tightly in black cloth. His voice was low, his eyes cold, and he suddenly cut the vine with a knife. "Si Zhaozhao, go die." The cave was cold, and moisture seeped into Mo Tingyu's body. Mo Xianyuan used his inner strength to force the cold air out of him. He took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the water droplets from Mo Tingyu's forehead. At this moment, the carriage suddenly started moving, but the woman was nowhere to be seen. He lifted the curtain and asked, "Why hasn't the princess come up yet?" "The princess," the coachman was stunned. "I only saw you and the young master," he replied. Mo Xianyuan frowned, thinking she was too weak and walking slowly. He got out of the carriage to look for her. When he reached the empty cliff edge, he realized something was wrong. Faster, head back to the mansion immediately. He knew how deep the bottom was. If she really fell because she was exhausted, even with his light skills, he couldn't heal her right away. So, he decided to return to the mansion, call Xiao Su over, and send more people to safely bring her up. But he didn't know that Si Zhaozhao, hanging on the cliff, heard his words and hated him to death. Si Zhaozhao relied on the dagger she carried. During her rapid descent, she suddenly stabbed it into the rock wall to avoid falling to her death. Before she could call for help, the person had already left. This wasn't the first time she experienced his cruel mind and heartless actions. He gave her hope first, then struck her with a deadly. Si Zhaozhao clenched her teeth, feeling close to breaking down. The mountain wall at night was wet and slippery from the fog, and she couldn't get a good grip with her feet. She could only hopelessly watch her hand grow numb and weaken, gradually losing strength. Then, Si Zhaozhao seemed to break free like a kite with its string cut, disappearing into the mist. When Mo Xianyuan returned with people to search the mountain, Si Zhaozhao was already gone. "Prince, I didn't see the princess. I only found this." Is it hers? Yi Qing asked. Seeing the dagger still stained with spider blood, Mo Xianyuan clenched his fist under his wide robe. Where was it found? At the bottom of the cliff, beside a patch of withered grass. Could she have fallen into the poison spit out by that beast? Mo Xianyuan's expression darkened, feeling uneasy inside. He examined the dagger carefully, his tone heavy. Stay away from that grass. It's highly toxic. We should wait until dawn. If she's not found by then, we'll return to the house. When she woke up, her head ached, and she didn't know how much time had passed outside. The surroundings were pitch dark, with no light at all. Si Zhaozhao reached out and felt ahead, touching what seemed to be a wall, sticky and damp. She shook her hand and was about to stand up when she suddenly realized her legs and feet were chained and she couldn't free herself. Is anyone there? Her voice echoed for a long time. Si Zhaozhao's ears twitched. She bit her finger and drew a blood circle on the ground. The ant insect received the command and moved forward a long way. Just as it was about to see the light, suddenly a foot stepped on it, crushing it. Its sensing was cut off. Then, slow footsteps, as if soaked in water, approached. Si Zhaozhao, you're about to die. Do you have any last words? The person spoke, but Si Zhaozhao remained calm. It wasn't because she looked down on Song Chao Shui. Compared to the mysterious person who trained the insect king, she indeed seemed powerless. Can you really help me if I tell you? That depends on whether you have the wit to please me, Song Chao Shui said, approaching and stopping in front of her. Si Zhaozhao couldn't see her and sneered. How dare you ask me to please you? You drugged your own child and sent him to that terrible place. Aren't you afraid of punishment? No, someone will deal with you soon. Don't worry. What you fear won't happen. He won't wake up and no one will know what I did. Your son is really unlucky, Si Zhaozhao said helplessly.
Miss.
The prince and the others are coming back soon. It was Lianhua's voice. Song Chaoshui reached out and patted Si Zhaozhao's cheek, smiling proudly. Si Zhaozhao, just stay here and bear the crime of harming Tingyu. In this dark place, wait quietly for your end. Oh, and don't worry, it won't be long before your whole family is reunited. See how kind I am to you?
Haha.
You laugh like a rooster. If you're leaving, hurry up. Don't stay here and make noise. Si Zhaozhao's sharp tongue had often left Song Chaoshui speechless. Furious, she wanted to hit her, but Lianhua called again. Miss, the prince is almost here. Please come out quickly. Useless servant, stop rushing me. Song Chaoshui glared angrily at the dazed Si Zhaozhao. Thinking of her future fate, she gave a cold snort and turned to leave. But Si Zhaozhao caught something useful from Lianhua's words. Coming back soon?
Could it be?
She was locked inside the prince's residence? Your Highness. Please, you must stand up for Tingyu. Song Chaoshui cried as she ran forward, throwing herself toward him like a fluttering butterfly. Mo Xianyuan stepped aside, and she crashed straight into Yi Qing's arms, even hitting his chest twice with her fists. Miss Song, the prince. He's over there, Yi Qing said awkwardly. Realizing she had embraced the wrong person, Song Chaoshui's face turned pale. She almost struck him, but quickly remembered the prince was watching. Forcing herself to look sorrowful, she said, Your Highness, Tingyu still hasn't woken up. Could it be the princess's doing? Mo Xianyuan was still lost in the thought that Si Zhaozhao might have died at the bottom of the cliff. Hearing her words, he felt a sudden wave of disgust. Instead of staying by Tingyu's side, you only think about blaming others. Why are you always against her? Song Chaoshui grew anxious. I'm only worried about Tingyu. If the princess didn't do anything wrong, then where is she? She went with you, but suddenly disappeared. Isn't that running away out of guilt? Mo Xianyuan didn't want to argue with her. Without another word, he walked past her and headed straight toward Wanqing Pavilion. Upon entering the room, Song Chaoshui gave Lianhua a subtle signal, and she nodded slightly in response. Song Chaoshui leaned beside Mo Tingyu, crying and saying, Wah, my poor child, if I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have brought you back to the house. It's better than being repeatedly betrayed here. In the past, Mo Xianyuan would have been moved by her caring motherly attitude. But today, for some reason, he felt it was fake. He couldn't help but think of the woman at the bottom of the cliff, who was brave and fought alongside him, smiling with a knife in her hand. If it were her, she would probably try to wake Tingyu first. Thinking of this, his expression suddenly grew tense. He wondered why he suddenly thought of that woman. Yuana, what happened to Tingyu? Madame Mo hurried over. Mo Xianyuan snapped back to reality and looked displeased at the person beside her. Mo Yuhui kept waving his hands to explain, "It's not that I told secrets. The commotion tonight was too loud, and Mother was worried about Tingyu. I really couldn't stop it." Madame Mo looked disappointed. "Yuana, you're probably tired of this old body, not knowing how many days I've left, so you hide everything from me, right?" "Mother, you're overthinking," Mo Xianyuan said with furrowed brows. Seeing the opportunity, Song Chaoxue weakly knelt at Madame Mo's feet, tears streaming down her face as she begged, "Madam, please stand up for Tingyu. The way he is now, it's all because of the princess." Mo Xianyuan scolded, "Chaoxue, don't accuse people without proof. What proof do you need?" Madame Mo coughed, her pale face flushing with anger. "That Miss C married a wild child for some purpose. Let's not talk about that for now. If she had just been honest and become her princess, it would be fine. But she can't tolerate Tingyu, and she's even cruel enough to poison him. Mother, this matter has been investigated. The poison wasn't from her," Mo Xianyuan said with a frown. "But this time? If she didn't do it, why did she run away out of fear of punishment? Yuana, I know you hate liars and traitors. Tell me honestly, why haven't you stopped her yet?" Mo Xianyuan pressed his lips together. "I have nothing to say. Is it that you have nothing to say, or that you've fallen for her?" Madame Mo pressed harshly. Song Chaoxue stared intently at Mo Xianyuan. Yi Qing saw the prince's strong will and couldn't hold back from interrupting. "Madam, the prince was injured trying to save the young master. Let's wait until he's bandaged before discussing this." "What? You're hurt?" Madame Mo was stunned. She then noticed that Mo Xianyuan's face was paler than usual, and his posture was no longer so upright. The skin and flesh on his shoulder had completely torn open, with blood mixed with the cloth. Just thinking about it made her feel a sharp pain. However, he acted so naturally that no one would believe that the mighty war god could be injured within his own country. But why could just a guard notice? In the end, it was because she didn't care enough. In the past, even if Madame Mo's son, Mo Yuhui, got a small cut, she would be the first to notice. She would carefully apply medicine, worried about scars. Mo Xianyuan was used to being ignored by his brothers. It was like when he went to battle. Everyone thought he took his brother's place, but no one knew he was pushed out forcibly. His mother didn't want his younger brother to end up like their father, fighting all his life, but becoming disabled. Only those who had followed Mo Xianyuan for many years knew these things. Song Chaoxue's sobs gradually stopped. She told the guards at the door, "Hurry and call Dr. Xiao." Madame Mo remembered her eldest son as capable of everything and didn't think much of this incident. After all, the injuries he received on the battlefield were probably worse, but he had survived. So she simply said, "Yuan, this injury isn't serious." "Did Xiao Su say when Tianyu would wake up?" Yi Qing, feeling sorry for the prince, said, "Madam, the prince's shoulder." "Enough, Yi Qing," Mo Xianyuan interrupted him calmly. Then he said in a deep voice, "Tianyu only took some soft muscle powder and isn't injured. You can go back and rest. When Tianyu wakes up, my son will send word." Madame Mo hesitated. "If it's just soft muscle powder, why isn't he waking up yet?" At this moment, Mo Yuhui advised, "Mother, Tianyu has always been weak. Do you remember? He only caught a cold back then and was in bed for 3 days. I believe what my brother says. Besides, Huire is tired too. Let's go back first and wait for my brother's news." Madame Mo glared at him, but her tone was full of affection. "You little ungrateful one. Only caring about yourself. Fine, I'll listen to you for now." Mo Yuhui smiled at them and helped Madame Mo leave. Yi Qing was a bit angry. "Prince, Do you think the lady is made of iron? Besides, the second young master did such things to you. Meng Xianyuan. Mo Xianyuan interrupted him with a cold look. You're talking too much today. Yi Qing shut his mouth but still felt angry inside. Anyone else would find it hard to forgive what the second young master did back then, let alone stay on good terms. Song Chao Shui didn't expect Madame Mo to be so unpersuadable, but since Mo Xianyuan was hurt, she couldn't cause trouble anymore. She could only stand up and kindly say, Prince, Tianyu is here with me. You should go and treat your injury first. Mo Xianyuan looked deeply at her pure and flawless face. Song Chao Shui's face turned slightly red. She lowered her head and said, Prince, I was just worried about the child. I didn't mean to target the princess. Mo Xianyuan looked away and said, Xiao Su said he should wake up by tomorrow morning. You should rest early. Yi Qing hurried to follow the man. After a few steps, Mo Xianyuan suddenly said, Go to Wan Xian Pavilion to keep watch. Do not make any noise or scare the enemy. Let me know if there is any movement. Yi Qing was secretly surprised. Was the prince suspicious of Miss Song? He quickly went back and saw Lian Hua carefully closing the door. Yi Qing tiptoed, slightly bent down, and peeked through a small hole he made in the paper window, seeing everything inside clearly. Don't come out during this time. Wait for my letter. Song Chao Shui handed a silver note to the person dressed in night clothes in front of her. The person asked confused, Miss, do I still need to identify Si Zhao Zhao for hiring someone to harm the heir? Things have come to this. Why change your mind? This is the best time to ruin her. No, I feel that the prince's attitude towards her is strange. I must find out why, so I can be at ease. Anyway, that woman is dead. No matter what I say, if you come out now to identify her, I worry it will cause more trouble, Song Chao Shui said thoughtfully. Yi Qing was shocked. The princess was already dead? He suppressed the urge to go find the prince and kept watching. He saw Song Chao Shui give something to Lian Hua and instruct her, follow the plan. Take 1 spoonful each day and put it in the soup. As long as he drinks it for 3 days in a row, he will never wake up again. Lian Hua nodded. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly turned back and asked, Miss, are you really not going to reconsider? What are you thinking? Do you expect me to wait until he wakes up and recognizes that I gave him the medicine? He only opened his eyes after I put him in the cave. That is his fate. Song Chaoshua's face was twisted with anger, looking like a devil, which scared Yi Qing almost into shouting out loud. It turns out that the person who kidnapped the young master was his own mother. Miss Song is actually such a cruel woman. Yi Qing really feels he was blind before. Lian Hua quietly left with the medicine, while Yi Qing hurried to the main hall. Mo Xianyuan was shirtless, letting Xiao Su bandage his wound. As he put the medicine bottle into the box, he asked Yuan, what exactly happened to your injury? And this poison on your shoulder? Don't tell me it's to save Tingyu. I can tell the difference. If you wait any longer, you might lose your arm. Who could have hurt you like this? Mo Xianyuan didn't answer directly, but talked about the chaos of his internal energy. Xiao Su frowned and asked, could it be the ice lotus causing trouble? But its poison only acts every half-month. How could it suddenly change? Mo Xianyuan remained silent. Just as Xiao Su was about to ask more, Yi Qing suddenly burst into the room, almost crashing the door. Sorry, Your Highness. I have urgent news. Mo Xianyuan looked up and asked, what is it? Xiao Su also looked at him. Yi Qing hesitated for a moment and said, I saw a shadow flicker past. A Yuan, there's actually someone in the capital daring to send an assassin after you. No, could it be related to your injury? Xiao Su said seriously. Mo Xianyuan shook his head and said, send more people to patrol. Is there anything else? Yi Qing wanted to speak but hesitated. Xiao Su immediately understood and said, Yuan, I'll come back tomorrow to bandage your wound. Then he left directly. Yi Qing knelt on the ground, sweating profusely, and urgently said, Your Highness, the princess might already be in danger. He didn't dare say it directly, but Mo Xianyuan understood what he meant. There was no certainty, but Yi Qing wouldn't make such a statement without reason. Suddenly, a dagger in his robe dropped to the ground, and a flicker of surprise crossed his face. Is that woman really dead? Before the incident, she had confidently claimed she was innocent. Now, before the truth was even clear, she was gone. She must have been very unwilling. It was like a fishbone stuck in her throat, unable to be swallowed or spit out. Let her die like that. It would be a mercy for her, Mo Xianyuan said expressionlessly. Suddenly, a cold chill shot up from his feet, and the icy coldness surged through his body along his meridians. With each breath, his internal organs felt as if they were pierced by thousands of needles. This familiar sensation was a sign that Binglian's poison was about to take effect. Go back now and keep watch, he ordered. Prince. Yi Qing was about to say that Miss Song was the one who kidnapped the young master, but when he thought of the princess's death and the young master still not waking up, he hesitated, realizing the prince might be easily fooled by a few words, so he stopped speaking. It would be better to wait until tomorrow to replace the harmful medicine. Once the young master wakes up, no matter how cunning Song Chaoshui is, it won't help her. Thinking of this, Yi Qing bowed and left. After he left, Mo Xianyuan stood up. His figure flickered, accidentally knocking over ink and brush. The flying ink spilled and extinguished the candle flame, plunging the room into darkness. He also collapsed onto the bed. In the quiet, peaceful palace, only two people were suffering from intense pain at the same time. Mo Tingyu had not yet woken. Madame Mo, unable to wait any longer, hurried to Wanxin Pavilion. Xiao Su was checking his pulse. Dr. Xiao, what is going on? Madame Mo asked. Xiao Su lowered Mo Tingyu's arm and shook his head. The cold in his body has been driven out by a yuan. He should have woken up long ago, but because of some shock, he is unwilling to wake up in his consciousness. Madame Mo was stunned.
I
don't quite understand. Song Chaoshui sniffled and said, Madam, Snow understands now. Tingyu was frightened by someone, so he is reluctant to wake up, or perhaps he is afraid to wake up. Frightened? Who dares to scare my grandson? Cough, cough. Where did Yuan go? Why hasn't he come here? Madame Mo demanded. Yi Qing hurried over, cupped his fists, and said, Madam, the prince was called into the palace this morning but returned soon after. Hearing this, Madame Mo couldn't say much, as it was the emperor who had summoned him. After waiting for more than half an hour, Mo Xianyuan finally arrived. Today, he was dressed in a long, ink-colored robe. His clothes and hair fluttered slightly in the breeze, exuding a faint cold aura. His gaze was as sharp and proud as ever. Song Chaoshui's heart fluttered. Such a handsome and extraordinary man was truly worthy of her. Only she was suitable to be his princess. General Xiao Shu's words were repeated again. Song Chaoshui covered her face and cried, Prince, Shuer begs you. Please send more people to find the princess. Shuer doesn't want to think badly of anyone, but Tianyu is taken by her, which is why he is like this. You also question the guards, right? They saw the princess at Wanxin Pavilion, and the place hiding Tianyu is on the way to the trader's house. What trader? Yuana, how many secrets have you kept from your mother? Do you still have a mother in your heart? Cough, cough. Madame Mo's face, which was pale with anger, suddenly flushed with color. Mo Yuhui hurriedly helped her calm down. At this moment, a faint, awkward voice sounded, as if it was the first time speaking, hesitant and difficult.
Save.
Fairy. Everyone turned to look, and the most surprised was Song Chaoshui, whose face showed shock and fear. Mo Tianyu actually spoke. Mo Xianyuan strode over, holding the awakened Mo Tianyu in his arms, and asked softly, What do you want to tell Dad? Song Chaoshui was afraid he might say something inappropriate, so she quickly interrupted, Prince, it's good that Tianyu can speak, but he just woke up. His mind is probably still confused. Maybe let him sleep a little longer. When she spoke, a hint of fear appeared in Mo Tianyu's eyes. His small hand tightly clutched the man's clothes. Mo Xianyuan was a very perceptive person. This small action was enough to make him suspicious. He patiently asked, Tianyu, do you remember who took you to the cave? Take your time, tell me slowly. Madame Mo also agreed, Yes, good grandson, don't be afraid. That bad woman isn't here. Grandmother will stand up for you. Mo Tianyu slightly lifted his head. When he saw Song Chaoshui, his breathing became noticeably rapid. His small finger pointed at her as she moved toward the door and said clearly, "It's Mother."
Fairy. Saved.
Me. Although his speech was not very smooth, it was understandable. In an instant, Song Chaoshui became the focus of everyone's attention. Her face turned pale, and her hands and feet trembled uncontrollably. Yi Qing blocked her at the door and loudly said, "Prince, actually last night I wanted to report to you. I heard and saw Song Girl giving a package of medicine to Lianhua, telling her to give it to the young master for 3 days straight. The young master will never wake up again. My subordinate also saw a person in black serving her. Now I think about it, that figure does resemble the princess. I dare to guess that this person was pretending to be the princess and kidnapped the young master. She initially wanted that person to lie and say it was the princess who ordered it, but Miss Song was worried about causing more trouble. She said, "Anyway, the princess is already dead, and there's no proof. Let her say whatever she wants." Song Chaoshui suddenly looked at Lianhua with a fierce, hateful gaze that frightened Lianhua into kneeling and not daring to look directly. Mo Xianyuan's expression was dark. Song Chaoshui, panicked, said, "No, Your Highness, lady, you must believe me. Tingyu just said that a fairy goddess saved him. Maybe he meant that I was the one who saved him." Song Chaoshui, furious, pointed at Yi Qing. "Yi guard, why are you slandering me? All these black-clad people are just your words. Have you long conspired with the princess to frame me?" Mo Xianyuan comforted Tingyu and told him to lie down first. He coldly scolded, "Enough, Your Highness, you don't believe me? I am Tingyu's biological mother. How could I do such a wicked thing?" Tears filled Song Chaoshui's eyes as she backed away, trembling. Madame Mo also didn't want to believe that someone she had watched grow up could have such evil thoughts. Just as she was about to speak for her, Tingyu suddenly seemed to be shocked. He quickly stood up, his face flushed, and said, "Mother, they kidnapped me." Song Chaoshui's face looked worse. "Tingyu, why are you slandering your mother? Did the princess give you some benefit? How long do you plan to keep making excuses?" Mo Xianyuan said disappointedly. Compared to Si Zhaozhao, whom he had only met a few times, Mo Xianyuan didn't want to doubt the person he had known for over 10 years. But that woman always looked innocent and guiltless, while she only hesitated after hearing Tingyu's few words. He could see clearly who was most likely innocent. At this moment, a voice came from outside the door. "Your Highness, we found him." Rongshen quickly entered and politely bowed to Madame Mo and the others. "Madam, second young master." Then he approached Mo Xianyuan, unfolded what he was holding, and said, "The 2 letters that the princess secretly exchanged with the servant a few days ago. I have already checked, and the paper is Tanpi Xian paper from Highway Residence. The ink is the Northern Rong Imperial ink that your Majesty gifted you last year." He looked at Song Chaoshui and continued, "That ink you gave to Miss Song, you have transferred it. As for the paper, I have checked and compared. Besides Miss Song, no one in the family uses this for calligraphy or painting." Song Chaoshui looked at Mo Xianyuan in disbelief. "So, the prince has never trusted me." Madame Mo was surprised. Cough. You blame Yuana? Your father begged us to take you in back then. How could you be so cruel as to harm your own son? Was the poison last time also from you? I really misjudged you, madam. Even a tiger wouldn't eat its own cub. Why would Snow harm Tingyu? The person who poisoned him has already been sentenced to death by the prince. Yuana, is what she said true? Madame Mo asked.
Montag Xuan Yuan nodded coldly.
Where is Si Zhaozhao being kept? Madame Mo reacted quickly. Yes, where did you hide her? Si Zhaozhao is the legitimate daughter of the minister's residence. You're not harming Yuana, are you? If this gets out, our entire Mo family will be implicated. Hearing this, Song Chaoshui's eyes turned red. Prince, madam. Snow was confused for a moment, but Snow never meant to harm Tingyu. After all, he is Snow's own son. The medicine I gave Lianhua was just a common muscle relaxant. You can have Dr. Xiao come and check. Snow wanted to use this to make the prince divorce her. Coincidentally, she disappeared. The cliff is very deep, and the prince knows that. Snow thought she was doomed, which is why she said such things. She really doesn't know where she is hiding. Seeing Emo Xian Yuan remain so cold, Song Chao Shui clenched her teeth. Suddenly, she rushed to the moon table, grabbed a pair of scissors, and stabbed herself in the neck. Emo Xian Yuan quickly stepped forward, and Emo Yu Huai and others surrounded her. He snatched the scissors away and said in a deep voice, feeling wronged and rushing to die won't solve anything. Instead, think of a way to prove your innocence. Tears in her eyes, Song Chao Shui looked at him and shook her head with a bitter smile. Prince, Snow is not as eloquent as the princess. Snow has hardships she can't speak of. Since you believe Snow hid the princess, I might as well leave first. If the princess returns, as long as you remember Snow on this day each year, that will be enough. Madame Emo finally couldn't bear it. Yuana, Chao Shui has followed you all these years without seeking status. She has been polite and respectful since she was young. I believe she cares for you deeply, which is why she made mistakes. Maybe there is really a misunderstanding. Si Zhao Zhao is cunning and can use any trick to marry you, even with a wild child. What else can she do? If they truly wrongly accused Chao Shui, wouldn't the Mo family be even more at fault for hurting Song Deputy General? This sentence gave Song Chao Shui hope again. Mo Xian Yuan coldly said, for your own selfish desires, you ignore Tingyu's safety and slander the princess. Because of your father's face, I will spare your life. Starting today, you must move out of the royal residence. I will arrange a new place for you, and you will no longer return to the palace. Song Chao Shui was heartbroken. Prince, even if I forged those 2 letters, the princess only had that child because she was involved with someone else. Why do you forgive her so easily, but can't forgive? Si Zhao Zhao is the royal consort by imperial decree. Even if she was involved with someone else before marrying me, I am the only one who can judge her. As long as she is the princess, even if she dies, she will be buried in the palace's tomb. Song Chao Shui gritted her teeth in hatred. While they were talking, Mo Yu Huai glanced at the bed and wondered, why is Tingyu not here? Mo Xian Yuan's face suddenly changed. Yi Qing, send people quickly to find him. Mo Tingyu, who had been searched for by guards, had already sneaked away. The early market in the capital was bustling. He was dressed well, and after walking a few steps, someone enthusiastically called out, Big bun. Filled with meat, juicy, but not greasy. Mo Tingyu's stomach growled. He pursed his lips and looked eagerly at the neatly steamed big white buns in the steamer. Young master, do you want to eat? Mo Tingyu hesitated and nodded. The hot buns were still a bit too hot to hold, so Mo Tingyu carefully cupped them with both hands. He took a small bite, surprised and satisfied. The vendor reached out and said, 2 coins each. Hearing this, he looked troubled. The vendor immediately snatched the buns back and pushed him away, saying, dressed so well, can't afford a bun? Did you steal that outfit? Get out of here, don't block my business. Mo Tingyu pitifully let him push him. At this moment, a sweet, cute voice scolded, You, don't bully him. The vendor saw another little girl and impatiently said, Who's bullying him? He's just eating without paying. The little girl stomped her small pink boots and said, I have money. Then she slowly opened her bag, took out 2 copper coins and said, Here, give the bun back to him. Give me one too. After happily eating their fill, Mo Tingyu and the little girl sat by the roadside, feeling a bit full. Little brother, are you okay? Do you remember me? The little girl is Si Man Man. She hasn't seen her mother in a long time. When she asked others, no one knew when her mother would return. Today, while Sister Lingen and the others were away, she sneaked out with a small bag her grandmother had sewn for her. Unexpectedly, she met the boy who had fallen into the water before. Mo Tingyu shook his head and slightly opened his mouth.
I've fine.
What's your name? After hearing him, Si Man Man blinked. My name is Si Man Man. I go by my mother's surname. Little brother, your name is Mo Tingyu. I know you and I both ran away from home, right? Mo Tingyu nodded. Then, does your bad father, your father know you ran away? Mo Tingyu shook his head. Curious, Si Man Man asked, who are you looking for? Fairy. Si Man Man exclaimed, wow, you're so amazing. Fairies live in the sky, right? Can you fly? Mo Tingyu shook his head again. Si Man Man said, all right, I want to find my mother. I haven't seen her in a long time. Good luck. I'm leaving now. She hurriedly tried to leave, but was suddenly stopped by Mo Tingyu grabbing her bag. Si Man Man was so anxious she almost cried. Let go. This was sewn by my grandmother. Don't ruin it. Mo Tingyu's forehead started to sweat slightly. He tried very hard to say clearly, Fairy is
your
mother. Si Man Man was surprised, covering her mouth, then grinning. Yes, I always thought my mother was a fairy in the sky since we're looking for the same person. Let's go together. Mo Tingyu nodded firmly. The two small figures held hands and gradually walked away. Lingin, go call the doctor. Granny Cheong helped Lin Falu, who had fainted while waiting at the door all night, back to Lianxiang Pavilion. After a busy moment, Granny Cheong noticed that Lingin seemed a bit off. What happened? Lingin suddenly knelt on the ground. It's over. Miss is missing. What should I do? If the madam wakes up, she won't be able to handle this shock. I feel guilty for the princess, Granny Cheong exclaimed. When did you notice she was missing? Just before the half-hour incense. I went to water the peach trees in the yard, and when I turned around, I didn't see her anymore. Madam Cheong took some broken silver from her purse and handed it to her. She's not far away. Hurry and go find her. Use this silver to hire a few more people so no one notices. Otherwise, the young lady will be in danger. Lingin nodded repeatedly, wiped her tears, and stood up to leave. At that moment, Lin Fanua woke up. She asked weakly, what happened to Man Man? What is Madam saying about danger? Madam Cheong quickly poured a cup of tea, helped her sit up, and lied, it's just Lingin and the young lady playing hide and seek in the house. I was afraid the young lady might run into Mistress Sue, so I told Lingin to take her somewhere else to play, to avoid any danger. Lin Fanua looked serious. She thought of her daughter, whose life was uncertain, and her heart ached terribly. Madam, go to the door and see if the master has returned. If he has, tell him I have something to say, something he has waited over 20 years for. It concerns Zhao Zhao's life and death. Please bring the message. Madam Cheong nodded solemnly. After she left, Lin Fanua stroked her bracelet, her mind drifting far away. How is that wicked woman? According to the young lady, I've already filled that passage with iron nails. Even if she can escape, she'll suffer some injuries. Young lady, are we really going to leave the Marquis's estate after we find the young master? Song Chaoshue clenched her teacup tightly, gritting her teeth. Do you think I want to leave? I don't know what that wicked woman said to the prince at the cliff's bottom, but it made him do this to her. But since we're leaving, why not just starve that wicked woman to death? Lianhua asked confused. Song Chaoshue glared at her. When I locked her in the well, I thought the most dangerous place would be the safest. Who knew the prince would go against expectations? If we keep delaying, he'll find her eventually. It's better if I release her first. Her eyes are blind now. Even if she recognizes me, she won't find any evidence. Lianhua wiped her sweat. The prince is really clever. He doesn't check the handwriting but starts with the paper and ink. Luckily, the young lady foresaw this. The old well in the backyard has been abandoned for so long. If someone steps in it by accident, it's not anyone's fault. She then looked worried. If she's pretending to be blind to gain the prince's sympathy, how should the young lady respond? The young master has now identified you. Do you still plan to bring the young master back in the future? Song Chaoshue sneered. Tingyu is simple-minded. He was just tricked by that scoundrel for a moment. Right now, the most important thing is to find a way to keep the prince safe. The girl asked, you mean? Song Chaoshue looked at her and beckoned with her finger. Before sunset, Mo Xianyuan listened to his subordinates report one after another, his face growing darker. He's only 3 years old, and so weak. He can only walk a few steps before needing to rest. How could he be missing? Xiao Su wondered. Yi Qing hesitated, wanting to say something but afraid to. If the young master couldn't be found nearby, could he have been taken by someone? Of course, he wouldn't dare say such a thing aloud, even with 100 brave hearts. He could only keep searching. As he stepped outside, he bumped into a servant bringing food. "Ye guard, maybe you should carry it over?" "I'm just a lowly servant, afraid the prince might dismiss me." Yi Qing thought for a moment and agreed. The prince hadn't eaten all day. He took the tray, and the servant quickly left. Mo Xianyuan saw him come back and thought he had found something. Yi Qing forced a trembling smile. "Your Highness, you haven't eaten all day. Why not have a bite? I'll go look for food right away. Please wait here in the estate." Dismissed. "I'm not hungry." Xiao Su stepped forward and said, A Yuan, you should eat something. You don't want Tingyu to worry about you, do you?" Despite their persuasion, Mo Xianyuan's brows furrowed slightly. He picked up a bowl of plain porridge, but suddenly his face changed. He spat out blood and was hit by a wave of pain and coldness, causing him to knock over the bowl. Xiao Su exclaimed, "Something's wrong. The ice lotus poison has flared up again. A Yuan, wait for me. I'll go find medicine and prepare it for you." He hurriedly left. Yi Qing, trembling with fear, said, "Your Highness, maybe I shouldn't go yet. I really can't leave you alone." Mo Xianyuan's gaze was terrifying. He fought to suppress the chaos of his internal energy, clenched his teeth, and decisively said, "Bind me with iron chains. Seal the city gates. We must find Tingyu tonight." Yi Qing was torn but ultimately obeyed the order. In a dark room, a faint sound drew the man's attention. The man was chained to the bed, glaring fiercely at the uninvited guest approaching him. As the woman's tentative hand waved in front of his eyes, his expression grew even more terrifying. Suddenly, he grabbed her blood-stained hand and somehow broke free from the iron chain, as thick as a jade bracelet. Then he forcefully pressed her down. The woman's slender, warm, and soft body felt like a heater, which seemed to ease the poison inside him. Mo Xianyuan's eyes were blood-red, filled with primal desire. He raised his hand again. With a tearing sound, his clothes were ripped open. Next, the man's cool lips pressed on her shoulder, and blood flowed like a spring into his body, calming the restless bamboo jade insect inside him. Si Zhaozhao's arms were held tightly, and cold sweat appeared on her forehead. She reluctantly closed her confused and panicked eyes. Inside the room, the man's heavy, rapid breathing gradually drowned out her shameful, low moans. When Si Zhaozhao woke up again, she felt a sharp pain in her neck. The dark figure had already quieted and fallen to the side. She had actually lost her innocence to a stranger. Si Zhaozhao tidied her clothes, wiped her tears, and left the messy room stumbling away. As she left, a small figure quietly slipped into the room behind her. Seeing what was happening, she was very surprised but then looked thoughtful. The woman's hand slowly lifted, removing her clothes piece by piece, carefully lying beside him, not daring to touch him even with a finger. She knew he had just recovered from an illness, but wasn't sure if he would have another attack. But it didn't matter. As long as he woke up tomorrow, her plan would succeed. Si Zhaozhao slept very restlessly that night. She dreamed she returned to her past life, where the crown prince of Xiantian gave her a poisoned wine. When she looked to see who handed her the wine, it was Mo Xianyuan, which made her wake up several times in fright. Thinking about the wild night from last night, Si Zhaozhao couldn't help but shed tears. She had finally escaped that terrible place, but unexpectedly. Suddenly, she heard footsteps nearby. A servant rubbed his eyes and shouted loudly, "Princess? It's the princess. She's back." Song Chao Shui sobbed uncontrollably, clutching her quilt and curling up in the corner of the bed, but her lowered eyes were full of satisfaction. As Yi Qing entered the room, he saw Song Chao Shui sleeping on the prince's bed, barely clothed. He immediately sensed something was wrong. There were also a group of guards who had gone to find the young master last night waiting outside the door. Mo Xianyuan looked grim. "Did Tingyu get hurt?" Yi Qing shook his head. "The young master still doesn't like to talk to people. He won't say anything when asked. But don't worry, Your Highness, I checked. The young master is fine. In fact, he seems to have more energy now. Mo Xianyuan nodded slightly and asked in a deep voice, "Besides you and Xiao Su, who else came into my room last night?" Yi Qing was caught off guard. "No one else, right? After I left, was there no one guarding the prince?" Hearing this, the guards all looked down, afraid to speak. Yi Qing immediately understood. His face darkened, and he scolded softly, "Why don't you usually slip away so quickly? If there had been an assassin last night and someone hurt the prince, could you really bear the responsibility?" The guards looked at each other in silence. One of them stepped forward and said, "Your Highness, I returned early last night and saw someone enter your room. I thought that person was summoned by you, so I didn't stop them." "Did you see who that person was?" Yi Qing asked, glancing at Song Chaoshua, then quietly asked, "Was it Miss Song?" Song Chaoshua trembled. The guard shook his head. "It was too dark. I was too far away to see clearly." Mo Xianyuan's presence grew colder. Song Chaoshua sniffled and said, "Your Highness, there's no need to ask anymore. Just pretend nothing happened." Everything was Snower's own choice. She slightly opened her blanket, revealing herself. Mo Xianyuan and all the men looked away. Tears welled in her eyes as she bit her lip and said, "Snower doesn't regret giving herself to your Highness. Since Tingyu has returned, Snower will leave first. From now on, she will only be accompanied by simple lanterns and old temples. Snower prays for your Highness's happiness and success." After speaking, she dressed herself. Mo Xianyuan's gaze was fixed on the figure walking slowly in the courtyard. Yi Qing turned to look and was surprised. "The princess is back too?" Si Zhaozhao had just been taken away by a servant to change into clean clothes. Though simple, her face was beautiful, like a fairy from a painting. Her elegant, chrysanthemum-like aura was much nobler than Song Chaoshua's. Especially in this scene, the contrast was striking. Song Dynasty Shui clenched her fists in the dark, knowing that this rude person would steal the spotlight as soon as she returned. Fortunately, she had already thought of how to deal with Si Zhaozhao's upcoming accusations, but she didn't expect her to act even more unpredictably than the prince. "Prince, do you remember what you promised me at the bottom of the cliff?" Mo Xianyuan replied, "Yes." Si Zhaozhao's eyes flickered slightly, her gaze shifting a bit, but she remained calm as she said, "Then let's begin. I believe Miss Song is also ready to bow and admit her mistake." "What? You want me to bow and admit I was wrong?" Song Shui was shocked. Thinking of the suffering she endured in that deep, dry well, Si Zhaozhao's brow darkened with coldness. "So, Miss Song dares to accuse me with her own child's life, causing me to go blind. Is just bowing your head too much to ask?" As she finished speaking, everyone was stunned. Yi Qing asked in shock and pity, "Madam, your eyes really can't see anymore." Si Zhaozhao coldly replied, "Eye diseases can be cured, but a heart that is blind is hard to fix." "What do you think, Prince?" The guards looked at her nervously, feeling she was criticizing the prince indirectly. The woman's enchanting eyes carried a captivating and mesmerizing look, making it impossible to forget her after just one glance. No matter what, her expression didn't suit such emptiness. Mo Xianyuan clenched his fists, his voice like rolling thunder, leaving no room for argument. "Chao Shui, come out." "Prince, I don't want to." Song Shui tightly held her blanket. Suddenly, a sound came from the next room. Song Shui immediately recognized the voice as Lianhua's. The sound of whips cracking seemed to strike her all over, each lash making her shoulders tremble. A look of panic appeared in her eyes. Reluctantly, she stepped out of the room. Mo Xianyuan didn't look at her. "Kneel and admit your mistake." Song Shui opened her mouth, but the next room's Lianhua screamed painfully, "The servant admits it. I forged the madam's handwriting. Framed the madam for adultery. Prince, have mercy." After that, there was no more movement. Her knees buckled, and she knelt directly in front of Si Zhaozhao. After speaking, she pretended to stand up and looked at Mo Xianyuan with a pitiful expression. "Prince, Shuer really knows she was wrong." Si Zhaozhao's ears twitched, and she said to her face, "Miss Song, where's your head? Bow and admit your mistake. Are you deaf?" Song Chao Shui was annoyed and angry. She turned her head and looked at the man for help, but Emo Xian Yuan remained unmoved. She clenched her teeth. Just as her head was about to hit the ground, her body suddenly swayed, and she fainted. Emo Xian Yuan bent down and carried her. He said to Yi Qing, "Go call Xiao Su." Yi Qing received the order and left. Si Zhaozhao identified the direction and reached out to stop him. "Where do you want to take her, Prince?" She hasn't finished bowing, so it doesn't count. Seeing her so aggressive, Emo Xian Yuan slightly frowned. "When she wakes up, I will give you an explanation," Si Zhaozhao sneered. "A wicked woman who can even harm her own son. You're quite fond of her, Prince." Emo Xian Yuan paused and looked back with displeasure. "Si Zhaozhao, she has fainted. How can she bow now? I know you're blind and upset inside. I promise to help you find a way to cure it, but that's no reason for your arrogance and recklessness." Si Zhaozhao suddenly smiled. "If I were truly arrogant, I would personally gouge out her eyes." "Emo Xian Yuan, your hesitation is just because you're reluctant to hurt her." Emo Xian Yuan's eyes turned cold. He suppressed his anger and coldly said a few words. "Foolish." Then he turned and left. Si Zhaozhao stood there, her lonely eyes rippling with layers of emotion. She sniffed, holding back tears. Forget it. It was all her delusion. This man's eyes and heart only cared for his beloved. He simply wouldn't care about others' lives or injustices. If she wanted revenge, she had to do it herself. A guard nearby whispered, "Madam, you really misunderstood the prince." He had already secretly found evidence that the 2 letters were forged by Miss Song. Not only did he clear your name in front of the lady yesterday, but he also ordered Miss Song to be expelled from the residence. "That shows the prince still cares about you," Si Zhaozhao snorted coldly. "So, I deserve to suffer in vain? They slapped me and then gave me a piece of candy. I should thank them for their kindness." The guard closed his mouth. Although the sun was shining brightly and the breeze was warm, Si Zhaozhao felt an icy coldness in her heart. It was Si Man. She ran over holding a nearly finished candied hawthorn. The icy expression in Si Zhaozhao's eyes suddenly melted into a gentle smile. She reached out to touch Si Man's small head and said with a smile, "My good girl, why are you here?" "Did Grandma come too?" After waiting for a while, Si Man nervously nibbled on the last bit of candied fruit, pretending not to hear her mother's words. Si Zhaozhao was puzzled why she wasn't responding. Then she heard Lin Fanhua's voice. "Zhaozhao, where did you go? Are you hurt?" "Mom, I accidentally got separated from the prince yesterday. I couldn't find my way back, and I was about to go find him to ask what's going on," she said playfully. Lin Fanhua naturally didn't believe her. When she got closer, she immediately noticed something was wrong. "Zhaozhao, how come your eyes?" Lin Fanhua trembled as she reached out but didn't dare to touch her. Si Zhaozhao smiled softly and said, "Don't worry, I won't be blind forever. I have a way to fix it, and in a few days it will be fine." She looked at her for a moment, then Si Man tilted her head, a little confused. "Mom, why aren't you looking at me?" She gently rubbed her head, hiding the sadness in her eyes, and cheerfully said, "Silly girl, Mom has been playing a game lately, trying to see how long she can pretend not to see. During this time, I'll leave it to my good girl to take care of everything." After a moment, Si Man nodded firmly. "Mom, don't worry. With me here, you'll definitely win." "Yes, Mom will definitely win." Si Zhaozhao took a deep breath, pretending to chat casually. But Lin Fanhua, knowing her daughter well, could tell there was another reason behind this. Her expression changed slightly. She held Si Zhaozhao's hand and quietly moved the bracelet aside. "Mom, what's this?" Lin Fanhua gently hugged her and whispered in her ear, "Zhaozhao, now that you're a young lady, you should take responsibility. I don't have much to give you, but this bracelet was blessed at the Bodhi Temple. It will keep you safe and smooth." Si Zhaozhao always felt there was more to her mother's words, but she didn't say anything, thinking it wasn't the right time. So she replied, "I'll just keep it for Mom temporarily. Remember, as long as you're safe, I'll be safe too." Lin Fanhua was pleased. "Good. Our family will be safe and sound. See Man moved slightly, squeezed into the middle, and said curiously, Man also wants to whisper. The 3 generations of family members looked at each other and smiled. At this moment, the darkness in Si Zhao's heart was swept away by the warmth and kindness of her family, leaving only bright sunshine. After Xiao Su checked Imo Xianyuan's pulse again, he looked shocked. The poison from the ice lotus has actually been suppressed. What? Imo Xianyuan was surprised. Ah, Yuan, tell me, what did you eat last night? Xiao Su eagerly asked. Imo Xianyuan thought hard for a moment, vaguely recalling the woman's fair shoulders and neck, and the taste of blood in his mouth. Are you saying that you drank her blood, so that's why? Wait, a woman? Ah, Yuan, last night Tingyu hadn't been found yet. How could you be thinking about women? Xiao Su looked at him with a meaningful expression. Mentioning this, Imo Xianyuan's gaze shifted to Song Chao Shui lying in the inner room. He pursed his lips. Last night I was poisoned, and I can't be sure if that person was Chao Shui, just like that night 3 years ago. Xiao Su asked calmly, so, who do you think was lying 3 years ago, her or him? The person lying on the bed moved her eyelids. Imo Xianyuan replied, I no longer want to pursue what happened 3 years ago. Tingyu is my biological son. Knowing this is enough. Does this mean he has confirmed that Si Zhaozhao was lying? Xiao Su smiled slightly. Earlier, when Tingyu was poisoned, I thought you would turn against me because of it. Imo Xianyuan played with his teacup, his expression calm. A life-saving grace is greater than heaven. Besides the elders, you are the person I trust most. If you betray me, I don't know who else in this world is worth my trust. Xiao Su was stunned, then smiled. With your words, no matter how much I get bullied by your little wife in the future, I will endure it. By the way, if the person last night was Miss Song, then you don't need to chase her away. The king of Xiantian is seriously ill, and his princes are already eager to move. When the new king ascends the throne, there might be another fight. Other countries are just watching and waiting to see which side falls, hoping to share the spoils. With her here, you're not afraid of losing control if the poison acts up. Imo Xianyuan nodded. He had the same idea. Although this action was not honorable, compared to the safety of the country, it was insignificant. In the room, Song Chao Shui suddenly opened her eyes, surprised that the blood of that villain had such an effect. She needed to quickly think of a way to cover her tracks. Outside the door, a guard's voice was heard. Prince, the princess has arrived. Xiao Su squinted his eyes. A Yuan, I have to go now. The ginseng soup I made for you last night. I'll send someone to the main courtyard later. Remember to drink it. It can't detoxify completely, but it can at least help you endure the poison of the ice lotus. Imo Xianyuan nodded. Not long after Xiao Su left, Si Zhaozhao was helped into the room by Ling'an. Her eyes were red, clearly having just learned that the princess could no longer see. There was a hint of resentment in her gaze when she looked at Imo Xianyuan. Si Zhaozhao smelled a herbal scent and said, Dr. Xiao just came by, right? His medical skills are amazing. I believe Miss Song has already woken up. When will the prince fulfill his promise to me? Hearing this, Imo Xianyuan immediately suppressed his concern about her eyes and coldly said, She already knelt and apologized to you. Why do you insist she must kowtow? Si Zhaozhao sarcastically replied, Are you planning to go back on your word? It seems even a mighty war god's words are as empty as farting, nothing to be taken seriously. If she won't kowtow, then just gouge out her eyes. Why are you so sure she's the one who harmed you? Imo Xianyuan frowned. Since Si Zhaozhao went missing, Song Chaoshui had been moving within his sight. According to reports from Yi Zhu and other secret guards, she had never left the prince's residence. So how could she have had the chance to do anything to her? Si Zhaozhao naturally knew there was no solid evidence, and no one would believe her words. So she didn't intend to accuse anyone directly. Instead, she repeated, If the prince doesn't believe me, then don't ask. Just do what you promised. Imo Xianyuan's expression darkened. If not for her being blind, her words alone would be enough to get her punished for insulting a court official. But this woman was so tactless that she even dared to threaten him. Prince, today either we divorce or she kowtows. Choose one. In the inner room, just as Song Chaoshue was about to push the door open and leave, she suddenly stopped. What would the prince decide? Song Chaoshue couldn't help but imagine. Although the prince was disappointed in her earlier, he ultimately didn't want to kill her. This time, he even harshly scolded that despicable woman for her sake. So, was she mistaken about the prince? Maybe he just hadn't found the right moment to part ways with that woman? Today, Si Zhaozhao was so mean to her and even threatened the prince in a reckless way. The prince definitely couldn't tolerate it. Song Chaoshue was fixing her clothes, waiting for the prince to send a letter to dismiss that rude woman from the mansion, then everything would go smoothly. I am not a person who makes promises and then breaks them, said Mo Xianyuan in a dark tone. If Chaoshue wakes up, I will make her kowtow to you. Song Chaoshue's face changed. She held back her feelings of unfairness and disbelief, then angrily lay back down. She refused to kowtow to that rude woman. Dream on. Ling'an was about to go see her, but Si Zhaozhao softly said, Miss Song, you are noble and delicate. You are used to doing light work. To avoid being blamed for hurting the lady, I will go and call her. Mo Xianyuan was behind her. He didn't think she would dare hurt anyone in front of him. Besides, she couldn't see, so any small move was obvious. He silently agreed. Ling'an carefully helped Si Zhaozhao step over the threshold. When her hand touched the soft quilt, Si Zhaozhao smiled gently. Ling'an, take good care of me. Don't hurt Miss Song. Ling'an kept her eyes on Song Chaoshue's face and obediently responded. Si Zhaozhao gently pushed her and said, Miss Song, wake up. The prince wants to see you. With her other hand, she blocked the way, grabbing the person's arm tightly and twisting it harshly. Song Chaoshue's eyes widened and she screamed, wake up, Ling'an said happily. Song Chaoshue was in pain, sweating all over, and glared at Si Zhaozhao with anger. She forgot she was blind for a moment. Si Zhaozhao didn't even look at her. She simply stood up and said, Miss Song, your voice is loud enough. It seems you are fine now. Feeling wronged, Song Chaoshue rubbed her arm. Prince, I was hurt badly by the princess. Before Mo Xianyuan could speak, Ling'an hurriedly said, Miss, don't talk nonsense. The prince has been watching the princess. The princess can't see, and she needs her servant to help her. How could she hurt you? Song Chaoshue was annoyed. The masters are talking and you, Mo Xianyuan, feeling headache, interrupted her impatiently. If you want to stay in the mansion, first kowtow and admit your mistake. Of course, Song Chaoshue wanted to stay, but she didn't want to be humiliated like this. The prince would rather have her kneel than divorce her. She knew he was firm and decisive, so she could only swallow her anger and lie down on the bed. Feeling full of humiliation, she said, Can you leave the princess alone? What do you think? Mo Xianyuan was about to speak, but Si Zhaozhao spoke first. Song Chaoshue clenched her teeth, closed her eyes, and knelt down again before Si Zhaozhao. Under everyone's watch, she bent down, and with a loud thud, she bumped her forehead, leaving a red mark, and her eyes turned red as well. Schwerer is here to kowtow and apologize to the princess. From now on, Schwerer will behave properly. Please forgive her, princess. Are you satisfied now? Mo Xianyuan asked coldly. Si Zhaozhao looked expressionless and said, Whether I forgive you or not is my decision, but you must admit your mistake. Also, after I'm married into the prince's residence, I want you to return the 12 boxes of dowry. You tricked me in the name of the prince, making me think he was so poor that he needed a woman's dowry to support the household. After speaking, she snorted. Ling'an, let's go. Si Zhaozhao left gracefully like a gust of wind, but Song Chaoshue was in a terrible state. She had planned to use the dowry to deal with Si Zhaozhao a few more times, but she didn't expect this shameless woman to block her way in advance. Every month, you have to borrow money from the royal treasury. Why are you still greedy for her dowry? What did you do to need so much silver? After standing up, Song Chaoshue hesitated and said, I wanted to buy some medicinal herbs to help Lord Tingyu, Madam, and myself recover. Mo Xianyuan let out a heavy sigh and said in a deep voice, The war isn't over yet. The soldiers need this silver, even more. Don't do foolish things in the future. Return her dowry. If you dare to do it again, it will be dealt with according to military rules. Song Chaoshui knew that in his heart, the people and soldiers were more important than their small family. She quickly nodded and said, Shuer understands. The country comes first, family second. Shuer was blinded by jealousy and did many wrong things. From now on, she will work with the princess to protect the prince's residence and never let the prince worry. Hearing this, Mo Xianyuan's cold face softened a little. Thinking of last night's soft yet wild scene, his tone became gentler. Chao Shui, last night I had a poisoning attack and accidentally hurt you. Can you show me your injury? Song Chao Shui's face reddened. She pushed her hair back and revealed her fair neck. Then he took out a small medicine bottle from his sleeve, lowered his head slightly, and said, Prince, Snower is afraid of scars on her body, so she used her sister's ointment without permission. She found this in the yard, probably left behind when her sister fell. Please forgive her. The magic of that thing was something Mo Xianyuan had seen with his own eyes, so he only felt a slight doubt in his heart. Snower is tired. Maybe she didn't sleep well last night. Prince, you should rest first. Mo Xianyuan vaguely remembered drinking a lot of blood when he was going crazy. Thinking about what he might ask her to do later, he nodded and said, Then you rest first. I will ask the kitchen to send some nourishing soup later. Song Chao Shui obediently responded. He closed the door and left Wanxin Pavilion. Yi Zhu quickly appeared and handed over the Qinglong sword. Prince, the princess has suffered a lot these days. Why do you still speak coldly to her? Mo Xianyuan took the sword, put it on, and glanced at him. That doesn't sound like something you would say. Yi Zhu cupped his fists. I overstepped, but I really can't understand. Although there's no evidence that the princess was held captive by Miss Song, why does she only target her after returning? From the time they spent together, I don't think the princess is the kind to falsely accuse others. Please, Your Highness, explain. Mo Xianyuan didn't bother to criticize him for calling Song Chao Shui a villain behind her back. He touched the hilt of the Qinglong sword and said, Chao Shui is not a woman who only cares about small love and petty feelings. She just took a wrong path and blinded others. She couldn't have done this. Even if she did, there must be someone behind her inciting her. But he hadn't caught that person yet. Subordinate heard from Yi Qing that it was thanks to you sending him to monitor Miss Song that the matter was uncovered. It shows that Your Highness suspected early on. Although she hasn't left the residence, I noticed that the princess's eyes weren't injured by a sharp weapon. Maybe she was poisoned with some powder? Just like the young master was poisoned, Mo Tingyu's eyes were cold. Do you suspect Xiao Su? I dare not. I just think that after the princess escaped death and returned, Your Highness should find a good time to talk more with her about the dangers she faced during her disappearance. This way, we can find the culprit sooner and avenge the princess. Miss Song can also clear her name earlier. An imminent battle is coming. I have many things to do and can't worry about everyone's feelings. You send Xiao Su to Yuehua Pavilion to treat her eyes. Yi Zhu couldn't persuade him further and could only accept the order and leave. On the other side, Si Zhao Zhao met Mo Yuhui again at the gate of the courtyard. He was still waving his paper fan and smiled at Ling'an, saying, Little maid, you go inside first. I have something to say to my sister-in-law. Ling'an looked at Si Zhao Zhao, who nodded slightly. Only then did she bend down and go inside. Mo Yuhui approached, glanced at Ling'an, and withdrew his gaze, saying, My sister-in-law is not an ordinary person. The maid by her side is also not an ordinary servant. Loyal and brave, with a strong spirit. She doesn't resemble those ungrateful people from Wanxin Pavilion at all. As he spoke, he took a few steps forward, lowered his head slightly, and it looked like he was about to get close. Si Zhao Zhao remained calm and composed. He then sighed regretfully and said, Ever since my sister-in-law married my brother, she has either been beaten and insulted or blinded. The people who kidnapped you are truly deserving of death. Young Master Heir, are you here just to stand up for me? Si Zhao Zhao interrupted him. Mo Yuhui smiled and asked, Brother wants to know if my sister-in-law has thought it through these days? As long as someone is on our side, I will naturally help you get rid of that troublemaker. Thank you for your kindness, young master heir. I appreciate it, Si Zhao Zhao politely declined. Mo Yuhui's expression changed slightly. His gaze fell on the two people walking from afar. Suddenly, he put away his paper fan, lowered his head, and slowly said, "My sister-in-law, you are in this situation probably because you can't use magic. Those heartless people will never let you go. If even your own brother doesn't help you now, how can you turn danger into safety? If my brother were to stand against me, how could my sister-in-law survive and turn the situation around?" These words sounded like a threat. Si Zhao Zhao replied coldly, "Young master heir, it seems you are still pretending to be innocent, just like before. Ultimately, it shows we are not on the same side. From now on, young master heir, please stay away from Manhwa Pavilion. Different paths lead to different goals." Seeing that she refused to respond, Mo Yuhui's face darkened with some anger. "It seems my sister-in-law intends to play dumb with me forever." Si Zhao Zhao ignored him. "No other business. Young master heir, please go ahead." "All right. If the queen consort doesn't appreciate it, I won't insist. But I do want to ask for a small favor. I'm curious, if one of us must die, who would my brother choose to save?" As soon as she finished speaking, Si Zhao Zhao suddenly felt a hand tightly grip her waist. Then came Mo Xianyuan's angry shout. "What are you two doing?" Yizhu didn't expect the prince to come along. Mo Yuhui raised an eyebrow. Before he could see clearly, Mo Xianyuan pushed him back with a slap. Meanwhile, Si Zhao Zhao fell into Mo Xianyuan's arms.
Montag Xuan Yuan was stund.
The soft, delicate body in his arms felt surprisingly similar to last night. Smelling the faint scent of powder on her clothes, Si Zhao Zhao suddenly felt sick and pushed him away. Mo Xianyuan clenched his fists tightly. Seeing her distant and disgusted expression, he blurted out, "Even if you're blind, you shouldn't be so unruly." Xiao Su was surprised. In broad daylight, how can the princess consort and the second young master be hugging each other? Mo Yuhui held his chest and looked at Si Zhao Zhao with deep affection. She shivered unexpectedly and heard him say, "Brother, I've loved Zhao Zhao deeply for a long time. I hope you can help me." Yizhu turned around and was shocked to see Madame Mo. Si Zhao Zhao's lips curled into a cold smile. It seemed the second young master had expected her to refuse him. He had set this trap early, waiting for her to fall into it. But what was his real goal in provoking Mo Xianyuan?
She soon found out the answer.
Madame Mo, though seriously ill, had followed the northern martial king for a long time. When she was angry, she carried a commanding presence. The daughter of the Si family is unfaithful, meddling in others' affairs, and even daring to target your younger brother. Yuana, I just visited Chao Shui and heard about what happened last night. She bore you a son, Tingyu, without seeking status. Though she made some mistakes, she didn't cause any major trouble. Today, I will decide for you. Either divorce the Si family girl and marry Chao Shui with the emperor's support. No one will dare to stop you. Or immediately throw this girl into the pig cage and sink her in the pond, ending all future troubles. Her father, the minister, has no right to interfere. Mo Xianyuan's eyes remained calm. Mother, why not ask first why Mo Yuhui came to see the princess consort? Stranger or your brother? You doubt your own brother? Madame Mo took a deep breath and turned to ask, Yuhui, tell me. Mo Yuhui quietly glanced at Si Zhao Zhao, pretending to be dissatisfied. Zhao Zhao promised me that after this trip, she would leave her family and run away with me. Now, she's blind and refuses to leave no matter what I say. How dare you? Lady Mo was about to confront Si Zhao Zhao. Mo Xianyuan interrupted her questioning and said to Si Zhao Zhao, why don't you defend yourself? Si Zhao Zhao sneered. The regent prince's residence can even produce a servant who can lie and frame the master. What's there to say? Lady Mo suddenly remembered what Song Chao Shui had done to her earlier and felt her face flush with embarrassment. But having been in high positions for many years, she refused to admit her mistake openly. She caught a fleeting shadow in the yard and suddenly seized a handle, scolding, if you hadn't brought that wild child into the house, none of this would have happened. Yes, so Lady Mo should advise the prince to either divorce or drown himself. The latter, with second young master also involved in this crime, means I shouldn't be the only one punished, Si Zhao Zhao said sharply. Lady Mo was surprised and forgot to pursue her earlier words. Mo Xian Yuan's heart tightened. His eyes were as cold as dead water, and his tone was icy. Causing so much trouble and still wanting to leave peacefully? As long as I am regent prince, you are the princess consort. Don't delude yourself about divorce. You. Lady Mo couldn't understand him anymore. Mo Huai wanted to add fuel to the fire, but suddenly felt a man grip his neck forcefully, lifting him off the ground. His face turned pale and red alternately, and Lady Mo almost fainted from fright. Cough, cough. Yuan, let go. Do you want to kill your own brother over a woman who is unfaithful? Mo Xian Yuan looked coldly and ruthlessly at Mo Huai struggling. As the force increased, the confidence in Mo Huai's eyes gradually faded, replaced by shock. He really had murderous intent. The man spoke in a low voice only their brothers could hear. Mo Huai, you'd better give up that idea. Don't think about her anymore. After saying this, he released his grip and looked coldly at Mo Huai. Don't think I don't know what you're secretly up to. If you stop now, I might give you a chance to make merit on the battlefield. Hearing this, Mo Huai's eyes lit up. Ignoring the pain in his neck, he asked eagerly, Is that true? I never speak nonsense. Mo Xian Yuan said coldly, standing with his hands behind his back. Madame Mo's face turned paler and paler. Yuan, you promise mother. Mo Xian Yuan sneered coldly. That depends on whether mother has the ability to persuade my good son. If anyone disturbs me again, don't blame me for breaking family ties and cutting off their bloodline, Mu Huai trembled. Before Madame Mo could speak, he quickly helped her. Mother, let's go back and talk. My son was just joking with my sister-in-law and brother. I didn't expect it to cause such a fuss. Let's go. Don't bother them. Xiao Su watched the scene like an innocent bystander and interrupted. By the order of the prince, I am here to see the princess. Yi Zhu, let the couple talk first. Follow me inside and wait. After everyone left, Si Zhao Zhao frowned and finally asked the question she had been holding back for a long time. What do you really want? She added. A few days ago at the Shangshu residence, I overheard your conversation with Yi Qing. Mo Xian Yuan didn't expect her to be so direct. Although he had already noticed her eavesdropping that night. He looked at her deeply and said, Ancient military books. Si Zhao Zhao raised an eyebrow, surprised by his straightforward answer. She had never heard of such a thing. Is that why you refused to divorce me? Mo Xian Yuan nodded, but then he thought she couldn't see him and added, Yes. Unfortunately, I've never heard of this thing. Mo Xian Yuan was calm and said, Then just be your princess and stay peaceful. Si Zhao Zhao knew he wouldn't let her go easily. Even if she truly didn't know where this thing was, she had at least found the reason for his change in attitude. During this time with her spiritual sense sealed, she had some support. Where is the person you caught earlier? Si Zhao Zhao asked. Mo Xian Yuan honestly replied, After investigating, I sent him back to where he came from. Si Zhao Zhao nodded. Although this person sometimes was blind to the truth, he still had some conscience in certain matters. She had nothing more to say. She turned and touched the tree beside the courtyard door, slowly walking inside. Her back looked a little lonely. Mo Xian Yuan instinctively reached out his hand. Si Zhao Zhao was surprised, thinking he was a guard hiding in the shadows. She let him help her inside. Prince, you're here. Lord Wei is waiting for you in your study. Please go quickly. The true guard's voice was heard from afar. Mo Xian Yuan could no longer pretend. I will go first. I will find you when I return. He was talking about what really happened when he climbed up from the bottom of the cliff that day. He took the person to the door, and after that, they didn't speak to each other. Si Zhao Zhao imagined the scene just now when they supported each other, frowned, and felt a little uncomfortable. As she entered, Lin Fanhua came over and asked, Zhao Zhao, what happened just now? Guard, you refused to let us go out. Si Zhao Zhao's ears twitched slightly. She held her mother's hand and moved closer to the door, lowering her voice. Mother, have you heard of ancient military books? The prince just told me that he doesn't want to part with me because of this item. Lin Fanhua looked confused. I haven't heard of it, Nor did your father mention it. Are you sure it's at the Shangshu residence? Si Zhaozhao nodded. A few days ago, he suddenly appeared. I don't think he came to help me. He probably heard that you are in charge of the inner courtyard and mistakenly thought you gained power by taking something. Lin Fanhua's face grew serious. She said, He told you that? Doesn't that make your situation even more dangerous? Earlier, she had planned to go to Bai Chaoji to beg Mo Xianyuan for mercy. When that didn't work out, she decided to find Si Yuan Dao. Fortunately, her daughter came back early. The Bai Chaoji was safe, but now there was an ancient military book added to the problem. She was really worried. She feared Zhao Zhao would follow her footsteps. After all, possessing something valuable is a crime. Even if she didn't have that item, just being suspected would keep her under constant watch. On the contrary, my daughter will be safer. As long as he has a request from me, he won't be willing to kill me for now. As for what would happen later, by then, her body would be fully recovered, and with her spiritual space, she could find a chance to cultivate internal strength. Even a war god who wanted to attack her would have to prepare for self-harm first. Lin Fanhua still looked worried. Since others were present, the mother and daughter couldn't say much more. Ling'an called out, Madam, Dr. Xiao just said he can cure your eyes. Xiao Su was playing with flowers inside a porcelain bottle. When Si Zhaozhao entered, he first bowed to Lin Fanhua and then said, Madam, please sit. I have seen patients with similar symptoms before. In a few days, I promise you will see the light again. Si Zhaozhao nodded slightly. Thank you, Dr. Xiao. The two seemed to act as if nothing had happened before. After checking her pulse, Xiao Su followed the usual process and gave her a prescription. He handed it to Ling'an and said, You have pollen called ghost eye flower in your eyes. Although accidental contact or ingestion is harmless, grinding it into powder and touching the eyes can cause blindness. If untreated for more than 3 days, rest assured, Your Highness, take this medicine for half a month, and you will naturally recover. Si Zhaozhao knew what poison she had been poisoned with after escaping that place. She was not in a hurry because she also knew how the prescription was made. But relying on Xiao Su, she avoided having to worry about those who wanted to harm her. Thank you, Dr. Xiao. Ling'an, this is for you, Si Zhaozhao said, turning toward Ling'an. In doing so, she accidentally revealed the scarred bite mark on her neck.
Xiao Su's pupils suddenly contracted.
He raised his hand and said, No need. You are Yuan's wife. If I speak honestly, I should call you sister-in-law. No need to be polite. At this point, he seemed to glance casually at the bite mark and suddenly spoke sincerely. Your pulse shows signs of blood and energy deficiency. When you go back, I will have the storeroom prepare good medicine to replenish your blood and energy. How about we turn today's conflict into friendship? Si Zhaozhao remained silent. Xiao Su explained calmly, I hesitated to reveal the truth about Tingyu's poisoning earlier because I had my reasons. But I never meant to harm you. I just wanted you to leave a Yuan. I've thought it over these days. A Yuan has his own way of doing things. It's not right for an outsider like me to interfere. Would the princess be willing to give me a chance to make amends? Si Zhaozhao reached out and touched the teacup on the table. Ling'an stepped forward to steady her. She took a sip of tea and said softly, Dr. Xiao, we don't have any deep hatred. There's no need to talk about making amends. In this palace, given my situation, I naturally don't want to make more enemies. Xiao Su's slender eyebrows slightly curved as he stood up. All right, I'll take my leave now. I need to prepare new prescriptions for the lady and Tingyu. Later, I'll have the servant bring the medicine to you. I won't bother you further. Dr. Xiao, take care on your way, Si Zhaozhao said. After Xiao Su left, Ling'an happily said, Princess, Dr. Xiao actually apologized to you in person. It seems there's still hope for reconciliation between the prince and princess. Si Zhaozhao set the teacup back on the table and said calmly, when someone who once hurt you suddenly comes to apologize, can it really mean anything good? Ling'an, stop overthinking. There's no chance between Mo Xianyuan and me. None at all. No matter the reason. Mo Xianyuan had indeed hurt her and Man. She had already decided to give up the idea of letting Man acknowledge him as her father. When the truth finally came out, Even if he begged her to stay, she would never look back. She couldn't help it. She was someone who remembered every slight. Lingen, embarrassed at being exposed, lowered her head quietly. Meanwhile, Man Man and Granny Cheong were playing with crickets nearby, quietly enjoying themselves. After Xiao Su left, Granny Cheong told Man Man to play on her own. When the princess finished scolding Lingen, Granny Cheong said, "Your Grace, I heard from Guard Yeju that my younger brother was also brought into the prince's residence. I hope he didn't cause you any trouble?" Just thinking about the way her brother looked at the princess made her uneasy, and no wonder she was worried. Si Zhaozhao didn't know what she was thinking. She simply said that her brother had already been sent back, which finally put Granny Cheong at ease. Lin Fanluo then said, "It's getting late. Mother should head back now." Before leaving, Granny Cheong leaned close to Si Zhaozhao's ear and whispered, "After you return to the palace, Man Man missed you so much that she even ran away from home." Lingen said she saw her this morning, holding hands with a little boy when she came back. "You should ask her about it later. Madam doesn't know yet."
Si Cao Cao froze.
Ran away from home. With a little boy? When Wei saw the visitor, he flicked his whisk and lowered his sharp voice. "Your Highness, please go in quickly. His Majesty is inside and wishes to discuss something important." To avoid attention, I told others it was I who summoned you. As Mo Xianyuan entered, he saw a figure in bright yellow painting something with a brush. The emperor sneaks out of the palace. "What brings your Majesty to me?" he asked. Hearing his voice, the figure looked up, eyes full of delight, and said brightly, "Uncle, I heard that last time you went to fetch Aunt, you made Minister Siyuan so angry he fell ill. I must say, Uncle, your loyalty and decisiveness please me greatly. But lately, I've also heard that you have a child with a woman from your former troops. People in your residence even call him the young heir. The rumors sound quite exaggerated. I'd like to hear the truth from you." Xian Yuan Ming's dark eyes are clear and bright, yet they also hide the unruly spirit and vitality of a young boy. Seeing him, Mo Xian Yuan couldn't help but think of an old friend, the former emperor, Xian Yuan Xiao. A gentle warmth appeared in his eyes. "Yuan is so much trouble just to ask about some rumors from the common people. Having lived in the deep palace for a long time, surrounded by loyal servants who keep their mouths shut, even hearing one rumor took great effort. Naturally, he wanted to find out if it was true. If it was true, he would rather give up the military books than let the royal aunt suffer unfair treatment." "Uncle, tell me quickly." Mo Xianyuan understood what he was thinking and replied calmly, "It's false." Xian Yuanming put down his brush and took a few steps forward. "Then what about that young master at the mansion? He is the son of an old friend. His grandfather was a former officer of my father's, who died in battle many years ago. The mother and son are left alone and poor, so they stayed at the mansion," Mo Xianyuan said smoothly, without showing any emotion. Then his eyes narrowed slightly. "Where did your Majesty hear this from?" Xian Yuanming waved his hand. "From a little. He just entered the inner court not long ago. Don't worry, I know who he is. I've already looked into it secretly. He's not someone sent by the grandfather." Mo Xianyuan remained silent. "Uncle, how are you and the royal aunt?" Although the military books left in the emperor's will might be hidden in the minister's residence, it's not certain. And trouble doesn't only affect the children. The secret letter, your wife might not be involved. You two married before the wedding, so don't let this distance you. Otherwise, I'll be worried day and night when I return. I may not have met the royal aunt, but she is my appointed princess, and she bore a young princess for you. If anyone dares to ruin this marriage, I won't forgive them." Xian Yuanming was seen clearly by Mo Xianyuan. Their time together was more than what he had with the former emperor. He also felt a fatherly and brotherly affection for Mo Xianyuan, speaking quickly and straightforwardly. So, when they discovered the emperor's will, he immediately summoned Mo Xianyuan to discuss everything openly. No secrets were kept, which is why Mo Xianyuan's attitude towards Si Zhaozhao changed so much after leaving the palace. "There's nothing more. Your Majesty, it's time to return to the palace." Young Xian Yuanming, acting mature for his age, gently patted his shoulder and said, I know it hurts to test the one you love with a purpose. You must endure a little longer, Uncle Huang. Once I find the military books, I will make it up to Queen Mother properly. Xian Yuanming protected Si Zhaozhao because he believed Si Man was their own flesh and blood. However, he couldn't openly reveal that the child's background was unknown, as Xian Yuanming's temper would only make the situation worse. Mo Xian Yuan's brow twitched with worry, but he couldn't speak freely. The emperor left with Wei Gonggong through the back door. Yi Qing knocked and entered, saying, "Prince, the leader of the 10 Directions cave asks me to tell you that they promised to finish this within half a year." Mo Xian Yuan's proud figure paused slightly. "That's too long. I only give them 3 months. If they miss the deadline, it's no longer acceptable." As Yi Qing was about to leave, Mo Xian Yuan suddenly remembered what Xian Yuanming said about disasters not affecting children, and Si Zhaozhao's honest attitude, which was now at risk because he didn't trust her enough.
And now?
Some things are hard to think about. The more he thought, the more overwhelming it became, like a snowball rolling downhill. The man called out to stop Yi Qing, pick some decent fabrics and jewelry from the storeroom, and send them to Yuehua Pavilion. Yi Qing was surprised. Yes, he hadn't taken a few steps when the man suddenly said, "Wait. Send the Western region's luminous night pearl and add 500 taels of silver. The emperor's birthday banquet is coming, so let her choose her clothes and jewelry at Jiaoyu Tower herself." Yi Qing couldn't help but wonder inwardly, isn't the prince the most against waste? Why is he being so generous, giving the princess 500 taels to buy those common items? At this moment, Yi Zhu had just sent Lin Fulua away and came to report. He happened to overhear this and quickly entered, saying, "Prince, Dr. Xiao says the princess's health is severely weakened and needs a good tonic. The prince's estate's herbs have always been managed by Xiao Su. Go and ask him for as much as needed." He paused. "If it's not enough, it will all be on my account." Yi Qing was stunned. "Understood," he said, then pulled him out. As they stepped outside, Yi Qing's curiosity burned fiercely. Is the sun rising in the west? The prince's generosity is almost as extravagant as that prodigal Lord Qiao. Yi Zhu corrected him. Lord Qiao spends a fortune just for a smile from his beloved. The prince hasn't reached that level yet. Yi Qing cleared her throat, clearly unimpressed and unaware of any exaggerated metaphors. They usually work quickly and reliably, so soon Simeo received this big gift from someone. Rong Sheng was in charge of the storeroom. After finishing the list, he stepped back. Simeo was hesitating about whether to tell her mother what happened when she and Mo Tingyu ran away from home. Suddenly, she saw the large luminous pearl in the middle of the table full of gold. Her big round eyes widened even more. "Mother, why is the moon falling down?" Lingyan pinched her cheek, gasped, and exclaimed, "Oh my! Little miss, that's not the moon. That's a priceless glowing pearl. It's rare to see one that's hundreds of years old. It's worth a fortune. Wow, seeing it is better than looking at the moon in the sky. It's so dazzling." At this point, she realized Simeo couldn't see, so she quickly stopped talking. Simeo frowned, wondering why Mo Xianyuan did this. Could it be that he didn't want to return her dowry and was trying to make up for it with this? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Just as she was about to call Rong Sheng and the others to return the items, Ling An's excited voice reached her ears. "I've seen the prince." "Yes, you can take her away now. I want to speak with the princess alone." Ling An dared not refuse. Unexpectedly, Simeo puffed out her cheeks and stubbornly refused to leave. Seeing her angry expression, Mo Xianyuan suddenly remembered her previous misfortune. He slightly bowed and asked stiffly, "Is your injury better now?" Simeo looked at him with a mix of fear and defiance. Mo Xianyuan thought she disliked him and felt a strange sense of disappointment. "Please don't be angry, young miss. She used to be ill, so her senses are a bit dull. It's not that she meant to ignore you. Lingyan, don't talk about these things to people who don't matter. Just carry her down," Simeo said with a frown. Under his intense gaze, Lingyan reluctantly squatted down and softly begged, "Young miss, don't be angry. It's the prince. Can I stay and play cricket with you?" Simon tightly clenched her pink dress. She blushed and looked upset, trembling with nervousness. Tears, one after another, rolled down her young face. Bad person. Man won't call you daddy anymore. Why do you still come to bully my mother? Simon sobbed helplessly. Si Zhao anxiously looked for her, and Ling and hurriedly helped her over. Mo Xianyuan had never seen Mo Tingyu cry. This was his first time seeing a child cry directly. Strangely, each tear seemed to fall not on the ground but on his heart, as if a hot iron pressed against his chest, burning and sizzling. Why did he feel this way? He should dislike her. This was his wife's challenge to him, brought by another man before she entered the house. But at this moment, he couldn't bring himself to blame Simon. Instead, he reached out to wipe away her tears, but unexpectedly, Si Zhao also reached out her hand. Their fingertips touched briefly, like an electric shock, then quickly pulled apart. Si Zhao gently held Simon, comforting her softly, saying, "Good girl, don't be afraid. He won't hurt your mother." Ling and quietly looked at the prince, ready to speak up if he got angry, hoping to plead for the princess in advance. Seeing how tense they were, Mo Xianyuan felt a strange sense of guilt for the first time. Sniff. Mother's embrace is so warm. Simon sniffled a few times. Her long eyelashes were wet with tears. She tilted her head to look at him and choked out, "Bad person, if you hurt my mother, you'll turn into a treasure. Otherwise, I won't let you talk secretly." Mo Xianyuan was confused but obediently did as she said. The others, knowing her secret, couldn't help but hold back their laughter. They didn't expect Simon to have such a mischievous side. Before leaving, she hugged Ling An's neck, her face still showing reluctance. Only the two of them remained in the room. Outside, the leaves rustled in the wind. A gentle breeze blew through the carved window, lifting a few strands of Si Zhao's hair. The room was so quiet that even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. "Prince, I don't know your reason for giving these, but I don't need them. You can take them back. I only want my dowry." Si Zhao sat calmly, her expression cold and unreadable, giving off a cool, distant feeling. Mo Xianyuan, however, misses more the scene at the bottom of the cliff where she held a knife and stood facing the light, full of spirit and confidence. "The dowry will be returned to you. These are a gift from me. As an apology." Mo Xianyuan inherited his father's noble bloodline. From a young age, he was proud and never bowed his head. He was even less likely to flatter a woman by lowering himself. It was a bit hard for him to say, but when he looked up and met Si Zhao's bright yet vacant eyes, the words slipped out naturally. "Sorry about the poisoning incident with Tingyu and those 2 letters. I shouldn't have punished you before I found out the full story. And that time with Man. I didn't expect her to be so brave, risking herself to protect you. How are your injuries? If you need anything, just ask." Si Zhao's hand on her lap tightened slightly. She told herself there was no need to anger him again. But she couldn't help but sarcastically say, "They've long healed." The prince holds great power and controls many lives. If he wants to hit, he can hit. No need for apologies. If you really feel guilty, then go gouge out the eyes of the person who harmed me. That would show more sincerity than giving these gifts. Mo Xianyuan felt worse the more he listened. He always felt she was sarcastically insulting him. "I'm here today to ask what happened that day. Didn't I tell you to let me know if you couldn't hold on? Why didn't you ask for my help? That day, I was cut by a masked person while climbing down the vines and fell off the cliff. I didn't have time to call out. When I wanted to ask for your help, you had already ordered the return to the mansion. I was exhausted, and when I woke up again, I heard Song Chaoshue's voice." Mo Xianyuan frowned slightly. "But she has always been in the mansion. That's because she was holding me inside the mansion." Si Zhao's tone was a bit excited. "On her escape route, she scattered nails everywhere. My legs and arms were chained, so I could only inch forward. I dragged my bloodied body up. Isn't your question just to find the person who harmed me? I can tell you clearly, that person is Song Chaoshue." As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves, revealing her pale arms covered with scabs and bloodstains, looking particularly shocking. "Calm down first. Do you not believe me, Your Highness? Si Zhaozhao suddenly smiled. That's right. The prince has known her since childhood, for over 10 years. How could he believe that I, someone with a tricky mind, married you and is not faithful? Mo Xianyuan was unhappy with her sharp words. I don't favor anyone. If she can set up in the prince's residence, there must be someone helping her in secret. I will give you justice, but not now. How long will it take? Mo Xianyuan couldn't answer. The country of Xiantian might have a rebellion at any time. Before that happens, to keep the ice lotus poison under control, he can't let Song Chao Shui get into trouble. Also, if he acts rashly, it will be even harder to find out who is behind her. Si Zhaozhao's face grew cold. If that's the case, there's nothing more to talk about. Prince, take all these things away. I don't need them. Tell her to return the dowry within 3 days. Otherwise, I will get it back my way. Mo Xianyuan held back his anger. He had already lowered himself, but this woman was so ungrateful. Then there's nothing more to say. He stood up quickly, ignoring the treasures on the table, and left in big steps. Ling'an hurried back and saw Si Zhaozhao with a furious face. She carefully asked, Madam, did you and the prince argue again? Si Zhaozhao took a deep breath. Did he take the things? Ling'an shook her head, then remembered she couldn't see, so she quickly spoke out loud.
Si Cao Cao sneered.
Take the silver and go. Count how much you can carry. With Man, let's go out. Ling'an looked at the pile of shining gold and swallowed hard. Where are we going? This was her first time going out since rebirth. Even though she couldn't see, she listened to the shouting on both sides and the surprised, curious voices of a big and a small. It was easy to imagine how prosperous the capital of Beijiang was. She had also tried to control the ant bugs again, but for some reason, ever since she escaped, she couldn't summon them anymore. Wow, mother. Man wants to eat big buns again. Their buns are so delicious. Man happily ran over, with Ling'an following behind. Miss, take it slow. There are many people here. Don't get separated soon. Si Zhaozhao was overwhelmed by the noisy crowd. She couldn't hear where the two of them were. Suddenly, someone bumped her the shoulder. Are you blind? The woman angrily cursed, and then looked up to see Si Zhaozhao. She suddenly exclaimed, Isn't that the woman from the regent's palace who was cast out? Ha! How did she become blind? Quick, see if she's pretending. A well-dressed man beside her poked sharply at Si Zhaozhao's open eyes and loudly shouted, Looks like she's really blind. Ah! Si Zhaozhao was already upset. When someone came to bother her, she grabbed those and forcefully twisted them.
Ah!
That hurts so much. Mo Bingchong, hurry and beg your sister-in-law to let me go. Mo Bingchong was startled by Si Zhaozhao's fierce attack. Her face turned pale, and she pressed her lips together. She thought, asking this mean woman for help? I'd rather die from the pain. Seeing her thoughts, the man angrily shouted, Mo Bingchong, if I do something wrong, my father will definitely come to complain. You better prepare to be punished. Most of the Mo family members still lived at the northern Marshal King's estate, except for Mo Xianyuan and his immediate family, who had their own home. Mo Yongchong, though half disabled and useless, still had a fiery temper, more ruthless than Mo Xianyuan. In his view, their generation was too comfortable and lazy, and they deserved a lesson. Besides Mo Xianyuan, Mo Bingchong was most afraid of her big uncle. Hey, you, let him go. His father is the Chief Justice of Dolly Court. Even if he's my cousin, you should show some respect. If you hurt his son, you might end up in prison. Mo Bingchong warned. Si Zhaozhao crooked her mouth and pressed down even harder, causing the man to cry tears of pain. You, Mo Bingchong. Are you hoping I die? Mo Bingchong was shocked and angry. Si Zhaozhao, are you crazy? Do you think just because your father is a minister you can do whatever you want? Stop bothering me. If you want me to let go, then apologize properly. Mo Bingchong was furious. You, just apologize already, the man urged loudly. Under everyone's watch, Mo Bingchong reluctantly gritted her teeth and said, Sorry. Si Zhaozhao released her grip. The man covered his fingers and ran away, crying out, It's over. Mother, father, hurry and get a doctor. Xiao Xiaolu, you're really not loyal. Mo Bingchong scolded angrily. She turned to look, but Si Zhaozhao was gone, which made her even more angry. Ling and pulled Si Zhaozhao into a small alley. She looked around and saw no one, then finally relaxed. Princess, why did you argue with Miss Forth? I heard she's very stubborn and spoiled. Luckily, I was quick and almost got caught up with her, and what if she caught you? Lingen widened her eyes. Of course, she would take you to the North Marshal King's house to complain. That side is full of members from the Mo family. The princess can't take advantage alone. The North Marshal King, who is also the prince's father, has become more temperamental since the old king went to war. He often hits people, even his own brothers. That this is very similar to Mo Xianyuan. No wonder they are family. Lingen didn't know what she was thinking, only feeling a bit scared. Si Zhaozhao saw she wasn't saying anything and reached out to check. Where is Man? Lingen placed her hand on Si Man's head. Si Man blinked and handed over half a bun. Mama, you should eat a bun too. It's really tasty. Brother Tingyu also likes it. Later, I want to buy another one. Si Zhaozhao nodded slightly, her tone a little raised. Little girl, you slipped up, didn't you? You lied earlier, saying you were alone. Tell the truth, what really happened that day? Oh, Si Man covered her stomach and cried. My tummy hurts, Mama. Si Zhaozhao kept a stern face and said nothing. After a while, Si Man, losing interest in pretending to be sick, shyly admitted, that day Brother Tingyu and I wanted to find Mama. When we tried to go out through the tall gate, it wouldn't open. We hid and accidentally fell asleep. When I woke up, I felt cold. There was a big brother who bought us noodles. He poked me a few times, and then I wasn't cold anymore. Later, the gate wouldn't open, so Tingyu and I left. It seems you reached the city gate. Luckily, nothing bad happened, Lingen said. Big brother? Si Zhaozhao caught the key point. Si Man tried to remember.
Yes.
He was dressed like a fire in the stove. His hair was whiter and softer than a bun. Lingen couldn't help but smile. Little miss, do you mean he was wearing red clothes? Si Man looked confused. Listening to her lively description, Si Zhaozhao's mind was in turmoil. Red clothes and white hair. Could that be her second senior brother? Could it be that her second senior brother is traveling in the northern border? Simon was thinking about bringing buns to Brother Tingyu, so she went back to the bun shop. Lingen was there counting silver coins. Behind her, Mo Bingchong's ghostly voice echoed. No wonder she ran away suddenly. The second wife is so miserable she's eating this kind of pig food. Si Zhaozhao was preoccupied with her older brother and didn't notice who she was talking to. After Lingen finished counting the silver, she saw that many people were watching. She quickly said, Fourth miss, are you saying that everyone who eats buns is a pig? These noble families and royal relatives rarely ate these common snacks. If she had said this behind closed doors, no one would blame her, but in this place, it could easily cause public anger. Who is this unthinking young lady, daring to say such things under the emperor's nose? Isn't the ground beneath her feet made of our bricks and tiles? If she's so capable, she shouldn't step on the ground. Mo Bingchong was embarrassed and angry. You low servant, how dare you let me get scolded? Lingen shrank back. Si Zhaozhao snapped back to her senses, moved her fingers slightly, and just this small action made Mo Bingchong scared and stepped back a few steps. But thinking about the emperor's birthday banquet in 3 days, and that her status as the second wife was about to end, she gained some confidence. You still dare to defend this woman. Do you know who she is? Si Zhaozhao, the young lady of the Si family who disappeared for 3 years and shamelessly brought her child to ask for marriage. The crowd was shocked. She's the one. I have relatives in the royal palace. Since she married in, the palace has been restless every day. My relatives don't dare to say what exactly happened, but it's definitely not good. Wow. How did this fool survive outside all this time? Is that child really the prince's? Her mother went crazy after she was born. On her wedding day, she almost caused the whole family to be executed. She's been back twice, and her sister has been bedridden since she left. The house is a mess, yet she still has time to go to the market. She's truly a troublemaker. Wait, I heard Song Girl say recently that she and the prince have a son. It seems this fool stole the child, and the prince beat her badly at the Shangshu residence. Could it be that the prince blinded her with a punch? What? No wonder she looks so seductive. Looks come from the heart. Stealing someone else's man is shameless. Seeing them attack Si Zhaozhao, Mo Bingchang's eyes showed pride. She deliberately raised her voice and said, "You hurt my little nephew." Always bullying Sister Chao Shui. Instead of staying at home to reflect, you dare to come out and show off. Be careful, I'll tell my older brother, and I might even break your leg. This statement clearly confirmed Mo Tingyu's identity. Si Zhaozhao knew, even with her toes, that there was definitely someone behind this, probably Song Chao Shui. What a fool. Not to mention whether Mo Xianyuan wanted to make this public. Just her last words turned a mighty war god into a low-level scoundrel who secretly bullies his wife. If Mo Xianyuan's achievements weren't so impressive that people ignored these titles, anyone else in his place would face serious trouble in their career. She was eager to go back and see Tingyu. If her senior brother made a move, there would surely be traces left. Not wanting to waste words on such a fool, she directly retorted, "My pregnancy means I'm not faithful, but at least I married the father of my child." Song Chao Shui, as a daughter of a former official, has lived in the master's house since she was young, with no status or recognition. Instead of behaving properly, she seduced the master, got pregnant out of wedlock, and when something went wrong, she didn't report it to the authorities. She ran straight to the wife's house to cause trouble, afraid everyone would see how lowly she is. And now she dares to say I'm bullying her? She's and still wants to pretend to be upright? If the prince truly liked her, why hasn't he given her a proper status all these years? As long as the prince wants to marry her, it's just a word away. Who can stop him?
Montag Bingchang was speechless.
She and Song Chao Shui were friends, so she naturally saw things from her perspective. But hearing Si Zhaozhao's analysis, she suddenly wavered. However, she didn't agree with the last part. Don't change the subject. It's clear you forced my older brother to marry you. He once said he would only marry a wife, never take a concubine. If it weren't for you, the princess title would have already belonged to Sister Chao Shui. Si Zhaozhao was surprised to hear he had said that before. Then she snorted coldly. Married to the war god, so what? I'm still blind. I still have to suffer from a younger person like you. Mo Bingchang couldn't argue back and suddenly noticed something behind Si Zhaozhao. Cold sweat broke out instantly. Si Zhaozhao's ears twitched slightly. Is that all? She thought Song Chao Shui could bring in some powerful allies. She was about to urge Ling An and the others to return to the mansion when suddenly, she heard a series of gasps around her, as if they saw something terrible. The people who had been so fierce just moments ago were now trembling and kneeling on the ground. Commoner bows to the war god. Bows to the war god. He is the war god, not the prince, showing how highly Mo Xianyuan is regarded by the people. The noisy market suddenly becomes very quiet. All the villagers respectfully kneel on the ground, paying their respects to the undefeated war god prince with the highest courtesy in the northern border. Unfortunately, Si Zhaozhao cannot see such a grand scene. Mo Bingchang looks like a mouse seeing a cat, wishing to hide underground. She timidly calls out, "Cousin." The man changes back into a black robe, making his figure look even stronger. His hand skillfully rests on the woman's fragile waist. His stern face shows a faint sadness, and his gentle expression seems reserved only for the person in front of him. He tells the crowd, "Everyone get up." As for Mo Bingchang, he ignores her completely. Then he says to Si Zhaozhao, "The princess consort is upset that I didn't accompany her outside? That's my fault. I knew her eyes were injured a few days ago, but I was busy with official matters and neglected her." Si Zhaozhao feels uncomfortable and tries to push him away, but his hand tightens, so she stops resisting. "What are you trying to do? I just finished my work and want to take the princess consort out for a walk. In a few days, there will be the emperor's birthday banquet. Why not go to the moonlit pavilion to pick out some new clothes? I will accompany you today." Ling An's eyes turn, and she says, Then I will take the young lady back to the house first, so I won't bother the prince and princess consort anymore. Ling and Yu, Si Zhaozhao feels the big hand suddenly lift her, pulling her into the man's arms. He softly advises, "Be careful of your step," the onlookers disperse. The rumor that the princess consort is out of favor is broken today by Mo Xianyuan directly. Yi Qing and Yi Zhu follow behind. Yi Qing holds a bag of fresh, warm sunflower seeds, cracking and spitting as he says, "Why is the prince suddenly so good to the princess consort? And he didn't chase away Miss Song. Is he trying to have both?" Yi Zhu retorts, "The prince isn't that kind of." The shopkeeper of Moonlit Pavilion, seeing their fine clothes, immediately starts introducing their goods. "This nine-tailed fox fairy dress is our new top-quality item. The fabric is light and breathable. With this style, I guarantee you won't find a second one in the entire northern border." Seeing Si Zhaozhao distracted, Mo Xianyuan can't help but ask, "How about this? Are you still satisfied?" Si Zhaozhao only wanted to return home and angrily asked, "Are you trying to humiliate me by letting a blind person judge my clothes?"
Montag Xuan Yuan was stund.
"Sorry, I forgot myself for a moment." Si Zhaozhao hesitated. "What's wrong with this person today? Has he suddenly become conscience-stricken?" Yi Qing covered her throat and coughed until her face turned red, nearly spilling her sunflower seeds everywhere. "Oh my, is this really the prince who would rather be beaten than admit defeat?" The shopkeeper suddenly understood. So he's afraid of his wife. He quickly found a way to flatter her. "Look at this lady's elegant bearing, truly stunning. This nine-tailed fox fairy dress is a perfect match for you. The color complements your fair skin beautifully. If you wear it to a family banquet, add a floral hairpin to your forehead, and your husband will be so dazzled he won't be able to look away." Si Zhaozhao. Mo Xianyuan's gaze stayed on the shimmering nine-tailed fox fairy dress. Thinking of her wearing it, he even slowed his breath a little. "All right, then I'll buy it," he said. Mo Xianyuan protected her and let her out. Mo Bingshong hurried after them to Jiaoyu Tower. After asking around, she learned that Si Zhaozhao had long wanted that nine-tailed fox fairy dress but couldn't afford it, only to have her cousin buy it for that unworthy person. After walking a while, Si Zhaozhao, unable to hold back any longer, suddenly her hand away. She swept the fox fairy dress to the ground. "You don't need to pretend here. The words you just said in front of the common people prove you don't believe what I said. In your heart, I am jealous and vicious. Your beloved is kind and innocent. Since the prince refuses to divorce, we can only wait and see. I am still waiting for the prince to send me back immediately." Mo Xianyuan's eyes darkened. He looked at the dress on the ground, clenched his fist. "I will find that item. These are just my way of making up for my past mistakes. No, the fault lies with this marriage. The prince is protecting his family, the court, and his dignity. That's why he doubted me, punished me, and even wanted to kill me. If I had hidden myself better, so my father and they couldn't find us, none of this would have happened. You are not to blame." Seeing the situation was about to get worse, Yi Qing nervously picked up the dress.
Si Cao Cao smiled.
"If your highness has thought it through, a letter of divorce would free you from a scheming woman like me. On the other hand, for the sake of freedom, I can also do my best to help you find what you're looking for. So there's no need for this. Let's just go back to how things were. If giving me these gifts makes you feel at ease, then please buy what's on my list instead." Mo Xianyuan looked at her calmly.
"Go on."
Washing grass, red chan wood, silk flower. Si Zhaozhao listed 7 or 8 kinds of herbs. Mo Xianyuan frowned slightly. "Doesn't Dr. Xiao have these herbs? These are all calming herbs. Dr. Xiao has many fine medicines, but he might not keep such common ones." Hearing this, Mo Xianyuan immediately ordered Yi Qing and the others to buy them. Si Zhaozhao quickly added, "Also, buy some fabric, simple and plain ones. I'll need them." Mo Xianyuan didn't question her. After the shopping was done, Si Zhaozhao was sent back to Manhwa Pavilion. Standing at the gate, Mo Xianyuan looked at the guards on both sides and said, "From now on, you don't need to guard here. Stay 100 meters away. Yi Zhu, you'll remain here for now. Hand your other duties to Yi Qing." "Yes." Your Highness. Yi Zhu followed him inside. Yi Qing turned away with a helpless look. Your Highness, I haven't done anything wrong lately. You can't just make me do everything alone. Mo Xianyuan raised an eyebrow slightly. There's an urgent matter that needs to be handled. If you do it well, I'll assign 2 people to share your work. Yi Qing immediately perked up. Please give your orders, Your Highness. Yi Zhu, this dress you're holding is beautiful. Did the prince buy it for the princess? Lingen asked in amazement. Yi Zhu nodded, placed the dress, fabric, and herbs on the table one by one, then quietly stepped back to the door. Lingen helped Si Zhaozhao sit down. Is Manhwa not here? The young lady took some buns to the main courtyard to see the young master. Oh, and princess, I heard from the guards that the prince ordered the young master to move out of Wanqing Pavilion. He's staying in the main courtyard with the prince now. I bet Miss Song must be furious. Si Zhaozhao looked slightly surprised. When did that happen? Probably after we went out. Si Zhaozhao smiled faintly. When Miss Moc heard what had happened today, she would probably be furious. She had wanted to find Mo Tingyu, but thinking about meeting that man again in the main courtyard, she decided against it. Even if it turned out that her senior brother had helped her, what could she do? With her current status, she couldn't acknowledge it openly. Your Highness, what are you planning to do with all this fabric? Lingen asked curiously. Yi Qing, who had been crouching outside the window until his legs went numb, immediately perked up when he heard that.
Si Cao Cao smiled.
It's a secret for now. You'll know when I give it away.
Who are you giving it to?
To someone I care about very much. Yi Qing clapped his hands softly. Task complete. He turned and left. Si Zhaozhao gently stroked the smooth fabric. Thinking of her mother, who was struggling alone in the minister's residence, her heart filled with warmth. Mother, I can't always protect you, so this is the only way I can help. Meanwhile, Yi Qing used his light-footed skill and quickly reached the study. He reported everything he had overheard. Mo Xianyuan frowned in thought. The person she cares about.
Who is it?
Of course, it's you, Your Highness. Yi Qing replied at once. The man gave him a sharp look, slightly displeased. If it's a gift for me, why not just say so? Yi Qing looked at him knowingly and said, She must want to surprise you. Think about it. Since the princess married into the palace, you two have argued quite a bit. She even said some harsh words earlier. How could she admit it openly? I'm sure she plans to give it to you at the Grand Emperor's birthday celebration. As a loyal subordinate, Yi Qing wanted nothing more than for the prince and princess to reconcile. He had once mistaken Song Chaoxue as the one the prince truly cared for, but after hearing the princess's words today, he finally understood. The prince cared about the princess. Otherwise, why would he have tolerated young Miss Man? That also explained why, on the day of the fire, the prince had rushed to the minister's residence to bring the princess back himself. Seeing Yi Qing's delighted expression, Mo Xianyuan asked suspiciously, She's giving me a gift. Why are you so happy about it? I'm happy for you, Your Highness. Prince, a lifetime is only so many years. Moreover, you have to handle national affairs, so you probably don't have much time for love. The ancient saying goes that those who marry are destined. A couple can have a passionate life or a peaceful one. Both are okay. You don't have deep hatred with the princess. As long as she wholeheartedly follows you, why not forget the past and focus on the present and future? Which ancient person? Yi Qing scratched his head.
Yeah.
An ancient person, I mean. My subordinate, Mo Xianyuan. Although Yi Qing is simple-minded, his words are straightforward and true. He is starting to feel a little moved. Over the years of war, few people have caught his eye, and women are especially rare. Anyway, the decision is made. If Princess Si Zhaozhao is not scheming, then staying together is not impossible. Ah, Yi Qing replied. Mo Xianyuan's breath paused slightly. Spread the news about the Jade Soldier Talisman, saying it's in the palace dungeon. Don't let the 4th person know. Yi Qing was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized this was a test for the princess. He silently prayed for her in his heart. The princess must be innocent, otherwise he would have misjudged her. He would be so frustrated he'd want to gouge his eyes out. Tonight's plan is only aimed at Princess Si Zhaozhao. Two guards deliberately whispered outside her chamber while she rested, revealing the location of the Jade Soldier Talisman. Princess Si Zhaozhao, just closing her eyes, suddenly opened them wide. The Jade Soldier Talisman. In the dungeon? She never expected to find out its whereabouts this way. Was it a trap for the prince? Or was she lucky? Outside the door, Yi Qing was watching the moonlight pavilion from the shadows. He saw a figure supporting the wall and moving slowly, and he thought something was wrong. Prince. I just saw the princess leave, Yi Qing reported nervously. Mo Xianyuan's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. Go to the dungeon. When the servant and master arrived at the dungeon, they didn't find Princess Si Zhaozhao. After asking around, they learned that someone had just flashed past, and they had already gone after her. Yi Qing asked carefully, Prince, should we search the entire house again? The last disturbance was too big, and I'm worried about disturbing the lady again. In the end, it's likely the princess will suffer. Mo Xianyuan frowned and said, No need. You go down first and call those people back. Today's matter must not be spread outside. Yi Qing nodded, and then left. However, Mo Xianyuan did not return to the main courtyard. Instead, he hurried toward Yuehua Pavilion. At this moment, Ling An and Yi Zhu were waiting at the door. When they saw Mo Xianyuan walking over with a cold face, they wanted to stop him, but his gaze made them step back. Ling An was sweating nervously. Prince, you should wait outside. The princess is. Before she finished, the man slipped inside quickly. The two looked at each other in surprise. Inside, the warm yellow candlelight made the steam behind the gauze curtains look like a fairyland. Si Zhaozhao closed her eyes to rest, enjoying this rare peace. Suddenly, a loud noise and cold wind appeared, and a tall figure quickly arrived. A big hand lifted the gauze curtain high. Seeing the smooth, jade-like shoulders in the wooden tub, the man's face turned red very quickly. He gasped and turned away. With a splash, Si Zhaozhao hugged her shoulders and immediately sank into the water, only her head floating on the surface. The ripples spread out, like their restless hearts at this moment. Who are you? The man's voice was surprisingly nervous and a little stammering.
I
didn't know you were bathing. Si Zhaozhao's face turned red and white with anger and shame. Then you should leave quickly. After this small incident, Si Zhaozhao had changed into her clothes and sat properly at the moon table. On the other side sat Mo Xianyuan. Ling'an served tea, while Yi Zhu stood silently at the door, keeping watch. After taking a sip of tea, Si Zhaozhao calmed her mind and asked, Prince, why are you here so late? Is there something urgent? Have you been outside the courtyard all this time? He asked.
Si Cao Cao nodded.
It was too stuffy, so I asked Ling'an and the others to get some water to cool down. Did something happen at the prince's residence? Why are you asking? The woman, just finished bathing, had a rosy face, with water droplets still dripping from her hair. Her thin clothes were slightly damp, and her hair was loose, making her look more charming than usual. Her surprised eyes, innocent like a little deer, made her very adorable. Mo Xianyuan momentarily forgot to answer. It wasn't until Si Zhaozhao called him twice that he snapped back to himself. He nervously held his teacup, hesitating to drink. After a moment, his throat moved, and he spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. Nothing special. I was just passing by and wanted to ask if you still want to buy anything. Tomorrow, Yi Qing and the others can handle it, Si Zhaozhao. Your Highness, is that all? Her eyes were pure and innocent, but somehow it seemed to stir up mischievous thoughts. Yes, Mo Xianyuan's ears reddened slightly. He hurriedly stood up and awkwardly said, In a few days, there will be the Emperor's birthday celebration. I have many things to do, and might not be able to see you. If you need anything, you can ask Yi Zhuyong and the others. I will take my leave now. His inner restlessness was growing uncontrollable. Almost before Si Zhaozhao could respond, he hurriedly left. Seeing his back, Ling'an thought to herself, awkward. Why is the prince acting so strange? Ling'an couldn't understand. Si Zhaozhao clenched her teacup tighter and let out a heavy sigh. Her guess was correct. The message about the Jade Soldier talisman was false. Just before her bath, she had planned to go out but overheard Ling and saying she had a stomach ache. When she heard noises from the dungeon area, she went to take a look and almost got caught by the guards. That's when she realized something was wrong. For 2 days in a row, Si Zhaozhao hadn't seen Mo Xianyuan until the day of the emperor's birthday celebration, when he finally appeared. The banquet was attended by the royal family and other high officials of the court, like Mo Xianyuan. The 2 young children were left at the residence, protected by 2 personal guards, Yi Qing and Yi Zhiyong. After previous lessons, they stayed very close, not allowing anyone to harm the young masters again. At the palace gate, just before Si Zhaozhao got into the carriage, Madame Mo pulled her aside and warned, "Cough, cough. When you go into the palace, be sure to watch your words and actions. Don't cause any trouble for Yuana." Si Zhaozhao slightly bowed. "Madam, rest assured. The people in the palace follow the rules strictly. Few dare to challenge the princess's position like Miss Song did. Even if someone does, the emperor wouldn't allow anyone to break palace rules." Madame Mo was silenced, clearly blaming herself for favoring Song Chushua. But if it were someone else, and on the wedding day, they found out that the bride brought a man from outside, how could any mother accept such a daughter-in-law with an open heart? So she didn't think she was being biased, even if Si Zhaozhao's eyes were truly damaged by Song Chushua. That was her own fault. The 2 of them had nothing to say. Just as Si Zhaozhao was about to step onto the carriage, Mo Xianyuan reached out and pulled her up. His eyes were full of admiration for her stunning outfit today. The 9-tailed fox fairy dress seemed tailor-made for her, fitting perfectly. The fabric was unknown, but when in the sunlight, it reflected rainbow colors, shining like glass stones, bright and eye-catching. "You look very beautiful, and this dress suits you well," Mo Xianyuan said calmly, praising her honestly. Si Zhaozhao was momentarily stunned, unaware of her own beauty. "Your Highness, you flatter me. It's your good choice." Mo Xianyuan realized he had forgotten she couldn't see, and looked a little annoyed. The carriage was very quiet. This was one of the few times they could be so peacefully together. When they arrived at the palace gate, everyone had to get out and walk. Mo Xianyuan naturally held her hand as they descended. His large hand tightly held her small one, and both of them felt a sudden jolt of electricity. Si Zhaozhao awkwardly tried to pull away, but the man's steady and strong voice suddenly sounded in her ear. "Don't move. There are many people. With me here, you can avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble." Pretending to be affectionate in front of outsiders was only beneficial for her. Si Zhaozhao had no reason to make herself unhappy, so she held his hand. She wondered if it was just her illusion, but after she stopped struggling, she felt that the man's grip had become even tighter. Of course, her foolish father was also present in this situation. Soon, she heard her mother's voice. "Zhaozhao, you're here too. Today, you look very beautiful." Si Zhaozhao smiled and said, "It was the prince who chose it. Since mother says so, I really want to see how beautiful it is." Mo Xianyuan's cold expression softened considerably. "Junior greets mother-in-law. With Xiao Su here, Zhaozhao will get better soon." Si Zhaozhao was slightly surprised. Was this the first time he called her mother-in-law? Lin Fanluo saw the 2 holding hands tightly and couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Si Yuandao was watching from nearby, feeling both shocked and nervous. That foolish girl and the war god had become so close? He was worried that the woman might complain, so he quickly approached after exchanging a few words with those around him. "I have seen the prince. Seeing you and the young lady so affectionate, I feel relieved." Mo Xianyuan kept a cold face and did not speak. Si Yuandao's face was slightly embarrassed, and he dared not be angry or say anything. At this moment, Si Mingyu's voice suddenly came through. "Dad. My mother is dizzy, and I called you again." Her limbs had been reconnected, and although she had recovered, she could no longer dance or run for long periods. Her voice now sounded much lighter and more lively than before. Si Zhaozhao slightly raised her eyebrows, seeming to realize that the person behind Su Wanning had taken action. Enemies meeting are always full of anger. Si Mingyu was the first to notice that Si Zhaozhao's eyes had a problem, and she immediately exclaimed, "Sister has done many bad things. Has she been punished by heaven? Fiske, in just a few days, you've become blind." Mo Xianyuan's face darkened. Even Si Zhaozhao felt his hand gradually turn cold. At the emperor's birthday banquet, the Minister of Works invited his concubine and illegitimate daughter to come. What's his intention? Is he trying to shame the emperor, or trample on royal dignity? Or is he placing these main wives in a low position? Could he be trying to disrupt the northern border's order? When these words were spoken, the other officials' wives present all looked grim. Yes, even a small illegitimate daughter dares to shout at the legitimate daughter. How improper. Humph. What kind of daughter? What kind of mother? They don't even greet elders properly. Usually they are so impatient. I think Su Wanning's elegance and propriety are mostly just a show. Si Yuandao had long experienced his sharp tongue. He was now so angry that his old face trembled with suppressed rage. My young daughter hurt her leg a few days ago and was upset. I reported to the emperor early, and he granted permission for her and her mother to enter the palace. The prince misunderstood. Then, his tone suddenly changed, and a hint of calculation flashed in his eyes. I wonder what the prince and Zhao Zhao are up to. Why can't she see? Could it really be, as the rumors say, that the prince blinded her? Mo Xianyuan's eyes sharpened. He was about to speak when the young girl pinched his palm, making him feel itchy and easily disturbing his heart. Si Zhaozhao spoke sadly. So, father has known for a long time that I hurt my eyes. Why didn't he say a word to comfort me at the palace? Instead, he only went to great lengths to arrange for her to enter the palace to soothe her mood. Does father think that I am less important than my half-sister? My mother's days in the mansion are probably even more. If it weren't for the faint smile at the corner of her mouth, Mo Xianyuan might have thought she was easy to bully, just like those others. But for some reason, he didn't dislike her pretentiousness at all. Mo Xianyuan kept a serious face and said to his wife, I saw earlier that your father and mother didn't come down from the same carriage. Does that mean your father favors his concubine and neglects his wife? The officials around whispered among themselves. The main wives looked at Si Mingyue with expressions of dislike and contempt. Their children were all legitimate, so they naturally disliked scheming concubines and children born from outside. Su Wanning, though not getting out of her carriage, felt the hostility from outside and regretted letting Mingyue go down. But now that things had come to this, she could only choose the best way to protect her own interests and turn the situation around. Si Yuandao's face turned green. Su Wanning coughed, lifted the curtain of her carriage, and gracefully stepped down, saying softly, Please forgive me for causing trouble. But Zhao Zhao, you misunderstood your father. It was your aunt who begged him to bring us into the palace. To protect her husband, she was willing to endure gossip and criticism. Such a kind-hearted concubine, except for Mo Xianyuan, who would never take a concubine, which man here wouldn't be tempted. The main wives looked at Su Wanning with caution, worried she might get close to their husband. Zhao Zhao, your aunt has returned the inner courtyard to your sister to manage and moved to a side courtyard. This is outside. Don't let your resentment cause you to falsely accuse your father. What good does that do for you? Because she had motion sickness earlier, her face was pale, and her sharp features looked even more fragile. Su Wanning was clever not to make a big deal about Si Mingyue's injury and water loss, because she couldn't be sure if Zhao Zhao might also lose her temper and reveal things she shouldn't. So she only mentioned these two things, making everyone think she, as a concubine, was obedient and had retreated to the extreme. Even her outfit today was carefully chosen, so no one could find fault. While everyone's eyes focused on Zhao Zhao, unexpectedly, Lin Fulan, the wife of the recently recovered and rumored crazy scholar, suddenly spoke. And her words hit straight to the point. First, Aunt Su feels it's unfair to live in the side courtyard, but that was where I, the lady of the house, lived for 18 years. You openly manage the inner courtyard for me, yet you occupy my lady's residence without permission. Second, you say my daughter has a pure heart, free from dirt, but who knows? My daughter, the legitimate daughter, doesn't even have a proper place to live at home. After the last flood, did you mention rebuilding the glazed pavilion? Third, your outfit today is indeed more modest than usual, but you missed one detail, your hairpin with flowers. The red gemstone on it could buy a dozen sets of my usual clothes. However, considering you manage the inner court and take care of the master for all these years, after you return home today, I will only punish you by making you stay in your room for half a month and deduct half a month's silver. What does the master think? Si Yuandao barely smiled. I will follow the lady's arrangements. The family customs in the northern border are influenced by the royal family. The previous emperor's lineage always had the eldest son as crown prince, and they strongly disapprove of favoritism towards illegitimate children. Only if the husband and wife are harmonious can they prove he does not favor concubines or neglect his wife. Otherwise, those old men wouldn't dare to get close to him. Si Zhaozhao felt a pang in her heart. It seemed her mother had found a way to secure her position in the Shangshu residence, but Si Yuandao had done so many things that hurt her. She thought her mother must be very tired. At this moment, Si Zhaozhao silently vowed to herself, she must seize the opportunity to rise up. Only with unshakable power can she protect the people she cares about. Si Yuandao said, "All right, everyone, don't let a concubine disturb your mood. The birthday banquet is coming soon. Let's go inside quickly." Lin Fanjie cared for Si Zhaozhao and went over to hold Si Yuandao's arm. As the daughter of a concubine and a commoner, they could only walk at the back. As for Mo Xianyuan, from start to finish, their hands never parted. Many people noticed this and thought that in future gatherings, they should invite the Shangshu lady, since it's rare to have a connection with the war god prince. The birthday banquet was held in the Taiha Hall. According to rank, Mo Xianyuan and Si Zhaozhao sat in the front row. Opposite them sat a stern-looking old man, though she couldn't see him now. Mo Xianyuan held her hand as they approached to pay respects and introduced her. "This is my grandfather, the former commander of the 9 Gates. You can call him grandfather." Si Zhaozhao was stunned. The commander of the 9 Gates. Wasn't that, eh? She pushed down her curiosity and obediently greeted, "Greetings, grandfather." Mo Gauchi responded coldly with a short hum, not even glancing at her. As he sat back down, many people gathered around him, all wearing flattering smiles. "Master Mo, you're still as strong as ever, healthier than my own father. Who could be as fortunate as you, Master Mo? Your children and grandchildren are all so outstanding." No matter who spoke, Mo Gauchi's face remained stiff and cold. The more Si Zhaozhao thought about it, the more confused she became. How could I have children? Was he perhaps not a real one? But whether true or not, the Mo family had served in government for 3 generations. The old master himself had once been a top-ranking military officer, powerful and respected. No wonder the retired emperor was so eager to find the Jade Command token. Before she could think further, Wei's voice echoed through the hall. "His Majesty the Emperor arrives. His Majesty the retired emperor arrives." 2 figures in bright yellow robes, one older, one younger, entered and took their places on the imperial throne. Everyone knelt and called out, "Your servants greet your Majesty and the retired emperor. Long live the emperor." When Xianyuan Ming sat down, he naturally made room for the retired emperor beside him. The retired emperor half closed his eyes and raised a hand. "Rise, all of you." Once everyone was seated, he turned to his beloved grandson and smiled. "Today is my birthday. I got a bit carried away and spoke before the emperor. You won't blame me, will you?" Xianyuan Ming smiled brightly. "Grandfather, it's your birthday. You are the most important one today. I wish you long life and happiness. Bring in the gift I prepared for the retired emperor." Wei hurried to carry out the order. The retired emperor laughed heartily. "What a good grandson I have." Seeing both rulers in good spirits, Si Zhaozhao could clearly hear the quiet sighs of relief from those seated below. Yet the man beside her, though his face was hidden, seemed to radiate a faint sense of displeasure. Palace maids brought in fine wine and dishes, followed by a group of dancers from distant lands, their movements graceful and elegant. The retired emperor clearly enjoyed such pleasures. Each table was set with jars of century-old imperial wine, 20 in total. The supreme elder swayed as he stood up, raising his wine cup and said, "With all the ministers here, I am lucky in the northern border. Fine wine and good food can't make us fully happy. These dancers were chosen by my people from the common folk. If any of you like them, just say so. Today, I won't leave until I am drunk. Your Majesty, take a look. Is there anyone you want to bring into the harem?" Xian Yuanming had half a cup of wine and already looked flushed. He kept waving his hands and said, "I'm still young. No rush for that." The supreme elder laughed loudly, and the atmosphere was peaceful. Si Zhaozhao heard her clumsy father talking happily with Su Wanning and an old man with a beard nearby. Mo Xianyuan's voice suddenly appeared. "The one talking is Su Baoxiu, the prefect of Shuntian. He's your aunt's father." Si Zhaozhao understood immediately.
No wonder.
With Si Yuandao's current status, there's no reason for him to lower himself to flatter others. Everyone present was a high official, except for Mo Xianyuan's grandfather. No one else showed such humble respect. But since that man is Su Wanning's father, it makes sense. Without the support of the Su family back then, her foolish father wouldn't have reached this position. Maybe she drank too much, and Si Zhaozhao felt a sudden urge to go to the bathroom. Her face turned slightly red as she quietly said, "Where? Can I go to the restroom?" Mo Xianyuan's ears also turned a little red. He called a young palace maid and told her to help Si Zhaozhao go. After using the restroom, Si Zhaozhao was helped back to the main hall by the palace maid. She faintly heard voices talking nearby. "Whose young lady is talking over there?" she asked. The palace maid knew she was loved by the war god prince and didn't dare slack.
She honestly told her what she saw.
She said she saw two sneaky people entering the main hall. One was Mo Bingchong, the fourth miss of the Mo family, and the other was a palace maid. But from the fourth miss's expression, it seemed she was very friendly with that maid. Based on the appearance and manner of the person described by the maid, Si Zhaozhao's eyes narrowed suddenly. She was shocked. It's Song Chao Shui. What is she doing here? Since Si Zhaozhao returned, she had been distracted and absent-minded. Mo Xianyuan saw she hadn't picked up her chopsticks and asked, "Do you want to eat something? Or are you feeling unwell from drinking too much?" Si Zhaozhao realized he was talking to her. She rolled her eyes, looked pitiful, and nodded. She tightly grabbed the man's sleeve and said, "Prince, I am very thirsty. I don't want to drink this wine anymore." Seeing her suddenly rely on him, Mo Xianyuan felt as if a piece of his heart had fallen. His tone softened unconsciously. "All right, I will go to the kitchen now to ask if there is any sobering soup. You wait here and don't run around." Si Zhaozhao nodded obediently twice, sitting very well behaved. This made Mo Xianyuan unable to help but reach out his big hand, giving her a firm pat on the head twice before reluctantly leaving. Si Zhaozhao dazedly touched the spot he had just touched, a strange feeling flashing through her mind. Why does it feel like teasing a cat or playing with a dog? But it seems men are all the same, they love to fall for this little white rabbit act. Si Zhaozhao pursed her lips. The palace maid standing behind her looked at her with intense jealousy and hatred. Seeing Mo Xianyuan leave his seat, she clenched the pill in her palm and walked over, secretly mixing it into the teapot when no one was paying attention. Then she poured the tea into Si Zhaozhao's cup. "Princess, the prince has been called away and can't come back for a while. He specifically asked me to bring you sobering soup. Please drink it quickly." After thanking her, Si Zhaozhao smiled and slowly brought the bowl of soup to her lips. Song Chao Shui stared with wide eyes, wishing she could personally force that cup of poisoned soup down her throat. But just as the bowl was about to reach her mouth, suddenly a hand snatched it away. Si Mingyu, filled with jealousy, said, "You don't deserve to drink it. Today, you dared to cause trouble for me and my mother in front of so many people. I've taken note of that. Starting with this bowl of soup, I will take back everything that belongs to you. Nothing will be left." She was about to tilt her head and drink when Song Chao Shui anxiously grabbed her arm. "This is what the prince gave to the princess. Why are you drinking it?" She was afraid Si Zhaozhao would discover her true identity and spoke in a hushed voice. Unbeknownst to her, Si Zhaozhao had already deliberately distracted Emo Xianyuan, waiting for her to come to her. When Si Mingyu saw a young palace maid dare to provoke her, she immediately slapped her. As she reached out, her necklace was pulled, and the pendant's jade caught the light. Si Zhaozhao's eyes suddenly brightened. In a daze, she could see things clearly. But it was only for a moment. After the light disappeared, she fell back into an endless void. Song Chaoshui was so angry she almost spat blood. But now she dared not reveal herself, so she had to endure this bitter feeling and try to back the poison soup. Seeing this, Si Mingyu grabbed her skirt and ran to the side. After the banquet, the two women chased each other playfully. Officials and their families enjoyed drinks and conversation, busy making connections, so few people noticed them. Suddenly, there was a loud clatter and someone shouted, "Something's wrong. Whose young lady has drunk too much?" Si Zhaozhao's eyes moved as she wondered who had been given the poison soup. Su Wanning was chatting with her father when she heard the shout. She frowned and saw her daughter standing there dazed. She waved her over, saying, "Mingyue, come meet your grandparents. Why are you fooling around like a child? You've suffered enough and still haven't learned," Madame Su affectionately said. "Mingyue is honest and pure. Old master, we should choose her marriage carefully so she can keep her innocent nature." Su Baoshu nodded. Su Wanning nudged her daughter and said, "Are you silly? Thank your grandparents." Mingyue's face turned pale. She kept glancing nervously at the chaos in front of her, her mind a mess, with no energy to listen to her mother. "Oh no! Whose young lady is vomiting blood?" The scene was chaotic. Because the music was loud, the emperor temporarily paused the performance. The entire hall fell silent. The emperor looked at the crowd and asked, "What happened? Did someone in the family get drunk?" "Your Majesty, Miss Emo from the Emo family suddenly vomited blood. I dare to guess someone poisoned her." Everyone's faces turned grim. Xian Yuanming frowned and said, "I and the grandfather also drank this wine. Why are we fine? Could it be that only the Mo family was targeted?" As he spoke, many guards surrounded the main hall. Without hesitation, he hurried back, leaving the tea behind. Pushing through the crowd, Si Zhaozhao's wrist was suddenly grabbed by a large hand. "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" Si Zhaozhao froze. Though she couldn't see, her hearing was unusually sharp, and she could clearly sense a trace of concern in Mo Xuanyuan's voice. Was she imagining it? She shook her head. "It's your cousin. They said she might have been poisoned." The imperial physician arrived quickly. After a short while, he reported to the emperor and the grand emperor, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, Miss Mo has been poisoned by black snake venom. Fortunately, it was discovered in time. I will now use acupuncture to draw out the poison." Song Chaoshui slowly backed toward the hall's entrance, but Xian Yuanming called out, "That young maid. Wait a moment." Cold sweat ran down Song Chaoshui's back as she lowered her head and returned to the line of palace maids. Thankfully, Xian Yuanming didn't pay her much attention. "No one is allowed to leave the palace tonight," he ordered. "Everyone will stay in the Hall of Supreme Harmony for now." His gaze shifted toward Mo Xianyuan, his tone serious. "We must prevent the poisoner from escaping. Once the poison is cleared, send Miss Mo to rest in a side chamber. When she wakes, we'll question her again." Then he turned to the Grand Emperor. "Grandfather, what do you think of my decision?" The Grand Emperor nodded coldly. He had planned to use this chance to win over several ministers, but this incident had ruined his plan. Once the culprit was caught, he would make sure they paid dearly. Because of Mo Xuanyuan's close relationship with the young emperor, he and his wife were given a quiet palace to stay in. Since the poisoned person was from the Mo family, his cousin, Si Zhaozhao, who didn't get along with her, chose not to get involved and stayed alone. After a while, Mo Xuanyuan returned. He saw Si Zhaozhao sitting at her dressing table, gently touching her eyes. The night breeze lifted her hair, a few strands falling across her beautiful face. For a moment, she looked almost unreal, as if she might vanish at any second. He quickly stepped forward and held her shoulders. Feeling the warmth of her body, the strange fear in his heart faded, and he finally relaxed a little. "It's cold at night. Why are you sitting here in the wind?" Startled by a sudden touch, Si Zhaozhao tensed, but when she heard his voice, she inexplicably calmed down. "Has your cousin woken up yet, Your Highness?" Mo Xuanyuan looked at her, without blinking. "Not yet. The physician said she was frightened and will wake later." "Are you tired? You can rest for a while. When she wakes, I'll call you." His voice was a bit too gentle, not matching his usual image, making Si Zhaozhao feel awkward. "Prince, if I tell you that Song Chao Shui sneaked into the palace and that the poisoned soup was meant for me, do you believe it?" He remained silent, and her quickening heartbeat gradually calmed down. She truly believed that after spending time together at the cliff's edge, this person might change a little. Just as she was about to justify herself, Mo Xuanyuan suddenly said, "I believe you." He spoke as if there was more to his words. "I have believed you more than once." Tonight, the wind was strong, making her face feel itchy. She couldn't see his face close to hers, nor could she see his cheeks flush slightly from hurried breathing. At this moment, he was visibly flustered. If he moved one step closer, he would cross a boundary. Heavy breathing filled the air. Si Zhaozhao felt something, biting her lip and clenching her hands on her lap. "You are my wife." His voice was a little hoarse, and he didn't finish his sentence, leaving much to the imagination. Their breaths grew hotter. Si Zhaozhao's mind was in chaos, as if her soul was being pulled between her own consciousness and the remnants of the original owner's awareness. One side was saying they would part sooner or later, and his actions were unforgivable. The other side argued that, as a war god, his pride was greater than ordinary people's. If he misunderstood her without knowing the truth, his actions could be somewhat understandable. Moreover, they were truly husband and wife. The two sides argued fiercely, unable to decide who was right. Mo Xuanyuan was no different. At that moment, outside the door, Wei Gonggong called out urgently, "Prince, Miss Mo Shui has woken up." The emperor and the Taishang Huang summoned everyone. "You and the princess should go quickly." The man straightened up, the oppressive aura suddenly fading. He took her hand and said, "Let's go. Let's see what's happening." Si Zhaozhao sighed in relief, nodded, and her thoughts cleared. She had hesitated just now. Could it be the lingering consciousness of the original owner causing trouble? Mo Bingshang, with a pale face, leaned against the bed. Just as she was about to get up, Xuanyuan Ming stopped her. "Your toxins have just been cleared. No need for formalities. Tell everything you know and saw. Don't hide anything." She looked up at Song Chao Shui dressed in palace clothes. Her hand under the blanket clenched tightly as she spoke. "I, the servant girl, was drunk and confused. I only remember wanting to drink another cup of wine, but I mistakenly thought that bowl of soup was wine. However, I had never seen that bowl of soup before, and I don't know why it was on my table," the emperor said coldly. "Who placed that bowl of soup there?" The young man who first noticed Mo Bingshang was poisoned knelt and replied, "Your Majesty, I saw the second miss from the Shangshu residence carry that bowl of soup." Mo Bingshang suddenly looked up, hesitant to speak. Mo Gaoqi, sitting nearby, looked cold and said quietly, "So, it turns out the illegitimate daughter from the Shangshu residence dared to shout at my eldest sister." Si Yuan was shocked, never expecting his family to be involved. Su Wanning's eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, she remembered that earlier, when she called Mingyu, she was playfully arguing with a palace maid. Mingyu trembled as the emperor's stern gaze fell on her. "You, this illegitimate daughter, poison her. She knelt on the ground, trembling and afraid to speak. Madame Su loved her and was crying anxiously. Mingyu, what exactly happened? Why did you poison her? Su wiped her tears and said, Madam, the case isn't settled yet. Please take care of yourself first. At this moment, Su Wanning quickly said, Was it that palace maid? Are you trying to hide her? Her mother wanted the palace maid to take responsibility. Mingyu immediately understood what to do. It wasn't me. I took it from a young palace maid. I noticed she was acting suspiciously, so I sensed something was wrong. I planned to wait until the banquet was over to find the emperor and the emperor's father, but she reacted so strongly and took the bowl of soup to switch it with the fourth missus. Oh, then lift your head and see if she's still here, said the emperor. Hidden behind a group of palace maids, Song Chao Shui tried to stay unnoticed. But because her life was at stake, her eyes were sharper than usual. She immediately pointed to Song Chao Shui and said excitedly, It's her. Everyone looked over, and those who knew her showed surprised expressions. Mo Gao-chi, with a mysterious look, twirled his jade ring on his thumb and said darkly, Did you secretly follow the fourth miss? Elder Mo, do you know this young palace maid? Xian Yuanming asked curiously.
Montag ka smilet.
With his cold, aged face, that smile made it hard to tell whether their relationship was good or bad. Her father once gave his life for my son and later lived in my eldest grandson's residence for more than 10 years. Of course, I know her. Si Mingyue and Su Wanning exchanged shocked glances. Su Wanning had met Song Chaoshua before. She was surprised that someone connected to Elder Mo still had to sneak into the palace. That only showed how much favor Si Zhaozhao now had from Mo Xianyuan. Xian Yuanming frowned. So you're the daughter of that former officer? The emperor knows her too? The retired emperor's expression turned subtle. Xian Yuanming suddenly felt his throat tighten. Oh no, he had said too much. What should he do? The young emperor looked toward Mo Xianyuan for help. Mo Xianyuan quickly spoke up. Your Majesty, I once mentioned her to you. Chao Shue's background is pitiful. I promised my father I would take her in. That's right, the emperor said. My royal uncle took them in despite the rumors. His kindness is something I should learn from. That casual praise made the few who knew the truth change expressions instantly. The retired emperor chuckled. I see. It seems the prince is truly loyal to the emperor, reporting everything to him. It is my duty to serve my ruler faithfully, Mo Xianyuan replied calmly. Mo Gao-chi interrupted their subtle exchange. So, you mean to tell us that Song Chaoshua intended to harm the fourth young lady? Though Mo Gao-chi's hair was white, his bearing and tone showed no sign of old age. Even after years away from power, a single glance from him could still make others tremble. Unlike the cunning retired emperor, Mo Gao-chi carried an aura of someone who had climbed to power through countless struggles. Si Mingyue, who had never faced such danger before, could hardly bear the pressure in his voice and began to tremble uncontrollably. Su Wanning couldn't think of a solution and clutched her handkerchief so tightly it nearly tore. Everyone present, except Mo Xianyuan, was overwhelmed by Mo Gao-chi's commanding presence. Si Zhaozhao grew more suspicious. Why did it feel like the power in the northern court was far more complicated than it appeared? To everyone's surprise, despite her fear, Si Mingyue still forced herself to speak. Everything I said is true. I actually saw her trying to serve that bowl of soup to Si. The Song dynasty lady's heart was tense. Mo Bingshang suddenly interrupted. Please, Emperor and Emperor Father, forgive me. It was my fault. She struggled to get down and kneel, but Mo Gao-chi frowned and said, Speak plainly. No need for all these formalities, the emperor said. Listen to Mo Lao, no need for ceremony. Xian Yuanming nodded. Your toxins have just been cleared. I will also skip the formalities. Thank you, Emperor and Emperor Father. Mo Bingshang looked at Song Chao Shui and bit her lip, saying, Actually, I begged Sister Chao Shui to dress like that. She has no family name or position, so she couldn't enter the palace as a relative. That's why I came up with this plan. Mo Bingshang hesitated but was interrupted by Mo Gao-chi. Did you poison yourself? Xian Yuanming asked, confused. Why? Mo Bingsheng looked at Si Zhaozhao, who was being served tea by a man, and gritted her teeth. Because I can't stand my sister-in-law. Si Zhaozhao was unexpectedly involved, raised an eyebrow, but said nothing, quietly sipping her tea. Mo Bingsheng was determined to help Song Chao Shui. Mo Lao seemed to favor her, and the emperor and emperor father's attitude towards Mo Lao was very subtle. In this situation, it was best to wait and see. The old emperor's eyes narrowed. No, she doesn't deserve to be my sister-in-law. I tricked Sister Chao Shui into putting that bowl of soup on Si Zhaozhao's table. I planned to drink the real poison first, then talk to her and frame her so she would break up with her brother. But I didn't expect the second young lady to interfere. Song Chao Shui looked surprised. Bingsheng. She was surprised she could turn this story around. It seemed she had underestimated her. Mo Bingsheng looked ready to sacrifice herself, pointing at Si Zhaozhao and saying, "Since everything is exposed, I dare to ask the emperor to order her and my brother to divorce, giving Sister Chao Shui a proper status." Xian Yuanming was angry. I do not allow it. I won't pursue your mistake out of respect for Mo Lao. Don't mention this again. Mo Bingsheng was shocked. Why does the emperor also want to protect her? The empress has already helped the emperor uncle expand his family. They were deeply in love before marriage. I cannot do such a wicked thing as breaking up their marriage. Big sister Chao Shui also has a son, and Si Zhaozhao's daughter isn't really. Mo Xian Yuan threw the teacup on the ground, his eyes cold and fierce. What do you think the palace is? Do you think you can act recklessly here? Mo Bingsheng excitedly leaned forward while speaking, almost getting hit by the flying shards, her face covered in dust, and her eyes reddening with grievance. Cousin, why won't you let me speak? Can you really hide the truth forever? If you don't let me say it, I will anyway. Si Zhaozhao's daughter is actually a wild. Halfway through, Mo Bingsheng's neck was suddenly grabbed by an old hand. She looked in disbelief at the elderly man who doted on her the most. Great-grandfather.
Why?
Why are you stopping me from telling the truth? Si Zhaozhao's breath hitched. What's going on? He didn't admit to Mo Tingyu, nor did he tell the emperor about the blood recognition ceremony. Not only him, but even the retired emperor and others kept silent. She couldn't believe these people would be so kind as to cover for her. When Grandwei saw the situation was getting out of control, he quickly expelled the unrelated people. Only the officials from the Shangshu mansion, Mo Lao, Mo Xian Yuan, Madame Su, and others remained in the sleeping palace. Mo Gauchi's cold, ruthless eyes gradually turned fierce. I told you to speak less, listen less, do less. Have you learned to be so cunning? Today, you have disappointed me greatly. Get up and follow me back to the estate to receive your punishment. He suddenly released her, and Mo Bingsheng, terrified, covered her neck and gasped for air. She no longer dared to mention divorce. Mo Bingsheng walked out with a pale face. As Mo Gauchi passed her, he whispered like a demon, "Young lady Song, I don't care who you want to marry. If you dare to plot against her again, I will gouge out your eyes, cut off your hands and feet, tear out your tongue, dig up your ancestors' graves, and cut off the roots of your Song family. Be careful." Song Chao Shui was so frightened she gasped for breath. Others didn't know what was happening, only seeing her collapse to the ground. Xian Yuanming frowned deeply. Mo Lao really is as arrogant as ever. The retired emperor suddenly let out a laugh. Ha ha! Young lady Mo, for a stranger, you dared to defy the emperor and defend the war god and the princess. That kind of courage still reminds me of Mo Lao in his youth. Enough. Since young lady Mo has admitted she poisoned herself, let's end this here. If the emperor isn't satisfied, he can continue with the others. As for me, I need to rest. Upon hearing this, Xian Yuanming nodded and said, I also had a few drinks and am feeling a bit tired. I will go back with Grandpa Emperor. Everyone, please feel free to stay. The Taiha Hall and the vacant sleeping quarters are available. Grandwei led the two of them out with a bow. Outside, the officials learned that the matter was over and quickly made polite excuses to leave, fearing they would be detained in the palace again. Si Zhaozhao rolled her eyes. Since the Emperor and the Grand Emperor both believed that Mo Bingchong was the instigator and chose not to pursue the matter, what kind of power does old Mo have that makes them have to give in? Si Mingyue, still shaken, was helped up by Su Wanning. Mother, is this the end of it? Madame Su rubbed her temples. What more do you want? Mingyue, you really scared your grandmother today. Su Baoshu looked distressed. Wanning, there's nothing urgent. Your mother and I will leave first. She can't hold on much longer. The matter you suggested earlier will have to be put aside for now. Wanning Su looked unwilling. Si Yuandao interrupted. I'll see the two elders out of the palace. She looked at her parents' tender figures, clenched her fists, glared at Lin Fan Nua, and said to Mingyue, I'm really worried about your grandmother and the others. Let's go see them off. Sister Lin, I'll wait outside the palace for you. Throughout, Lin Fan Nua only managed to turn the tide at the palace gate. Most of the time, she was the ignored one. But that was normal. She had been silent for 18 years. To attract more attention than Wanning Su, she would need to work harder. Watching their family walk away, Lin Fan Nua felt a wave of bitterness in her heart. At that moment, someone held her hand. She turned to Si Zhao Zhao. Mo Xian Yuan was clutching her other hand tightly. From the bedroom to the palace gate, their hands had never let go. Seeing them so harmonious, Lin Fan Nua felt even more worried. Mother-in-law seems to be very wary of me. Lin Fan Nua was stunned, shook her head, and sighed. Your Highness, a mother worries when her child is 1,000 miles away. As a mother, I can't put my heart down when my children are not by my side. Mo Xianyuan saw her thoughts were clear and said, It seems I don't understand Zhao Zhao well. The illness that her mother-in-law has been suffering from for nearly 20 years was completely cured by her without leaving a trace.
Si Cao Cao coldly snorted.
Your Highness, isn't it embarrassing to say such things? You've never tried to understand me, so how would you know how easily this illness can be cured? Are you blaming me, Your Majesty? The man's voice suddenly pressed close to her ear, his warm breath making her earlobe feel hot. Si Zhao Zhao pushed him away and said with pursed lips, You go ahead. I have something to say to my mother and them. Mo Xian Yuan smiled clearly and said, Now, you don't need me to support you? When would I need that? Si Zhao Zhao snorted coldly. Mo Xian Yuan didn't get angry. He loosened his grip and waited for her in the carriage. The cold air suddenly seeped into Si Zhao Zhao's warm, long-held hands, making her feel strangely a bit lost. She shook her head, trying to dismiss these foolish thoughts. Lin Fan Nua held her hand, worried, and asked, Zhao Zhao, has he been difficult with you these past 2 days? Si Zhao Zhao shook her head. Mother, I forgot to tell you something last time. It's about Grandma Qiong's younger brother, who asked me to pass on a message to you. Lin Fan Nua looked puzzled. Grandma Qiong? Si Zhao Zhao said, Yes. I went with Grandma Qiong to the countryside to treat his illness. He was very grateful and said that, for the kindness shown 22 years ago, he couldn't repay it. He only hopes that one day, when he recovers, he can repay you with his life. 22 years ago. Lin Fan Nua's hand trembled slightly. Zhao Zhao, what is his name? Quickly tell me. Qiong Yuanming. Lin Fan Nua's heart skipped a beat, and she murmured, He's still alive. Mother, do you know him? Lin Fan Nua snapped back to herself, her face showing a strange expression. I heard Grandma Qiong mention him once. Si Zhao Zhao wondered why her mother was lying, but she didn't ask further. If her mother didn't want to say, she wouldn't push. Zhao Zhao is his illness. Curable. Hearing the choking in her voice, Si Zhao Zhao tightly held Lin Fan Nua's hand. Mother, don't worry. I accidentally treated him successfully. He'll recover in less than a year. Lin Fan Nua clearly relaxed. That's good. That's good. Si Zhao Zhao comforted her. Mother, I've been making sachets for you these days. The herbs inside can help you sleep more peacefully. I'll have Ling'an send it to you. Tonight, this matter will probably cause some fuss at the mansion, so I won't go to see you. Lin Fan Nua looked at her with affection. You've suffered. If you're wronged, just come back to Mother's place. After Lin Fan Nua got into another carriage, Si Zhao Zhao raised her voice and said, Please, younger sister, say a few words. You've been startled. As the elder sister, I care about you and can't ignore it. Auntie wouldn't refuse, right? Siyuando lifted the curtain of the carriage and scolded in a low voice. Do you even realize your sister is frightened tonight? You didn't say a single word for her just now. What are you trying to do now? Xiao Xiao ignored him. Su Wanning was about to refuse, but Manhwa said, Father, Mother, let me go and meet her. With you both here, what can a blind girl possibly do to me? She's not the same as before. You've only just recovered, so be careful, Su Wanning reminded her. Manhwa nodded and stepped down from the carriage with the help of a small stool. Although Xiao Xiao had lost her sight, her beauty was still comparable to the most admired woman in the capital, which made Manhwa secretly jealous. What do you want from me? Manhwa asked. Xiao Xiao's ears twitched slightly, and she beckoned with her finger.
Come closer.
I can't hear you clearly. Manhwa frowned and carefully took a few steps forward. At that moment, Xiao Xiao suddenly reached out, grabbed her collar, and turned over the necklace in her hand. Under the moonlight, the jade pendant reflected a bright light that made her vision flash. In the blur, she saw several figures running toward her, and Manhwa's frightened face became faintly visible. You ungrateful girl. Have you lost your mind? Siyuando snatched the necklace away. The jade cut a small wound in her palm, and no one noticed that her blood seemed to merge into the stone. Xiao Xiao's vision dimmed for a moment, but then she sensed that her sight was no longer completely empty. It felt as if she had entered a misty, mysterious realm. The sensation was somewhat like entering a spiritual space, yet also different. But one thing she was certain of, the necklace was her master's personal belonging. That piece of jade had fallen from a meteor. She had found it by chance behind the mountain and spent half a year carefully polishing it as a gift for her master when she became his disciple. Because it was given by her own hands, her master had always kept it close. But how could something from her past life appear in a foreign land, in the hands of an unknown young woman? What had she overlooked? You rebellious girl. Why do you always go against your sister? How did I end up with such a troublesome daughter? Master, Xiao Xiao would never hurt anyone without reason. There must be some misunderstanding. Lin Fanluo tried to stop him. How long will you keep defending her? She no longer respects this family or me as her father. Si Zhao's head throbbed painfully. Mo Xuanyuan's expression changed. He leapt from the carriage, caught her just as she was about to fall, and gently struck the back of her neck with his hand.
Si Cao Cao fainted.
Lin Fanluo stopped arguing. She must have had a few too many drinks tonight and lost her balance, accidentally hurting the second Mississippi. I'll take her back to rest. Mother-in-law, don't worry, with me here, nothing will happen to her. At that moment, Lin Fanluo had no one else she could trust, so she nodded in agreement. Si Yuandao fell silent. Since she had already fainted, he couldn't keep scolding her. With a stern face, he was the first to get into Su Wanning's carriage.
Wait.
I'm coming too. Your Highness. Song Chaoshua lifted her skirt and hurried after them, but only managed to touch the back of the carriage. Her face turned pale with anger. Thinking she might as well stay in the palace for the night, she was shocked to see the palace gates slowly closing behind her. The curfew had begun. Rongsheng had been waiting at the gate for some time. He stepped forward with a serious look. Your Highness, the news has been contained. The lady in the West Wing still doesn't know about what happened at the birthday banquet. Mo Xianyuan gave a quiet then looked down at Si Zhaozhao. His cold face softened slightly. Rongsheng, quick to notice, said, Your Highness, the young ladies have already gone to bed in the main courtyard. It's late. Perhaps you should rest in the Moonlight Pavilion? Mo Xianyuan said nothing and carried her inside. That direction, it was indeed toward the Moonlight Pavilion. Rongsheng smiled knowingly. Just as he was about to close the door, something flashed through his mind. Wait, had he forgotten something? Unable to recall, he simply shut the door, stretched, and went to rest. Ling En was dozing by the doorway, her head nodding from time to time. Half asleep, she leaned against something and drifted off again. A cool breeze swept past as the man's robe brushed by. Ling En shivered and instinctively moved closer to the door, leaving just enough space for him to pass. Mo Xianyuan laid the unconscious Si Zhaozhao gently on the bed. He brushed aside a few strands of hair from her face, his eyes deep and unreadable. He stared at her quietly, lost in thought. Si Zhaozhao, who had actually woken up some time ago, couldn't stand it any longer. She suddenly opened her eyes and pulled the blanket closer around herself. Your Highness, I really don't have that military book. You don't need to make such a big sacrifice. Mo Xianyuan frowned slightly.
What do you mean by that?
Are you trying to use your charm to trick me into trusting you and get information? I appreciate that you haven't spread Si Manman's background, but I really don't know where the military books are. However, I am willing to cooperate with the prince and pretend to be my foolish father's accomplice. Mo Xianyuan's expression was cold and serious. You admit that Si Manman is not my biological daughter? Si Zhaozhao blinked. Strange. Isn't that what you already believed? Since you don't trust me, what else can I say? I didn't expect you to persuade my father and my aunt. I have not persuaded them. Mo Xianyuan seemed to see through her tricks immediately. If you have questions, just ask directly. No need to beat around the bush with me. Si Zhaozhao played innocent. What is the prince talking about? I don't understand. The man's voice was a little helpless. No matter what happens behind the scenes, whether it's the Emperor Emeritus or the current emperor, on the surface, all officials must act together. They don't dare to speak carelessly because they fear me, or more precisely, they fear the rumor about the Jade military token. I suspected long ago that your father secretly supports the Emperor Emeritus. He didn't seize the secret letter because of two reasons. First, the ancient military books. Second, the ongoing chaos and the internal affairs in the northern border still need your father's influence. And the third reason is, he hesitated and Si Zhaozhao's eyes twitched. What is the third? Mo Xianyuan suddenly looked at her intently. The third is that I indeed misunderstood you before. Later, I found out that your relationship with your father is not good. So, some things I have been thinking about for a long time and I no longer want to hide. Si Zhaozhao's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, he lowered his voice, speaking very seductively into her ear, word by word. The day you were imprisoned, you were summoned by the Emperor Emeritus. Did you do anything for him? If yes, I will agree to divorce and let you go. If not, I am willing to try accepting Si Manman. Even if she is not my biological daughter, as long as you remain loyal to me, I will treat her as my own daughter in the future. And you will be my only wife in this life. Si Zhaozhao, how will you choose? Si Zhaozhao's mind was in chaos. What is going on? She wished she could drown her tormentor in the pond. In just half a month, the person who wanted to kill her had seemed to change completely, as if a different person. She couldn't see the tension in the man's eyes. She instinctively clutched the quilt, her thoughts spinning wildly. After the great battle between the celestial beings and humans, Si Zhaozhao slowly opened her mouth and said, I didn't expect the prince to care for me so much. There's nothing to choose. Since I married the prince, I am his wife, and I must be loyal to him. The emperor's visit that day was to warn my father about his poor handling of affairs. He didn't expect that the real troublemaker was Su Wanning. She never told me anything about the military token, so I don't know if that letter is real or fake. Haha, I am already in danger at the palace, so who would want to use me? The prince overestimates me. Mo Xianyuan reached out and gently but firmly held her slender wrist, pulling her closer. I will protect you from now on. Si Zhaozhao was pulled into his warm, spacious embrace, her face pale. She smiled slightly and said, Prince, it's almost the hour of the pig. It's better to rest early. As soon as she finished speaking, the man held her in his arms, and they lay down together. Si Zhaozhao almost thought he was going to do something, but luckily, Mo Xianyuan only held her. Before I fall for anyone, I won't cross any boundaries. We can just act like ordinary husband and wife, letting things happen naturally. Si Zhaozhao obediently nodded, but her heart was heavy. After this night, she realized how small and ignorant she was. These powerful nobles are rivals, and she is just a tiny, easily sacrificed. Only by controlling what they care about can she have the confidence to protect those she values. Now, she didn't have much time left. The fastest way to get what she needed was to gain the trust of the person in front of her and gradually infiltrate the Mo family. That old Mo must know even more. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber of the Shangshu residence, Si Mingyue was struggling on the ground, crying out in pain. Ah, mother. It hurts so much. Mother. Help me, Su Wanning cried bitterly. Mingyue, hold on. It will be over soon. Just bear with it. No, I can't anymore, mother. Su Wanning turned away, biting her lip hard, her eyes bloodshot. Mother. Don't leave. Don't leave me alone. She heartlessly closed the door, cutting off the desperate screams inside. In the corridor of the secret chamber, she cried, How much longer? It's already been an incense stick's time. My poor Mingyue. At the end of the corridor, a strange voice from the man in black echoed, It's still early. She'll suffer for an hour. Su Wanning was furious. Why didn't you tell me earlier? The man in the black robe snorted softly. I already gave her a good voice. It's your fault for not using it right away. The ginseng gourd bug works very well, so it naturally also causes a strong backlash, to be fair. Su Wanning clenched her fists, her hairpin trembling wildly on her head. Next time, such an opportunity might not come until the Zhongyuan festival. That means her bright moon will suffer a month of heart, eye, and bone pain. All this is because of Si Zhaozhao. If she hadn't offended Song Chao Shui, Mingyu wouldn't be involved. Su Wanning leaned against the door, crying out painfully, Mingyu, you must hold on. Mother won't let your suffering go to waste. I will make you the most noble woman in the northern border. Si Zhaozhao, that wicked girl, I will deal with her myself. That night was destined to be a sleepless one. Rong Sheng went out as usual to buy things. As he opened the door, a figure suddenly fell inside. He instinctively stepped back. Seeing who was there, he was surprised. Miss Song? Why are you sleeping here? Song Chao Shui looked upset as she got up, brushed the dirt off her clothes, and pushed him aside angrily, then stormed inside. No one remembered. She was outside last night. It's fine if others didn't know she sneaked out, but even the prince. Thinking of the scenes in the palace, Song Chao Shui felt her heart ache with anger. She hurried over, but the servants thought she was just a little maid working, so no one paid her attention. Did you hear? The prince brought the princess back last night. Yes, Steward Rong said so himself. The prince stayed overnight at Yuehua Pavilion. It seems they've made peace. It's hard to understand. Miss Song has been with the prince since she was a young girl, even gave him a little heir, but the prince still hasn't given her a title. Instead, he favors a woman who wore a green hat before entering the door. What heir? Official titles only come from the emperor's decree. Have you ever seen a royal decree granting a title? The others shook their heads. No, we haven't. Then do you think the princess might be innocent? Maybe the little heir isn't even the prince's child. Song Chao Shui threw the flower pot on the ground in anger. For the first time, they saw her face full of rage, fierce and terrifying. Do you know what happens if you spread rumors in the prince's residence? The servants knelt on the ground, trembling with fear. Song Chao Shui tightly clenched her fists on the rocks of the fake mountain, her brows furrowed in anger, no longer showing her usual kindness. The prince only cares about me. That lowly woman? She just spent one night with him and already thinks she can win his favor. They looked at each other but dared not speak. At this moment, Yi Qing hurried over and said, Miss Song, I found you after searching for a long time. The prince wants to see you in the main hall to discuss important matters. Understood. I'll go right away. Song Chao Shui looked like a victorious chicken, tidied her hair, and snorted coldly. Hurry up and lead the way. Yi Qing thought to himself, after so many years in the prince's residence, don't you remember the way? He pouted and led the way at the front. Mo Xian Yuan sat calmly in the main seat, with a peaceful expression. Si Zhaozhao sat quietly beside him. Song Chao Shui rushed into the room with tears in her eyes. When she saw Si Zhaozhao also waiting there, she almost fainted from anger. Sit down too, Mo Xian Yuan said coldly. As soon as she sat down, she heard the man give an order. Yi Qing, Yi Zhu, bring all the things over. Song Chao Shui's heart pounded. When she saw the more than 10 large boxes being carried into the courtyard, she couldn't help but shout sharply, "Stop! Who allowed you to touch my things? Your things?" Mo Xianyuan's voice paused, and Song Chao Shue's face suddenly turned pale. Si Zhaozhao heard him scold and exclaimed, "These are the princess's dowry. When did they become your personal belongings?" She was slightly surprised. It turned out that early in the morning this was the reason. Today marked the third day since then. Tears welled up in Song Chao Shue's eyes. "Prince, these were voluntarily given to Snower by the princess. Since she changed her mind, I will return them. But if you interfere, how will others see Snower? Prince, Snowa has never blamed you for hiding Tingyu's background. But I never expected you to be so cold-hearted, to protect the princess and her little wild child, and to deceive the emperor. You arranged for Tingyu to be an illegitimate child. Are you going to let her take Tingyu away and kick me out of the residence now? Now you're finally being smart," Si Zhaozhao said coolly, watching the scene unfold. Song Chao Shue glared. Si Zhaozhao calmly said, "If you had sent more people to kill me when I was treating Qiong's younger brother and falsely blamed me for Tingyu's trouble, your plan would have succeeded. Unfortunately, you only have a harmful heart but lack the wisdom to match it." Song Chao Shue felt like vomiting blood after hearing this. Who said she was wrong? She shouldn't have foolishly released her in the first place. But now it's too late to change anything. She won't waste her energy on regret. She cried and said, "Princess, I never wanted to harm your life. Your position as princess is secure, and even your daughter has been properly recognized. Why do you keep forcing me to falsely accuse myself?" Mo Xianyuan slammed the table in disappointment. "At this point, you still don't see your mistakes. Using Mo Bingshang to sneak into the palace, poisoning the princess, and kidnapping your own son for your selfish desires. What tricks haven't you played? Living so comfortably in the manor has made you so shameless, full of lies." Song Chao Shue shook her head and cried, defending herself. "No, Your Highness, I really didn't want to poison her. It wasn't me who harmed her." Mo Xianyuan's expression was cold, like on their wedding day. So indifferent, it was heartbreaking. "Do you think that with Mo Bingshang supporting you, everyone will be fooled? Or do you think I am as stupid as you?" Song Chao Shue trembled. "From today, Mo Tingyu will be adopted by the princess and moved to Yuehua Pavilion. I will spare your life. You must leave the manor immediately and never return. Prince, please don't." Song Chao Shue fell to the ground, crawling to the man's feet.
Si Cao Cao frowned tightly.
Today's Song Chao Shue is no different from the original owner, one truly guilty, the other innocent. But from this, it's clear how cold and ruthless this man's heart has become. She collected her thoughts, took a deep breath, and if she had to choose a partner for the rest of her life, she would definitely avoid someone like him. The moment she obtained the Jade Soldier Talisman, it would be her departure from the manor. Just as Yiqing Yizhu was about to take Song Chao Shue away, someone hurriedly came to plead for her. It turned out to be a Yuan. "Miss Song can't leave." Mo Xianyuan's eyes turned stern. "You want to plead for her? Are you two very close?" Si Zhaozhao pinched her nose, imagining the man's angry face. She held back her smile, feeling a strange sense of guilt. Xiao Su's face also looked very bad. He said with implication, "Miss Song still has use for you. Has A Yuan forgotten?" "I have not forgotten, but I have thought carefully. If winning can be achieved by using a young woman, then all my years of fighting have no meaning. I have endured hardships, and a few more times won't matter. Chu Shui was at fault first. She must accept the consequences." Xiao Su clenched his fist and suddenly looked at Si Zhaozhao. "Madam, as the wife of a Yuan, you should consider him in everything. Today, I want to speak up. The royal family of Xiantian is in chaos, and the emperor is seriously ill. The princes are not easy to deal with. The peace treaty between the two countries might break at any time. If a Yuan has an accident, it will be a disaster for the border people. He was poisoned early in life with a substance called Binglian, which acts every half-month. Recently, for some reason, the poison keeps recurring unpredictably. A few days ago, Miss Song and the prince were together and discovered that Miss Song's blood could suppress this poison. Madam, I beg you to persuade the prince to keep Miss Song. Si Zhao Zhao was stunned. Xiao Su suddenly revealed many shocking pieces of news. The Emperor of Xiantian is seriously ill, and Mo Xianyuan has poison, and there are also issues between them. She suddenly remembered the night she escaped. She didn't know where she had gone, was defiled, and felt hopeless and humiliated. At that time, he was happily entangled with the person who harmed her. And Mo Xianyuan saw her face turn pale and reached out to hold her hand, but she avoided him. His heart immediately became chaotic. Seeing this, Song Chaoshue hurriedly climbed up the pole. I didn't expect I could be of use to the prince. I am willing to make amends and help suppress this poison. Please, madam, have mercy. For the peace of the northern border and the common people, don't drive me away first. Xiao Su echoed. Yuan, you also said that in front of the people of the northern border, love and personal feelings are small matters. We must think carefully, Si Zhao Zhao quietly thought. Dr. Xiao and Miss Song are just playing good cop and bad cop, trying to put me on a moral high ground. If I refuse, am I neglecting the safety of the people and putting the peace of the northern border at risk? Song Chaoshue sneered inwardly, but nodded politely. Although I was jealous of the madam before, I have grown up with the prince. I have been influenced by the national duty. Naturally, I won't cling to petty love and hate. As the daughter of the Shangshu family and the regent princess, I bear heavier responsibilities than Snow. Why can't we put aside our grudges first? Si Zhao Zhao's eyes turned cold as she slightly tilted her face. Does your highness think I should try to persuade you? And Mo Xianyuan wrapped her small hand in his palm as he spoke in a low, firm voice. Those who do wrong must be punished. I will not change my mind. If you feel pity, I can at most give her some extra silver. He was clearly taking her side. Seems he still hadn't given up on using charm to win her over. Very well. Let's see who can gain the other's trust first. Thinking this, Si Zhao Zhao smiled. Since Miss Song is so noble and selfless, why not give her a chance to show her devotion? What do you mean? You only need her blood to cure the poison. Why not take a small bowl of her blood each day as a precaution? The color drained from Song Chaoshue's face. Xiao Su's narrowed eyes flashed with sharp light. Si Zhao Zhao smiled gently, but her words sent a chill through the room. Miss Song, you wouldn't refuse, would you? It's just a little blood, and it could save countless lives. Dr. Xiao, do you think my idea will work? Xiao Su's long, narrow eyes narrowed further, his smile slightly stiff. The princess is truly clever.
Si Cao Cao nodded.
You flatter me. It's all thanks to your careful advice. Without it, I would still be in the dark, and His Highness might have lost such a valuable helper as Miss Song. Xiao Su's brow twitched, and he let out a heavy sigh. And Mo Xuanyuan's gaze lingered on Si Zhao Zhao. Lately, he found her more and more pleasing to the eye. Completely ignored, Song Chaoshue clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her palms. She could hardly stop herself from rushing forward in anger. Soon after, Song Chaoshue was taken away to have her blood drawn. When Si Zhao Zhao returned to the Moonlight Pavilion, Ling'an hurried up to her. Princess, did His Highness really stay here last night? Si Zhao Zhao frowned slightly at the memory. Where were you last night? If only someone had been there, she wouldn't have been caught so off guard. I was waiting outside for you, but I got too sleepy in the end. Hee, the princess won't blame me, right? Everyone in the residence is already talking about how His Highness carried you back. Too bad, she had slept so soundly. She missed such an exciting scene. Si Zhao Zhao was confused and suspicious. I noticed you care a lot about me and the prince. Are you forgetting how he treated us at the beginning? Ling'an hesitated but said nothing. There's no harm in telling me. Ling'an bit her lip and said bravely, the prince is powerful and could have married someone of equal status who liked him. But the day before he returned to the capital, he received an imperial decree saying you and the prince had feelings for each other and even had a child. A doctor confirmed this with a blood test, so the marriage was arranged, and the prince had to accept it. At that time, Everyone in the prince's household only knew Miss Song and was unhappy with you. When you were taken away by Dr. Xiao during your wedding to do the blood test, and the soldiers took you away, everyone thought you were trying to trick them into marriage. Most people would not want to continue such a marriage after experiencing that. But the prince did. Not only that, he secretly ordered that your background be kept secret. Isn't that a way of protecting you? The prince's previous coldness was because he cared about your background. Luckily, now he seems to accept it. If the princess is upset about the prince's earlier indifference, why can't you see things from his perspective? Since ancient times, women see their husbands as their world. The prince is the most responsible man in the northern border. If you miss the prince, I think it's a pity. I hope you and the prince can be happy together for a long time. Suddenly, she knelt on the ground, sweating profusely. It was my mistake to speak out of turn. Si Zhaozhao knew Xiao Su's importance in their hearts. Until she found a reason for his lies, she saw no need to explain his background further. She raised her hand and said, "Get up. This is what you think and I asked first." "I won't blame you." Ling'an nervously stood up and helped her back inside. After she sat down, Yizhu came to report. "The young master will move in later. The prince has ordered the renovation of Yuehua Pavilion. It might be noisy at noon. Please bear with us, princess." Si Zhaozhao nodded and closed her eyes to rest. Ling'an, feeling anxious, said, "Princess, you rest first. I will go out to pick up the young master and Mississippi." After she left, Si Zhaozhao opened her cold eyes and sneered at Ling'an's words. Even accidental killing is still killing someone. The living have many ways to clear their names or reduce their guilt, but the victim has no chance to seek justice. One reason he executed the original owner was not just because he was tricked. I am certain that before he knew about the ancient military book, he already harbored murderous intentions toward her. Even without blood ties, just a small mistake could have led to her death, as he was quick to judge. Fortunately, she was reborn just in time, and the news of the ancient military book appeared when she was in prison. After that, Mo Xianyuan's support, apologies, and confessions were just his way of quickly gaining her trust and affection. His so-called misunderstandings about her were simply him struggling to hide his dislike for her, wavering between killing her and sparing her. If tomorrow there's a way to get the military book more safely than by approaching her, he would immediately turn against her and get rid of her. Si Zhaozhao touched the scar on her neck, which was crusted over, and her bright eyes suddenly darkened. She couldn't bear the thought of her husband being involved with another woman. If he knew she had also been with someone else, whether willingly or not, he would never accept it. So, love was hopeless, and in this life, they could only be enemies. "Mother, I brought Brother Tingyu over." Her daughter's sweet voice interrupted her tangled thoughts. She waved her hand and touched her soft little body. Si Man, in a childish voice, said, "Mother, is Brother Tingyu really coming to live with us?" "Yes, young lady. This is an order from the prince himself. Look, everything has been moved here." Ling'an was holding a vase, with Mo Tingyu behind her. "That's wonderful."
Si man mancir depili.
In these days, she had been getting along very well with Brother Tingyu. For some reason, she felt closer to him than to that bad guy, almost like she did to her mother. Hearing her daughter's giggles, Si Zhaozhao teased her. "So happy? Have you forgotten your mother these days?" Si Man pouted and said sweetly, "No way. Mother is always number one in my heart." Si Zhaozhao couldn't help but ruffle her hair, then suddenly paused. Why did she feel that Man's senses were becoming more sharp? She suddenly remembered what Man had said before about red clothes and white hair. Following her arm, she touched Man's wrist. Sure enough, her meridians had been tampered with. Previously, she did not help Man regain his senses because she was too busy at the time and Man's senses were not fully connected. Without complete confidence, she dared not act rashly, fearing to cause harm to one part and irreparable damage to the other four senses. But if that person was him, she wouldn't need to worry about this anymore. Now, she just needed to confirm one more thing. Si Zhaozhao's eyes shimmered like water, shining brightly. "Is the young master also here? I heard he was born with a health issue that even Dr. Xiao couldn't cure." Maybe I can take a look. Lingen replied, yes, the princess is very skilled in medicine. She even cured Madam. Young master, go quickly and let the princess examine you. If she can help, the Lord will surely be grateful. Mo Tingyu obediently stepped forward. As he took her pulse, both of them suddenly trembled. It was as if their memories were being unraveled, and the stabbing pain in their brains forced Si Zhaozhao to let go. Just now, a fleeting image flashed before her eyes. She vaguely saw a small, thin figure. Mo Tingyu's innocent, clear eyes showed a hint of confusion and pain. Si Zhaozhao's pupils trembled slightly. She truly felt the residual internal energy from second senior brother just now. Why was he helping these two children? Was it a coincidence, or had he already discovered her presence here? If it was the latter, perhaps she still had a chance to return to Xiantian, avoiding the schemes and plots here. Princess, how is it? Can the young master's illness be cured? Lingen asked. Si Zhaozhao regained her composure. I can't tell what his illness is, but his pulse has improved quite a bit compared to before, Lingen sighed. Actually, I also think the young master is just physically weak, not seriously ill. But he always keeps silent, and since Dr. Xiao diagnosed him, everyone in the house has been saying he has a health issue related to pregnancy. Man looked confused. Brother Tingyu is sick. No, maybe he just simply doesn't like to talk, Si Zhaozhao replied. As for Xiao Su's diagnosis, judging by his behavior of falsely accusing the original owner, it might not be the truth. But he has gained Mo Xianyuan's trust. Why would he still want to harm her? What is his reason for helping Song Chaoxue? Thinking about having to pretend with them here made her feel a bit exhausted. Lingen said, Princess, are you tired? You stayed up late last night and woke up early. Why not take a short rest? Si Zhaozhao nodded. That's a good idea. Lingen took the two children outside, and Si Zhaozhao quickly fell into a deep sleep. In her dream, she found herself in a thick fog. She tried to walk forward, but with each step, the fog around her turned blood red. A strong smell of blood filled her nose. She frowned, and she heard two men talking. Crown Prince, are you really going to get rid of her? Without the great sorcerer, those sects might take advantage of the situation. If she dies, I can be free sooner. If she lives, she will eventually be eaten by those people. Si Zhaozhao felt dizzy and thought the voices sounded very familiar. Suddenly, her vision brightened, and she realized she could see again. Was this the potion-making room? She hurriedly walked to her previous home, but found herself lying on the ground, blood at the corner of her mouth, her face peaceful as if she was sleeping. Outside, she heard the clash of swords. She wanted to go out and see what was happening, but her steps faltered, and she returned to the blood fog. At that moment, she heard the same voice again, but this time, the person was crying desperately.
Sorry.
When you remember everything, we will meet again. If you want to hate me, go ahead. I have no other choice. Prince, please stay strong. The great sorcerer Si will understand your sincere efforts. Si Zhaozhao suddenly felt a headache. A bright light appeared ahead and rushed toward her. Gradually, she saw the scene. A thin, pale hand was mixing poison powder into her daily food. There was a red mole on the back of that hand. Si Zhaozhao's eyes widened, and she suddenly woke up. Her nightgown was soaked with cold sweat. The wind blew, making her shiver. This was undoubtedly a nightmare. Si Zhaozhao had dreamed of her former friend, the current crown prince of Xiantian Kingdom, poisoning her. The dream felt so real. Could it be that my death wasn't an accident? Her eyes welled with tears. The betrayal by someone she trusted was 1,000 times more painful than being bullied by strangers from the northern border. At the door, Mo Xianyuan stood with his hands behind his back. Unexpectedly, he had just come over and seen her vulnerable, broken side. Why are you sad? His sudden voice made Si Zhaozhao quickly hide her tears, which threatened to spill over. Mo Xianyuan smiled faintly and said, Did I say you could cry? There's no need to hide anything. Si Zhaozhao pursed her lips and didn't argue back. She asked directly, Prince, do you want to see me for something? Must there be a reason to see you? Si Zhaozhao looked cold and said, "This is the prince's residence. If you want to go somewhere, go ahead. I can't serve you if I can't see clearly." Mo Xianyuan stepped closer and looked around, then cleared his throat. "I remember you bought some cloth earlier. What did you plan to do with it?" "I haven't seen you use it." Si Zhaozhao looked suspicious. "I have my own plans." "Why do you ask?" He didn't want her to realize he was eager for her gift, so he casually gave a reason. "You bought things with my money. I should at least ask what you're using it for." Si Zhaozhao was annoyed. "It's only a few dozen taels of silver. I'll return it as part of my dowry." Mo Xianyuan looked serious. "That's not what I meant." She had just had a bad dream and felt tired. She didn't want to argue with him. Suddenly, a large hand covered her forehead. Mo Xianyuan wiped her sweat and put a handkerchief into her hand. Then he left silently. Si Zhaozhao held the handkerchief, stunned. What did he mean? After a moment, a cold air filled the room, spreading to every corner. Yi Zhu directed 2 guards to carry something to the window and said, "Madam, this is the last piece of ice from the prince's cellar. The prince specifically ordered us to bring it here." Si Zhaozhao clenched her handkerchief tightly, feeling very complicated. Did he think she was sweating because she was hot? "Take it down." "Isn't the young master afraid of the cold?" Yi Zhu said. "Don't worry, madam. The prince is worried that the young master and young lady might disturb your rest." Today, he even expanded Yuehua Pavilion. Now, besides the side room, there are 2 guest rooms specially made for the young master and young lady. He thought so carefully. No, this was a clever plan. She must not fall for it. Si Zhaozhao's mind moved, then quickly calmed down. Mo Xianyuan was reading a letter from the border with a cold expression. His pen hovered over the paper, not yet writing. "You mean, since the banquet, the madam has not sent you anything?" Yi Qing asked doubtfully. Yi Qing was confused for a moment, then suddenly clapped his hands. "I understand now. It's all my fault. I forgot about this." Upon hearing this, Mo Xianyuan put down his brush and looked at him. "Prince, you also forgot that the princess hasn't recovered her eyesight yet. How can she sew or thread? Also, the princess probably wants to surprise you, so she didn't tell you." Mo Xianyuan felt a bit better, understanding now. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. It was Rongsheng. He bowed his head and said, "My lord, we found the trail of the man in black. We're doing our best to catch him. Lady Hui is still at her hometown and hasn't gone out." Mo Xianyuan nodded and motioned for him to leave. Yi Qing was both surprised and happy. "So, the prince has been planning in secret. Were you suspecting that the princess was kidnapped by Miss Song? She couldn't have done all this alone. My goal is to find everyone involved in this matter." Yi Qing guessed further. "So, whether Miss Song leaves the residence or not, the princess can stay safer." Mo Xianyuan silently agreed.
Je vinksikhet.
Why didn't the prince tell the princess all this? Mo Xianyuan was deep in thought and said nothing. In his view, actions speak louder than words. It's better to do than to say before you're sure. So, after finishing his work in the evening, he went straight to Yuehua Pavilion. Tonight, a fierce rainstorm was pounding down, making the tiles on the eaves rattle loudly, and the raindrops hitting the ground seemed to ignite instantly, creating layers of mist. Outside, thunder and lightning roared. Si Zhaozhao's fingertips felt cold, and her teeth chattered involuntarily. The man wrapped his large hand around her, holding her tighter. When he felt the coolness of her inner garment, he frowned. "Are you cold?" Si Zhaozhao managed to say through clenched teeth, "Thanks to the prince for that big piece of ice. If he hadn't taken the initiative to move a block of ice without asking, the room wouldn't be so cold. Even if the ice was removed, the cold air wouldn't dissipate quickly. Oh well, a freebie is a freebie." Feeling the warmth from the man in his arms, Si Zhaozhao instinctively leaned closer, even suspecting that this was his real purpose. Mo Xianyuan watched her small face turn angry as she burrowed into his embrace, and couldn't help but smile faintly. Si Zhaozhao fell into a deep sleep. Suddenly, lightning flashed outside, and a shadow fell from the eaves, nowhere to hide. A threatening killing intent shot straight through the carved window into the bed. Mo Xianyuan suddenly opened his eyes quickly. He reached out with his right hand and tightly held the poisoned arrow between his slender fingers. Si Zhaozhao's eyelashes fluttered, but she still slept peacefully. He gently placed her head on a soft pillow, then covered her with a blanket and stood up quickly. The heavy rain poured down, and the sound of fighting could be heard in the courtyard of the Moonlight Pavilion. Ling'an slightly opened the window and saw the palace guards fighting fiercely with a dozen men in black clothes. She was very surprised. The palace guards were all elite soldiers chosen from the fire camp. She didn't expect the assassins to hold their own against them. She was worried about the princess and quickly closed the window. Just as she was about to go out, Yizhu stopped her. The princess is protected by the prince. You must stay here and watch the young masters. You absolutely cannot go out. Yizhu's determined face was wet with rain. Ling'an saw the sword in his hand dripping with blood onto the ground. She swallowed hard and nodded repeatedly. The rooms for the two children were inside this side room. To make it easier to take care of them, she had knocked down the wall between 3 rooms so the assassins didn't notice. Ling'an closed the door tightly, clutching her pounding chest. When she turned around, she saw 2 small, bright, white figures standing in front of her. She almost screamed in shock. Si Man opened her big, round, watery eyes, like grapes, and said softly, Ling'an, older sister, Man can't sleep. I want to find Mom. And Mo Tingyu said nothing, pursed his lips, and followed closely behind Si Man. Seeing this, Ling'an felt a headache. Little young master also wants to find the princess? Mo Tingyu lowered his head, lost in thought, and still didn't answer. But Si Man helped him out. Brother Tingyu is afraid of thunder. Just now, he was trembling. Man is worried hearing this, and Mo Tingyu looked up at her, a faint blush on his cheeks. Suddenly, a loud bang sounded, and a shadow crashed against the door, almost knocking it open. Ling'an pressed her back against the door tightly, her voice trembling slightly. Young lady, young master, the princess is already asleep. Maybe I can take you there tomorrow? Si Man looked thoughtful. All right then. Ling'an let out a breath, her face pale. She forced a smile and said, hurry back and rest now. I will stay here and watch over you. Young master, don't be afraid. I will tell you a story tonight, okay? Mo Tingyu reached out and gently pulled at Man's clothes. Sumaman gave him a reassuring look and smiled sweetly, saying, okay. After the 2 children went back, Ling'an took a deep breath, trying to stay calm as she began to tell a story. Inside the house, instead of resting in 2 separate rooms, everyone had moved to the last room, which was also Mo Tingyu's bedroom. Outside, Ling'an's voice could be heard slowly.
Montag Tingyu fraunet.
Although his speech was still a bit stumbling, his words were clear. What should we do? Sumaman pointed to the back window and the round table, saying, let's move it there. We can stand on top and jump out. Mo Tingyu looked at their small legs with suspicion. Sumaman's face turned a little red. Oh, you're eager to see my mother and worried about this little difficulty? How will you know if you don't try? Mo Tingyu clenched his small fists. He had an important question to ask. He kept thinking about the strange scene that appeared in his mind during the day. What was going on? Why did he see himself as a child, lying beside a fairy? When the man left, Zishaheo slowly opened her eyes. She sat up, crossed her legs, and performed a spell. A thin golden thread invisible to the eye floated inside her mind, but it seemed to be blocked by something, unable to break through the door of her spiritual space. Just then, the black shadow that had entered through the broken window earlier appeared again, wielding a curved knife and slashing fiercely at her. Zishaheo leaned back suddenly, narrowly avoiding having her head cut off, but a cut appeared on her neck. The curved knife was embedded a few inches into the bedpost. The shadow pulled out the knife and attacked more fiercely, but Zishaheo had already moved to the carved window frame, taking advantage of his moment of pulling out the weapon. Someone outside noticed the commotion and shouted, "The princess is in danger." Mo Xianyuan trembled, transforming his battle sword into a flower pattern, forcing a bloody path through. He reached out and grabbed the woman's slender waist, pulling her out of the house suddenly. Seeing the bloodstain on her fair neck, a surge of anger rose. His voice was cold and sharp, like a demon crawling up from. This person is to be handled by me. The rest, kill. Mo Xianyuan handed Zishiheo over to Yizhu for protection, then turned back into the house to fight the shadow. In just one move, the shadow was knocked down by his palm. Completely no match for him. Mo Xianyuan held his battle sword and approached. You dare to come to my residence to attack me at the foot of the imperial city. I want to see who is behind you. Si Zhaozhao's chest tightened suddenly. She sensed the presence of a bug and exclaimed, Young master, be careful. As soon as she spoke, a shadow suddenly leapt up. Its eyes had turned completely black, and the area around its eye sockets was covered with dark, web-like veins. It reached out and grabbed the battle sword. The blood flowing from its palm was also black. That blood seemed to come alive instantly, wriggling quickly and entering Mo Xianyuan's body from his wrist. Mo Xianyuan spat out blood. The battle sword fell to the ground, and he fainted. The shadow grinned, ready to deliver a deadly. At the same moment, Si Zhaozhao's eyes suddenly shone with golden light. She moved quickly, snatched the battle sword, and stabbed it into the shadow's head. The shadow looked terrified. In its eyes reflected the woman's bright golden pupils. The bug hidden inside it sensed danger and exploded itself. The change happened in the blink of an eye. Even Yizhu, a master, couldn't react in time. The shadow died instantly. Consort. Young master. When Yizhu rushed in, Si Zhaozhao had already recovered. What surprised her was that she could see clearly, though somewhat blurry. Quickly, come in and carry the young master to the bed. Yizhu helped Si Zhaozhao sit down. His calm voice carried a hint of urgency. Consort, I think the young master has been poisoned by Binglian. I will go call Dr. Xiao. Please wait here. After he left, Si Zhaozhao felt restless. She tried to activate her spiritual awareness again, but failed. She wondered how that powerful mental force had appeared just now. A man's muffled groan came from the bed. Si Zhaozhao snapped back to her senses and walked over to him. In her blurry vision, his usually cold face looked softer than usual. But as soon as she thought about the antidote, she felt uncomfortable. She casually replied, Yizhu has gone to call Xiao Su. Please bear with it a little longer. Outside, a cold wind blew, and gentle rain seeped into the room, making it a bit chilly. She wanted to close the window, but suddenly, her wrist was grabbed by the man. His heavy grip pulled her forcefully onto the bed. Her soft body merged with his cold, hard chest, like dry wood igniting a blazing fire, unstoppable and intense. Mo Xianyuan's forehead was covered in cold sweat. At this moment, he was like a fragile willow branch swaying in the wind and rain, with no support. Just when he thought he might be lost, he clung to a gentle refuge that allowed him to avoid the storm, and he refused to let go. It's you. Only you can suppress this poison. You're here to save me again, the man muttered incoherently. Si Zhaozhao's face changed. The strong arm holding her was so similar to that of the ruffian from that night. Could it be that all men in the world are so strong when they do such things? She looked at him with anger. Mo Xianyuan, look clearly who I am. I am not Song Chao Shui. I can't help you. Mo Xianyuan, like a tiger, suddenly pressed her down with his hand. Because of the intense pain, he couldn't see her face clearly. But his lips touched the fresh blood on the woman's neck scar. He clearly felt that the ice lotus inside him was being suppressed again. By the window, two small figures slowly crouched down. Mo Tingyu grabbed the angry man. What are you going to do? Humph. Your father always bullies my mother. I want to go help my mother. Mo Tingyu frowned, but my father doesn't look very sober. It doesn't seem like he's bullying a fairy, Man huffed. You naturally want to help your father. Mo Tingyu looked serious. No, my mother wouldn't bully a fairy either. Trust me, let's wait and see, Si Zhaozhao temporarily agreed. But in her heart, she thought that when they were about to fight, She could run over and help her mother in time. The two of them poked their little heads inside, staring intently. Coincidentally, a gust of wind blew out the candle, and the purple silk curtains fluttered everywhere, perfectly covering the bed. "It's over. I can't see anything." Man was so anxious she jumped. Zhao hurriedly dodged the man's lips. Why did she seem to hear her daughter's voice? She pushed her hands against the man's chest, determined not to let him succeed. But how could Mo Xianyuan be manipulated by a little girl? "This king won't let you escape this time." After confidently speaking, his eyes suddenly froze, and his head drooped heavily. Zhao, still shaken, looked at the lifted purple curtain. Man held a small stool, panting heavily. "Mother, don't be afraid. Man is here to save you." Zhao pushed him away, immediately hugged her obedient daughter, kissed her repeatedly, and was overwhelmed with affection. "Thank goodness for you, my sweet little one." Lately, she had been neglecting her daughter and hadn't spent much time with her. She didn't expect that, at such a crucial moment, her daughter would be the one she could rely on. Suddenly, a timid voice spoke up. I'm sorry. I want to apologize on behalf of my father and the fairy." Zhao turned toward the sound and saw Mo Tingyu standing uneasily behind them. She was a little surprised he was actually speaking. Man said, "Mother, it's all thanks to Brother Tingyu insisting on coming out to find you tonight. He was the first to notice something was wrong, and he's the one who gave me the stool." In the dim light, Mo Tingyu's small, thin figure looked pitiful. Zhao's heart softened, and she beckoned him over. Mo Tingyu bit his lip and walked toward her. Instead of scolding him, Zhao pulled him into her arms, gently patted his shoulder, and said softly, "Thank you, Tingyu." Although he was the child of Mo Xianyuan and Song Chaoxue, children should not bear the faults of their parents. With a mother like that, his life must not have been easy. His birth mother had no proper status, and he had been made heir at only 3 years old, facing much criticism. It was no wonder he didn't like to talk to people. She couldn't help but feel a bit of pity for him. Mo Tingyu looked startled.
"Fairy."
"You don't blame me?" "Why would I blame you?" Mo Tingyu said, "Because I fell into the lake, she was punished. And I didn't get the chance to tell the truth for you. It was Brother Tingyu who told everyone that the bad woman was the one who took her away." "Mother, Brother Tingyu is a good person." They had found this out while playing together. Mo Tingyu had mentioned it by accident. Zhao was surprised and suddenly understood why Mo Xianyuan hadn't questioned her further. Since Man's senses had started to recover, her little mouth hadn't stopped talking. "Brother Tingyu, didn't you have something important to tell my mother? Hurry and say it." Mo Tingyu looked up and met her bright, clear eyes. For a moment, he couldn't bring himself to speak. Whether that scene he saw was real or not, he wasn't sure. Because of his accusation, his father had grown distant from him. Although his mother used to say strange things, sometimes scolded or even hurt him, and had done terrible things, she was still his mother. If his father started to doubt his parentage now, wouldn't his mother's situation become even worse? Being able to stay here with the fairy is already a great surprise. What more could he want? Thinking this, Mo Tingyu's eyes darkened. He pursed his lips and hesitated, saying, "I want to apologize to the fairy on behalf of my mother. From now on, I will treat the fairy as my own mother and respect you to make up for my mother's mistakes." After hearing this, Zhao was surprised, but her heart was full of tenderness. She wondered how much suffering he had endured to be so thoughtful at only 3 years old. She couldn't help but pull him into her arms again. "Good child, don't apologize. Adults' mistakes are not your fault." Mo Tingyu's eyes welled with tears. His small, white face slightly flushed, and he looked as if he felt no regrets in this life. Man looked confused and conflicted. As she spoke, it seemed like Brother Tingyu was about to cry. Zhao released him and asked, "Tingyu, why do you call me the fairy?" Mo Tingyu's cheeks remained red. He looked serious as he said carefully, "That day, the fairy saved me. I saw that you were glowing, just like the immortal descending to the mortal world in the storybook my father reads." Zhao chuckled softly, realizing children are still so innocent. There was a rustling sound from the bed. Si Zhaozhao's expression changed slightly. Good children, mother will take you to Sister Lingen. Would you like to sleep with me tonight? Mo Tingyu's eyes lit up. He clenched his small fists tightly to hold back, then nodded slightly. Unlike him, Man was still full of energy and bouncing around, not yet calm. Because of Mo Tingyu, Si Zhaozhao found Mo Xianyuan a little more likable. She covered him with a blanket. Under the moonlight, the man half opened his eyes. His prominent veins showed as he reached out to pull her closer, but the woman casually pushed his hand away. Prince, please behave yourself. Si Zhaozhao glared at him, tidied up her wrinkled clothes, and left confidently. In his mind, only the last glance she gave remained, the delicate butterfly-shaped birthmark on her slender waist. Princess, your subordinate has brought Dr. Xiao here. Yi Qing hurried over, holding a chain. Behind him, Yi Zhu carried a bowl, and Xiao Su followed closely. When they entered, they found that Si Zhaozhao was no longer there. Worried something might happen, Yi Zhu immediately handed the bowl to Yi Qing. I'll go find the princess. Xiao Su quickly went to the bed to check Mo Xianyuan's pulse, his expression changing. How is he? Yi Qing asked. Xiao Su spoke urgently. He fainted from pain. Quickly, feed the blood to Lord Song. The smell was strong and unpleasant. Under Xiao Su's secretive gaze, the bowl of blood was brought close to Mo Xianyuan's mouth. However, before he could drink, Mo Xianyuan suddenly raised his hand and knocked the bowl over. His stern face showed a hint of killing intent, and his eyes turned red at the corners. Then he collapsed heavily. Yi Qing and Xiao Su had to step back from the bed. Oh dear, Your Highness, why did you wake up at this time? Just this bowl of blood and now. Stop talking. Go bring Lady Song back, Xiao Su ordered. Yi Qing quickly obeyed. Lady Song Chao Shui, who had just moved into her new home, hadn't even had a sip of hot tea when Yi Qing hurried to find her. Lady Song, something's wrong. The prince had another poisoning attack. He knocked over the bowl of blood and didn't drink it. You need to go quickly. Chao Shui was both surprised and happy. She had thought she would need to wait longer to return to her estate, but unexpectedly, heaven gave her a great opportunity so soon, if she could suppress the lotus poison. Nervously, she followed Yi Qing to Yuehua Pavilion. Xiao Su calmly said, Yi Qing, take this bowl and wash it thoroughly with boiling water several times. Yi Qing hurried to do so. Chao Shui was restless, thinking hard about how to deceive them. Suddenly, Xiao Su said, I know who poisoned the prince that night. At once, Chao Shui's face changed. She looked nervously at the sleeping Mo Xianyuan and denied, Dr. Xiao, what do you mean? Why would I risk my reputation to lie about such a thing? Xiao Su's narrow phoenix eyes slightly curved. Why are you so nervous? He's already tormented by the poison and unconscious. He won't hear us talking. From now on, as long as a Yuan fully believes you're his antidote, he will never be able to get rid of you. Chao Shui's heart tightened. Are you saying the prince doesn't trust us that night? But he clearly saw. That was just acting. If he doesn't believe you, how could he find your flaw? Do you think the title of war god was earned just by winning a few battles? After experiencing betrayal by close family, he trusts very few people unconditionally. Unfortunately, you're not among them. When he spoke, he slightly opened his eyes, his gaze cold. This time, I won't allow you to act recklessly again. If you hadn't foolishly tried to ruin her reputation by using a small servant, you wouldn't be in this situation now. Song Chaoshue blushed from his words, but after hearing Xiao Su's words, she felt more confident. Who would have thought that this Dr. Xiao, trusted by the war god, was secretly colluding with her? Snapping back to reality, Song Chaoshue looked at him with jealousy. Who exactly is that woman? They had been bitten on the neck, showing how wild that night was. It should have been her happiness, but someone else took it away. She had searched for days, thinking it was some careless servant, but those people seemed innocent.
Xiao Su smiled softly.
That woman is our princess, Si Zhaozhao. What? Song Chaoshue's eyes widened in shock. It was her again.
Xiao Sue's smile deepened.
But she doesn't seem to know about this. Maybe because of her eyes, she doesn't realize the other person is the prince. That's interesting, Song Chaoshue said bitterly. She must not find out. What should we do next? Swap the identities, fake the situation. Xiao Su beckoned her with a finger, and Song Chaoshue quickly moved closer. Since the princess is fine, I will go check on the prince first. Suddenly, Si Zhaozhao called out, "Wait, please have guard you bring my cloth and needles." Yizhu nodded, and then left. Ling An said happily, "Princess, what do you need those for?"
Could it be?
You can see now. Si Zhaozhao shook her head and smiled. Not that fast. I haven't made a sachet in a long time, and I'm a bit rusty. I want to practice. You're going to make a sachet? For the prince. Ling An blurted out. Seeing Si Zhaozhao's face turn cold, she quickly shut her mouth. She almost forgot that the princess hadn't forgiven the prince yet. While they were talking, Si Man came over sweetly saying, "Mother, Brother Tingyu said he left something at his father's place. He wants to go get it." "What is it?" "I can help the young master get it," Ling An said. Mo Tingyu pursed his lips, but his eyes were full of hope as he looked at Si Zhaozhao. Si Zhaozhao immediately understood him and smiled gently. "Go quickly and come back soon." After the attack, the entire palace was on high alert. Mo Tingyu walked quickly toward the main courtyard, his steps hurried and urgent. His slightly red face showed a faint, uncontrollable smile. As he passed by the back garden, he suddenly heard his mother's voice coming from the other side of the fake mountain. But wasn't his mother already gone from the estate? Mo Tingyu tiptoed toward the fake mountain, listening carefully through the cracks in the stones to her muttering. "Si Zhaozhao, you are still my defeated opponent. You will never know that the person who turned the night upside down with you is the prince." Song Chaoshue laughed loudly, her face twisted with a fierce smile, tears in her eyes. Suddenly, she heard a strange noise. Her smile froze instantly, and she slowly moved toward the back of the fake mountain. But she saw no one. Thinking about what might happen soon, she paid no mind and snorted coldly before turning to leave. Mo Tingyu crouched in the fake mountain, covering his mouth tightly. After his mother left, he finally let go, his small face full of confusion. The prince was his father, but what did turning the night upside down mean? Mo Tingyu returned to the main courtyard, clutching a treasured item close to his chest. When he arrived, he saw Song Chaoshue wandering at the courtyard gate. Seeing Mo Tingyu, her face changed, worried he might cause trouble. She hurriedly pulled him aside. "Tingyu, did those people bully you?" Mo Tingyu stood there expressionless, still in his usual blank and distant state. Song Chaoshue pretended to wipe her tears. "Didn't you say you could talk the other day? Why are you ignoring me? Are you still angry that I drugged you? I only did it for your good. Now that I've left, the only thing I worry about is you." Mo Tingyu remained unmoved. Song Chaoshue didn't blame him and kept glancing into the yard. Until Xiao Su's figure appeared, she finally bent down, hugged Mo Tingyu, and choked with emotion. "When you grow up, you'll understand my good intentions. I really hate to leave you, my son." Mo Tingyu pushed her away uncomfortably. Song Chaoshue's lips twitched, her eyes darkening as she exchanged a glance with Xiao Su. Xiao Su secretly slipped something into her sleeve, then handed her an empty bowl with his other hand. "I wonder how the prince is doing. I need to go in and check." "Be good and don't run around," she said before walking inside. Mo Tingyu was about to follow, but Xiao Su stopped him. He squinted and smiled, saying, "Young master, be good and listen to your mother. When she comes out, you can talk for a while and then go to sleep later." But the fairy is still waiting for him. Mo Tingyu's small face showed urgency as he tightly pressed the thing in his arms. Xiao Su looked casual but used great force to hold his shoulder, preventing him from moving. Song Chaoshue pushed open the door, and Si Zhaozhao was lying on the moon table. Ling An and Si Man, having inhaled the sleeping powder, were sleeping deeply inside. Song Chaoshue held the knife and empty bowl Xiao Su gave her, slowly approaching Si Zhaozhao. Just as she was about to cut Si Zhaozhao's wrist with the knife, the person who should have fainted suddenly opened her eyes. She grabbed her wrist. The knife fell to the ground. Song Chao Shue's eyes widened. Why are you still awake? How could this be? She was willing to reconcile with Xiao Su, and these days she had been obediently taking medicine. Where was the mistake? Si Zhaozhao's eyes flicked to the knife on the ground, and her gaze trembled. It's the sound of the knife. Are you trying to cut my blood? At such a moment, cutting blood, besides detoxifying Mo Xianyuan, she couldn't think of any other reason. So that night, did she accidentally break into Mo Xianyuan's room? That man. Was it him? Afraid she would guess the truth, Song Chao Shui argued. What knife? Princess, you're mistaken. I just came to tell you that I want to talk to Tingyu outside. He'll come back a little later. As she spoke, she bent down to pick up the knife. Unexpectedly, Si Zhaozhao lifted her foot and stepped on the knife, sneering. Are you blind, or am I? The knife is right here. Do you still want to deny it? Song Chao Shue's face changed. Your eyes have recovered so quickly. Yes, you didn't expect that after risking everything to kidnap my son, kidnapping me, and causing chaos, I not only survived but also regained my sight. And you lost your son, lost the trust of your loved one, and were expelled from the palace, right? Stung by her words, Song Chao Shui was furious. What are you proud of? If I hadn't changed my mind at the last moment and deliberately let you go, do you think you could still come out alive? Suddenly, the door was pushed open and a cold wind swept in. Mo Xianyuan stood at the door of a side room, dressed in a black robe, clearly overhearing the last part of the conversation between the two people. So it turns out the princess was the one who confined Miss Song, Yi Qing exclaimed excitedly. Song Chao Shui was overwhelmed with worry. She swayed unsteadily and almost collapsed. Prince, please listen to Shui's explanation. It's not what you just heard. It's not her. It was the princess who deliberately made me say those angry words. Mo Xianyuan looked at her with a cold stare. Song Chao Shui, flustered, explained, Prince, think carefully. Shui has never left the prince's residence, so how could I do such a thing? Could it be that I have some kind of split personality? Do you remember what this is? Si Zhaozhao suddenly took out a jade earring from her. A flash of panic crossed Song Chao Shui's eyes. She immediately denied. If the princess is proof, why choose this moment? Today, it seems you're deliberately setting me up. You mean, I guessed that the potion Xiao Su gave me contained a sleeping drug, and I also guessed you would come to find me now, just as the poison on the prince is about to take effect? Song Chao Shui pursed her lips but refused to admit anything, no matter what she was told. Si Zhaozhao chuckled softly. I won't give up easily. Luckily, I've remembered most of it these days. Now, it's time to find the place that kept me locked up. Song Chao Shui's eyelids twitched. At this moment, Mo Xianyuan finally spoke. Are you saying that the place where you were kept is inside the prince's residence? Si Zhaozhao's face turned cold. Didn't I tell the prince that day? It's your choice to believe her. Mo Xianyuan was at a loss for words. That day, he still hoped Song Chao Shui would help him detoxify, but he soon regretted it. Led by Si Zhaozhao, the group moved swiftly through the prince's residence. As they just stepped outside, near the corner of the courtyard gate, Mo Tingyu was being held by Xiao Su, who covered his mouth. He whispered in his ear, Little master, it looks like your father and the princess have left ahead. I know you're clever and can understand these words. If you want them to reconcile, don't go. Instead, go inside and check on your little sister. Mo Tingyu thought for a moment, then nodded slightly. Xiao Su released his hand, watched him run into the courtyard, and squinted his eyes. As they got closer to the well, Song Chao Shui's heart pounded faster and faster. Right here, Yi Qing looked around the empty yard, scratching his head. Princess, are you sure this is the place? There's not much to hide here. This was a long-abandoned yard, overgrown with weeds and in worse shape than a shed. Song Chao Shui looked at the filled-in well opening with a happy look in her eyes. It seemed Xiao Su had done this in advance. Si Zhaozhao's face showed a strange expression. Recently, to avoid alarming anyone, she hadn't come here before. But based on her memory and the directions she pieced together, she was confident she hadn't taken the wrong path. The yard looked ordinary, but under the weeds, she saw some yellow powder mixed with dirt. The yellow powder was slightly finer than dirt, and only a skilled insect master could notice the difference. Someone had buried medicine powder in the palace to repel bugs. She probably accidentally got some on her during her recent blindness, which prevented her from summoning ant bugs. Did the second senior brother do this? Why would he do such a thing? Doubts quietly spread in her mind. Seeing her frown, Mo Xianyuan suddenly said, Yi Qing, dig.
Ye vink froze. With
Hands? Mo Xianyuan looked at him with a deadpan expression. Yi Qing quickly looked for tools and called a few others to help. They worked through the night, digging until dawn. Si Zhaozhao stood too long and twisted her ankle. Mo Xianyuan caught her waist just in time. His face, close to hers, showed concern. Tired? Should we go back and rest? I'll call you when we finish digging. Thinking of that night, he was the one involved, and Si Zhaozhao felt uncomfortable. She pushed him away, her face cold. No need. Are you afraid I'll favor myself? For you, I've already dug 3 feet into the ground. Isn't that enough to earn your trust? Si Zhaozhao said nothing. Mo Xianyuan frowned slightly. At this point, his sincerity was clear. If he said more, it would seem too humble. They both fell silent. Song Chao Shui was furious. Suddenly, Yi Qing at the bottom of the pit looked shocked. Prince, there are 2 secret passages under this well. This well had been abandoned during construction because it was too shallow. But now it seemed that wasn't the case. Mo Xianyuan clenched his fists, his dark, thick eyelashes hiding his emotions. Prince, should we keep digging along the secret passages? One seems to lead to Wanxin Pavilion. If they keep digging, they will have to tear down the yard. Hearing this, Si Zhaozhao looked at him, wanting to see what he would do. Suddenly, Song Chaoxue knelt in front of them, ignoring her shame. Prince, you can't dig anymore. Wanxin Pavilion was the first birthday gift you gave Shui. On the day she entered the residence, it was her birthday. When the prince found out, he immediately ordered this courtyard to be built. Every blade of grass and flower inside was planted by Shui herself that year. It can't be torn down. Mo Xianyuan looked at her with a cold, serious gaze. Chaoxue, do you know why I named this place Wanxin? Song Chaoxue shook her head with tears. People's hearts, once lost, are hard to regain. I want to remind you, no matter what you gain or lose, do not lose your true self. The brave girl who once wanted to fight for her father and serve the people, who loved her country and was full of righteousness, she is no longer here. Perhaps she was never truly here, only never existed. Mo Xianyuan closed his eyes briefly, then opened them with a look of disappointment. Song Chaoxue knelt at his feet, clutching his cold, icy robe, her voice trembling with fear. Prince, Shui has always been here. Shui has never left. Just turn around and look at me. Please have mercy on Shui. Yi Qing, continue digging, the man ordered coldly. A few shovels later, the wall of Wanxin Pavilion was on the verge of collapse. Song Chaoxue scrambled to stop them, crawling forward. No. Don't touch my yard. This wall was built by me and the prince together. Don't move it. Stop. Si Zhaozhao watched this scene with a cold, indifferent gaze. His Highness really has a cold heart. Among Su Wanning, Song Chaoxue, Xiao Su, and others, no matter how many schemes and plots, she felt that none compared to this man's innate coldness. Some people, killing them is a punishment that strikes at the heart. He clearly never believed Song Chaoxue was innocent, yet he gave her a false hope, tricking her into the game. When the opportunity arose, he struck hard and mercilessly, leaving no trace. The man didn't know what she was thinking. He only felt that Si Zhaozhao, standing proud and aloof now, reminded him of that day at the cliff, when she held a dagger and smiled at him under the sunlight. That memory, whenever he thought of it, could shake his long silent heart. He even began to feel grateful that she survived the day of their wedding. I have said that I will protect you from now on, he promised. Turning around, Si Zhaozhao looked into the man's intense, almost consuming eyes, feeling a slight shock in her heart. She turned her head away, trying to suppress her restless feelings. Honestly, this man is quite handsome. Mo Xianyuan withdrew his gaze, stood with his hands behind his back, and remained still beside her. The guards on that side had already gone far away. Soon, Yi Qing ran back and said, "Prince, we've dug through. There's a tunnel leading directly under Miss Song's bed. And another one. To the back garden," Si Zhaozhao interrupted. Yi Qing nodded. "Yes, the tunnel is very long and sturdy. I believe it was secretly built from the day it was constructed." He then knelt down, sweating profusely, and said, "This is my fault for not supervising properly. Please punish me, Prince." Mo Xianyuan replied, "It was my oversight first. Don't blame you. Should I fill them in now? No need. I want to go see for myself first." Yi Qing hesitated slightly. Mo Xianyuan's eyes sharpened as if he thought of something, and he used light skills to go downstairs. When he saw what was in front of him, the poisoner, who had just been subdued, almost relapsed. Si Zhaozhao followed him down and saw him standing still, confused. Then she heard his voice, a little hoarse. "Are these bloodstains yours?" Si Zhaozhao calmly nodded. "Yi Qing, according to the palace rules, if someone disobeys and uses punishment without permission, knowing it is wrong, how many lashes should they receive? At least 30 lashes, with flogging and beating, depending on the severity of the crime," Yi Qing replied. Mo Xianyuan's cold face appeared faintly in the dim light, and his tone was firm. "Go handle it. Let it be in Wanxin Pavilion. Use this as a warning to others. I want everyone to know who is truly my wife." Yi Qing clasped his fists. Yes, a cool breeze swept past, raising goosebumps on Si Zhaozhao's skin, perhaps stimulated by his words. Suddenly, the man took her hand and invited her to watch a show just to vent his anger for her. Song Chaoxue was pressed in the courtyard of Wanxin Pavilion. The guards at the door were crowded with servants who had come quickly after hearing the news. Today, the steward was allowed not to work, thanks to the prince's order. If it weren't for his command, how could the steward have said such things? Once, Song Chaoxue was very glamorous, but now she looked so miserable and humiliated. "Your Highness, this is a fit of rage for a loved one. You don't consider the feelings of Miss Song, who has been your childhood friend. Think about it. Why hasn't the prince given her a proper status all these years? Why did he adopt the young master into the princess's family? It's clear he never intended to marry her. The prince is too harsh. The daughter of the Minister of Works is good, but she's also flirtatious." The speaker suddenly felt a cold chill run from his feet to his head. He looked up and saw Mo Xianyuan glancing in his direction. Although they hadn't even made eye contact, he felt an inexplicable fear that he might turn into a corpse at any moment. Terrified, he dared not speak further, and his respect for the princess suddenly grew. At this moment, everyone understood. This was the prince warning others by punishing a chicken to scare the monkey, establishing authority for the princess. "Execute the punishment," Mo Xianyuan said calmly. Seeing Madame Mo approaching hesitantly, Mo Xianyuan's face showed no surprise, as if he had expected it. "Yuan, what are you doing? Are you trying to kill Chao Shui, who grew up with you, just for her? Even if you two are not destined to be married, she is still like your sister." Madame Mo's condition seemed worse. Her face looked even paler than on the day of her wedding, her lips white. "Whose sister gave birth to a child for her brother?" Si Zhaozhao's words made Madame Mo's face flush red. She clenched her fists and coughed, her face flickering between red and white.
Montag Yuhuai was displeased.
"My mother is still ill. Can the princess speak more tactfully? Miss Song has already suffered so much, and you still want to hurt my mother to vent your anger. Isn't the punishment about to start? Why are you in such a hurry, second young master? You're weak, so you think you're right? If you're unhappy with the prince's decision, you should present evidence." Madame Mo pointed at her, but couldn't say a word. Mo Xianyuan's cold face ordered, "Yi Qing, begin the punishment." Yi Qing responded, "Yes." Madame Mo shouted angrily, "No hitting." A fierce whip struck Song Chaoxue, knocking her to the ground, her back immediately torn and bleeding. She had been pampered in the palace for nearly 20 years, and her body was much more delicate than Miss Si Zhaozhao.
"Ah!"
Madam, save me. Song Chao Shui screamed, then suddenly fell silent. With each lash, Song Chao Shui trembled, caught between consciousness and fainting. Madame Emo could no longer bear to watch. Your Honor, you have never been so cold and ruthless before. What kind of spell did this Miss C family girl cast on you? How could she make you hurt Chao Shui so badly? You're still lying to the Emperor, protecting this woman and her child. You're calling Tianyu an unworthy son. Are you confused? What are you really thinking? Even if Chao Shui is at fault, she shouldn't suffer because of it. Mother will go to the palace to see the Emperor and tell him everything. For the sake of your grandfather and father, the Emperor might forgive this crime of treason, and I will take all the blame. After saying this, Lady Mo was about to leave. Suddenly, Si Zhaozhao smiled and said, Madam, take your time. I believe soon the northern border will be destroyed because of your decision. To weaken a country with just one person, that shows real cleverness. What do you mean? Lady Mo frowned.
Think about it, madam.
You used your grandfather and old to threaten the Emperor, taking the blame for this serious crime of treason that could wipe out a family. Doesn't that make the outside rumors about the prince's great achievements true? Later, in the court, there are probably some other hidden forces. Whether the Emperor agrees or refuses to punish the entire family, those people will take advantage of the situation. At that time, the countries beyond the border, eyeing us greedily, won't miss this great chance to attack the northern border. And the prince and others, because of Lady Mo's crime, the northern border is in chaos, with traitors in power, internal and external troubles. Lady Mo, isn't her contribution undeniable? Si Zhaozhao looked at her with admiration in her eyes. Lady Mo's face grew even paler. Mo Yuhui lowered his head, lost in thought. Yi Qing, eager to fight, stepped forward and checked Tian Shui's breath. He loudly said, Prince, she has only been whipped 10 times. Should we continue? Miss Song probably can't hold on much longer. Si Zhaozhao's expression was calm. She hadn't expected much, and she was surprised that they had already whipped her this many times. But she never imagined that Mo Xianyuan planned to stand by her today. The princess's medicine bottle was taken by her. Search her out, apply first aid to her wounds, and then continue the punishment after she heals. Tian Shui was beaten nearly to death, carried by 2 guards like a dead dog. Her eyes filled with blood and sweat, her face dry and painful. The pain made her want to cry, but if she shed tears, her eyes would feel like thousands of needles stabbing her. Thinking about these years, Song Dynasty Shui was so obedient and sensible. Madame Mo felt heartbroken and scolded Si Zhaozhao, saying, Even so, Chao Shui was almost beaten to death.
You should stop now.
Chao Shui is the daughter of a loyal general. If this gets out, others will scorn your jealousy. Mo Tingyuan silently pulled her into his arms and said coldly, This has nothing to do with her. Out there, we protect the people. Inside, we protect our family. If you can't even protect your wife, how can you be a man? Or, do you think the hardships you've endured over the years are not enough? Mo Yuhui couldn't help but interrupt, saying, Brother, aren't you still angry at Dad? When Dad escaped back then, weren't you proud of him? Instead, you criticized him everywhere. Is this the attitude of a true warrior? Second young master, you're the least qualified to say this to the prince. Yi Qing suddenly shouted. Si Zhaozhao was startled. It seems that not only is there internal conflict within the Mo family, but even his own mother and brother have done things that hurt him. No wonder he is so cold and heartless. Mo Yuhui was frightened and frowned, saying, What does it have to do with you, you little servant, when I talked to my brother? This time, Yi Qing couldn't hold back. His eyes reddened, and he pounded his chest with his fist, saying loudly, The fire camp only obeys the prince. Second young master, think carefully about whether you can handle the anger of 300,000 soldiers. Apart from the 100,000 soldiers supported by the royal family, the rest were all brought up by Mo Xianyuan himself. This is also why rumors of him amassing troops for years have become more serious. Mo Xianyuan took a deep breath. He didn't want to bring up the past. He also wouldn't allow anyone to insult his soldiers. He immediately stepped forward and kicked Mo Yuhui hard, causing him to kneel on the ground helplessly. Madame Mo was shocked and tightly clenched her fists over her chest, exclaiming, "You honor, what are you going to do? You said you wouldn't hurt him because of that matter. If you kill him, then kill my mother first." Mo Xianyuan chuckled softly, but there was a sense of desolation in his voice. "Mother, back then I almost lost my life to the enemy soldiers because of him. I really wanted to kill him, but because you threatened me with your life, and a careless mistake of mine gave him an excuse, I decided not to pursue it, but look at how much effort he has made to go to the battlefield. As the older brother, I should keep my promise and do what I say. Mo Yuhui, tomorrow you will go to the military camp for training. If you can stay for half a year, I will allow you to join the battle." Mo Yuhui's face lit up with happiness. Mo Xianyuan looked expressionless and said, "Swords and blades have no eyes. If you get hurt or injured, you have to bear it yourself. All right, I will go back now to pack my things." Madame Mo almost fainted from anger. "Huir, do you also want to leave your mother? Do you want to follow your father's old path?" Mo Yuhui winced in pain but stood up happily, holding her arm. "I am also my father's son. As the son of the Northern Martial King, I can't just stay at home and be useless. If my brother hadn't taken my place back then, I wouldn't have been so depressed all these years. Mother, you waited home for my return. I will be more glorious than my brother was back then." Madame Mo felt guilty and dared not look at Mo Xianyuan's expression. Yi Qing was furious inside. What is this? Why is the prince taking all the blame? He saw the warning shot from the man and pursed his lips, not daring to speak recklessly. After Madame Mo left, Song Chaoshui was completely hopeless. Si Zhaozhao looked at her with cold eyes, watching her struggle between life and death, unable to die but suffering terribly. Her anger gradually began to fade. Now, besides her complicated background, the wrongful accusations she carried seemed to be cleared up. When Mo Xianyuan finds out the truth and regrets, she thought the original owner might finally be able to rest in peace. "Are you tired? I will take you back to rest." After speaking, the man ignored her wishes and bent down to carry her in his arms. His wide robe covered her view, hiding the respectful gazes of the servants. Under their watchful eyes, they returned to Yuehua Pavilion. At the gate of the courtyard, Si Zhaozhao also wanted to get off. "Be careful of the threshold," Mo Xianyuan kindly reminded her, not noticing that her eyes had already healed. After helping her sit down, Mo Xianyuan was about to go to the kitchen. Si Zhaozhao's expression was complicated. She asked softly, "Prince, are you feeling better?" After all, she remembered how much blood he had drawn from her that night. This time, it seemed he only licked the wound on her neck. Mo Xianyuan was stunned, feeling a faint joy. Does she care about him? "Today, Your Highness was so cruel to Miss Song. Are you not afraid she might refuse to give you her blood, even if it means risking her life? I did have such thoughts at first, but I soon abandoned them. If winning only depended on a young woman's blood, then I would be no different from those bandits who burn and loot." As Mo Xianyuan spoke, he suddenly looked directly at her. "I heard from Yizhu that you saved me. When did your eyes get better? I haven't mentioned it before, but are you planning to keep it a secret forever?" Si Zhaozhao was momentarily stunned. Does Yizhu really know she was the one who saved Mo Xianyuan?
How could that be?
Is he just asking questions to trick her? Her expression flickered slightly, and she replied calmly, "They're not fully healed yet. It's a bit blurry. Whether I say it or not doesn't make much difference. Guardi always follows the prince's orders and was just focused on protecting me." He reacted quickly, which is understandable. The prince probably won't punish him, right? Mo Xianyuan raised an eyebrow.
You care so much about him.
Are you afraid I will punish you? Don't talk about punishment. Even if the prince wants to kill someone, would that person be afraid? The prince's words were sharp. You, the princess, are quite clever. Do I really have to do something to upset you? Si Zhaozhao snorted. You're a grown man, yet your thoughts are so detailed. How come I didn't realize your words were full of hidden meaning? Suddenly, Mo Xianyuan reached out and grabbed her head, forcing her to look into his eyes. I ask you, when the poison took effect, was the woman who came to save me you?